Chapter 1. Destiny Part 1. If a person lacks dreams, what distinguishes them from salted fish dad? Lu Dongdong opened his eyes, and a football suspended in the net immediately caught his gaze. The stark contrast of its black and white leather momentarily captivated his attention. Outside, a fine drizzle fell, while the surrounding workers, much like him, either buried their heads under blankets in deep slumber or sprawled on their beds engrossed in their phones. The narrow, damp space was suffused with the unique scent of rust that permeated the container. Dong, you're awake. A man lifted the fabric curtain and strode swiftly to Lu Dongdong's bedside. With short brows and fierce eyes, his robust and rugged build was contrasted by the ingratiating smile plastered across his pockmarked face. Dong, this is the bone broth your aunt just made this morning. When you visit your father at the hospital later, please take it to him so he can nourish himself properly. As he spoke, he presented a stainless steel thermos before Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Uncle Zhang has some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to your father. The man observed Lu Dongdong's expression, concocted an excuse, and departed as abruptly as he had arrived. Lu Dongdong sat up, gazing vacantly at the pristine thermos resting on his bed. Suddenly, an arm draped over his shoulder. Can't make sense of it, can you? Wang Fatty, a fellow worker from his hometown, grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and plopped down beside Lu Dongdong. Each country is renowned for its oligarchic politics. Your father saved the life of Miss Zhang Yuna a few days ago. With that connection, your father, Zhang Dashan, a mere contractor, dares not show you any disrespect. Bringing you soup now is clearly an act of flattery. At 17, Lu Dongdong grasped only fragments of this revelation, responding with a simple, "Oh, enough pondering. Your father has turned misfortune into fortune this time. Given the weather today, work is likely canceled, so you should take the soup to him while it's still warm." China, Xiangbei City. Brilliant sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground, accompanied by the jubilant chirping of birds. Let's take a moment to rest and enjoy a cup of tea to warm your stomach. Wangza entered quietly, holding a cup of freshly brewed ginger tea. She approached her husband from behind, but upon reading the contents of the envelope, the smile on her face vanished in an instant. It has been so long, are you still unwilling to let go? Faced with his wife's inquiry, Qian Feng gripped his pen tightly, lowering his head in silence. Darling, don't dwell on it any longer. You've done all that you could. Let's turn the page on this matter, shall we? I have often tried to convince myself that it is in the past, but do you know what Dong is doing now? He toils daily at the construction site, hauling bricks and cement, performing various menial tasks. Yet he could have become a professional football player. All because of me. Qian Feng struck the table with his fist, his face alight with fervor. All because of you? Qian Feng, do you hold yourself in such high regard? Wang Xiuyin crossed her arms, a cold laugh escaping her lips. You're merely a minor coach in the Chinese football second division. Can you truly defy the orders of your club's manager? Or do you possess the means to secure a 30 million investment? Chapter 2. Fate Part 2. Qian Feng's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as he stubbornly replied, but if I had insisted back then, perhaps Dong would still have a chance. What chance does he have? Your club has dismissed numerous staff in recent years due to mismanagement, and even the team star player must resort to unfurling banners to demand his wages. Now, a significant investor has finally emerged, willing to inject millions to rebuild the team, with the sole condition that his son replaces a player for next year's second division. Any reasonable person would not refuse such a request, but Dong has trained under my guidance for over a decade. It would be a tremendous shame to see all that effort go to waste. Dear, I understand your sorrow, but as you yourself acknowledged, compared to Bin, Dong's talent is quite ordinary. While he might grow into a professional football player under your expectations, are there not many professional players across the nation? Moreover, consider your teammates. Each of them has undergone systematic training from a young age, yet many have retired due to injuries and find themselves struggling due to a lack of specialized skills. Perhaps Dong's sudden departure from football could present him with a new opportunity. Without granting Qian Feng a moment to retort, Wang Xiuyin interjected, "You cannot bend the arm against the thigh. Dong's replacement is a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, the 18,000 sponsorship fee he previously paid has been fully refunded by the club. I recall their family situation is not particularly favorable. Even if you could somehow facilitate his return to football, can you guarantee he will become a professional player, let alone make it to the China League One or the Chinese Super League? What if he fails?" Qian Feng's lips moved, but he hung his head in defeat. "Darling, I know you are passionate about football and wish to contribute to changing the state of Chinese football. But have you considered the consequences of sending that letter to the Chinese Football Association? Mei Mei is set to take her college entrance examination. Next year, the costs of 4 years of university tuition and living expenses are no small sum. If you were to lose your job, our lives. At this point, she pressed her lips together tightly and embraced Qian Feng from behind, that a wise woman understands the art of knowing when to refrain from further discussion. Honey, if you truly wish to contribute to the advancement of Chinese football, you must cast aside all frivolous distractions and devote yourself wholeheartedly to training your team, guiding them towards a successful ascent into the China League One next year. And as for Gao Binbin, you have mentioned that with his talent, a breakthrough into a prestigious Super League club or even European leagues is merely a matter of time. Should he indeed achieve remarkable success, you, as his foundational coach, will undoubtedly rise in stature alongside him. Perhaps it is only when you have amassed sufficient renown and influence that you will genuinely be able to make a meaningful contribution to the sport. Honestly, I believe the leaders of your club exhibit discernment. Why would they choose to replace Dong Dong rather than Gao Binbin or other key players? Chapter 3. Surprise. It is because they clearly recognize that these individuals are indispensable to the team, while Dong Dong, in essence, is merely a superfluous presence. Wang Xiuya spoke calmly, and after a prolonged silence, Qian Feng lifted his gaze to the Xinjiabao Shim on the table. After much hesitation, he extended his arm and forcefully crumpled the letter into a tight ball, gripping it firmly in his palm. After a long while, Lu Dongdong, shaking droplets of water from his hair, entered the spacious and brightly lit VIP hospital room. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed the bedclothes and pillows haphazardly piled on the bed, with several unopened 4 bags suspended from the infusion stand, and the room was startlingly devoid of any occupants. Where has Dad gone? Peering out the door, he scanned the corridor but found no sign of him. He pulled out his phone to call his father, but the persistent ringing yielded no answer. He hurried to the nurse's station to inquire about the situation. The petite nurse, adorned with delicate makeup, assessed the tall and handsome Lu Dongdong, her cheeks flushing as she quickly checked the computer records. In fluent Korean, she replied, "It seems the patient left early this morning, and we have been unable to reach him." What? Lu Dongdong was taken aback, unable to comprehend where his father, with a fractured arm and bandaged, could possibly be at this moment. Could he have returned to the construction site? He promptly contacted his fellow townsman, Uncle Wang, who informed him that his father had, in fact, not returned. "Xiaodong, would you like me to bring a few co-workers to help you search?" "No, thank you, Uncle Wang. It's mealtime. My dad might have gone to the cafeteria on the first floor. He'll check there first, and we can stay in touch by phone." He hurriedly took the elevator down and meticulously searched the first floor, yet found no trace of his father. Returning to the 4th floor hospital room, Lu Dongdong was engulfed by worry. In a foreign land, with his father gravely injured and inexplicably missing, he feared that something unfortunate might have occurred. He retrieved his phone and pressed 112 to call for assistance. But, recalling his precarious status, he hesitated, unable to make the decision, and we cannot delay any longer. If something were to happen, it would be too late. 10 minutes had passed when Lu Dongdong, standing at the doorway of the hospital room, finally steeled himself and pressed the dial button. At that moment, a crisp elevator bell rang, and a middle-aged man emerged, his arm wrapped in conspicuous bandages. It was none other than his father. Lu Dongdong was overjoyed, promptly ending the call and rushing forward. "Father, where have you been? Why haven't you answered your phone?" "Huh? Did you call me?" Lu Gang fished his phone out of his pocket, glancing at the screen displaying several missed calls, and chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't hear I was on the bus. It's pouring rain outside, and you're alone with your arm bandaged. Where could you possibly have gone? At the very least, you should have called to let me know." Hee. I was so caught up in my excitement that I forgot." His gaze suddenly fell on the thermal container Lu Dongdong was holding, and with curiosity, he inquired, "What is this? Did you bring me food?" "This is the bone broth Aunt Zhang made for you. Uncle Zhang came to our dormitory around 10 this morning to deliver it, and I rushed over to find you right after." Lu Gang responded with a nonchalant patting the shoulder of his son, who was a whole head taller than him, and smiled mysteriously. Chapter 4. I want to play football. Don't stand in the hallway, let's go inside. I have some incredible news to share with you. You won't believe it. With that, he left Lu Dongdong, who was momentarily stunned, and swiftly entered the hospital room. There was no trace of a patient in sight. "Miss, while that Chinese man saved your life, there is no need to acquiesce to his requests. A generous financial reward would suffice." In a spacious, bright, and luxurious office, the male assistant with black-rimmed glasses carefully placed coffee on the coffee table. He glanced up at Zhang Yuna, who was gazing out of the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, and hesitated before speaking. "Assistantly, do you have dreams?" Zhang Yuna, tall and elegant, suddenly turned and asked, "Dreams?" Assistant Lee was taken aback, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. I have dreams, but they're all from my childhood. Does your daughter have dreams? Yes. Her dream is to become a dancer. If you could help your daughter achieve her dreams, would you go all out? Of course. Assistant Lee blurted out. Zhang Yuna smiled faintly, revealing two shallow dimples, her gaze drifting towards the sofa beside the coffee table, the very spot where the Chinese man had sat earlier. Therefore, I cannot refuse a father's plea to realize his son's dreams. With that, her gaze returned to the bustling metropolis visible below, her expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. Assistant Lee stood in place, blinking, as if he grasped the meaning, yet remained uncertain. Really? Lu Dongdong sprang up from his seat with a sudden gasp, pressing his hands firmly upon Lu Gang's knees, his entire being trembling slightly as he implored, Father, is this truly genuine? Are you not deceiving me? My foolish child, I am your father. Do you think I would go out of my way to concoct falsehoods for no reason? Lu Gang, seated upon the hospital bed, took a few sips of soup, set down the thermos, and gently guided Lu Dongdong back into his seat. Locking eyes with his son, he declared, Son, listen closely that I shall repeat myself. Ms. Zhang Yuna has personally assured me that not only will she resolve your status as an undocumented immigrant, but she will also introduce you to a professional football team under GL Company. You may continue to pursue your dream of becoming a footballer, Dad. Lu Dongdong was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He was not a weakling, his tears were those of unrestrained joy, beyond his control. In truth, I must extend my gratitude to Uncle Wang. Had he not enlightened me, I would not have had the courage to approach Ms. Zhang Yuna at GL Company myself. Reflecting on it now, the sacrifice of my arm was indeed worthwhile. Enough of the tears. A grown man ought to bleed, not weep. Your aspiration is to become a professional footballer. So where has your mental fortitude gone? Though his words were stern, Lu Gang extended his arm, gently wiping away the tears that had escaped the corners of his son's eyes with a tender expression. From a young age, Lu Dongdong had developed a profound love for football. Nurtured by his father's influence, he had undergone formal training since elementary school, and despite their financial constraints, his parents had persevered to support him. Little did they know, after years of waiting, the opportunity to ascend to the professional league had finally arrived, only to be dashed by a dismal assessment that led to his dismissal from the team. Chapter 5. The Burden of Uselessness. This incident struck a heavy blow, not only to Lu Dongdong, but also to his parents. Your visa and recommendation letter will be personally delivered by Ms. Zhang Yuna next Monday. She mentioned that I will take you directly to the team's base for registration at that time. Son, strive diligently. The level of football in South Korea far surpasses that of China. Work hard and return with a transfer fee that will astonish everyone, allowing your parents to take pride in your accomplishments, he encouraged. Yes. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, his fists clenched tightly. Though the club had ostensibly terminated his contract due to poor performance, he had learned from friends on the team that the real reason was the arrival of a player who had taken over his position, compelling him to leave to spare his parents from sorrow. He had concealed this truth. Now, with the chance to return to the field, he was resolute. He would not rest until he achieved greatness. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, a young boy clad in a yellow vest was skillfully juggling a football, executing dribbles and sprints as per the instructions of an assistant coach holding a tactical board nearby. A man clad in a white polo shirt, with dark hair, emerged from the dimly lit corridor of the audience, squinting against the blinding sun above. He erupted in a fit of anger, exclaiming, Are the scouts of this club merely idle? To bring someone of such mediocre caliber for a trial at our base is utterly incomprehensible. With a sweeping gesture of his arm, he pointed a man dressed in black athletic were beside him and commanded, Inform the personnel below to hasten the departure of this individual. Furthermore, issue a stern warning to those scouts who merely collect their pay without fulfilling their duties. Should they continue to present subpar candidates, they can forget about receiving any bonuses for the latter half of the year. Coach in, the assistant said, retracting his neck cautiously. This individual was not brought by our team scouts. He arrived on his own, bearing a letter of recommendation from Miss Zhang Yuna. Miss Zhang Yuna? Cochin furrowed his brow in response. You mean the young lady from the GL group? Indeed, Cochin, the other party possesses a handwritten letter from Miss Zhang Yula. It would be rather inappropriate to simply let him leave, wouldn't it? Our club's annual expenditures are entirely sponsored by GL Company, and I have heard that Miss Zhang Yuna has officially assumed leadership of the group, conveniently positioned above us. The assistant whispered, while Cochin gazed at the trial players below, whose performance was lamentable, and he pressed his forehead in frustration. The peculiar political climate of country H has nurtured a powerful conglomerate, where even the president must choose between subservience or compromise. GL Group stands as a formidable titan, rivaling Samsung. If he could lead the team to victory in both the league and the Asian Champions League this year, with GL's backing, he might have the opportunity to coach the South Korean national team next year, a coveted honor cherished by many. It would be utterly unwise to offend Miss Zhang Yuna over a negligible player. However, retaining such an individual within the team would only hinder progress. It would be wiser to relegate him to the youth team. This way, he would neither offend Miss Zhang Yuna nor occupy a spot that could impact our bench's depth. The assistant suddenly proposed. Coach In's eyes brightened as he extended his hand, saying, "Show me his profile." Chapter 6. The unremarkable. The assistant, cradling the documents, respectfully presented them. Already 19, a dual citizen of China and Korea? Coach In quickly scanned the information, then glanced at the trial player on the pitch, drenched in sweat, and remarked with derision, "So he has received Chinese youth training from a young age. No wonder his skills are so subpar. He hasn't even participated in a single official Chinese league match. Yet he dares to approach our Jeonbuk Hyundai with merely a letter of recommendation from Miss Zhang Yuna. Does he hold himself in such high regard? Or does he believe our team operates on the premise that wealth or connections can grant one entry?" "Coachin, do you mean?" At his level, relegating him to the youth team would only set a poor precedent, leading everyone to believe he gained entry through connections. For the healthy development of the youth team, and in fairness to every player who has sweated to earn their place, this precedent must not be established. But if we refuse, how will we explain it to Miss Zhang Yuna? The assistant bowed his head, filled with concern. Cochin pondered for a considerable time before replying. "Transfer him. Let him go to the K2 League, under our subsidiary, Hyundai Youth. This lad should possess enough self-awareness. Our K-League is not a playground for just anyone." "But will Coach Choi Se-ju accept him, given his temperament?" "This boy has a recommendation from Miss Zhang Yuna, along with our club's official letter. They have no grounds for refusal." Cochin smirked and replied, "Moreover, if Coach Choi refuses this lad, it will not be my concern." Their gazes met, and a knowing smile appeared on the assistant's face. At that moment, a resounding whistle echoed from the field below, signaling that the trial players had successfully completed the various technical assessments set forth by the assistant. Wiping the sweat from their brows, they made their way towards the locker room. Lu Dongdong and Lu Gang walked out of the stadium side by side. "Dad, I didn't perform very well today. Will it affect my evaluation?" Lu Dongdong glanced back at the magnificent modern arena, his tone laced with anxiety. Having received formal football training since childhood, he possessed a certain understanding of the football cultures around the world. He had initially believed that Miss Zhang Yuna was merely introducing a regular team, only to discover that it was, in fact, Jeonbuk Hyundai Motors. This team has won the H Country League Championship and the League Cup multiple times, consistently appearing in the AFC Champions League and even clinching the championship in 2006 and 2016. In South Korea, its stature is comparable to that of Evergrande. Truly a footballing powerhouse. Lu Dongdong was merely an obscure player in the Chinese second division, having never stepped onto the field for a formal match. It would be a lie to say he was not nervous during the recent trial. "Rest assured, my son, didn't their head coach come over personally? He praised you warmly, which is a testament to your commendable performance. Let us return home with peace of mind and await good news." Lu Gang patted Lu Dongdong's shoulder with great enthusiasm, a broad smile adorning his face as he shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, in H Country, the Chaebols wield tremendous power. In less than 2 days, Miss Zhang Yuna has managed to secure you an identity card. This is advantageous. Having an identity card will undoubtedly prove more convenient than a visa for your future football endeavors in Korea. Chapter 7. The carp leaps over the Dragon Gate. "Dad, they have increased my age by 2 years. Will there be any issues?" "What issues could there possibly be?" Lu Gang surveyed his tall and robust son with amusement. "You have always been taller than your peers. No one will doubt your true age. Besides, you have merely had your age increased, not decreased. In our country, players sometimes reduce their age by 6 or 7 years to enhance their chances of success. If you excel, people will only commend you, never scorn you. Come, today, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast in celebration of your successful trial." "Modern youth? K2 League? Indeed, that is quite impressive, Donggo. You see, the K-League corresponds to the Chinese Super League, and thus the K2 corresponds to the Chinese League 1. You have truly leapt over the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, I'm still languishing in the League 2. It's truly embarrassing. I feel so ashamed. All right, It's not as exaggerated as you suggest. Lu Dongdong chuckled for a while, then asked earnestly, Bin, how does that kid who replaced me perform? Humph. That kid is all about flashy tricks, like bicycle kicks and Marseille turns. But in reality, he can't even juggle a ball, merely deceiving the uninitiated. Old Qian is clearly unimpressed. He always wears a stern expression. Donggu, don't worry, I will make sure to reclaim what is rightfully yours during training. I'll tackle him so hard, he won't even recognize himself. Bin, please don't resort to such tactics. I'm merely curious, without any ulterior motives. The past is behind us. Focus on your own game. Very well, I shall heed your advice. A sound of exasperation escaped from the other end of the line. All right, let us end our conversation here. I still have work to attend to work? What kind of work? I'm currently only in a trial phase. Whether I officially join the team depends on the evaluation at the end of the month. Moreover, as far as I know, salaries in the K2 League are not particularly high, and there is work available at the construction site every evening. Consider it a way to assist my father with household expenses. Lu Dongdong rubbed his nose and chuckled heartily. Donggu, let us not waste more words. Take good care of yourself. Together, we will strive and unite at Hongda. Absolutely, we shall unite at Hongda. Lu Dongdong emerged from the container dormitory, donning a vivid yellow safety helmet. The construction site before him was ablaze with light, teeming with industrious workers bustling to and fro, while the air was filled with the deafening roar of machinery. With practiced ease, he maneuvered a wheelbarrow to commence the unloading of bricks. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. That rascal, remarked Wang Pengzi, sporting a scruffy beard, as he ambled over and plopped down on a towering pile of bricks. Casting a furtive glance around for any sight of the supervisor, he discreetly lit a cigarette and took a drag. Lu Dongdong broke into a foolish grin, wiping the sweat from his forehead before setting down the bricks and turning back. Xiaodong, give it your all. Let the Koreans witness the prowess of the Chinese, exclaimed Wang Pengzi, releasing a puff of smoke and raising his arm in a fist, declaring, on the day you officially take the stage for the competition, my father and I will rally all our co-workers to cheer you on in person. Chapter 8. The stern coach Lu Dongdong remained silent, merely lifting his sweat-soaked, youthful visage and nodding vigorously. Wang Fatty, stop being lazy and come help me with the line, called out a fellow worker from the third floor, leaning out and tossing a hefty bundle of black thread with a plugboard attached. You rascal, you just don't want me to enjoy a smoke, do you? Wang Fatty grumbled, taking a couple of deep puffs from his tobacco, complaining a bit more before lazily rising. However, Lu Dongdong dashed past him. Uncle Wang, you sit and rest. I'll handle it. Heh, you little scamp. It seems Uncle Wang's affection for you has not been in vain. Wang Fatty replied with a hint of satisfaction, crossing his legs and savoring his cigarette. Lu Dongdong hurried to the base of the newly constructed building. Receiving the power strip that was slowly lowered from above, he picked up the electrical socket reserved on the ground and plugged it in directly. A burst of blue-green sparks erupted from the outlet. Initially, he paid it little mind, but as a tingling sensation coursed through his arm, he sensed something was amiss. Before he could react, his vision blurred, and he lost consciousness. To the onlookers, including Wang Pengzi, Lu Dongdong's grip on the power strip suddenly erupted in a flurry of sparks, accompanied by a plume of black smoke. His body convulsed violently before he collapsed onto the ground. Oh no, someone has been electrocuted, shouted a worker from the upper floors, witnessing the accident unfold. Wang Pengzi was so startled that he couldn't even discard the cigarette, but from his mouth, and rushed forward in a flurry of panic. Surrounding workers, alerted by the commotion, quickly converged from all directions. In the distance, Lu Gang, who was cutting steel pipes in another building, stood up abruptly upon hearing the disturbance. Noticing the crowd rapidly gathering towards the southwestern corner of his vision, he instantly recognized it as the location where his son worked. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Chapter 4. The green football field in the modern youth football arena. The head coach's office was filled with an air of anticipation. Knock, knock, knock. A tall man clad in a black tracksuit entered the room, a conspicuous green whistle dangling around his neck. Coach Chui, you called for me? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chin raised, his rugged features adorned with a thick stubble, exuding a potent masculinity. Sitting behind the desk, Coach Chui Shimin lifted his gaze, silently scrutinizing the man before tossing a document onto the table, his tone icy as he inquired. What is the situation with this trial player named Lu Dongdong? Given his skill level, how did he manage to join our team? At 62 years old, Choi Shimin had previously coached the South Korean national youth team with remarkable success. Renowned in the South Korean football coaching community for his integrity and strictness, he tolerated no form of insubordination. Recently, he had been immersed in preparing for the upcoming professional league season, collaborating with the club's technical department to identify players who fit the team's tactical style, striving to bolster the squad's strength and lay a solid foundation for championship aspirations. However, just one day after returning, he caught wind of whispers from his assistants, suggesting that a player had gained entry into the team through dubious connections. Such behavior was something he could not abide. Chapter 9, Awakening of the System, Part 1. Coach Choi Shimin, do you have anything to say to me? Choi Shimin asked, arms crossed, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze on the silent man. Yes, everything regarding him was orchestrated by me. However, the situation is quite unique. He was directly recommended by Coach Eun from Jeonbuk Hyundai, and there is also a handwritten letter of endorsement from Miss Jong Yuna, Choi Shimin remarked. Another individual who relies on connections. A trace of anticipated derision flickered across Choi Shimin's face as he replied, regardless of who he is or what background he possesses. True merit is the only means to secure a place within my team. You must immediately inform him not to return to my squad. Choi Coach, that is not permissible. What did you say? Choi Shimin hesitated momentarily before resolutely stating, Choi Coach, you are more aware than I of Ms. Jong Yuna's standing. If we proceed in this manner, we will undoubtedly offend her. Moreover, to my knowledge, this player initially went to Kwanbei Modern. Yet Coach and Shoujo directly assigned him to us, clearly wishing to avoid displeasing Miss Zhang, and left us with this hot potato. If we act as such, we are merely playing into his hands. And what of it? Should we retain a player who lacks skill simply because of his connections? Choi Shimin countered. Youth football represents the future of a nation. It would be the gravest injustice to replace a diligent trainee merely due to the influence of another. Some may choose to compromise, but such conduct is utterly intolerable within my team. Pausing, he fixed his gaze upon Choi Shimin, speaking with an unwavering tone. Even if Miss Zhang Yuna were to hold me accountable for this, I am prepared to bear the consequences. Choi Coach. Choi Shimin hesitated. Aware that after years of following Choi Shimin, he understood his character better than anyone else. He realized that further words would not alter the decision already made. Make the call immediately. Understood. Choi Shimin retrieved his phone and dialed, his mind racing as he sought the most tactful way to convey the message. The next moment, the call connected, but upon hearing the response, his expression shifted dramatically. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he abruptly hung up. He looked up at Choi Shimin, his demeanor strange as he said, it was his family who answered the call. They mentioned that he accidentally suffered an electric shock last night and is currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. He may not be able to come to the base for some time. Jiang Hospital in Jeonju. Lu Gang and Wang Pengzi stood in the hospital corridor, engaged in an ongoing conversation with a bespectacled doctor. Behind them, the hospital room was shrouded in darkness. As the heavy curtains were drawn closed, Lu Dongdong lay motionless upon the bed, his fingers and body adorned with an array of specialized medical monitoring devices. Beside him, on the bedside table, an electrocardiogram flickered with fluctuating lines, continuously displaying a myriad of values. Suddenly, Lu Dongdong's fingers twitched ever so slightly. The data on the electrocardiogram began to fluctuate violently, the lines oscillating erratically as a series of urgent alarms sounded, beeping insistently. Where am I? Lu Dongdong suddenly opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in an utter darkness. Chapter 10, The Awakening of the System, Part 2, he glanced around. Unable to discern even a trace of light, as if he were utterly lost in an abyss of shadows. At that moment, an unexpectedly frigid voice echoed in his ear. Welcome to the green football field. The green football field? What kind of place is this? Lu Dongdong turned his head, striving to locate the source of the voice. This is a place where you can realize your dreams. Dreams? Clang, clang, clang. Lu Dongdong furrowed his brows, suddenly spotting a radiant glow directly ahead. Almost simultaneously, brilliant beams of light illuminated both sides and behind him. It was a series of dazzling spotlights. The blinding brightness compelled him to squint slightly, yet when he comprehended the surroundings, his expression transformed drastically. He realized he was ensconced within a colossal cylindrical edifice, surrounded by tiered seating that descended in succession from top to bottom. Beneath his feet lay an expansive expanse of lush green grass. The scene before him was astonishingly familiar. As he had long envisioned, through relentless effort, standing in this very spot to play football. This was an immense stadium, capable of accommodating nearly 100,000 spectators. Although he had never visited the Bernabéu, he believed that this arena could undoubtedly rival it. "Who are you, and why am I here?" Lu Dongdong inquired loudly, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. What matters is whether you wish to become the master of this stadium. If you choose to say yes, I shall guide you on a journey of growth, transforming you into a legend in the annals of football history." "Do you wish to become a legend?" "A legend? I?" Lu Dongdong gaped in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I am willing. I am willing." Thus, he was beckoned to ascend to his rightful throne and embark on his verdant legend. A cylindrical beam of light suddenly enveloped Lu Dongdong, illuminating the central arena where a podium in the shape of the letter T materialized. A dazzling radiance concentrated upon the apex of the podium, casting an ethereal glow. Chapter 5. Becoming an exceptional defender. Lu Dongdong gazed vacantly. As if compelled by some unseen force, he stepped forward, one foot after another, ascending the steps of the podium until he stood at the pinnacle of the center. The two most radiant beams of light converged upon him, enveloping him in their brilliance, while everything else around him instantly faded into obscurity. The green shade legend system was officially activated. Loading. 20. 60. 90. Initiating. A series of resplendent fireworks erupted suddenly in the sky. The red and green lights reflected upon Lu Dongdong's face as he lifted his head, entranced by the magnificent night sky before him, utterly bewildered by the voice that had just resonated in his ears. "You need not doubt the reality of what you see and hear. It is indeed happening. I am here with you because I sense the fervent desire within your heart. I shall assist you in becoming the world's most elite soccer star, a legendary figure of your generation." The cold voice interjected before Lu Dongdong could voice his questions, shifting its tone in this verdant arena. Chapter 11. Becoming a legend. Here, I will guide you in receiving the most elite training available globally, teaching you how to confront various challenges and opponents on the field. I will gradually divulge the details in due course. Now, let us examine the unique qualities that will mark you as a legendary superstar. As the words settled, a gentle radiance emanated from Lu Dongdong, visibly spreading from his chest to his arms and legs at an astonishing pace. He raised his glowing hand in a daze, feeling a warm current flowing through his body, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. In the next moment, a ripple appeared before him, gently undulating before revealing a virtual form, identical in stature and appearance to Lu Dongdong himself. It was lifelike, as if sculpted from the same mold. "What is this?" Lu Dongdong asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Do not question why. Observe closely." "All right." Suddenly, beside the apparition, a series of elongated bars materialized, each of identical length, but varying in white area, from the first row to the last. They were marked with seemingly random numbers such as 58, 68, 48, and more. At the forefront of each column, several words sparkled in golden light: speed, stamina, agility, strength, explosiveness. Lu Dongdong furrowed his brow and meticulously surveyed his surroundings, an obscure thought flickering in his mind. Indeed, what you perceive before you is a comprehensive assessment of your physical attributes, a detailed data analysis of your various metrics. Our intention in providing this analysis is to help you gain a clear understanding of your strengths and weaknesses. To excel as a professional athlete, one must possess an acute awareness of their advantages and shortcomings, allowing them to amplify their strengths while compensating for their weaknesses. Observe, your current data metrics are merely at a rather average level, verging on somewhat disappointing. However, your offensive drive is notably strong, scoring a 68. So what does that mean? Lu Dongdong inquired eagerly. Although the information presented before him was somewhat difficult to accept, it resonated profoundly with his physical condition, particularly regarding speed, reaction, and physique. It echoed the sentiments frequently expressed by his former coach. Thus, as a professional football coach, my position recommendation for you is to play in the forward line or as a center forward. Lu Dongdong paused, exclaiming, "But throughout my life, my coaches have always positioned me as a defender due to my height." "Is your height truly sufficient?" interjected a voice with a scoff. "Your coach is quite misguided. Positions on the football field are not determined by height. The characteristics of each player must be considered. Only by occupying the position most suited to oneself can one unleash their fullest potential. But I have always played in that role. Now to suddenly switch to playing as a forward or center forward seems utterly impossible, Lu Dongdong expressed with concern. A professional football player, from a young age, typically undergoes specialized training for a fixed position, with offensive, defensive, and positional maneuvers becoming second nature. Chapter 12. The weakling: a sudden shift. Akin to a meteor colliding with the Earth, could yield unimaginable consequences. Naturally, this does not apply to versatile players. I am well aware of this, which is why I do not expect an immediate transformation. Furthermore, as a professional football player, the fundamental ability is to fulfill the tactical arrangements of the coach. Since you are currently playing as a defender, let us first focus on making you an outstanding football defender. All right. Lu Dongdong nodded gently. As a world-class defender, what do you believe is most essential? Physicality, awareness. Lu Dongdong blurted out, contemplating for a moment before adding, speed, particularly the ability to pivot quickly, and most importantly, the synergy with teammates and our mutual understanding. Is that so? The voice chuckled enigmatically. Is it not? Lu Dongdong cautiously replied. No, you have not misspoken. Rather, you may be overthinking it a tad. If a defender possesses even one of the mentioned attributes, they can ascend to the ranks of the elite. I wish to convey to you that prior to achieving the status of a world-class player, it is unwise to reach for the stars and covet an abundance of accolades. Instead, one must remain grounded and advance steadily, step by step. Do you comprehend? I understand. Observe, your current physical metrics, as you just mentioned, reveal a score of merely 40-55, particularly in your physical confrontation ability, which stands at a mere 48. As a defender, this is unequivocally inadequate. However, rest assured, under my tutelage, you shall surmount these challenges and rise to legendary heights. Really? Lu Dongdong lifted his head, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Dongdong, you are awake. Lu Dongdong gradually opened his eyes, only to be startled by the sight of his father, Lu Gang, and Uncle Wang Fatty's faces looming before him. He scanned his surroundings, his expression bewildered, and stammered. What are you doing here? Where am I? You are in the hospital. Lu Gang replied with concern etched on his face. You accidentally received an electric shock while working. Thankfully, Uncle Wang Fatty rushed you here immediately. You have been in a coma for 3 whole days. Are you feeling all right now? I'm fine, Dad, I'm okay. Lu Dongdong gently shook his head. But suddenly a thought struck him, and his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, You mentioned I've been in a coma for 3 days. What about the team? Chapter 6. The Korean Nurse. Hi, and rest assured. I had already contacted your assistant coach and requested a leave of absence. Uncle Wang reassured him. They understand the situation and said you can join the training once you have fully recovered. That's good, that's good. Lu Dongdong sighed in relief and lay back down on the bed. Next to him, Uncle Wang Fatty, ever perceptive, adjusted the pillow to elevate it, ensuring Lu Dongdong was more comfortable. Lu Dongdong expressed his gratitude to Wang Pengzi several times, then spoke in a hushed tone. Dad, I have truly been lying in the hospital for the past 3 days, and I haven't gone anywhere. Lu Gang had yet to utter a word when Wang Fatty, grinning widely, placed his hand on Lu Dongdong's forehead, feigning astonishment, and remarked, Xiaodong, could it be that your mind has been muddled by a jolt of 220 volts of alternating current? Chapter 13. The Nurse after your electric shock. You were rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Where else could you possibly be if not lying in a hospital bed? Off to the football field for a match. Lu Gang chuckled lightly, poured a glass of water, and held it to Lu Dongdong's lips, saying, Dongzi, you have no idea. On the day you were admitted, you were in perfect condition, and the doctors assured us there was nothing amiss. Yet, by the afternoon of the following day, for reasons unknown, the monitoring device for your heartbeat and pulse began flashing incessantly, emitting alarming beeps that startled both us and the doctors. And then, Lu Dongdong inquired anxiously. Then you were taken to the emergency room. What else could be done? Wang Fatty replied, You little rascal, do you realize? Your father was in tears. And out of concern for your mother, he didn't even dare to call home. Truly, it was divine intervention this time. Dongzi, Uncle Wang advises you. The next time you encounter dangerous situations like handling electric wires at the construction site, do not attempt to assist. I understand, Lu Dongdong nodded earnestly. Locking eyes with his father, Lu Gang, and noticing his father's eyes glistening with unshed tears, it was evident that this ordeal had truly frightened his once fearless father. Oh, Lao Wang, let us not dwell on it. What matters is that Dongzi is safe. Lu Gang turned his head slightly, wiping the corner of his eye. His voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as he said, Dongzi, please make a phone call to your mother later. She has been calling incessantly these past few days. And I've told her you were already asleep. That woman is always so suspicious. I fear she has grown increasingly anxious. You should call her swiftly to assure her of your safety. All right, Dad. Lu Dongdong's face revealed a hint of a smile as he ended the call with Lu Gang and pressed the numbers on his phone. In the stillness of the night, within the vast hospital room, only Lu Dongdong remained. He lay quietly on the bed, gazing through the glass window at the starry sky and the vibrant neon city beyond. Was it all merely a dream? Yet, why did it feel so vividly real? Could it be that the electric shock had impaired my neural pathways? He tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. After 3 days of slumber, his mind was now completely alert, devoid of any drowsiness. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, and a nurse entered, carrying a stainless steel tray. "It's time for your medication, sir," the beautiful nurse said in fluent Korean. "All right," Lu Dongdong replied, quickly rising to accept the pills from her hand. He tilted his head back and swallowed them in one swift motion, perhaps amused by Lu Dongdong's comical and flustered demeanor. The lovely nurse stifled a few giggles behind her hand. Lu Dongdong scratched his head, smiling awkwardly, when he suddenly realized that the nurse before him seemed strikingly familiar. Gathering his courage, he engaged in a brief conversation with the beautiful nurse and discovered that she was indeed the same enchanting woman he had encountered at the consultation desk during his father Lu Gang's previous hospitalization. The two exchanged pleasantries and introduced themselves, Lu Dongdong and Hyunya. "Are you Chinese?" he inquired. "Yes, I hail from Xiangbei in China," she replied with a smile that revealed her charming dimples. "What brings you to Korea?" Hyunya giggled softly. "I am a football player. I am here to play." Lu Dongdong spoke earnestly. "You are a football player? I have a friend who also plays football. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you both." "That would be wonderful." Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously. "Which football stars do you admire?" "Which stars?" Hyunya tilted her head, playfully tapping her delicate fingers against her fair cheek. "I admire Cristiano Ronaldo, Kak, and Torres." "You like Torres too?" Lu Dongdong's interest peaked at once. "Are you also a fan of his?" "Indeed, when I was younger. I always aspired to be a forward. However, as I grew taller, my coach suggested I play as a defender. Of course, if given the chance. I would love to emulate Torres and strive to become a great forward." "Absolutely. Best of luck." The two continued their spirited conversation for a while. But Lu Dongdong felt a sense of longing as Hyunya subtly shook her finger, her expression tinged with shyness. "I must take my leave. I have other wards to attend to. Let's chat again next time." "Certainly." Hyunya picked up her tray and headed for the door. Just as she opened it, Lu Dongdong suddenly called out, "Hyunya." "Yes?" "I was wondering, when might I be discharged?" He hesitated before asking. He had finally secured an opportunity for a trial in the K2 League, but after suffering an electric shock, he had already spent 3 days and nights in the hospital. Although his father had taken leave, he could not be certain how the club's coach would perceive his absence. Reporting to the team as soon as possible was imperative. "I am not entirely sure, but Dr. Lee mentioned today that your health is stable, and you should be able to be discharged in 2 days at most." "That's great." "Thank you. You're welcome. If you need anything, just press the button next to your bed." With that, Hyunya exited the room. Lu Dongdong lay upon the bed, gazing up at the ceiling above. Unbeknownst to him, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he gradually closed his eyes. "You have arrived." A voice emerged from the darkness, deep and hoarse, imbued with a distinctly masculine allure, yet devoid of any trace of emotion, exuding an attitude that kept one at arm's length. "Where am I?" Lu Dongdong looked around in confusion, his hands outstretched, finding nothing but darkness. "You were here just yesterday. Surely you haven't forgotten so soon." "I have been here. Could it be that this place is—" Suddenly, a series of lights flickered to life in the distance, illuminating a vast, indistinct outline. It was a colossal football field. Lu Dongdong lowered his gaze to the lush green grass beneath his feet. He stood in the verdant confines of the sports field, a place he had visited the previous day. Chapter 7. Tenfold Training Intensity. Wasn't I just lying on a hospital bed? I should have been fast asleep. Why have I suddenly found myself here? Lu Dongdong inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. "This is your dreamscape. It is only in slumber that you can arrive here." "So that's how it is," Lu Dongdong realized with sudden clarity. "Very well, let us dispense with idle chatter and return to the matter at hand. Do you recall the footage I showed you yesterday?" Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment before gently nodding his head. Chapter 15. Let us commence. "So, shall we begin our lesson for today? What shall I learn?" How to become an exceptional world-class defender. A figure emerged step by step from the shadowed edges of the court. Tall and imposing, he donned a sharply tailored suit, complete with a tie, and his black leather shoes gleamed with polish. He epitomized the appearance of a professional coach. However, his face remained shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern his features. "It is you. Who are you? How should I address you?" Lu Dongdong gazed intently, perhaps sensing the powerful aura of a seasoned coach emanating from him, which made him feel somewhat apprehensive. "You may call me Coach G. Of course, this is merely a title, devoid of any significance or importance. The only matter of consequence is whether you are prepared to embark on this journey with me." Coach G lifted his head. Although his features were indistinguishable, Lu Dongdong distinctly felt two intense beams of light piercing through the darkness, directed at his face. "I am ready." Lu Dongdong took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. "I once believed this was merely a dream, yet it turns out to be real. Very well. Let us begin in earnest. With Coach G's guidance, I shall strive to become a world-class top defender. Come here." Coach G beckoned. Lu Dongdong immediately rushed forward. After watching yesterday's video footage, one ponders what it takes to become an exceptional defender. Beyond awareness, physicality, and speed, what else is required? It is the relentless pursuit, the unwavering drive to run, to keep a vigilant eye on your opponent at all times. Indeed, your assertion lacks precision. It is more apt to describe it as tireless running. Tireless running, Lu Dongdong reiterated, his gaze radiating fervent intensity. Yes, precisely that, tireless running, with unwavering focus on your teammates, never allowing your attention to wane. With the objective now clearly defined, it is evident what today's training entails. You must complete a 30-kilometer weighted run. Coach G waved his arm, illuminating a vast, dark arena with a continuous beam of light that highlighted the track encircling the field. "Shall we commence now?" Lu Dongdong hesitated, taken aback by this training approach, which he had never encountered before. "No, this exercise is straightforward. All it requires is for you to put one foot in front of the other and shed a bit of sweat. Moreover, on this verdant field, you will experience a training intensity tenfold greater than that of the outside world." "What does that mean?" Lu Dongdong inquired, his expression one of confusion. "It means that running 30 kilometers here is equivalent to running 300 kilometers outside. Each time you juggle the ball here counts as 10 times juggling outside. Do you understand?" "I understand." Lu Dongdong blinked in disbelief, elation swelling within him, and a smile broke forth, almost uncontrollable. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. While perhaps he could achieve becoming a professional player in China through sheer effort, reaching world-class status demanded more than mere diligence. Furthermore, he was already 17, past the prime age for player development, and his style of play had begun to take shape. Chapter 16. Your opponent. His style of play had gradually solidified. Not something that could be fundamentally altered with just a few training sessions. Now, with the prospect of this tenfold intensity in training, everything becomes possible. Enough with the distractions. Let me teach you something else. Coach G seemed to perceive all of Lu Dongdong's inner thoughts. "What is it?" Lu Dongdong replied with a shy smile, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Defense." Coach G responded with a mysterious smile, gesturing as a figure emerged from the sidelines where substitutes awaited their turn. Clad in a yellow jersey and green shorts, with yellow hair and brown skin, he took a few powerful steps in place to limber up. After receiving a nod from Coach G, he jogged onto the field, approaching Lu Dongdong. "He is your opponent today. You need not concern yourself with his name or anything about him. All you must understand is that your objective is to intercept the ball at his feet. Do not allow him to breach your defense." In a single moment, beneath the enigmatic fan's feet, a black and white leather football materialized. With a gentle flick of his foot, the ball adhered to his shoe, and with a subtle shake of his calf, it soared into the air. He effortlessly began to juggle it, displaying an air of ease, regardless of his movements, whether he employed his shoulders or head. The football remained akin to a toy under his command, perpetually within his sphere of influence. Such a simple yet masterful display demonstrated his extraordinary touch and finesse. Lu Dongdong was taken aback, instantly recognizing that the enigmatic player before him possessed formidable skills. Penalty kicks are a fundamental aspect of every footballer's training, and typically, one can showcase a degree of proficiency. However, the mysterious player had an effortless flair, executing a variety of techniques that Lu Dongdong humbly acknowledged he could not replicate. Furthermore, such finesse is not something that an ordinary footballer could easily achieve. Rest assured, today's objective is not for you to match his technical prowess, but rather to prevent him from breaching your defense, Coach G remarked, seemingly perceptive of Lu's inner uncertainties. The simplest form of defense? What does that entail? Lu Dongdong blurted out. Close marking, and seize the opportunity to intercept the ball at his feet, Coach G instructed. Close marking. Let us begin. And do not squander anyone's time, he concluded. The scene shifted. Lu Dongdong stood at the center of the field alongside the enigmatic player. The mysterious athlete flashed a cheerful smile at Lu Dongdong, deftly controlling a corner kick with his foot, with a few elegant touches using the inside of his foot. He swiftly approached Lu Dongdong. Prepare yourself. Remember, if you fail to accomplish your task, you shall face my retribution. Let us begin. Coach G blew the whistle. The mysterious player immediately dribbled the ball, turning his back to Lu Dongdong, drawing closer. Yes, this is the essence of defense. Close quarters confrontation. The mysterious player's body pressed against Lu Dongdong's. Lu Dongdong's expression turned peculiar as he realized that the player before him was entirely a virtual manifestation. Yet, the body pressed against him felt as real as that of an actual athlete, engaged in a confrontation. It was utterly astonishing. The enigmatic player continued to nudge against Lu Dongdong's body with his back. Chapter 17, Shame Part 1, with the football beneath his feet. Lu Dongdong moved it back and forth, appearing somewhat reserved, his arms crossed and resting against the mysterious player's back. As this was his first encounter with such an unusual training regimen, he found it challenging to loosen up. Focus intently, casting aside all trivial thoughts that clutter your mind. This is the football field, and you are partaking in an intensely rigorous training session. Channel your utmost concentration and employ every technique you have learned, all while adhering to the rules of the game, to intercept the ball from your opponent. Remember, the training techniques I provide are merely supplementary tools. Becoming a superstar and fulfilling your dreams relies solely on your own diligence. In every match and each training session, the more exceptional your performance, the higher your ratings will be, leading to greater experience accumulation. If you approach this with a nonchalant attitude, merely coasting along or seeking shortcuts to success, I advise you to relinquish your football aspirations and embrace a life of mediocrity. The better my demeanor, the more experience I will gain. Does this imply that my various skill metrics will significantly improve? Lu Dongdong inquired, gazing intently at the mysterious player's form. Indeed. As long as you exert yourself and perform exceptionally well, the experience you gain will multiply exponentially. However, should your performance falter, while your experience points may not diminish, your overall condition will gradually decline. Even if you shine in the next match, the experience gain will be considerably reduced. So how can I maximize my experience points? It is quite simple. Give it your all, even if it means exhausting every last drop of sweat from your body. Give it my all. Lu Dongdong repeated internally, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Do not lose your focus any longer. Commence your efforts now. Yes, Lu Dongdong exclaimed loudly, drawing everyone's attention to the enigmatic player. He relentlessly engaged in physical confrontation with the mysterious figure, utilizing his physical advantage to gradually constrict the space in which the player could protect the ball. Perhaps influenced by Lu Dongdong's fervor, the ball at the feet of the enigmatic player suddenly went awry, rolling several times outward unpredictably. Upon witnessing this, Lu Dongdong's heart surged with joy. This is the moment. He braced himself against the pressure exerted by the enigmatic player, and as the weight bore down upon him, he swiftly pivoted to the side. Seizing the opportunity while the mysterious player was caught off guard, he executed a swift turnaround and emerged from the right flank. Stretching out a foot, he aimed directly at the black and white soccer ball resting beneath the enigmatic player's feet. At that moment, the spherical ball lay quietly on the ground, poised to be effortlessly nudged away with a mere flick of Lu Dongdong's foot. Lu Dongdong's heart soared with uncontainable joy. Could it be that the first interception would come so effortlessly? However, just as he prepared to execute his predetermined plan by kicking the football away, the black and white sphere before his eyes abruptly vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the enigmatic player standing beside him seemed to glide gracefully into a waltz, effortlessly swirling past him. Lu Dongdong was momentarily stunned, suddenly comprehending the situation he found himself in. It was the Marseille turn. The enigmatic player had executed the Marseille turn. Chapter 18, Humiliation, Part 2. The mysterious athlete had effortlessly evaded him with a move that was not only visually captivating, but also technically sophisticated, leaving all the defenders who were left behind feeling profoundly embarrassed. He had never imagined that such a day would come, nor had he expected to confront a player who would employ the exquisite artistry of the Marseille turn against him. In disbelief, he swiftly turned his head. The enigmatic star, dribbling the ball with remarkable speed, surged away like a gust of wind, as if mocking him mercilessly. Do you realize? In a genuine football match, due to your reckless misstep just now, the goal behind you, along with your goalkeeper and teammates, would be completely exposed to the scrutiny of your opponents. That blunder was catastrophic, something no coach could ever tolerate. Coach G's voice was icy and gravely serious. Lu Dongdong lowered his head in shame, offering no rebuttal. Again, Coach G's voice was devoid of any emotion. Lu Dongdong found himself once again closely entwined with the enigmatic player clad in yellow attire. It is imperative to remember that. As a defender, his duty is to safeguard his goal. Without absolute certainty, one must never hastily commit to a challenge that could jeopardize one's position. Should one fail to grasp this fundamental principle, the aspiration of becoming a competent defender will forever remain unattainable. I shall bear this in mind. Lu Dongdong cast a glance at Coach G and nodded emphatically. The confrontation resumed. The mysterious player pressed his shoulder firmly against Lu Dongdong's chest, his foot deftly cradling the ball, completely disregarding Lu Dongdong behind him, exuding an air of effortless control. Lu Dongdong persistently pressed against the enigmatic player, attempting to leverage his towering physique to push him aside. Yet, with every move he made, the mysterious player anticipated his intentions with remarkable precision. The ball slipped from one foot to the other, leaving Lu Dongdong repeatedly out of reach. How infuriating. He is indeed formidable. Why is it that he can decipher my motives each time, as if he possesses an eye at the back of his head? Lu Dongdong felt a blend of anxiety and helplessness. Despite his tall stature, physical strength was not his forte. The enigmatic player before him skillfully maneuvered with agile movements and adept footwork, almost leading him by the nose. Foolishness. As a defender, is it merely sufficient to obstruct your opponent? One must learn to leverage one's physical advantages, perpetually pressuring the adversary, inducing anxiety, anger, and a sense of urgency. Coach G's words echoed in his ears, as Lu Dongdong stood there, bewildered and lost. Raise your arms, forcefully press against his back, and use your knees to apply pressure on his joints. Exert all your strength to create a continuous sense of pressure. Observe his dribbling patterns, avoid squandering your energy blindly, and be quick in judgment with keen eyesight. Seize the opportunity to strike decisively. As a defender, it is imperative to instill a palpable sense of your presence in your opponent, not merely standing there like a wooden post. One must resemble an octopus with outstretched limbs, clinging tightly to him, relentlessly applying pressure. Your objective is clear: to delay your opponent's offensive momentum. If possible, intercept the ball at his feet. Coach G's words were pearls of wisdom. In Chapter 19, All Eyes on the Stage, a flash of insight struck Lu Dongdong. Akin to a key unlocking a previously untouched door, he heeded Coach G's advice, firmly pressing his arms against the mysterious player's back and thrusting his knees into the opponent's joints, persistently causing disturbances. In an instant, the once nonchalant player began to falter, his body swaying unsteadily, and the black and white soccer ball was no longer obedient. He focused on the player's dribbling patterns, waiting for the opportune moment. Remember, your task is not to simply snatch the ball, but to slow down your opponent's offensive tempo, buying precious time for your teammates in defense. Do not be deceived by any feints. Upon realizing that his actions were yielding noticeable effects, Lu Dongdong felt a surge of confidence and impulsively aimed to seize the ball from the mysterious player once again. At that moment, Coach G's voice jolted him back to clarity, and he instinctively retracted his leg. A premonition washed over him. Despite the enigmatic player's apparent struggle, his simple maneuvers would not yield such severe consequences. The truth was evident. The player was merely acting, deliberately tempting Lu Dongdong to strike, only to exploit the opportunity. Indeed, as Lu Dongdong exerted further efforts, each time the mysterious player appeared to lose control of the ball, it was inexplicably drawn back within his reach. It was truly a performance. Lu Dongdong does not falter in adversity, although it was the reminder from Coach G that prevented him from repeating past mistakes. This experience undeniably signifies a notable advancement for him. As a defender, it is imperative to maintain a state of clear-headed composure at all times. Intercepting the ball is not your ultimate goal. Rather, the true objective lies in impeding the opponent's attacking tempo. Your duty is to steadfastly safeguard the goal that lies behind you. Lu Dongdong seemed to be reiterating a phrase in his mind, his expression growing increasingly animated. Suddenly, he felt his arm grow light. As he leaned forward, he lost control and tilted ahead. The enigmatic player, who had been standing closely before him, lifted his foot and gently nudged the ball backward. It rolled a few times before slipping through the gap between Lu Dongdong's legs. In that fleeting moment, the player sprang into action, executing a swift turnaround and deftly darting past Lu Dongdong's body. The slowly rolling ball fortuitously intersected with the momentum of his rapid strides, and in an instant, he surged forward with the ball, racing far into the distance. Whether as a defender or a player, maintaining unwavering focus on the field is imperative. A mere moment of distraction could lead to irreparable consequences. Coach G's tone was grave, tinged with admonition. Lu Dongdong lowered his head in shame. It was all due to his earlier excitement, which allowed the mysterious player to seize the opportunity and free himself from Lu's control. He lifted his head and steeled his resolve. I will say this only once. A football match lasts for 90 minutes and until the final whistle blows. Even if your repeated blunders have caused the team to concede 4, 5, or 6 goals, you must maintain unwavering focus at all times. Chapter 20. Everything begins today. This is the arena where professional players showcase their talents. Standing on the pitch, you are there to give your all, to exhaust every last drop of sweat for your team. Leave behind all feelings of guilt and remorse off the field, and present your finest form to your teammates, your coach, and your supporters. Lu Dongdong, with a dazed expression, lifted his head to gaze at Coach G, whose mouth was tightly shut and whose tone grew increasingly severe. At that moment, he felt as though the years he had devoted to practicing football amounted to nothing more than a futile game. The confrontation resumed. On the expansive field, a brilliant beam of light illuminated both Lu Dongdong and the enigmatic player beside him. Their bodies were closely entwined in a fierce struggle, while the black and white football, akin to a mischievous sprite, danced playfully across the verdant grass. Standing at the sideline, Coach G was almost engulfed in shadow, fervently waving his arms and shouting with an open mouth. At this instant, the only sound was the steady drip of sweat. A young man, fervently pursuing his dreams, was relentlessly striving toward the pinnacle he so ardently desired. Dad, I'm leaving. Xiaodong, do you really not want me to see you off in person? Dad, it's fine. Rest assured, I will put forth my utmost effort. No matter what, I will pass the Team S assessments and successfully become a player for Ulsan Youth. With a wave of his hand and a radiant smile, Lu Dongdong exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. He raised his head, squinting at the dazzling sun above, clenched his fist, and triumphantly lifted his arm. Let us go. A coach bus pulled up at the station. Lu Dongdong exited the rear door of the vehicle, with the entrance of the club directly across the street. He cast a few quiet glances before swiftly making his way over. The clock struck 10. Beneath the blazing sun, on a lush green field, a group of men donned in yellow and green vests were gathered together, divided into 2 teams. A black and white soccer ball danced between their feet. Each individual was drenched in sweat, laughter occasionally erupting from the assembly. Coach Chui arrived, and everyone fell into formation. A clear whistle pierced the air as the assistant coach, clad in black athletic wear, waved his hand and approached. The spirited players immediately ceased their activities, standing quietly in a line, heads held high and gazes unwavering. The silver-haired Coach Chui, accompanied by Chui Xianbin holding player dossiers, approached the group. All the players promptly bowed their heads in respect, greeting them with deference. South Korea is a nation that places immense emphasis on etiquette, necessitating the demonstration of sufficient respect towards elders and superiors. Coach Chui Shizhao maintained a stoic expression, gently nodding, while Chui Xianbin, standing behind him, smiled and greeted each player with a nod. Coach Chui, these players have joined our team during your absence. Here's their list and detailed information. Chui Xianbin presented a clipboard to Coach Chui Shizhao. Chui Shizhao's eyes swept across the faces of the players as he slowly extended his arm to accept the clipboard. Li Xianyong, Jin Jinwan, Lu Dongdong, step forward. He called out loudly. The players named immediately stepped out from the line. Chapter 21. An Ordinary Training Match, Part 1. Chui Xianbin loudly recited each player's basic information while Chui Shizhao, head bowed, flipped through the pages of the clipboard. Each time he turned a page, he lifted his gaze to glance at a player. Lu Dongdong. Chui Shizhao set down the final page, looked up at Lu Dongdong, and said with profound significance, "You are Lu Dongdong, of Korean-Chinese descent?" Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback, nodding slightly while uttering a sound of acknowledgement. The information indicated that he played as a defender and his height should now exceed 188 meters. Indeed, Coach Chui. The document you hold is my previous profile. My current height is 191 meters. Ah, splendid. Coach Chui Shizhao remarked thoughtfully before addressing everyone. Let us resume training. This afternoon, we shall engage in a simulated match between Group A and Group B. This contest is merely to provide me with a foundational understanding of your capabilities. Yet I hope each of you will exert yourselves fully and present your finest performance. With that, he turned and departed. Chui Xinbin offered a radiant smile to all, gently waving farewell. Once Coach Chui Shizhao's figure had completely vanished, the players, who had been standing rigidly, finally relaxed and animatedly began discussing the afternoon's competitive divisions. Although Coach Chui's tone had been remarkably calm, suggesting that this was merely a routine practice, all players understood that from the moment they entered the club, they were not only teammates, but also fierce competitors. On the football field, there are always only 11 starters. Each individual must strive wholeheartedly for that coveted position, giving their utmost effort. Many regarded the reticent Lu Dongdong with a tinge of envy, perplexed as to why someone of unremarkable appearance, albeit notably tall, could capture Coach Chui Shizhao's attention. In the team, if one wishes to stand out, the most effective means is undoubtedly to attract the head coach's notice, both on and off the field. Amidst the envy and jealousy of others, Lu Dongdong harbored a subtle sense of apprehension. Throughout his life, he had occupied a rather marginal position within the team and was acutely aware of the sentiments of the coach and his teammates towards him. He could not fathom why Coach Chui Shizhao had singled out his name, nor could he shake off the feeling that there was a hint of discontent in the coach's gaze. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under the scorching sun, the football match commenced as scheduled. What was intended to be a commonplace scrimmage transformed into a fiercely competitive event, ignited by a single remark from Coach Chui Shizhao, compelling all players to summon every ounce of their focus and determination. Lu Dongdong took to the field for the B team, assuming the familiar role of a defender, partnered with a boy who towered over him by half a head, as they formed the backbone of their defense. Their adversaries, the A team, comprised key players from the previous season's youth squad. However, due to the absence of several principal players, some substitutes filled in. It could be asserted that, in terms of combat effectiveness and synergy, a comparison between the A team and the B team was utterly futile, with the outcome of the match nearly devoid of suspense. There was no need to overly concern oneself with the score. Coach Chui was not focused on the final result of your performance. Chapter 22, An Ordinary Training Match, Part 2. Coach Chui was not interested in the match's outcome. Rather, he aimed to comprehend the capabilities and characteristics of each player. Each of you should simply strive to unleash your full potential. Furthermore, to the players of the A team, I caution you not to underestimate your opponents. You are the primary and substitute players from last season's youth football team, and if you were to lose today's match, the consequences would be all too clear to you. Chui Xinbin stood at the edge of the field, hands cupped around his mouth, vociferously calling out to all the players on the pitch. Upon hearing his words, a boisterous group of team players on the right half of the field fell silent, their faces transforming into a mask of seriousness. In contrast, the members of the B team on the left half, previously dispirited, lifted their heads, their eyes radiating with fervent determination. Indeed, the outcome of this match was entirely predictable. However, as long as they could shine individually or breach the A team's goal, they would undoubtedly leave a profound impression on the coaching staff and Coach Chui Shizhao. Just a single goal might alter the trajectory of their futures within the team. Strictly speaking, the psychological pressure faced by the B team members was likely far less intense than that experienced by the A team. Let the game begin. Chui Xinbin glanced at his watch, raised his arm, and signaled for the players on both sides of the pitch to take their positions. The warmed-up players promptly assumed their places, and with a sharp whistle from a referee among the coaches, the match officially commenced. Give it your all and showcase your best selves. Coach Chui is currently observing your performance from upstairs, Chui Xinbin shouted, hands cupped around his mouth. All players, in their swift strides, instinctively glanced toward the coaching building not far away. In a room on the 3rd floor, Coach Chui Shizhao, his hair streaked with gray, stood at the window, intently watching the proceedings on the field. A forward from the A team received a pass from a teammate and, confronted by an approaching defender, chose not to immediately coordinate with his teammates to evade the challenge. Instead, leveraging his robust physique, he braced against the relentless pressure from the defender, leaning slightly to one side. Seizing the opportunity as the opponent lunged for a tackle, he executed a graceful turn and surged forward. His splendid display of skill elicited cheers from a group of substitute players at the edge of the field. Standing resolutely in the back line as a center back, Lu Dongdong silently marveled at the brilliance of the play. The maneuvers executed by this companion mirrored those employed by the enigmatic player on the verdant pitch during their last encounter, characterized by a seamless and decisive finesse. In a fleeting moment, he showcased not only his formidable physical prowess in confrontations, but also his remarkable ball sense and agile evasion skills, undoubtedly capable of securing an impressive score. However, amidst his inner admiration, Cui Xianbing, standing quietly at the sidelines and observing the unfolding events, could only muster a cold smirk within. Indeed, the player who had just executed the turn displayed exceptional ability, nevertheless, apart from a select few. All players in the youth club possessed extraordinary talents. The notion that a solitary individual could breach Team A's defensive line was nothing short of a fanciful dream. As anticipated, the forward, having evaded his previous marker, beheld an unobstructed path ahead and, without hesitation, surged forward with the ball, akin to a sharp sword piercing into the heart of Team A's territory. Chapter 23, An Ordinary Training Match, Part 2, The Defensive Midfielder, responsible for the final line of defense, charged forth with the ferocity of an enraged tiger, intercepting the ball before the advancing forward could attempt a delicate lift over him, bringing both player and ball crashing to the ground. The forward fell heavily onto the grass, emitting a pained exclamation while the ball rolled away, landing at the feet of a Team A player. The referee quickly approached, waving his arms in a crisscross motion, signaling to the players that the previous attack had not resulted in a foul. The fallen forward expressed his vehement dissatisfaction to the referee, yet his protests went unheeded. The midfielder who had executed the tackle approached him directly, wearing a scornful expression and delivering a few derisive remarks. Cui Xianbing observed the scene with quiet contemplation. Reflecting on the forward's youthfulness, he had yet to experience hardship and did not grasp the meaning of the phrase "there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond people." Li Dadong, forget about him, and focus on the attack, he urged. The captain of Team A, adorned with a yellow armband, waved his arms and shouted loudly towards the midfield. Li Dadong offered an embarrassed smile, following his teammates in the back line and advancing rapidly towards Team B's half. At that moment, most of Team B's players remained stationed in their own half, dismissing Team A's full-scale assault as a non-threat, convinced that there would be no opportunity for their opponents to succeed. Unexpectedly, as a midfield player from Team A dribbled forward with remarkable speed, he suddenly struck the ball with great force, sending it soaring towards the left sideline. The kick was powerful and swift. All of Team B's players turned to watch, certain that the ball would inevitably sail out of bounds. However, to their astonishment, just as the ball landed and began to bounce high, a flash of green surged into their line of sight. With rapid footwork reminiscent of cycling, the player deftly flicked the ball back just before it could roll out of play. At that juncture, nearly all of Team B's players were positioned in the midfield and back line, leaving the flanks unguarded. Upon regaining possession, this player swiftly cut across the field, merging seamlessly with the ball, and darted towards the penalty area with the speed of the wind. "Quick, fall back," Niu Dongdong shouted, as his defensive partner immediately pivoted to sprint towards the penalty box. The other players of Team B quickly responded, rushing back in a coordinated retreat. Jin Shana, the center-back partnered with Lu Dongdong, was the first to confront the attacking player. He threw himself to the ground in a desperate slide tackle, intent on dislodging the ball from his opponent's feet. His movement was both fierce and decisive, and he spread his arms wide, utilizing his height to obstruct the attacking player, thereby gaining precious time for his teammates to recover. Yet, aspirations often remain beautiful, while reality can be harsh. His determined strike was thwarted as the attacking player executed a sudden stop, allowing the ball to glide past him. As he lifted his head in disbelief, the attacking player deftly maneuvered the ball around his body, advancing into the small penalty area with rapid strides. It turned out that all of his intentions had been anticipated by the opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, the attacking player raised his right foot high and unleashed a powerful shot. Chapter 24. Sprint, Sprint. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a blue figure rushing towards him. Just before the ball could escape his possession, the player collapsed to the ground, executing a sliding tackle that came hurtling forward. The ball, propelled like a cannonball, struck her shin with a resounding impact, rebounding in a swift arc towards the midfield. The entire crowd erupted in cheers at the defender's spectacular interception. Standing at the edge of the field, Choi Hyunbin's eyes sparkled with determination as he suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and kick the ball out of bounds." His commanding voice jolted the B-team players, who had just begun to relax, back into the stark reality of the game. A few players quickly regained their focus and dashed toward the direction of the ball. However, after only a few strides, they were confronted by a swift green figure barreling towards them. Before they could cover the distance to the ball, this figure had already reached it, unhesitatingly lifting a foot to strike the ball with precision. The ball surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, slicing past the players and causing them to instinctively glance back. They witnessed the B team's goalkeeper leap high, stretching his arms to their fullest extent, yet still failing to intercept the ball as it soared into the far corner of the net. Goal. The A team players erupted in jubilation, rushing towards the hero of the moment, overwhelming her with cheers and celebration as they brought her down to the ground. In stark contrast, the B team players were left dejected, their spirits plummeting to an all-time low. "Don't dwell on it. You played exceptionally well," said Zhao Yaoding, the captain of the B team, as he approached Lu Dongdong and offered his hand to help her up. The scorer of the goal was Zhao Donghai, a key player from last season, known for his exceptional midfield prowess and remarkable ability to read the game, coupled with an impressive long pass technique and a powerful long-range shot. With a thoughtful expression, he pointed to the speedy winger who had just been thwarted by Lu Dongdong, saying, "This is Jin Xia, another critical player from last season, renowned throughout the league for his speed on the flanks. Had it not been for injuries, he would have undoubtedly been a top contender for assists." After a brief pause, a smile broke on his face as he added, "So, the goal we conceded was not entirely unjust. You performed admirably. Let us keep pushing forward together." He gently patted Lu Dongdong's shoulder and jogged back towards the front line. Lu Dongdong turned his head, casting a glance at the dejected goalkeeper, then shifted his gaze to the jubilant players of Team A ahead. He silently vowed to himself that he would not allow them to score again. The match resumed. "Pay attention to teamwork. Football is a sport of 11, not a solitary endeavor," shouted Cui Huanbin from the sidelines, his hands cupped around his mouth. The recent goal conceded by Team B was not solely due to Team A's fierce attack. A considerable part of the blame lay with the selfishness of the forward carrying the ball. Had he opted to pass at the first opportunity, not only could he have initiated a potentially goal-scoring attack, but he could also have ensured that his team did not concede. Upon hearing Cui Huanbin's words, all the players on the field tempered their fervent spirits, embarking on a fresh tactical confrontation. "Catch it," shouted a midfielder from Team B, glancing ahead, his body leaning forward as he lifted his right leg high and executed a powerful kick, sending the ball that lay quietly on the grass soaring into the air. The ball spun rapidly, akin to an intercontinental cruise missile with a keen eye, slicing through the midfield, soaring over the heads of teammates and opponents alike, and landing directly at the feet of a swiftly sprinting teammate in the upper left corner of the field. Aside from the direction, it was almost identical to the manner in which Team B had previously scored. This precise pass tore through the entire defensive line of Team A, causing chaos among the players. Defenders scrambled desperately to retreat, while midfielders advanced with urgency, closely marking their assigned opponents. The players stationed on the flanks surged forward at the first opportunity, their faces fierce as they collided with the ball carrier, attempting to leverage their height and long legs to nudge the ball out of bounds. The player in possession of the ball, despite their diminutive stature, exhibited remarkable agility and a rapid footwork rhythm, resolutely enduring the physical pressure exerted by the defender. With determination, they maneuvered towards the baseline, darting near the penalty area. Observing their inability to disrupt the play, the defender finally steeled themselves and, without hesitation, collapsed onto the ground, extending their legs to bring both the ball and the dribbler down. As this was merely a routine internal practice match, the defender evidently tempered their strength, allowing the ball carrier to unceremoniously plop onto the ground. The coach officiating the match swiftly approached, decisively issuing a yellow card to the defender. The defender, taking the initiative, helped the attacking player to their feet, offering a few courteous words of apology before leisurely returning to the penalty area. Being teammates, and given that the defender's actions were not excessively reckless, but rather a tactical foul, there were no complaints or protests. Under the referee's direction, a highly threatening set piece was executed by a member of Team B, sending the ball spinning with velocity towards Team A's penalty area. Inside the box, players jostled and weaved among one another, each one craning their necks, transfixed by the descending ball, as it gradually approached the ground. A wave of unease rippled through the area, leading to a collision between two defenders from Team A, who misjudged the situation. The goalkeeper of Team A, who had been closely monitoring the trajectory of the ball, made a decisive advance, arms poised to clear the ball from danger. However, due to the obstruction caused by a fallen teammate, he was unexpectedly tripped. Just before hitting the ground, the seasoned goalkeeper, maintaining composure, extended his arm, striving with all his might to propel the ball away. Yet, as the arm stretched forth with great effort, it became evident that the distance to the slowly descending ball was still a fraction too far, leaving one to helplessly watch it plummet before their outstretched hands. In the next moment, the towering goalkeeper crashed into the chaotic throng, sending the already jumbled mass of players tumbling. The coveted ball, fiercely contended, fell unabashedly to the ground. Bouncing off the grass, a player from Team B, clad in a blue vest, was the first to spring up from the ground. Chapter 26, Striking Similarities, Part 2. A player from Team B, adorned in a blue vest, promptly rose and shook off the grasp of an opposing Team A player, collapsing to the ground in an attempt to strike. His toes made contact with the ball, sending it rolling through the sole narrow opening amidst the tumultuous crowd. Steadily inching toward the goal line, the players of both Team A and Team B, entangled like a precariously stacked tower, could only watch in wide-eyed anticipation. The Team B player, face alight with exhilaration, clenched his fists, ready to erupt in joyous celebration. In stark contrast, the players of Team A appeared grave, their eyes fixed intently, silently imploring that the ball might miraculously halt just as it neared the goal. However, it seemed the fates did not heed their silent cries. The ball, albeit slowing, continued its relentless roll toward the goal line, eventually crossing it with languid ease. At that moment, a foot clad in green shoes suddenly emerged into view, a fleeting flash as a tall, robust figure collided with the net. Yet, in a display of remarkable professionalism, he managed to kick the ball out just before it fully crossed the line. It was on Ki-hyun, the defensive linchpin of the youth team. On the sidelines, several substitute players cheered and raised their fists in exhilaration, thrilled by the spectacular save. Standing nearby, Choi Hyunbin nodded in quiet approval. As an observer, he had witnessed the entire unfolding drama. On Ki-hyun, the core defender for Team A, had inadvertently collided with a teammate while attempting to mark an opposing player. Had a goal been scored as a result, the error would have been entirely his. Yet, as a seasoned defender endowed with resilience and determination, he refused to concede defeat, managing to rectify his mistake by kicking the ball away just before it crossed the line. What defines a core defender? What constitutes a defensive leader? This is it. The jubilant cheers of the substitute players abruptly ceased as they realized that the ball, after on Ki-hyun's clearance, had tragically landed at the feet of a forward from Team A. This scene mirrored eerily the earlier goal scored by Team A. Surely, the heavens would not play such a cruel trick twice in succession? Everyone, including Choi Hyunbin, felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. At that moment, chaos reigned within the penalty area, with most players, including Team A's goalkeeper, sprawled on the ground. And Chishwan, the leader at the back, found himself collapsed against the goal net, having just managed to prop himself up with his hands. Any player not trained as a professional basketball player could effortlessly use their feet to send the ball into the net. Meanwhile, the entire defensive line of Team A, aside from watching helplessly with their eyes wide open, had no means to intervene. Was a goal to be scored so effortlessly? It seemed like an unbelievable stroke of luck. Choi Hyunbin let out a faint sigh, his eyes suddenly brightening as he noticed a figure rapidly charging in from behind. Just as a B team offensive player lifted his foot to prepare for a shot, a swift sliding tackle was executed in advance. It was Chae Zai, the midfield mainstay of Team A and the absolute core of the youth team. The timing and angle of his tackle were impeccably precise, completely obstructing the path of the offensive player's shot. Should the opponent force a shot, the ball would inevitably strike him. Seizing this opportunity, all defensive players of Team A would spring into action at once. After all, they were seasoned professionals who had battled in the K2 League for years and were the steadfast mainstays of the youth team. They would never allow anyone a second chance so easily. All players on Team B felt their hearts race, particularly Lu Dongdong, who stood resolutely in the rearguard, clearly witnessed everything that had just transpired. In the midst of the turmoil in Team A's penalty area, as players tumbled over one another and the ball fortuitously rolled to his teammate's feet, Chae Zai, as the midfield core, sprang into action while his teammate was still momentarily dazed, swiftly retreating to defend. His speed was remarkable. Lu Dongdong had barely opened his mouth to shout a warning when Chae Zai had already darted behind his teammate, decisively sliding to the ground. The tackle left no room for adjustment. Chae Zai's slide was fierce, but as he reached halfway through, he instinctively retracted his foot, ensuring he could disrupt the ball while preparing himself for the impact. After all, this was merely an internal practice match, and he did not wish to inadvertently injure a teammate. Yet, in the next moment, to his, Lu Dongdong's, and the astonishment of everyone present, the offensive player, who had raised his foot high, suddenly lowered it at the instant Che Zai came sliding in, gently nudging the ball backward with his toes. He effortlessly evaded Che Zai's determined tackle. How could this be possible? The offensive player had anticipated Che Zai's movement and executed a brilliantly simple feint, deceiving both Che Zai and everyone else. It was hard to believe that this was a player who had just joined the youth team. Such a remarkably composed mind is truly astounding. It is essential to recognize that his opponent is none other than the best midfielder of the K2 League, Che Zai. The spectators were left in a state of utter disbelief, their minds blank with astonishment. With a graceful feint, the attacking player deftly nudged the ball without making excessive adjustments, utilizing the back of his foot to flick it. The ball arced beautifully, reminiscent of a willow leaf being swept swiftly by the wind, and sailed into the net. And Qi Xian, the core defender, scrambled to his feet, straining his neck in an attempt to intercept, yet his speed always lagged a fraction behind. Eyes wide open, they watched as the ball glided past them, lifting the net that had fallen to the ground into the air. A goal was scored. Team B had netted one, equalizing the score. The stadium fell into a hush, silence enveloping the crowd. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Lu Dongdong raised his arms triumphantly and let out a fierce roar. In an instant, all the players of Team B surged towards Team A's half, ecstatically embracing the scorer. Shoulder to shoulder, they jubilantly cheered towards the audience. In that moment, the exhilaration and excitement surged to a zenith. On the field, nothing brings greater joy than scoring a goal. In stark contrast, Team A's players were dejected. Che Zai, the midfield linchpin, stood with hands on hips, casting a glance at the jubilant huddle of Team B players, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 28, Beautiful, Part 1. He turned around, clapping his hands vigorously to capture the attention of his teammates, loudly offering encouragement. He then sprinted to the small penalty area, exchanging hushed words with Qi Xian, who bore undeniable responsibility. Before long, his previously despondent teammates, inspired by his rallying spirit, had their determination rekindled, their faces glowing with renewed vigor. They interlaced their hands and erupted in a thunderous cheer for themselves before dispersing to their positions on the field. Observing today's match, one might find it surpassing all expectations. Standing at the edge of the pitch, Cui Huanbin stroked his thick beard, his gaze sparkling with excitement. 25 minutes into the first half. Run! A loud shout rang out, and Team A's two wide forwards immediately charged like sharp blades into the flanks of Team B's half. Perplexed, the midfield and defensive players quickly retreated, tightening their defensive formation. Under the commanding voice of their captain, who wore a yellow armband, all players surged forward to harass Che Zai, who was in possession of the ball. The two forwards of Team B, one tall and the other short, were both quick and agile. Yet, in the face of the ball-carrying Che Zai, they resembled two children vying for a lantern held by an adult. Each time they nearly reached it, but ultimately they could not touch it. Frustrated and embarrassed, their movements became increasingly exaggerated, determined to intercept the ball at all costs. Even if it meant committing a foul, the player, Che Zai, suddenly felt a sharp kick to his outer foot, sending the ball rolling away just in time to evade the defensive grasp of two players from Team B. The ball landed squarely at the feet of another player from Team A. The two forwards from Team B exchanged a glance, their silent understanding prompting them to abandon their pursuit of Che Zai and charge forward. Having taken just a couple of strides, the player in possession swiftly angled the ball, sending it rolling across the lush green grass, perfectly landing at the feet of the sprinting Che Zai. In that instant, he had surged forward, breaking through the narrow space between two central defenders. Alongside his teammates on the wings, they formed a formidable trident, piercing through the heart of Team B's half. Che Zai's sudden involvement instilled a sense of urgency among the midfielders of Team B. The two defensive midfielders instinctively moved forward, attempting to pressure and disrupt Che Zai's rhythm, but a teammate from Team A was constantly darting back and forth beside him. Any rash attempt to advance could potentially expose them to a critical vulnerability. Thus, as the core midfielder of a youthful team, Che Zai effortlessly dribbled the ball towards the central area of Team B's half, growing ever closer to the penalty box. Should he choose the flank or go directly through the center? Forward Jin Xiaowen's ability to seize opportunities was not particularly remarkable. Thus, relying on a cross from the wing seemed unlikely to yield results. It would be wiser to opt for a direct approach down the side. Cui Huanbin, standing at the edge of the field with arms crossed, fixated intently on the unfolding action. In the next moment, as Che Zai maneuvered the ball, he lifted his gaze to assess the positions of his opponents. His attention momentarily darted to the left flank, where a teammate was fervently sprinting, and without hesitation, he raised his foot. Was it the flank? A miscalculation. Chui Huanbin paused, his brow slightly furrowed, struggling to comprehend Che Zai's strategy. Simultaneously, all players from Team B immediately compressed towards the left side, with the designated fullback rushing forward to block the advancing player on the wing, effectively severing the passing route. Should Che Zai attempt a lofty kick, the player on the flank could undoubtedly seize the ball, yet he would instantly find himself ensnared in an offside trap. The fullback, glancing up with a sense of triumph, exchanged knowing looks with Lu Dongdong and another central defender, who were aligned in a parallel line of defense. As Che Zai prepared to strike, the two forwards leaped high, hoping to use their bodies to intercept the ball. In the next moment, suspended in midair, the two players watched in disbelief as they brushed past Che Zai, while the ball beneath him remained utterly still. It was a feint. A fleeting thought crossed the minds of two individuals. Before they could even utter a warning, the ball beneath the car suddenly traced a straight line, skimming the lush green grass at an astonishing speed, akin to a soaring arrow, piercing through the space between a teammate and a player from Team B. Under the bewildered gazes of onlookers, it landed precisely at the feet of the forward, Jin Xiaoan, who occupied the forefront. Though Jin Xiaoan stood at a modest height of 172 centimeters, he possessed remarkable agility, and his most notable trait was his incredible speed, particularly his explosive acceleration, which left even the fastest winger in the team lagging behind. This pass from the car took everyone by surprise. However, Jin Xiaoan appeared to have anticipated it. With his slender frame, he braced himself against the defender marking him. As the ball reached his feet, he deftly nudged it in the direction of its trajectory, then executed a rapid turn, darting past the defender with breathtaking speed. The ball, maintaining its pace, slipped through the defender's legs. At that moment, having already surged forward, all that lay before him was a vast expanse of verdant grass, the pristine white goal, and a solitary goalkeeper. A thrilling one-on-one opportunity was about to unfold. The forward, bearing the weight of the goal-scoring responsibility, confronted the seemingly feeble goalkeeper with the ferocity of a tiger facing a lamb, unperturbed and unwilling to relent. Let me showcase a splendid solo maneuver. Jin Xiaoan's lips curled into a confident smile, as if the ball had already found its way into the net. All the substitute players watching held their breath, eyes fixated on Jin Xiaoan, eagerly anticipating his moment of brilliance. Choi Hyunbin, arms crossed, gazed intently, his face betraying a mix of astonishment and admiration. He marveled at the impeccably deceptive pass from the midfield maestro, and at the seamless synergy between Jin Xiaoan and the passer, as well as his astute ball control. Such flawless coordination and exquisite dribbling, if it did not result in a goal, would indeed defy all reason. Yet, suddenly, a flicker of confusion crossed Choi Hyunbin's face, swiftly transforming into astonishment. Chapter 30, Beautiful, Part 2. For he witnessed the defender, who had been humiliated by the nutmeg, unexpectedly topple to the ground, losing all balance before pivoting and forcefully kicking the ball that had swiftly traversed his range of control. With a whoosh, it shot out, leaving a white arc as it crossed beyond the boundary line. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. This clean and decisive clearance had not committed a foul, merely signaling that it was a throw-in. Remarkable. I nearly believed that he had truly brought you over. The tall center back, with a swift stride, approached victoriously, his face radiant with a brilliant smile. He extended his arms and effortlessly lifted the fallen Lu Dongdong from the ground. Several players from Team B hastily joined, offering thumbs up in admiration for Lu Dongdong's remarkable performance. Lu Dongdong scratched the back of his head, smiling shyly and exchanging a few casual pleasantries. To be honest, Jin Xiaoyan's approach just now was exceptionally astute, especially considering the inexplicable sudden pass from Che Zai, which left almost no hint of anticipation. Lu Dongdong's ability to block this ball was entirely due to the instinctive reactions cultivated during his intense one-on-one confrontations with a mysterious player at the Green Camp Stadium. Having been skillfully evaded by the enigmatic athlete through myriad feints and swift turns, he had developed an almost instinctual habit. This enabled him to remain composed and swiftly fall to the ground, leveraging his height and long legs to deftly nudge the ball out of bounds. Indeed, Coach G's training has proven to be invaluable. Lu Dongdong wore a seemingly simple smile, yet within him surged a wave of excitement, his blood boiling with fervor. Jin Xiaoan, having lost a clear opportunity, walked past him with a dejected expression. Nevertheless, as a teammate, she raised her thumb in commendation, offering a few words of praise to Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong chuckled foolishly, at a loss for words of consolation, unable to utter the cliché. You were actually quite remarkable. The match resumed, with a player from Team B poised to execute a throw-in from the sidelines. Perhaps due to their recent offensive failure, Team A swiftly altered their strategy, opting for a man-to-man marking approach with intense pressure. The thrower coordinated with his teammates darting about the field, but finding no advantageous openings. He had no choice but to hurl the ball forcefully towards the midfield. In that vicinity stood the tall central defender, Li Xingli. Perhaps distracted or still adjusting to the rhythm of the game, Li Xingli stood idly as the ball rolled languidly towards him, showing no inclination to intercept. At that moment, a chorus of voices from the advancing Team A players surged forth as they broke through the swiftly retreating Team B defense with unparalleled speed. Seizing control of the ball and charging towards Li Xingli and the goal behind him, it was the swift winger. His pace was astonishingly rapid. Just as Lu Dongdong had taken a few steps back to reposition, the winger was already upon him. With a deft feint to the left, he easily threw off the balance of the tall but clumsy Li Xingli, who fell to the ground as the winger sprinted past him like a bullet, accompanied by a whirlwind, straight into the penalty area. Chapter 31. Another goal. The winger raced towards the small box, aiming for the goal. His speed was blinding. The goalkeeper, sensing the imminent threat as the winger entered the penalty area, prepared to charge out for an interception. Yet, just as he gathered his resolve, hesitating for a mere second, the winger was already upon him. In that fleeting moment, any rash move would leave the goal wide open for the opposition. A flicker of panic crossed the goalkeeper's face. After all, he was merely a substitute player, unaccustomed to maintaining composure in the face of a one-on-one with such a formidable opponent, the fastest winger in the K-League. He instinctively raised his arms, swaying them in a bid to exert some psychological pressure. However, the seasoned winger remained unfazed, displaying no emotion as he confronted the flustered goalkeeper, decisively striking the ball with precision. The goalkeeper lunged to his left, extending his arm in a desperate attempt to save, but the ball rolled leisurely into the net from the right side. He misjudged the trajectory. Goal. The referee blew the whistle, declaring the goal valid. The swift winger raised his arms triumphantly, each finger pointed skyward, resembling a sovereign surveying his domain, having vanquished the goalkeeper and all defenders of Team B beneath his reign. In this moment, he epitomized supreme glory, unmatched by any adversary. The players of Team A erupted in jubilant celebration, rushing forward one after another. One player knelt before the illustrious winger, placing his foot upon his knee and lifting both hands in a gesture akin to polishing shoes, expressing profound admiration for the recent magnificent goal. In stark contrast to the exuberant cheers of Team A, the goalkeeper of Team B sat despondently on the ground, pounding the turf in frustration. Although the goal resulted from a miscommunication among teammates, as the last line of defense, the goalkeeper had failed to fulfill his duty, committing a grievous error. This was indeed a source of deep disappointment. The captain of Team B, donning a yellow armband, helped the distraught center-back, Li Xingli, to his feet, also encouraging the disheartened goalkeeper with hushed words of solace, before clapping his hands vigorously to rally their spirits anew. Lu Dongdong approached his partner Li Xingli and expressed a word of apology. He had exerted himself in the run, but the speed of the opposing team's swift players was simply overwhelming, leaving him feeling helpless from afar. Although the responsibility for the conceded goal was not entirely his, as a teammate and a member of the defensive line, he still felt the weight of accountability. Well, the event had transpired. There was no need to dwell on it. Let us strive together. We have just conceded one goal, but we can certainly equalize, and if we concede a second, we can surely recover from that as well. The captain of Team B gently patted Lu Dongdong on the shoulder, offering a few more words of comfort to the three, before gesturing to all the teammates to take their positions and commence the next phase of the match. With the referee's whistle, the players of Team B, stationed at the center of the field, gently passed the ball to a teammate's feet, signaling the resumption of play, though they soon found themselves conceding another goal to Team A. Chapter 32. A tense atmosphere, Part 1. Upon conceding again, the players of Team B displayed no sign of trepidation. Under the collaborative efforts of the two forwards, they charged straight from the center circle into the heart of Team A's midfield, including Lu Dongdong. The defenders, under the captain's guidance, steadily advanced. Confronted with Team A's high-pressing strategy, they exhibited no fear. The match was marked by fierce confrontations, with intense physical exchanges resulting in players frequently being brought down, either through tackles or by being forcibly pulled to the ground during attempts to break through. The tension on the field grew palpable. It was intriguing, having conceded a goal. They were determined to equalize. Their courage was commendable, yet they must tread carefully. For they were up against a team that had secured a top-4 finish in the K2 League last season. Standing at the sidelines, Cui Huanbin wore a charming smile, exuding the allure of a seasoned man, keenly observing every movement on the field. There was a sense of reckless abandon, a fearlessness towards the larger stakes at play. A group of substitute players nearby watched with bright eyes. Today's match, despite Coach Chui's personal reminders, compelled everyone to give their utmost, striving to leave a favorable impression. Yet, no one anticipated that a seemingly ordinary training match would escalate to such intensity. Moreover, it was quite unexpected that the newly formed Team B, composed of fresh recruits and bench players, could hold their ground against the seasoned main squad of Team A from the previous season. As professional footballers, none could resist the thrill of a captivating match. Back on the field, the fierce battle for midfield dominance saw Team A employing tight man-to-man marking, denying Team B's players any opportunity to seize the ball effortlessly. However, the players of Team B were equally unyielding. After a close and intense press, they swiftly surrounded the ball, denying Team A any opportunity to transition or advance, akin to wolves reclaiming their prey. Thus, the exchanges continued, and the half of Team B transformed into a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, with the competition escalating to a fever pitch. At this juncture, it was imperative for someone from either side to emerge. Their prowess could potentially alter the course of the match. Chazai, after several attempts by his teammates to seize the ball were thwarted, the swift winger surged forward unexpectedly from behind, deftly dislodging the ball from the tightly guarded B player's feet. Before the 2 or 3 encroaching B players could obstruct his path, he swiftly returned the ball, passing it to the midfield general of Team B, Chazai. As Chazai received the ball, several B players, positioned not far from him, lunged forward like ravenous wolves. Prior to the commencement of the match that afternoon, every player on Team B had been made acutely aware of Chazai's formidable capabilities by their captain, coupled with the impressive display of his skills throughout the earlier minutes of the game. No one on the field could grasp the lethal threat posed by the ball at Chazai's feet better than the players of Team B. Concurrently, as a B player advanced to press, the swift winger burst forth like a gust of wind, crossing the midfield line in the blink of an eye. Chapter 33. An intensified atmosphere of tension. Part 2. Simultaneously, several attacking players from Team A launched their assault, akin to a flurry of swords, each piercing in different directions towards Team B's half. This was a manifestation of trust, absolute trust. They believed in their midfield linchpin, their captain, Chazai, who possessed the complete ability to confront the 3 pressing B players, decisively launching a precise pass, potentially orchestrating a splendid assist. "Quickly retreat," shouted the captain of Team B, adorned with a yellow armband, his arms gesticulating vigorously, urging his defensive teammates to fall back and avert being caught off guard by Chazai, who might exploit the opportunity for a dazzling counterattack. Niu Dongdong promptly sprang into action, pivoting swiftly and racing towards the penalty area. Alongside him, Li Shunli lagged slightly. By the time he fully accelerated, the distance between him and Lu Dongdong had already stretched to 4 or 5 meters. At that moment, a swift player on the flank had charged ahead, and all that was needed was a quality pass to effortlessly dismantle the defensive line of the 2 players, complemented by the astonishing speed of the flank player to execute a lethal counter-offside maneuver. Such opportunities are fleeting, not all players can perceive them, and even those who do may lack the extraordinary technical prowess to accurately deliver the ball to the feet of the players in need. However, Chazai, the midfield linchpin, possessed both qualities. Faced with 3 rapidly approaching B team players directly ahead, he remained remarkably composed, unlike his frantic teammates. Calmly, he nudged the ball backward, evading the first B team player charging towards him. In a split second, as the 2 nearby players extended their feet, the black and white ball deftly danced between their toes. Chazai lifted his foot, nudging the ball forward, and, with a slight sway of his body, forced his way between the 2 B team players. By the time the trio regained their senses and prepared to reclaim the ball, he had already surged past them. Raising his head, he scanned the field ahead and decisively lifted his foot. "Here it comes, my midfield maestro. Let us see just how much you have grown since last season." Standing at the sidelines, Cui Chuanbin's smile deepened as he intently focused on the concentrated Chazai, eager to witness the brilliance of his impending pass. His right leg elevated high, descending rapidly. At that moment, a B team player clad in a blue vest sprinted towards Chazai. It was the forward responsible for the first goal conceded. His speed was impressive, Though not quite reaching the astonishing heights of the flank player, yet he could easily outpace the average player. The ball at Che Zai's feet was mere moments from being launched. This forward seemed to understand Che Zai's technique and charged in, intent on intercepting both player and ball. But would Che Zai allow him to succeed? No, he certainly would not. Just as the forward lunged forward, Che Zai abruptly pivoted his raised right foot to the left, executing a beautiful lateral move that allowed him to slip past the forward's outstretched foot, leaving the forward grasping at thin air. Chapter 34. A Strong Whiff of Gunpowder, Part 2. With his target completely vanishing from sight, the forward realized his mistake. Instinctively, he reached back, attempting to forcibly grasp Che Zai's jersey, willing to commit a foul just to bring him down. However, as his fingers barely brushed against Che Zai's garment, Che Zai shot forward like a released arrow, surging away in an instant. He could only gaze in despair at the vanishing figure, frustrated and helpless. The forward watched as Che Zai sped away from his line of sight, growing increasingly distant. Just when he feared that the goal of his team might suffer another devastating blow, a familiar silhouette suddenly emerged within his view. This man, clad in a turquoise vest like the forward, dashed towards Che Zai's side without hesitation, raised his right leg, and, using his shoulder for leverage, attempted to intercept the ball at Che Zai's feet. Despite facing multiple defenders, Che Zai, who maintained his rapid pace, felt a slight breathlessness, yet remained unfazed by his opponents. With a calm demeanor, he deftly nudged the ball to the left, in the midst of his motion, as a defender lunged with outstretched legs to poke the ball. Che Zai abruptly halted, firmly planting his foot on the ball and stepping back. He then lifted his right foot high and decisively struck the leather surface of the ball. Though the relentless pressure from player B had cost him precious time, the swift winger and the attacking players of Team A cleverly widened the gap between the two central defenders of Team B. At that moment, the winger stood between Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, utilizing his agility and speed to weave in and out, leaving Lu Dongdong utterly perplexed about his intended direction. As long as Che Zai could deliver a high-quality lofted pass, he could effortlessly create a situation that would exploit the offside trap. The winger, leveraging his astonishing speed, would then charge into the penalty area, facing a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. On the sidelines, a group of substitute players held their breaths, anxiously clenching their fists, uncertain if Che Zai, situated far behind, would recognize the precious opportunity presented by the winger. The dynamics on the field shifted rapidly. Once this chance slipped away, there would be no second opportunity. Regardless of how spectacular previous dribbles were, failing to execute an assist or a brilliant pass rendered all efforts futile. Amid the collective anxiety, Choi Hyunbin stood with arms crossed, a confident smile gracing his face. He believed that Che Zai, as the central figure of the midfield, would seize this rare opportunity to deliver another significant blow to Team B. Should this goal find its way into the net once more, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the morale of all Team B players. On the field, once players lose confidence, the momentum can shift overwhelmingly. At that point, Team A would gain the upper hand and emerge as the unequivocal victors of the match. Come on, Che Zai, showcase your worth as the midfield maestro, the most valuable player in the league, just like the eager newcomers who have recently joined the team. Choi Xianbin wore a profound smile as he quietly observed the ball poised on the vehicle's footrest, striking it forcefully with his foot. Chapter 35. The Veteran's True Colors. The ball gradually lifted from his foot, inch by inch, ascending slowly towards the heavens. Just when everyone assumed that the play had settled and it would undoubtedly be a splendid pass, a figure suddenly surged from the side, leaping high into the air, using his robust chest to intercept the rapidly moving ball with sheer force. The sunlight above cast a glow upon his back, shrouding his face in darkness, until he landed and lifted his head, revealing to the crowd a conspicuous yellow armband adorning his arm. It was Guanggu. A gasp of surprise echoed among the onlookers. Had he not just been completely outmaneuvered by the vehicle? How had he suddenly appeared before the ball? Choi Xianbin, too, was astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that the vehicle underestimated him? Guanggu raised his head and glanced at the slightly bewildered vehicle, then darted forward like the wind, seizing the ball that was gradually rolling on the grass. Every action he had taken moments ago had merely been a ruse. He knew the vehicle all too well, having spent several years as teammates, and had conducted an in-depth study of his playing style. To intercept the ball from the vehicle's feet, one must anticipate his movements and synchronize with his performance, capturing that fleeting opportunity to snatch the ball unexpectedly. Just now, he had accomplished that. The ball rolled slowly on the grass as Guanggu sprinted with all his might, a swift figure appearing behind him in an instant. "Guanggu, your display was indeed impressive. But you're still far from reclaiming the ball," the vehicle's voice rang out beside him. Guanggu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, realizing that the vehicle was accelerating, forcefully closing in from behind him. At that moment, the rolling ball lay 3 to 4 meters away from them, merely relying on speed. He could never match the vehicle. However, the football field is not solely governed by speed. Unfazed, Guanggu took a decisive step sideways just as the vehicle surged past him, firmly positioning himself in front of the vehicle and halting its momentum. The two ran shoulder to shoulder, teeth gritted as they resisted each other. The vehicle, slightly more slender in build, found his path obstructed by Guanggu and ultimately stumbled, falling to the ground and losing the right to pursue the ball. Guanggu staggered forward a few meters, regaining his balance and bringing the ball under his control. "Well done. Go, Guanggu." A series of fervent shouts erupted from the sidelines, emanating from the substitute players who were intently watching the game. The recent display of skillful dribbling, composed demeanor, and solid technical prowess by Che Zai had garnered applause from all present. However, Guanggu's performance was equally commendable. As a contender, he proved to be a victor in his own right, deserving heartfelt encouragement from everyone. Indeed, it was a remarkable spectacle. Cui Xianbin, arms crossed, gazed intently at Guanggu, who was sprinting across the field, his eyes reflecting a complex glimmer. Both Guanggu and Che Zai were midfield players for the youth team, yet, in contrast to the extraordinarily talented Che Zai, Guanggu could only be regarded as an ordinary professional player. In Chapter 36, titled Youth, it became evident that, compared to the team's metronomic midfield core, Che Zai, Guanggu was merely a diligent, unsung defensive midfielder. Moreover, Guanggu was nearing the age of 33. As the saying goes, youth is formidable. Not every footballer can maintain peak performance at the age of 30. With advancing age, injuries tend to accumulate, and in recent seasons, Guanggu, due to his age and increasing ailments, had fallen from a starting midfielder to a primary substitute, even finding himself in the reserves. Before the current season commenced, he and coach Cui had privately deliberated whether to transfer Guanggu while he still held value, in exchange for a promising younger player or to secure a cash deal. In retrospect, their decision seemed prudent. Despite his advancing years, Guanggu retained an unwavering determination to excel on the field. "Push forward." A shout jolted Cui Xianbin back to reality. He focused intently and observed Guanggu, who, in a burst of speed, suddenly halted in front of an approaching team defender. He lifted his head to scan the field and decisively struck the ball at his feet. His kick was powerful, the black and white sphere skimming the lush green grass as it rolled away, tracing a straight white line towards the A team's goal. It appeared to be an unremarkable through ball. On the trajectory of the ball, aside from a team's core player, and Qishuan, there were no B team players in position to receive it. Such a splendid opportunity seemed squandered due to a mere passing error. What a pity. A look of regret crossed Cui Xianbin's face as he watched the ball evade the A-team midfielder, who wore a look of relief. Just then, a nimble figure suddenly surged forth. The ball rolls gently beneath his feet, a forward from Team B. This soccer ball, much like the player himself, seems to resonate on a profound level, converging at a precise moment. It is a beautifully executed and accurate through pass. Although Guanggu is merely a laborer, toiling in the gritty role of a defensive midfielder, this does not define him. He cannot deliver lethal and effective passes like the midfield maestro Che Zai. Experience is invaluable, and the youth should exercise humility. Cui Xianbin subtly shakes his head, perhaps mocking himself for doubting Guanggu's pass while simultaneously criticizing Che Zai for conceding the goal. As the ball approaches, and Qihian, firmly positioned on its trajectory, watches intently. Initially, he intends to seize the ball at the first opportunity. But upon noticing the advancing forward from Team B, he assesses the speed of the opponent's dribbling. Drawing on his vast experience, he decisively opts to retreat swiftly, positioning himself strategically in the path of the forward, patiently waiting for the right moment. Soon, they stand face to face. The forward, controlling the ball, has previously demonstrated both speed and agility. In front of him stands Qihian, the seasoned defensive core, his mature visage betraying no hint of panic despite the youthful forward's somewhat innocent expression. His feet move rapidly, eyes fixed on Qihian's face, as he alternates between advancing and retreating, slightly bending at the waist and lowering his center of gravity, shoulders subtly swaying. Chapter 37. One-on-one at every moment. He remains poised, ready to break through. His footwork is rapid, and his skills are remarkable, The black and white ball, perpetually in motion, seems magnetically drawn to his foot, remaining within his control. The two engage in a fierce one-on-one battle, akin to two tigers confronting each other, each fixated on the other. B team's attacking players and a team's defenders swiftly dart past, with teammates on the flanks raising their arms, incessantly calling for the ball. Yet, the forward pays them no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Nketiah. Intriguingly, is he preparing for a forceful breakthrough? Nketiah, a seasoned defender, is not easily outmaneuvered. But the youth may benefit from a few failures and tumbles. Chui Xianbin watches intently, filled with anticipation. The forward from Team B and Nketiah from Team A engage in a delicate dance, inching closer to the penalty area of Team A. All offensive players from Team B move up to support, closely shadowed by a defender from Team A, as they weave and maneuver, seeking to break free and discover an opening. Meanwhile, a midfield defensive player from Team A rushes up from behind. Although the forward of Team B has already reached the penalty area, both his attempts to shoot and to break through are firmly thwarted by Nketiah, who stands like an impenetrable iron gate, making it far from easy to escape his grasp. They sprint rapidly. As long as there is a defensive presence, they can execute a pincer maneuver. Regardless of how formidable Team B's forwards may be, they become ensnared, akin to fish in a barrel, their chances of seizing the ball slipping away. The defenders have already advanced. One must find a way to resolve the situation swiftly. If confidence in overcoming the challenge is lacking, it is wiser to play the ball to the flanks. Football requires cerebral strategy. One cannot rely solely on brute strength. Chui Xianbin's eyes darted, noticing the A-team defender barreling in from behind. With his wealth of experience, he immediately assessed the situation. The dribbling forward from Team B hesitated to break through, evidently lacking the confidence to outmaneuver Nketiah. However, delaying any further would squander a rare opportunity for a goal and could even lead to a successful counterattack by Team A. After all midfield and forward players from Team B had already surged forward. Time was of the essence. As the distance closed, a gleam of excitement appeared on the faces of the players from Weifang. At that moment, he and the forward from Team B, who was controlling the ball, were merely 3 to 4 meters apart. With just a couple of strides, they could easily surround Nketiah. Observing his teammates' rapid approach, Nketiah maintained his composure, embodying the poise expected of a seasoned defensive anchor. The forward standing before him, despite deliberately lowering his center of gravity and swaying his shoulders, was easily discerned by Nketiah as merely attempting to bluff, with no genuine intention of surpassing him, merely seeking to bait him into committing such a simple maneuver. If you think I would fall for it, you underestimate me, rookie. Nketiah squinted, his gaze unwavering on the forward's face, harboring a sense of disdain. Yet, as a battle-hardened professional footballer, he remained acutely focused and attentive. As Team A's defenders inched closer, their expressions illuminated with joy, perhaps fueled by their heightened adrenaline. It seemed that the B-team forward was entirely oblivious to their approach. Thus, without needing Nketiah's assistance, a simple kick would suffice to disrupt the ball. Too easy. Come on, kid, let me show you why we are the main players of the youth team. The distance continued to diminish, and the forward from Team B remained blissfully unaware. Everyone on the field, including Chui Xianbin, held their breath in anticipation. 3, 2, 1. The A-team defender, sprinting back to defend, finally reached him and unhesitatingly extended his foot. Standing resolutely in his path was the stalwart defender of Team B, Nketiah, who advanced a step forward, seamlessly coordinating with his teammates to compress the available space. At that moment, the forward from Team B, unwavering in his gaze upon Nketiah, finally sprang into action. He first shifted his shoulder to the right, then pivoted, feinting left. This series of movements led the spectators gathered at the sidelines to believe he would attempt to force his way through with the ball. Indeed, in the next heartbeat, he leaned left and made a swift lateral move, darting past Nketiah's left side before the defending player could plant his foot. His speed was akin to that of a darting hare. Foolish one, to think such trivial tricks could deceive Nketiah was utterly implausible, mused Chui Xianbin, the assistant coach. As the team's second-in-command, no one understood the capabilities of each player better than he, aside from head coach Choi Si-ja. At the age of 29, Nketiah was in the prime of his career as a central defender, possessing both the experience and skill that defined excellence. Towering in stature, he boasted formidable physical prowess. Yet unlike many tall defenders, he also possessed remarkable speed. Particularly notable was his ability to pivot and recover defensively, ranking among the top 10 in the entire K2 league. A mere upper body feint could never shake On Ji-hyun. As the forward from Team B made his move, On Ji-hyun reacted simultaneously, retreating swiftly, his turning speed unyielding, and matched the forward stride for stride. Their shoulders collided heavily. The physicality of the Team B forward was not to be underestimated. Yet against the seasoned and powerful On Ji-hyun, he found himself at a disadvantage, his steps faltering, as if he might tumble to the ground at any moment. Onlookers along the sidelines shook their heads, convinced that the Team B forward stood no chance against On Ji-hyun, and that this solitary breakthrough attempt would surely culminate in failure. However, as they silently disapproved, they suddenly recognized a grave issue. The ball was missing. Yes, the ball had vanished. More precisely, it was not under the control of the Team B player at all. Eyes quickly darted about, and soon they spotted the black and white ball rolling slowly toward the center of the penalty area. What on earth was happening? The scene rewinds to the instant the Team B player initiated his breakthrough. He had feigned with his upper body, hoping to execute a deceptive maneuver to fool the seasoned and vigilant On Ji-hyun. At the very moment he took off, he had kicked the black and white ball through the gap between On Ji-hyun's legs, while his own body dashed off in a completely different direction. But what purpose did this serve? The spectators by the sidelines wore expressions of bewilderment. The forward from Team B, despite having deceived Chi-Chuan with his ball handling, found the ball drifting away from his feet, gradually rolling into the penalty area of Team A. All the goalkeeper needed to do was rush out and effortlessly collect the ball. Just as confusion reigned, the B team forward, gritting his teeth and engaged in a physical tussle with Chi-Chuan, astonishingly surged past him. With an increasing pace, he traced a beautiful arc and galloped into the penalty area. How was this possible? Chi-Chuan had been outpaced. Everyone, including Choi Hyun-bin, was taken aback. An obscure rookie had managed to outmaneuver the pivotal Chi-Chuan solely through his speed and physique. Reacting instinctively, Chi-Chuan gritted his teeth and desperately chased after him. Drawing upon his experience, he reached out an arm and tugged at the B team forward's shirt, using the force of the pull to hinder the forward's progress. Meanwhile, the vigilant goalkeeper of Team A made a decisive move, swiftly advancing towards the black and white ball that had come to a halt in the center of the penalty area. The three arrived at the ball almost simultaneously. The seasoned goalkeeper opted not to gather the ball, but instead executed a sliding tackle to send it away. Chi-Chuan clung tightly to the B team forward, employing subtle tactics to tug at his shirt, ensuring the forward had no opportunity to break free. Although he engaged in various fouling actions, he understood the significance of the penalty area and, to avoid a foul call, he executed his maneuvers with great discretion. The B team forward sprinted with the energy of an unbridled steed. Just as the goalkeeper of Team A reached the ball with his toes, he propelled himself forward with remarkable explosiveness, inadvertently carrying Chi-Chuan along. Before his body could fully topple, relying on his instincts as a striker, he directed the ball on the grass toward the goal. The black and white ball, struck with force, rolled past the B team goalkeeper, who could only watch in astonishment as it sped away. It raced toward the unguarded goal, inching closer to the white goal line, before colliding with the post and veering off at an angle, rolling out of bounds. Beep, as the whistle sounded. A group of spectators at the edge of the field, and Choi Hyun-bin shook their heads, not out of disappointment in the performance of the B team's forward, but rather in profound regret over the near miss, a goal that was just a hair's breadth away. Just a fraction more, and the ball would have found the net. It was indeed a lamentable moment. Such is the nature of football, where a mere inch can render one bereft of a goal. The B team's attacking players stationed in the A team's half also shared a moment of resigned shaking of their heads. This was a scenario every player dreads. For when the ball soars over the bar or rolls out of bounds, they are left to rue their own technique. Yet, in instances like this, the sense of regret is particularly poignant, for it is a harsh reminder of misfortune. With their spirits dampened, they turn to retreat, only to suddenly spot the referee, whistle in hand, rushing towards them, blowing the whistle and raising his arm to indicate the direction of the A team's penalty area. Could it be? A collective thought surged through their minds: a penalty kick. The referee hastily made his way to the A team's penalty area, pushing aside the encroaching A team players, and without hesitation, pointed decisively at the penalty mark, proclaiming loudly. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Only the B team's forward and A team's defensive stalwart, On Ki-hyun, remained silent. Choi Hyun-bin, perplexed, did not speak. His attention had been entirely captivated by the ball, leaving him unaware of the events that transpired just before the B team's forward made contact. It was indeed a clear penalty. A familiar voice suddenly rang out beside him, and upon turning, Choi Hyun-bin was pleasantly surprised to see the team's head coach. "Choi Seju, coach, you came down?" he inquired. It was rather dull watching from upstairs alone, so I decided to come to the sidelines and experience the atmosphere up close. Choi Seju replied, his gaze fixed intently on the pitch. At the moment the B team's forward struck the ball, On Ki-hyun had indeed exhibited a clear pulling motion, which had caused the B team's forward to lose his balance. There was an 80% chance that my shot would have rolled directly into the net, he mused. Thus, it was revealed. Choi Shimbin nodded, his gaze following Choi Shizhao as they both turned their attention to the field. Within Team A's penalty area, a throng of players encircled the referee, vociferously expressing their grievances. However, the referee remained resolute, standing firm in his judgment, declaring it an unequivocal penalty. With the matter settled, the captain, Che Zai, swiftly intervened to restrain his agitated teammates, urging them to accept the referee's decision. Meanwhile, a cluster of Team B players erupted in jubilant cheers, and after a brief huddle, they decided that the forward who earned the penalty would take the shot himself. "Go on, show them your prowess." Guanggu clapped the B team's player on the shoulder. The B team forward, his expression inscrutable, merely nodded slightly before striding confidently toward the penalty spot. The A team goalkeeper stood in the center of the goal, arms outstretched, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching B team forward, exuding an aura of menace akin to a tiger poised to pounce. As the seasoned mainstay of the K2 League, he understood better than anyone that facing a penalty often devolved into a battle of wills between the goalkeeper and the taker. The B team forward regarded the goalkeeper with a stoic expression, betraying no hint of anxiety, excitement, or joy within. Choi Shizhao and Choi Shuebin stood at the edge of the field, arms crossed, their postures eerily synchronized as they observed the unfolding drama. With a piercing whistle, the referee raised his arm, signaling the commencement of the penalty kick. Chapter 41, The Counterattack. Players from both Team B and Team A positioned themselves just outside the penalty area, poised to spring into action. Should the ball fail to find its mark, they would be ready to rush in for a rebound or clear it out of play. The B team forward pressed his lips together, casting a glance downward at the ball resting on the penalty spot. He then lifted his gaze to the A team goalkeeper, who was bouncing on his feet, arms flailing. Within the goal, coldly, he scrutinized the goalkeeper's face, gradually retreating a few steps before launching into his run-up, decisively raising his foot to strike the ball with tremendous force. In that instant, the entire stadium held its breath. The expansive field contained only the B team forward, the A team goalkeeper, and the starkly contrasting black and white soccer ball positioned at the penalty mark. As the B team forward unleashed a powerful shot, the ball soared off the grass, hurtling toward the goal. Simultaneously, the goalkeeper leaped high, arms outstretched, striving to intercept the ball aimed at the lower left corner of the net. The high-speed ball, under his watchful gaze, charged directly towards him, or more precisely, towards his outstretched hands. A smile momentarily graced the goalkeeper's face, only to freeze in an instant. The black and white ball, mirroring his judgment, collided with his palms. However, the force was overwhelming, causing it to rebound at an awkward angle and slip away. With a resounding thud, it struck the goalpost before landing on the ground. At that moment, the ball had completely crossed the white goal line. A goal! Hooray! The players of Team B erupted in jubilation, their hands raised high in celebration. Several teammates rushed into the penalty area to embrace the forward who had scored. Meanwhile, the players of Team A could only shake their heads in resignation. The most joyous moment on the field is when one's own team or a teammate scores, while conversely, the most disheartening experience is watching one's own goal being breached by the opponent, witnessing their exuberance firsthand. How frustrating, it was so close. The goalkeeper of Team A pounded the ground in frustration. It seemed that every time a goal was conceded, all goalkeepers exhibited a similar reaction. Just moments ago, he had nearly managed to deflect the ball away from the net. Alas, the opponent's shot was simply too powerful. He lifted his gaze to observe the forward of Team B, surrounded by teammates, turning away from the goal and gradually departing. A flicker of apprehension stirred within him. Perhaps it was a sense of caution. The rookie who had just joined the team this year appeared to possess remarkable skill. As before, after the initial celebration and disappointment, the players of both teams resumed their positions, ready for the referee's signal to restart the match. A multitude of players, drenched in sweat, engaged in fierce competition. The field echoed with their shouts while the black and white ball soared through the air, dancing back and forth. Goals were scored in rapid succession, only to be equalized soon after. Both teams had ignited a fierce fire within them, launching all-out assaults, each confident in their ability to triumph over the other. Chapter 42. The coach's perspective. How intriguing. I did not expect such an ordinary practice match to escalate into such intensity. If this trend continues, today's match is likely to culminate in a significant scoreline. Choi Hyun-bin glanced up at the animated group of substitute players on the sidelines. As previously mentioned, for a football player, one of the most exhilarating experiences is to witness a thrilling match unfold. Coach Choi. It is remarkable how a simple phrase from you can ignite such fierce determination in every player. I believe that in the future, should there be any graduations, you might consider sharing more of your insights. Choi Hyun-bin turned his head, smiling as he gazed intently at Choi Se-ju, who was fixated on the field. Choi Se-ju remained silent, merely adjusting the transparent frame of his glasses perched on his nose, seemingly captivated by the fierce competition unfolding before him. After a brief silence, Choi Jun-bin glanced at the engrossed Choi Se-ju, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Coach Choi, to be honest, at the beginning of this season, I had some reservations about our team's new signings. However, after witnessing today's match, it seems my concerns were unfounded. Every player on the field is performing remarkably well, especially the swift winger, who has almost single-handedly shouldered the wing attacks for Team A. If he can avoid injuries and illness this season, I believe he is well on his way to reclaiming the title of Best Assister in the K2 League, which eluded him last season. Che Zai's performance has grown increasingly seasoned. The way he handled the ball today has completely eradicated the hesitance you often mentioned. Each of his touches was decisive and precise. As for Guanggu, although he is only 33 this year, I believe he can firmly secure a position as a key substitute this season. With a bit more effort, he might even vie for a starting role. Of course, aside from them, several players from Team B have also shone brightly, presenting a delightful surprise, particularly the forward from Team B who just scored. He embodied the youthful vigor and fearless courage one expects. When facing on Ji Hyun, he displayed no timidity, boldly using his physicality and speed to challenge his opponent. And most notably, he earned a precious penalty through sheer determination. I can't help but think that if the few guys still on vacation saw today's match footage, they would likely return early. And then there's Lu Dongdong. He appears to be performing better than we initially thought, making commendable contributions. Choi Hyun-bin spoke almost in one breath, all the while discreetly observing the shifts in Choi Se-ju's expression. The shouts from the crowd rose and fell like waves, as players from both sides engaged in an intense back-and-forth contest that was mesmerizing to behold. Coach Choi, do you think what I've said is accurate? With Choi Se-ju remaining silent, Choi Hyun-bin asked again with a grin. Choi Se-ju, still focused on the unfolding action, shook his head without turning back and replied, "Most of what you just said is quite accurate. However, I want to remind you that a football match lasts for 90 minutes. A fleeting display of skill does not define anything. Moreover, both teams are currently engaged in a fierce offensive exchange." Chapter 43. A Clash of Titans. At this moment, both teams are relentlessly attacking, engaging in a fast-paced, all-out contest, rendering the performance of a single defensive player less significant. Additionally, as the head coach, I never judge a player's true capabilities based on their performance in favorable circumstances. What truly matters is how one performs when faced with various adversities and challenges. Choi Se-ju shifted his gaze, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Team B's defensive line, and continued, "I must admit, Lu Dongdong's performance in the previous match was, indeed, commendable. However, his shortcomings are equally apparent. Despite his tall stature, he lacks physical resilience, particularly in his turning speed, rendering him indistinguishable from Li Shengli." Choi Se-ju articulated his thoughts slowly, while Choi Hyun-bin listened quietly, a faint smile of irony gracing his lips. He acknowledged the veracity of Choi Se-ju's observations. Lu Dongdong certainly possessed various flaws. However, he was acutely aware that the preconceived impressions colored Choi Se-ju's words with evident bias. Thus, he remained internally dissenting, yet as a subordinate assistant coach, he felt compelled to maintain his silence. During the nearly 40 minutes of play, Lu Dongdong had executed several crucial interceptions and tackles, showcasing noteworthy moments. Nevertheless, in comparison to his teammates on the field, his overall capabilities, as Choi Se-ju had pointed out, were indeed lacking, rendering him unfit to be a competent member of the youth team. The match progressed as a team's midfield linchpin, Che Zai, deftly evaded two defenders from Team B, decisively lifted his foot, and delivered exquisite passes to the forwards. This particular kick mirrored the previous direct pass from Guanggu, swift and precise, skimming along the grass to reach the feet of a team's forward stationed at the front. This allowed his teammate to effortlessly control the ball, expending minimal effort. Upon receiving the ball, the forward used his back to shield against Lu Dongdong as the ball rolled between his feet. The moment Lu Dongdong showed any sign of vulnerability, he would rely on his agile speed to break free. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Lu Dongdong did not opt to stand his ground as he had in previous instances. Instead, after bending his knees and persistently pressuring his opponent, he tilted his shoulders to the left, slipping along the shoulder of a team's forward. Utilizing his towering physique, he effectively pushed aside the slender forward, swiftly intercepting the ball at his feet. His kick was decisive and accurate. Without hesitation, he carried the ball forward. As the forward of Team A lay sprawled on the ground, he could only extend his foot in vain, helplessly watching as his opponent effortlessly departed. Upon gaining possession, Lu Dongdong refrained from unnecessary deliberation. He merely glanced up at his teammates ahead, and with a powerful kick, sent the ball soaring to Guanggu, who stood at the center circle. Under Guanggu's orchestration, Team B's players surged swiftly into Team A's half, culminating in a shot from Team B's forward. Had the ball not soared too high, it would have surely resulted in yet another goal. The forward who misfired shook his head in frustration, then raised his hands in a gesture of gratitude and apology towards the assisting Guanggu and the orchestrator of the attack, Lu Dongdong. Chapter 44. A Clash of Titans, Part 2. A smile graced the face of Coach Cui Xianbin as he cast a glance, whether intentional or not, at Cui Shizhao, who observed quietly from the sidelines. Perhaps influenced by personal experiences, despite Lu Dongdong's current abilities being far inferior to those of his adversaries. His tireless efforts on the field endeared him to Coach Cui more and more. Coach Cui, this is the fourth time now. Each interception has been executed with precision. I believe. Personally, I think we might consider giving him a chance, remarked Cui Xianbin, tilting his head slightly. Cui Shizhao, his expression stoic, kept his gaze fixed on the pitch. I have stated that his performances in certain aspects are indeed commendable. However, his overall display falls significantly short of my standards. He raised an arm, pointing at Lu Dongdong, who was dashing back towards his own half. Did you see that? His turning speed just now was no match for Li Shengli, and his off-the-ball movement awareness is alarmingly poor. Particularly concerning is his positioning. He consistently lags behind, oblivious to how to collaborate with his partner, Li Shengli. Admittedly, a considerable part of this stems from the fact that today marks their first partnership. A lack of chemistry can certainly explain it. Nonetheless, as a competent center back, one must possess the ability to read the game and understand one's teammates. With the first half nearing its conclusion, he has shown no signs of adaptation and remains oblivious to the issues at hand. Moreover, it is crucial to note that he has faced off against Team A's forwards multiple times, yet has failed to discern the type of forward he is up against. Nor has he recognized the appropriate defensive strategies required to counter his opponents. Such a center back, in my eyes, is utterly unqualified. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, a football match lasts for 90 minutes. For a defender to be deemed competent, it is not fleeting moments of brilliance that matter, but rather consistent performance throughout the entirety of the match. His current display does not inspire confidence in me. Cui Xianbin listened quietly, expressing his dissent. Coach Cui, I concede that your words hold considerable merit. However, he is merely a novice who has just joined the team, having recently turned 19. He indeed possesses various shortcomings. Yet I am confident that if he perseveres with this determination, there remains ample room for improvement. Xianbin, you are mistaken. The reason your perspective diverges so greatly from mine is that you are still anchored in your previous role. We are not a youth team. We are a professional football club in the K2 League. As the head coach, it is our duty to continuously discover and nurture talented players while also being accountable to the club, Cui Shizhao slowly articulated, turning to gaze at Cui Xianbin. If Lu Dongdong were only 13 or 14 years old, he could be deemed a promising prospect. However, he is now 19, and his technical skills have already solidified. Both you and I are acutely aware that there is little that can be altered at this stage. Thus, from the perspective of a head coach who is focused on the team's league performance, his current abilities do not qualify him to be a true player for us. He exchanged a profound glance with Cui Xianbin before turning his head back, seemingly speaking to himself. At present, both teams on the field are straining with all their might. employing an all-out offensive and defensive strategy in a bid to establish superiority. Yet, once this fervor wanes, with Che Zai's experience, it will become evident that B team has vulnerabilities in their defense. That moment will mark the complete collapse and utter defeat of Team B. This year, every team in the K2 League has recruited a plethora of strong reinforcements. If we wish to distinguish ourselves and claim the championship, his ability to read the game must advance significantly. However, his current performance, Cui Shizhao shifted his gaze to the center of the field, where Che Zai was engaged in an intense struggle with B team's players. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, to be candid, his performance over the past 40 minutes has been quite remarkable. Nevertheless, he has failed to recognize such an obvious opportunity, which is truly disappointing. Coach Shui, I understand your expectations for Che Zai, but I personally feel that your demands are excessively high. After all, this match has only been underway for 30 minutes. And this is our first practice match of the season. Each player inevitably requires a period of adjustment. I believe that with Che Zai's capabilities, he will improve as he gains more experience. As his words settled, both men suddenly heard a shout from the field. Run. Turning their heads, they beheld Che Zai, with the ball at his feet, swiftly breaking free from the encirclement of two B team players. With a powerful swing of his foot, he sent the ball soaring. Their gazes followed the high-flying, rapidly spinning sphere as it hurtled toward B team's half. The ball swiftly cleared the heads of all players, descending directly into the penalty area of B team. The cow raised its head, eyes wide as it watched the ball soar over its head. At that moment, a figure darted past in the periphery of its vision. Realizing the urgency of the situation, it instinctively turned and sprinted, desperately reaching out to grasp the opponent's attire. But the rival had already surged ahead, eluding its grasp. Upon closer inspection, a forward from Team A, clad in a green vest, resembled a cheetah galloping across the vast field, racing with the swiftness of the wind into the penalty area. Just before the ball touched the ground, he deftly flicked it down with the tip of his foot. Meanwhile, the goalkeeper of Team B, sensing the imminent threat, made a decisive move, extending his arms and legs, and lunging forward with a sliding tackle to intercept the striker's shot. As the two players were on the brink of colliding, the forward from Team B, unable to halt his momentum, found himself in a precarious situation. Just when everyone believed there was no way out, the forward cleverly lifted the ball with his boot, sending the black and white sphere soaring high into the air. Utilizing his forward momentum, he twisted at the waist, leaping off the ground in a graceful backflip, executing a stunning scissor kick just a second before the goalkeeper of Team B lunged forward. The two players collided heavily, both crashing to the ground with a grunt, while the ball, under the gaze of the entire crowd, soared into the net. Chapter 46, a spectacular goal. The ball plunged from above, plunging straight into the white net. Goal. An exquisite goal, executed with a backflip. Goal. Everyone momentarily stood in shock, only for the stadium to erupt in cheers. All the players from Team A surged forward, and the forward, who had just regained his footing, was once again tackled to the ground. Like a game of human dominoes, they piled onto him, their faces alight with radiant smiles. The speedy winger, exuberant as a child, reached out to ruffle the forward's slick hair into a wild mess. A chorus of laughter erupted among the men as they pumped their fists and waved their arms, shouting encouragements at the dejected players of Team B who trudged past. The goalkeeper of Team B, clutching his jaw, rose from the grass. His face had just collided with the shoulder of the forward from Team A, leaving it swollen and bruised from the impact. Yet, in that moment, he paid no heed to his physical pain. His gaze was fixed solely on the white football that lay quietly in the net. As a goalkeeper, nothing is more disheartening than conceding a goal to an opponent. And to endure 3 goals in a single match, suffering a hat trick, was particularly vexing. There was no denying it. He had given his all for that last goal. The only blame lay with the brilliance of his adversary. Guanggu made his way over and firmly patted the goalkeeper on the shoulder. This marked the 3rd time he had done so during this match. The goalkeeper, feeling a sense of frustration, lowered his head and, alongside Guanggu, directed his gaze towards the A team forward who had just risen from the grass. In stark contrast to their own despondency, the A team forward beamed with joy after scoring a spectacular goal, a moment that dispelled the pent-up emotions of the past 40 minutes. What little confidence he had left surged exponentially in that instant. The challenges in the upcoming match would undoubtedly become increasingly formidable. Lu Dongdong approached, expressing his apologies to the goalkeeper and the others at Guanggu. The group chose to forgive him, smiling and assuring him it was of no consequence. They huddled together, exchanging a few words, and then dispersed once more, ready to continue the match that was about to resume. Before departing, Lu Dongdong was seized by Guanggu, who advised, "Be mindful of your positioning next time. I am well acquainted with Che Zai. He will undoubtedly exploit the space behind you. Ensure that the forwards of Team A do not succeed in an offside play again." "Understood." Captain Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, his face tinged with embarrassment. Guanggu patted his shoulder and then dashed over to Li Shengli, stationed at the opposite end, whispering a few words that likely echoed his earlier counsel. The match resumed. With only 6 minutes remaining until the end of the game, it seemed Che Zai had once again surpassed our expectations. "Wouldn't you agree, Coach Chui?" Coach Chui Xianbin turned to Chui Shijiao, standing at the edge of the pitch. "I suppose so. I am not overly disappointed," Chui Shijiao replied, finally nodding slightly, his eyes sparkling with a gleam hidden behind his glasses. No head coach would refrain from placing high hopes on the core of their team. The more outstanding the player's performance, the more confidence the coach harbored within. Chapter 47. Striving for the championship this year, as a formidable force in the K2 League. They not only aimed to secure a top 4 position but also aspired to ascend to the pinnacle and clinch the championship. This was a solemn promise made by Chui Shijiao to the club's leadership just last month. Naturally, the ability to secure the K2 League title was pivotal for his future. Thus, failure was not an option. "What's wrong, Coach Chui?" Chui Xianbin inquired. "What? It's nothing. I merely noticed you seemed somewhat distracted," Chui Xianbin quietly remarked, a hint of confusion gracing his features. "Nothing at all. I just had some thoughts earlier. Let us focus on the match," Chui Shijiao replied nonchalantly, his gaze directed towards the field. The game continued. After savoring the taste of success, just as Guanggu had anticipated, each time Team A's defense, spearheaded by Che Zai, intercepted the ball, he decisively initiated a high pass. The now emboldened forwards of Team A, akin to slippery eels, darted around Niu Dongdong. The moment they spotted the ball soaring towards them, they would spring into action like a gust of wind. Had it not been for the preparations made by Niu Dongdong and the goalkeeper guarding the net, they would have been on the verge of conceding several one-on-one situations due to offside plays. However, despite averting a successful goal from Team A, Niu Dongdong found himself flustered and disheveled. This turmoil consequently left Team B's midfield in disarray, lacking support for the forwards, and trapped in a series of isolated confrontations. The dynamics of the match gradually tilted in favor of Team A. As key players in the K2 League, endowed with a wealth of experience, they swiftly established their foothold, unleashing an onslaught of relentless attacks that thoroughly subdued Team B, leaving their players with scarcely a moment to catch their breath. The halftime whistle pierced through the fervent intensity of the contest, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Team B. While the players of Team A bore expressions of lingering dissatisfaction, their faces betraying a hint of regret. Confronted with the fervor of Team A's relentless offense, Team B's increasingly compressed defensive formation had been rendered utterly vulnerable. Had the halftime whistle been delayed by just a few seconds, it is conceivable that Team A might have breached Team B's goal. However, the match had concluded, leaving only a sense of resignation. As the players descended from the field, each was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The relentless back and forth over the course of a high-intensity 45 minutes is not a feat easily borne by the ordinary individual. Little did you know, Coach Choi had been observing the match from the sidelines the entire time. Lu Dongdong and a group of players from Team B sat in a circle by the court, tilting their heads back, water bottles in hand, gulping down water with fervor. A substitute player, after distributing the remaining water among each of the players on the field, curiously leaned in. Upon hearing his words, the fatigued expressions of everyone instantly brightened. However, a forward from Team B remarked nonchalantly, "Coach Chui Xianbin has always been on the sidelines. He has been present all along. What is the big deal?" A chorus of teammates nodded in agreement, expressing their shared sentiments. "Oh, if it were Coach Chui, do you think I would need to remind you all?" "It's not him," came the retort. "Then who is it?" A teammate raised his head in confusion, though his expression betrayed him, revealing that he already knew which Coach Chui was being referenced. Chapter 48. Spirited Ambitions. It was Coach Chui Shijiao who had personally descended during the match, conversing for quite some time alongside assistant coach Chui Xianbin. Perhaps they were evaluating your performance on the field just moments ago. Upon hearing this, the players, who had been drinking water with their heads tilted back, promptly set down their cups, exchanging glances filled with a complex mix of emotions. The fervor displayed in today's match stemmed directly from the words uttered by Coach Cui Shizhao. Naturally, each one of them was eager to know what impression their performance had left on him. Did you hear anything that Coach Cui said? Of course not. I was far removed from where they stood. I couldn't just sneak up on them to eavesdrop. The substitute player immediately shook his head. A wave of regret swept through the group. One player glanced enviously at the forward from Team B sitting opposite him, exclaiming, "Your performance was stellar. And you even scored a goal. Coach must have been quite impressed with you." I, on the other hand, felt utterly invisible. Sigh, I think I'm doomed this time. Indeed, I felt I started off well, but as the match progressed, I faltered, losing the ball several times. I'm certain this time is the end for me. A collective sigh of disappointment resonated among them, each one engaging in self-denial while showering compliments on their teammates. Lu Dongdong was modestly praised by Li Shengli, who admitted to his own lackluster performance. He sheepishly scratched his head and courteously remarked that everyone had performed admirably. It was merely that the opponent was too formidable. Indeed, the A team comprised nearly all key players, each a renowned star in the K2 league. We only trailed by a single goal in the first half, which is quite commendable, one player noted. Just as Coach Choi Hyunbin mentioned prior to the match, Coach Choi Seju is not solely focused on our results, but rather on the unique abilities of each individual. As long as we give our utmost effort, I am confident he will recognize our dedication. Guanggu enthusiastically clapped his hands and addressed the team. Now that the first half has concluded, regardless of how we performed, we must strive in the second half to showcase our full potential. I acknowledge that our opponents are indeed powerful, yet our first half performance was also remarkable. I believe everyone shares my sentiment. Therefore, we must not give up. Let's work together to surprise Coach Choi Seju and demonstrate that we can overcome the A team. With that, Guanggu extended his arms, gazing intently at each teammate. The players of the B team exchanged glances, and the forward was the first to raise his hand, soon followed by others, each pressing their palms together with determination. In unison, they proclaimed, "Let's go," accompanied by a thunderous sound, their hands pressed down forcefully, dispelling the fatigue and frustration that had clouded their faces, leaving only an abundance of confidence. Chapter 49. High above Hehe, it seems our little group still possesses great spirit. "We have not been defeated," remarked the golden-haired winger, glancing back at the B team players seated at a distance, a playful smile adorning his face. "You cheeky brat. The esteemed Guanggu is right there. How dare you refer to him as a child, lacking all courtesy," Chazai reprimanded, playfully tapping the winger's thigh while smiling. "Oh, when I said children, I certainly did not include Guanggu. He wields his prowess with unwavering intensity and showed no mercy, having knocked me down several times in the first half," the winger replied, sitting cross-legged on the grass and rubbing his thigh. "Who told you to always play solo? You had opportunities to pass, but chose to go it alone. Serves you right," the B team forward teased. "I didn't intend to play solo. I merely sought to impart a lesson to these youngsters." However, I was taken aback that not only did they see through my feints, but Guanggu also charged at me immediately. There was little I could do. Refrain from indulging in needless footwork. Rather, hasten to deliver the ball with alacrity. Do not persist in obstinacy, for should you fail to attend the lesson, you may find yourself schooled by others, and that would be a most humiliating predicament indeed. The vehicle turned towards the spirited players on the field, articulating with precision. Within this team, there are several newcomers whose performances have been exceptionally commendable. It is conceivable that they may pose a significant challenge to our primary positions. Indeed, particularly that forward from Team B, who, when confronted one-on-one, displayed not an ounce of trepidation. Moreover, his footwork is impressively swift, rivaling that of the fleet-footed players on the flank. And Shihuan furrowed his brows, fixating on the forward amidst the crowd of Team B. A teammate seated beside him nodded in agreement. "Oh, do not belittle his achievements. While he has indeed performed admirably, our own forwards have also shone brightly. For instance, Jin Shoga and I have both found the back of the net, especially Jin Shoga, whose stunning acrobatic goal was a sight to behold. You may not have noticed, but the expressions on the faces of the Team A players were utterly astonished," remarked the fleet-footed winger with a grin. "Indeed, that goal was truly remarkable. I initially believed the goalkeeper would easily thwart it." The vehicle raised a thumb in praise of the A-team forward who scored that exquisite goal. And Jinsi, somewhat bashful, ran his fingers through his hair and humbly stated, "My success was rather fortuitous. Were you to ask me to replicate that shot now, I would find it quite impossible." Pausing, he turned his gaze towards the players of Team B, earnestly declaring, Among these young talents, numerous individuals possess exceptional skills, particularly that forward from Team B who netted a goal. If he maintains this level of performance, he may indeed pose a formidable challenge to our primary positions in the future. A serious expression suddenly morphed into a smile as he looked towards the fleet-footed winger seated diagonally opposite, saying, "Especially you, my friend, do endeavor to avoid injuries this year." Chapter 50. The King of the Flank. Lest by the time you return from recovery, your position has been usurped. As for me, I shall not allow anyone to encroach upon my rightful place. Pa, Jin Shoga, what are you insinuating? Just because you cannot, does that mean I would? As the conversation continued, the members of Team A erupted into hearty laughter. In contrast to Team B's relentless ambition, the seasoned players regarded today's match with a degree of nonchalance, with many not fully exerting their capabilities. As the second half commences, we shall continue to implement our mid to long-range tactical offense. The two center-backs of Team B exhibit sluggish turning speeds and lack cohesive synergy, leaving ample space for us to exploit. Just be mindful to avoid offside. I shall undoubtedly provide you with opportunities to charge forward. In the vehicle, Chazai nodded, glancing at Lu Dongdong and his companions with a hint of reluctance, remarking, "These two central defenders are quite young. Must we be so ruthless with them today? Could we potentially shatter their confidence? Your tone suggests that you could easily score under their defense," Chazai quipped, eliciting laughter from the team. The rebellious winger, feeling indignant, retorted with a scoff and defiantly raised 3 fingers, proclaiming, "In the second half, I intend to score 3 goals." Showing these youngsters what it truly means to be the king of the wing. As the second half commenced as scheduled, a team swiftly employed a long pass strategy, exploiting the offside trap to fully unleash the speed of their forwards and Jinsei and the winger. The situation on the field tilted uncontrollably in favor of a team, with each of their passes posing a lethal threat. B team's defense was thrown into disarray, with center backs, including Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli, flustered and lamenting their predicament. Had it not been for the experienced Guanggu, who made several spectacular saves, B team's goal would have been breached multiple times. Nevertheless, it became evident to all players on the field, including the substitutes observing from the sidelines, as well as coaches Choi Hyunbin and Choi Seju, that B team's defense was riddled with vulnerabilities, teetering on the brink of collapse. If they could not effectively regain their confidence, the question of whether they would concede more goals was merely a matter of time. Chazai's analytical prowess in reading the game was indeed sharp, yet their relentless assault, capitalizing on B team's positional errors and employing the offside trap, seemed somewhat merciless. Choi Hyunbin remarked with a smile, "Football is a battleground devoid of gunpowder. It is either your victory or mine, with no room for sympathy. Moreover, effective offense hinges upon seizing the opponent's weaknesses and striking fiercely. Even in an ordinary training match, one cannot blame the opponent for being too harsh. Rather, blame one's own lack of skill and experience." Choi Seju, maintaining a stoic expression, added, "As the head coach of the youth team, I have been in this position for 3 years. Chapter 51. A wise elder. Choi Seju is renowned throughout the K2 League and even in the realm of Korean football for his stern demeanor. Choi Hyunbin remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his face. He was acutely aware that the divergence in viewpoints between him and Coach Choi Seju stemmed from their fundamentally dissimilar coaching philosophies and perspectives on players. This deep-seated ideology could not be easily swayed by mere words or fleeting moments of persuasion. On the field, both teams' players engaged in fierce competition, relentlessly defending their positions. The seasoned Guanggu, after aiding the center back in several clearances, discerned a team's resolute execution of the offside trap. He promptly called out to his teammates, instructing them to closely mark the midfield linchpin, Chazai, who always received the ball at his feet. As soon as Chazai gained possession, 2 players from B team rushed towards him without hesitation. Their singular focus was to prevent Chazai from effortlessly distributing the ball, averting any possibility of him delivering a decisive assist to his forward teammates. B team's targeted marking strategy quickly bore fruit, as Chazai was effectively contained. A team's passing opportunities dwindled significantly, and the quality of their passes deteriorated noticeably. The roaming forward and the speedy winger often found themselves unable to receive comfortable passes, despite several instances where their speed and experience had allowed them to evade the offside trap and secure a rare one-on-one opportunity. The poor speed and accuracy of the passes rendered their efforts futile, leaving them to watch helplessly as the goalkeeper effortlessly gathered the ball. Frustration brewed within them, particularly for the winger, who expressed his grievances audibly, impatiently kicking at the grass. Their repeated sprints were an exhausting endeavor, and if this continued, even if Che Zai were to eventually deliver precise passes, they might not possess the stamina to capitalize on them. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Guanggu's indomitable spirit and wealth of experience were invaluable assets to our team. Coach Choi Hyunbin observed Guanggu. Drenched in sweat on the pitch, his gaze filled with admiration. Guanggu epitomized the late-blooming player. Had he encountered me years earlier, he might have graced Europe's fields. His playing style bore a striking resemblance to that of Gattuso. The only lament was that he had been overlooked, lacking a suitable platform to showcase his talents. Choi Seju let out a soft sigh, the only sign of emotional fluctuation on his face during this extended observation. Had you uttered these words to me 3 years ago, I would have merely scoffed. But now, I can comprehend your sentiments. Indeed, at times, the disparities between individuals can be infuriating. Perhaps a seemingly trivial choice holds the power to alter the course of one's destiny. Choi Hyunbin quietly remarked, pausing momentarily to take a deep breath. Revealing a hint of resignation mixed with a wry smile, he said, although we cannot alter the fate of Guanggu, I firmly believe that in the future of the Republic of Korea, we will encounter an increasing number of Guangus. Through our efforts, we can guide them towards a vastly different path. Chapter 52, The Encirclement Tactic, Part 1, Perhaps. A deeply entrenched coaching philosophy cannot be transformed overnight. Cui Shizhao turned his head, casting a meaningful glance at Choi Hyunbin. However, with the concerted efforts of many, the atmosphere surrounding Korean football is indeed progressing towards a more favorable direction. Perhaps one day, those in positions of authority will come to realize that a formidable football team is not solely defined by an exceptional forward or a remarkable midfielder, but rather by the collective prowess of the entire team. At every position, there exists a talented player, even with spectacles adorning his face. The brilliance in his gaze cannot be concealed. At that moment, a fervent cheer suddenly drew their attention to the field. In the center of the pitch, the player Che Zai, with the ball firmly under his control, was embroiled in a fierce tussle with 2 defenders from Team B. The 2 players from Team B surrounded him, intent on intercepting the ball at all costs, demonstrating their determination to disrupt Che Zai's attempts to transition the ball and suppress Team A's offensive rhythm. To achieve their objective, their movements, both with their feet and hands, were incessant. However, due to the subtlety of their actions, the referee merely observed, refraining from blowing the whistle. Meanwhile, in Team B's half, as Che Zai struggled against the 2 defenders, a swift winger with golden locks and forward in Jinsi continually maneuvered around Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli. Originally positioned as a winger, due to the lack of promising opportunities, he had started to cut inside, evading the attention of the B team's fullback and advancing into the midfield area. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli both acutely experienced the extraordinary speed of their adversaries, each person on high alert, never straying far from one another. In an effort to thwart any attempts at a counter-offside strategy, they continuously adjusted their positions, retreating almost to the precipice of their own penalty area. As the last bastion of defense in the midfield, Guanggu was acutely aware of the prowess of the swift flank players and the subtlety of Xiao, deliberately narrowing the distance between himself and Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli. Should the midfield player Che Zai or any other members of Team A execute a high-lofted pass, they would instantly pivot and surge forward to provide support. Witnessing Che Zai being cornered with no opportunity to maneuver, the 2 flank defenders of Team A unhesitatingly surged forward to assist, raising their arms to signal for Che to distribute the ball at the earliest moment. Faced with the ferocious advance of 2 defenders from Team B, Che Zai glanced at his 2 forward teammates, deftly evading their grasp with an elegant turn that allowed him to break free from their clutches, resolutely lifting his foot to strike. However, as the 2 defenders from Team B lost their positioning, they quickly regained their composure, charging forward in unison, extending their limbs to entirely obstruct Che Zai's passing route, forcing him to retreat once more. A group of substitutes observing from the sidelines shook their heads in disappointment, conceding that under such circumstances, Che Zai would likely have to minimize his touches and allow his teammates to execute decisive assists. Otherwise, persisting in this manner would merely squander the time of both sides. The 2 advancing flank defenders of Team A, realizing Che Zai was unable to make a timely pass, reluctantly returned to their positions. Chapter 53, The Encirclement Strategy, Part 2, The Reckless Advance of Team A's Flank Defenders. if not coordinated with their teammates to create a lethal threat, could be exploited by Team B for a flawless counterattack due to the gaping holes in the flank defense. It appeared that Chazai had been thoroughly restrained. Nonetheless, he had made progress. Last season, physical confrontation had been his Achilles heel. In the face of the close marking by two defenders from Team B, he had held his ground, maintaining firm control over the ball at his feet. Cui Xianbin offered a candid evaluation. However, Cui Shichao, casting a serious glance at Cui Xianbin as he turned back, remarked gravely, as the core midfielder of the team, one must always be prepared for the possibility of being double-marked or even triple-marked by opponents. If Chazai's performance today remains at this level, I shall undoubtedly persuade the club's higher-ups, at any cost, to secure that player. The adversaries he faced today were merely newcomers to the team. If he can be so easily contained, what do you think our chances of claiming the championship this year would be? Pausing for effect, he posed a rhetorical question to himself. If he performs at this level, we would have no more than a sliver of hope. Cui Shijiao's words were remarkably blunt. His piercing gaze fixated on Chazai, who was deftly maneuvering the ball at the center of the field. Cui Xianbin, well acquainted with his temperament, discerned that although Cui Shijiao's tone was stern, he harbored hopes for Chazai's performance. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Chazai, upon whom such expectations were placed, would rise to the occasion and avoid disappointment. The fierce tussle in the midfield persisted. With the ball at his feet, Chazai found himself under relentless pressure from two players of Team B, leaving him with no opportunity to pass. Helplessly, he shifted the ball and advanced swiftly, hoping to engage in a combination play with his teammates. However, the two defenders from Team B remained steadfast, shadowing him closely, indifferent to his attempts to reposition the ball. When Chazai finally received a pass from a teammate, the duo clung to him like adhesive, making his situation akin to the previous struggles. Despite his strenuous efforts to control the ball, he was ultimately forced to make a lateral pass. Upon receiving the ball, his teammate found himself entirely constrained by the opposing players, compelled to send the ball forward to the attacking players. Yet, the quality of that pass paled in comparison to Chazai's capabilities, resembling a toy model in contrast to a sophisticated intercontinental cruise missile. Not only was the pass intercepted effortlessly by the firmly established Guanggu in the midfield, but several counterattacks orchestrated by Guanggu also emerged, supplying the forward of Team B with numerous exquisite passes. As previously observed, the forward's prowess was exceptional, had it not been for the inadequacies of his supporting teammates. The score would have already been equalized, having breached Team A's defense. Nearly 10 minutes into the second half, the momentum shifted dramatically. Team A, which had previously held the upper hand, began to falter, swaying like a scale tipped by Chazai's lackluster performance. Should they fail to overcome these challenges? Chapter 54. A fatal danger without a player stepping up to serve as a secondary passing option to replace Chazai. The likelihood of conceding a goal during Team B's numerous dazzling counterattacks was all but inevitable. Cui Xianbin quietly observed the unfolding events on the field, watching the ball repeatedly transfer helplessly from the feet of Chazai to those of his teammates, culminating in a series of futile passes. Regardless of whether it was the teammates responsible for the passes, the swift wingers stationed at the flanks, or the forwards, each displayed expressions of frustration and resignation. Chazai's demeanor was equally grim. Yet, as the pivotal player in the rear, having weathered numerous storms, his ability to manage emotions surpassed that of his peers. However, even if he could muster a forced smile and feign indifference, the entire A team remained enveloped in a progressively gloomy atmosphere, a rather ominous sign. Cui Xianbin crossed his arms and, from the corner of his eye, cast a glance at Cui Shijiao standing beside him. Regardless of how the outcome of today's match would unfold, or which player might ultimately rise to the occasion and either rescue the team or deliver a fatal blow, he believed that coach Cui Shijiao would overlook these matters, as he would be preoccupied with a grave concern, an exceedingly critical one. The issue lay in the fact that if the team's midfield linchpin, Chazai, were effectively restrained, there would be no one else within the squad capable of stepping up to become a secondary passing option. This was an alarming predicament, a catastrophic vulnerability for a team aspiring for championship glory. Of course, perhaps Guanggu, currently with the B team, could fulfill this role. However, at 33 years of age, he could not endure the rigors of a high-intensity season, capable only of embellishing the team rather than providing essential support. Chazai, you must devise a solution swiftly. Do not let us down. Cui Xianbin narrowed his eyes, unwaveringly fixated on Chazai, who was entangled in a fierce struggle at the center of the field against two defenders from the B team. He believed, just as Cui Shizhao did, that the player they both valued most would undoubtedly surmount the current challenge. The match continued. With Che Zai completely neutralized, the pressure on the defense significantly diminished. Lu Dongdong, whose stamina was nearly depleted, finally found a moment to breathe, paying little heed to a team's forward agency darting about him. For no matter how hard he tried, as long as his team midfield counterparts were unable to deliver effective passes, nothing was of concern to Lu Dongdong. On the verdant pitch, under the meticulous guidance of Coach Ji, his already strong defensive capabilities had seen remarkable improvement. Confronted with the direct onslaught of the forward, he exudes unwavering confidence and capability, effortlessly intercepting the opponent's advances. Moreover, an insurmountable barrier stands before him. The defensive midfielder Guanggu, positioned directly in his path. Positioned at the center circle, Che Zai struggles valiantly, yet finds himself devoid of options, resorting once again to a lateral pass to a teammate. Upon receiving the ball, the fullback sprints forth, deftly bypassing the defenders of Team B, unimpeded as he reaches the flanks of Team B's half. The B team's fullback, tasked with guarding the sidelines, follows closely behind Lu Dongdong. Chapter 55, Danger. They trail Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, the two central defenders, as they retreat towards the penalty area, aiming to constrict their defensive formation. Guarding the center, Guanggu, observing the A-team's fullback poised to make an incisive run, decisively charges forward, striving to intercept the ball before the A-team's teammates can provide swift support. In the face of Guanggu's relentless pressure, the previously confident fullback, who had skillfully evaded Team B's defenders, now exhibits a hint of uncertainty. Using his body to shield the ball from Guanggu, he manages to control it briefly before, gritting his teeth, he makes a desperate sprint, launching the ball into the direction of Team B's penalty area just before Guanggu can extend his foot. In that position awaits his teammate, striker Jinxiu. The ball descends rapidly, traversing a distance of several dozen meters. The agile Jinxiu, having quickly assessed the landing point, darts past Niu Dongdong. His speed is remarkable. By the time Lu Dongdong registers the situation, and has already surged ahead by 4 or 5 meters. Due to the previous lackluster passes from the A team, Lu Dongdong's vigilance had considerably waned. However, to the surprise of him and all present, this particular pass, despite its lack of finesse, lands perfectly at the edge of the penalty area. It provides Jinxiu with the opportunity to accelerate. At this moment, should he take just a few more strides, he would effortlessly receive the ball at his feet. Meanwhile, Lu Dongdong, who had been tasked with marking him, finds himself completely outpaced, left to lament his predicament. This pass is intriguing, prompting the B team's goalkeeper to instinctively consider rushing out. Yet, as the ball lands near the edge of the penalty area, he realizes that to charge out now would place him in direct competition with the B team as forward. At an equal distance, the goalkeeper, fully aware of his speed disadvantage, can only remain helplessly on the goal line, staring wide-eyed. Guanggu, the last line of defense in midfield, swiftly returns, his sprinting speed far surpassing that of Lu Dongdong. However, the distance remains too great. Despite his best efforts, he remains out of reach. All eyes in the stadium are fixated on the ball. Should it find the net, the dynamics of the entire match would be irrevocably altered. The A team, poised to score, would surely forfeit a decisive victory, even as Che Zai continues to be closely marked by the B team players. As teammates endowed with passing abilities, they will undoubtedly experience a significant boost in confidence regarding their passing skills due to this goal. Conversely, Team B, having already trailed by a goal, will likely experience a considerable decline in morale. In their fervent quest to equalize the score, they will undoubtedly adopt an all-out offensive strategy. Should they fail to breach Team A's defenses within a short span of time, the outcome will be inevitable. Team A will mercilessly capitalize on the opportunity, scoring several more goals. Lu Dongdong clenched his teeth and, with long strides, sprinted forward with great effort. However, the forward of Team B was distancing himself further away, his footwork resembling a vigorous cycling motion, leaving Lu with no chance to catch up. He had already contemplated that should an opportunity arise to reach him, he would unhesitatingly bring down the Team B player, even at the cost of receiving a red card. As a central defender, he was the backbone of the team's defense and an indispensable member of the squad. Chapter 56, An Intolerable Mistake, Part 1. Yet, compared to conceding a goal, receiving a red card had become a desperate measure. The forward of Team A was accelerating rapidly, seemingly unwilling to grant Lu Dongdong any opportunity. As he observed the ball within reach, the Team B forward surged faster, his gaze alight with anticipation. Apart from the imminent goal, all that remained in his line of sight was the vacant net ahead. His sole mission was to guide the ball into the goal with seamless precision. The goalkeeper, firmly stationed on the goal line, was disregarded entirely. As a forward, he had no regard for the goalkeeper, only the ever-open goal beckoning him forward. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At last, the forward of Team A, under the eager gaze of the crowd, successfully seized the ball. He deftly nudged it forward, charging into the penalty area while stealing a glance behind him at Lu Dongdong. Noticing that his opponent was still a good 4 or 5 meters away, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In that moment, all his focus and energy were directed toward the goal ahead. Nothing else mattered but the prospect of scoring. A slight smile crept onto his lips, a habitual gesture before every goal, a testament to his unparalleled confidence. Suddenly, a tall figure surged up from the left, barreling in with astonishing speed. With a swift tackle, he brought down the unsuspecting forward of Team A, sending both player and ball sprawling to the ground. The ball bounced a few times before rolling toward the goal, easily collected by the goalkeeper of Team B, who cradled it securely in his arms. Li Shengli, the towering figure, rose from the ground, spitting out the grass that had lodged in his mouth. The forward from Team A, Jinsi, lay on the ground, clutching his thigh in pain. Li Shengli instinctively reached out to help him up, but the A-team forward remained still, grimacing in agony. Meanwhile, the A-team players, observing from a distance, erupted in outrage, fervently waving their arms in protest toward the referee, insisting that Li Shengli's actions had clearly constituted a foul. A foul committed within the penalty area constitutes an unequivocal penalty kick. The referee raised both hands, forming a cross, and decisively shook his head. He explained that Li Shengli's tackle had initially brought down the ball, constituting a standard interception maneuver. The players of Team B, under the guidance of the seasoned Guanggu, swiftly gathered around, vociferously articulating their perspective. They insisted that the interception was clear-cut, devoid of any foul play. A throng encircled the referee, engaging in a fervent dispute for a while, before finally dispersing. The referee waved his arms, signaling for the match to resume. Lu Dongdong lowered his head and returned to his defensive zone. Although the previous ball was salvaged by Li Shengli, it was undeniably a grave mistake on his part. His despondency was palpable. Observing Lu's demeanor from a distance, Li Shengli swiftly approached, offering a few words of comfort before gesturing towards the boundary of the court, saying, "Lu Dongdong, do not dwell on it. Focus on your efforts. Coach Cui and the others are watching us closely. Keep pushing." With a determined handshake, he jogged back to his defensive position. Chapter 57. Adhering to Tactics, Part 1. Lu Dongdong's expression was a tapestry of emotions as he cast a quiet glance at the positions of Cui Shizhao and Cui Quanbin. After a prolonged gaze, Cui Xianbin, who was engaged in a hushed conversation, sensed the unusual atmosphere and lifted his head, locking eyes with Lu Dongdong in a moment of mutual recognition. Lu Dongdong, resembling a bashful young man, immediately lowered his head, eliciting a mix of surprise and amusement from Cui Xianbin. The match continued. This time, an exhilarating offensive play, though it did not culminate in a goal, noticeably bolstered the morale of Team A's players. One by one, they ran with increasing fervor, much to the dismay of the already fatigued Team B players, who found themselves in a state of utter exhaustion. A group of newcomers had intended to capitalize on Li Shengli's remarkable interception and deliver a decisive blow to Team A. But instead, they found themselves retreating under Team A's relentless pressure. Despite two midfielders closely marking Che's eye, their newfound confidence allowed various passes to flow seamlessly from the feet of Team A's players. They persisted with the same tactics, which led to a disjointed state in Team B's defense. At 32, Guanggu, despite his unwavering determination, could not sustain the physical demands of the game. The depletion of his stamina became evident during the intense exchanges as he struggled to keep pace. His continuous errors threw Team B's precarious defense into disarray, resulting in a chaotic and unstructured defense relying solely on brute strength. Fortunately for Team A, the quality of their passes did not match the earlier stroke of luck. Guanggu was clearly exhausted and needed to be substituted, remarked Cui Shizhao, adjusting his glasses with a hint of resignation. Cui Shiwebi nodded in agreement and signaled to the assistant referee standing on the opposite sideline. The ball was picked up by Team B's goalkeeper, who, responding to loud calls, kicked it to Lu Dongdong. Without hesitation, Lu Dongdong sent the ball soaring out of bounds with a powerful kick. As the referee's whistle sounded, The fatigued Guanggu exchanged farewells with a few teammates. Amidst the enthusiastic applause from the substitutes, he gradually made his way off the field. A substitute player raised his arm, exchanging a quick high-five with him before sprinting onto the pitch. Remember, let us adhere to our previous strategy, opting for long passes and utilizing an offside tactic to breach their defense. Their two center-backs, much like Guanggu, are likely at their physical limits. Moreover, with Guanggu absent from midfield, their interception capabilities will surely diminish. We have ample opportunities, so let us not rush. Chazai quietly instructed a few players on the flanks. The forward, Ding Ji, and the speedy wing player exchanged an encouraging gesture, their understanding evident in a subtle nod. Everyone, pay attention. I must remind you that Team A will undoubtedly continue employing the offside tactic. You too should be mindful of your positioning. The newly substituted player approached Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli, whispering a few words into their ears. The two nodded in understanding, exchanged glances, and then dispersed to return to their respective defensive zones. The match resumed with Team A throwing the ball back into play. Chapter 58, Adhering to Tactics, Part 2. As anticipated, the absence of Guoguang significantly weakened Team B's midfield, diminishing their interception and passing capabilities to a level far beneath their previous performance. Chazai, the core midfielder for Team A, remained closely marked by two midfielders from Team B. However, the reduced pressure from teammates allowed him to frequently penetrate Team B's defense, compelling his two markers to abandon their pursuit of him and swiftly retreat to cover. Initially, the back-and-forth movements of the two Team B midfielders did not seem overly strenuous. Yet, as the match wore on and the intensity of competition escalated, their stamina waned, leaving them increasingly fatigued. Moreover, the moment they strayed from Chazai's vicinity, an agile female player from Team A would deftly return the ball to him. They were not machines, incapable of tireless running. On several occasions, Chazai seized opportunities to deliver crosses. However, perhaps due to being consistently marked, he had not been afforded many chances to strike, resulting in a few subpar passes that left the prepared forwards and wingers of Team A raising their hands in encouragement, albeit with a hint of helplessness. Yet, any discerning football enthusiast would recognize that if this trend continued, Chazai's passing quality would inevitably improve, leading to a high-caliber assist that could deliver a lethal blow to the opposing team. The match had lost its intrigue, merely becoming a spectacle to observe how many goals Team B would concede. Cui Huanbin remarked with a smile. After all, everyone on Team B is still a novice. Their handling of the ball, defensive anticipation, and offensive choices appearing quite immature. They have a long road ahead of them. Cui Shizhao adjusted his glasses and commented. Football is round. It's not simply about exerting every ounce of effort to reap rewards. A true footballer must always play with wisdom, conserving precious energy when opportunities are scarce. Only when a goal is attainable or an offensive advantage can be seized should one go all out to deliver a decisive strike against the opponent. Currently, Team B was entirely subdued by Team A, their stamina exhausted from the relentless exertion of the first half. I estimate that Team A could score at least 3 more goals in this match. Of course, it is crucial for them to understand the importance of moderation and not overly undermine the confidence of these newcomers. Coach Shui, you seem to harbor no faith in Team B's defense, someone remarked. It's not a lack of confidence. It's the stark reality of their capabilities, he replied. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengying exhibit numerous overlapping capabilities, with scarcely any areas where they complement each other's weaknesses. Both are towering figures, slow to pivot. And while they have previously executed several remarkable tackles, their stamina has now reached its limits. Have you not noticed? Each time the entire team advances in attack or retreats in defense, they display a complete lack of positional awareness, merely moving forward and backward instinctively. A clear indication that they are utterly exhausted and incapable of considering such nuances. Chapter 59, Adhering to Tactics, Part 3. Their adversaries, the speedy wingers and Jinxiu, possess an abundance of stamina, a quality that has never been their own advantage. Nevertheless, as seasoned professionals who have thrived in the K2 League for many years, their physical reserves far surpass those of these two newcomers, despite having endured a lengthy break. In particular, I believe Jinxiu may surprise us this year. Don't you agree? I share that sentiment. Choi Hyubin nodded in affirmation, a deeper smile gracing his face as his gaze shifted towards Jinxiu. This forward has oscillated between being a starting striker and a primary substitute during his tenure at the youth club, demonstrating considerable prowess. However, due to coach Choi Seoju's tactical decisions, the astutely perceptive Jinxiu has frequently found himself relegated to the bench. Yet, in this match, his style of play appears to have diversified beyond last season's approach, and his decision-making with the ball has grown increasingly composed. Although he had been intercepted multiple times by Lu Dongdong and Li Shungying, upon recognizing that his physicality was no match for theirs, he noticeably adapted his strategy, opting for a more evasive approach rather than engaging in head-on confrontations. This is why Lu Dongdong's performance has dimmed since the match began. Choi Hyunbin observed in Jinxiu on the field, noting how he constantly darted around Lu Dongdong, leaving the newcomer utterly bewildered and instinctively following in an S-wake, almost completely at his mercy. This is a perilous predicament for a center back, as their speed cannot rival that of a forward. The reason world-class center backs become stalwart defenders often lies in their wealth of experience. This invaluable knowledge, accumulated through countless matches, allows them to anticipate a forward's movements and preemptively obstruct passes from the midfield. However, as a newcomer, Lu Dongdong is currently being led by Jinxiu, completely unaware that he has fallen into the opponent's trap. Che Ziming clearly had several opportunities to execute a long pass. With the speedy wingers and Jinxiu already positioned well, why does he not pass? Have they truly decided to abandon the tactic of countering the offside trap? Inquired Choi Hyunbin. The two central defenders had completely lost their composure. With just one exquisite pass, their defense could be effortlessly torn asunder. Why would they forsake such a strategy? The player, Che Zai, refrained from passing, presumably aiming to lull the two central defenders while the already constricted midfield tightened further. I suspect that the team from Gwangju in their next match will certainly remind each midfielder that Team A will persist with the counter-preparation tactics. The two continued their discourse. Choi Hyunbin merely cast a fleeting glance at Che Zai, who stood in his own half, his gaze quickly shifting to Jin Su, positioned in Team B's half. Controlling the ball at his feet, Che Zai feigned a pass, deftly evading a vigilant defender from Team B. He was closely followed by another defender, who immediately rushed to close in. In Chapter 6, a brilliant dribble, Che Zai exhibited no hesitation, swiftly shifting the ball laterally to a teammate stationed on the flanks. At the moment of passing, he surged forward with remarkable speed, and his receiving teammate, in perfect synchrony, dispatched the ball without a moment's pause. The black and white sphere traced an elegant triangle in a remarkably brief span, returning accurately to Che Zai's feet. It was a splendid instance of a 2-on-1 play. Upon receiving the ball, Che Zai found himself unopposed by any defenders from Team B, and he galloped forward, penetrating deep into Team B's half. All the defenders from Team B, stationed in their own half, sprang into action, a throng of players retreating swiftly to fortify their defense against Team A's advance. The forwards and the speedy winger from Team A, positioned directly ahead, instantly sprang to life, darting around their assigned defenders. The winger, adorned with golden locks, shook off the grasp of a Team B fullback, taking an unconventional route as he sliced through the middle with the swiftness of the wind. His sudden shift left Lu Dongdong, who was closely marking Jin Su, momentarily at a loss. If he allowed the situation to unfold unchecked, with just a casual through ball from Che Zai, the winger could receive the ball and charge unimpeded towards the penalty area. Yet, if he chose to advance for a challenge, he would have to relinquish his mark on Jin Su, who was no easy adversary. Unmarked, he posed a lethal threat, ever looming overhead like a sharp blade. What was to be done? Lu Dongdong instinctively took a couple of steps forward, but quickly retreated, deciding to focus on monitoring his players. However, in those fleeting seconds of distraction, the quietly lurking Jinxiu, having leisurely followed Lu Dongdong's steps, retreated a few paces before propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a taut bowstring. In tandem, he sprinted into the B team's midfield, confronting the swiftly approaching defenders without hesitation. He raised his foot and struck the ball with considerable force. Although the power of his pass was not overwhelming and its speed moderate, it soared high above all the B team defenders, directly arcing towards the center of the B team's penalty area. Gwangju, seated cross-legged on the sideline, sprang to his feet, waving his arms and vociferously alerting the B team players, who were still unaware of the impending threat, that this was a cleverly executed offside pass, urging all team members to immediately retreat. Upon hearing his call, the B team players wasted no time, each one hastening towards their own penalty area. Meanwhile, Li Shungying, the central defender, simultaneously launched into action, gritting his teeth as he pursued. With his back turned to Jin Xiuwen, Lu Dongdong, the central figure in this unfolding drama, was the last to realize the gravity of the situation. He instinctively turned to chase back in defense, but at that moment, He noticed coaches Choi Hyunbin and Choi Seju on the sidelines, their unwavering gaze fixed intently upon him. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he realized the magnitude of his blunder, leaving him inexplicably rooted to the spot. Chapter 61. An Unforgivable Mistake. Part 1. Lu Dongdong stood inexplicably in place, completely motionless, quietly observing the two individuals. Lu Dongdong, hurry back to the defense. Why are you still dawdling? Guanggu shouted loudly, cupping his hands around his mouth. Lu Dongdong cast a glance at his teammates, who were rushing past him with a sense of urgency. He noticed the unease in the positions of Choi Xianbin and Choi Shichao, and after a moment's hesitation, he quickly turned and sprinted forward. However, by then, it was too late for anything to be done. As the pivotal player at the back, Che Zai may not always deliver a decisive pass to his teammates. Yet this time, his pass was extraordinarily precise. The black and white ball descended gracefully from the sky, bouncing lightly on the verdant grass before rolling less than half a meter. The relentless sprinting in Jinshu was nearly upon it, with a deft flick of his toes. He effortlessly brought the ball under his control. Meanwhile, the nearest player behind him, Li Xingli, was still a good 2 or 3 meters away. Before him, aside from the goal, stood only the solitary goalkeeper from Team B, who was stationed at the center of the net. As an exceptional forward, he perceived only the goal, never the goalkeeper. With the ball deftly controlled at his feet, he surged into the small penalty area and, without a moment's hesitation, lifted his foot. Despite the goalkeeper's desperate leap and outstretched arms, the black and white ball traced a graceful arc, evading the goalkeeper's grasp and plunging into the depths of the white net. Goal! The exhilarating cheers erupted, resonating throughout the entire stadium. Countless players from Team A and the substitutes on the sidelines surged forward, enveloping Jinxiu in a jubilant celebration. The exhausted players from Team B gradually came to a halt, their faces etched with despair. The goalkeeper of Team P, having faced yet another breach of his defenses, sat dazed on the grass, pounding the ground with his fists, his head bowed in profound disappointment. For a goalkeeper, conceding 4 goals in a single match is a tremendous humiliation, a source of deep sorrow. He raised his head to glance at the jubilant players embracing one another, and a grim realization dawned upon him, that today, guarding the goal, he might not merely concede 4 goals. Lu Dongdong stared blankly at the scene before him, the jubilant cheers of Team A echoing incessantly in his ears, while the somber faces of his teammates flickered in his vision. Prior to the commencement of today's match, he had already discerned the stark disparity in strength between his Team B and Team A. Perhaps it was the naivety of youth, the lofty ambitions of a novice, or perhaps an unfounded arrogance stemming from a few training sessions under Coach G, leading him to believe he could surprise everyone and shine on the pitch. Indeed, had the match been merely the first 30 minutes, his performance would have left no room for doubt. However, the reality is that a football match lasts for 90 minutes, and occasionally, depending on the referee's whims, there may be additional time. Chapter 62. An Unforgivable Mistake. Part 2. As a central defender, the final bastion of the team. Even if one dazzles for 89 or 90 minutes without committing a single error, a single goal conceded in the last minute can render one an inadequate defender. This was a lesson Coach G had repeatedly impressed upon him during their brief training sessions. Yet today, as a defensive player, he had allowed his opponents to score 4 goals against him. Such a scoreline is undeniably a source of immense shame in any official match. Regardless of the extent of blame he might share for the goals conceded, he could not evade responsibility. What was he doing just now? Standing there in a daze? Coach Chui Shijiao's tone was somber, cold, almost devoid of emotion. Chui Xianbin glanced back at him, opened his mouth to speak, yet found no words. Having worked alongside Coach Chui for several years, he could easily discern that Coach Chui was on the verge of an outburst, struggling to contain his fury. The root of his ire lay solely with Lu Dongdong and his recent lapse in focus. This was not Northeast China, where a mere glance could provoke violence. Yet Lu Dongdong stood on the field, a player amidst a team of comrades who were all desperately defending, while he, as a central defender, neglected his assigned opponent and stood there in a stupor. This is something no professional football coach could tolerate. Moreover, the notoriously stringent Coach Chui had already harbored considerable discontent towards Lu Dongdong's entry into the team. This latest transgression would only exacerbate his future prospects, deepening Coach Chui's disappointment in him. Coach, I tried my best for that goal. Perhaps I simply couldn't run anymore. After all, with his speed of turning, it was utterly impossible for him to catch up with the already fully activated Jinxiu. Choi Hyunbin pondered for a while, and could only come up with a vague remark to ease the situation. As an assistant coach of the football team, he found it difficult to comprehend Lu Dongdong's actions and felt a surge of anger. However, unlike Coach Choi Se-ju, he did not harbor a preconceived negative judgment of Lu Dongdong, based on the entirety of Lu Dongdong's performance in the matches so far. Although he still had considerable deficiencies in skill, his on-field performance was, at the very least, passable. This incident, while a significant blunder, should not entirely negate all that he had demonstrated on the field previously. After all, he was merely a newcomer. Observing Choi Se-ju's expressionless demeanor, Choi Hyun-bin licked his dry lips and continued, "Coach Choi, I understand that you are usually very strict with every player. However, many of those who made mistakes today are merely rookies who have just joined the club. They will inevitably make various errors on the pitch." Enough. Choi Se-ju suddenly raised his hand, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Dongdong's position on the field. A match is a match. I can tolerate a player with numerous flaws and shortcomings, but while on the field, he must maintain a heightened level of focus. You were outmaneuvered by your opponent and left far behind. You may not be able to catch up, but you must at least make the effort to pursue. This is a matter of attitude. I shall head upstairs now. Please inform me of the match results later. With those words, Coach Choi Se-ju turned on his heel and departed. Choi Hyun-bin quietly observed, a bittersweet smile forming at the corners of his mouth. His gaze returning to Lu Dongdong, standing on the field. He mused that this match had likely irrevocably tarnished Lu Dongdong's standing in Coach Choi Se-ju's eyes. He had completely forfeited any chance of redemption. The absence of a chance for redemption signified that his departure from the team was not far off. The subsequent match unfolded without any suspense. The morale of Team B had plummeted, while Team A surged forward with exuberance, led by their midfield linchpin. As the swift wingers and striker in Jinshio executed brilliant goals, the final score was sealed at 7-3. Upon the conclusion of the match, every member of Team A wore expressions of elation, their joy evident. In stark contrast, the players of Team B were dejected, especially the key figures in conceding goals, goalkeeper Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli, who were so engulfed in shame that they could barely lift their heads. Among their ranks, only the forward of Team B held his head high, seemingly unwilling to accept the outcome of the score. Choi Hyun-bin gathered everyone together and, in front of all, commended a few players for their outstanding performances. In an effort to bolster the morale of all newcomers on Team B, only a few brief compliments were bestowed upon the winged sprinter and Jinshio, who had dazzled with a hat trick. The consistently brilliant midfield maestro, Che Zai, while offering a few kind words, did not shy away from candidly pointing out areas of dissatisfaction. Regarding Team B, Guanggu, and all players who had performed commendably, he lavishly praised them with generous words, particularly highlighting the exceptional performance of the veteran forward from Team B, Guanggu. Additionally, he offered a few accolades to Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli, while subtly indicating Lu Dongdong's shortcomings and unprofessional conduct on the field. Feeling despondent, Lu Dongdong was profoundly moved by Coach Choi Xianbin's remarks, lifting his spirits somewhat. On the other hand, when Choi Xianbin's praises were perceived as unjust, the headstrong winged sprinter pouted with displeasure, ready to retort openly had it not been for Che Zai's discreet intervention. To summarize today's match, it was an exceptionally thrilling contest of attacking prowess, with numerous players showcasing their remarkable abilities. Coach Choi Shizhao stood at the sidelines, and I am confident he has gained a profound understanding of each player's strengths. Of course, today's match was merely a routine training game. I hope everyone remains humble and motivated to build upon their strengths while striving to improve in areas of weakness, for the sake of our team and our collective efforts. With that, everyone is dismissed. Go enjoy a warm shower and unwind. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Chapter 64. Amidst the flickering lights with a smile, Choi Xianbin bid farewell and made his way to the coaching office. What is this? Today, both Jinshio and I scored 3 goals, achieving a hat trick. Yet Coach Choi only offered a few cursory praises to us. Meanwhile, that kid from Team B, who scored, was exalted to the heavens. This is utterly unfair. If you truly believe he is so exceptional, then start him in the league opener and see if he can deliver. The winged sprinter, with his golden locks, kicked at the grass in frustration. Enough of this. Did you not hear the last words of Coach Choi Xianbin? He knows your temperament well enough to prevent you from inflating your own ego. Besides, Team B is merely a group of newcomers. Naturally, they deserve more praise than criticism. Is this such a difficult concept to grasp? Che Zai responded. I am not confused. This is simply excessive. You may commend them, But consideration for our feelings is also essential. His words made it seem as if we were the ones who lost. The winged sprinter retorted, still seething with indignation. Come now, it was just an ordinary internal training match. Is it really necessary to take it so seriously? Moreover, if you are truly willing, I can arrange for that lad from Team B to replace you in the starting lineup. I shall speak to coaches Choi Hyun-bin and Choi Seju immediately. And Jin-soo promptly shed his shirt, revealing a physique marked by robust muscles. As he spoke, he lifted his foot and made his way toward the main coach's office. Hey, I was merely jesting. After taking a few steps, he was swiftly intercepted by a swift player from the sidelines, who, with a hint of defiance, remarked, "The primary positions on our team should be contested fairly. Why should I relinquish my spot to someone whose abilities will never surpass mine?" A group of individuals laughed and jovially linked arms as they headed toward the locker room. After taking a warm shower in the changing room, Lu Dongdong followed a group of teammates from Team B as they exited the club's doors. Several of his companions had also just signed trial contracts, while others earned meager salaries, relying on public transportation to reach the club, much like him. Lu Dongdong, don't take it too to heart. This is merely a training match. Guanggu approached him in the parking lot, gently patting his shoulder. With a few reassuring words to Li Xingli and the others, the group exchanged grateful smiles and nods towards Guanggu. Compared to the seemingly unattainable players of Team A, Guanggu, who had just battled alongside them on the field, felt incredibly approachable, embodying the warmth of an older brother from the neighborhood. Lu Dongdong's previously melancholic mood had somewhat lifted. As he walked, he exchanged a few casual words with others. He waved farewell to the crowd and made his way directly to the bus stop that would take him back to his residence at the construction site. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, a bus pulled into the station. Lu Dongdong boarded the bus. At this moment, the lights had begun to twinkle, and the rush hour had already subsided. There were only a few passengers on the bus, leaving many seats unoccupied. Lu Dongdong reluctantly made his way to the back and settled into a seat by the window. Chapter 65, A Chance Encounter. The bus gradually departed from the station, and the sky outside was dark and gloomy. Lights began to twinkle in countless homes, and through the illuminated windows, one could glimpse families joyfully gathered around the dining table, relishing a sumptuous and delightful dinner. Lu Dongdong quietly observed everything before him, and an unexpected wave of homesickness washed over him, conjuring thoughts of his mother back in China. Today's competition, which he had initially approached with the ambition to make a remarkable impression, had taken a turn for the worse, diverging drastically from his original intentions. Particularly in the final moments, when the forward from Team A, Quanan Jingxiu, evaded him with a clever offside maneuver, he found himself frozen in place, gazing vacantly at his coaches, Cui Shizhao and Cui Shuabin, who stood at the sidelines. Without needing to imagine, he could discern their evaluation of his performance. Having received professional football training in China since childhood, his mentor, Qian Feng, had always emphasized the necessity of unwavering focus on the field, insisting that as a professional player, one must remain wholly concentrated for every minute played, without allowing any distractions. Yet today, he had committed a grievous error. He silently prayed that this day's events would merely be a minor setback and would not compel Coach Cui to dismiss him from the team. As the bus rolled to the next stop, several passengers boarded, among them a young woman clad in a floral dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Though she faced away from Lu Dongdong, it was evident that she was a rather serene girl. Lu Dongdong's gaze was momentarily captivated. Feeling an uncanny familiarity with the figure of the girl before him, he gazed intently for a few moments until the young lady turned around, their eyes meeting. The girl, possessing a delicately refined visage, displayed two subtle dimples on her face, her expression radiating warmth as she approached Lu Dongdong with a brisk yet graceful stride. Lu Dongdong's cheeks suddenly flushed with a faint hue, and his demeanor became noticeably reserved. "Mr. Lu, what brings you here today?" Xinya inquired sweetly. Lu Dongdong quickly rose, stammering, "I just reported to the club today, and we just finished our match. I was about to take the bus back." "Is today your first day reporting to the club? Is it the same one you mentioned to me last time?" Xianya's interest was piqued, and she gracefully seated herself beside Lu Dongdong. He nodded, somewhat unsure of how to respond. "Is something the matter? Have you pulled a muscle? Do you want to stand for a while?" Xianya tilted her head, curiosity illuminating her features, her eyes shimmering like crescent moons. No. Lu Dongdong hastily waved his hand, flustered as he sat down. "How do you feel about your first day at the club? What was the outcome of your match?" Xianya asked with genuine interest. "The club is quite good, but as for the match, My performance wasn't particularly stellar, Lu Dongdong said with an awkward smile, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Really? It's natural to feel a bit out of sorts on your first day. Give it a few days. Get to know your teammates, and things will surely improve. Yes, perhaps. Lu Dongdong replied absent-mindedly. The youth club is one of the premier teams in our city. She continued, and a strong contender for the championship in the annual K2 League. I have a friend who also works at the youth club. I truly didn't expect you to be a professional football player. The friend you mentioned last time also works there, correct? Lu Dongdong was taken aback, surprised by the revelation. Yes, he has been working there for several years now. What is his name, and what does he do? His surname is Chui, and he is called Chui Hyunbin. He is a football assistant coach. His role has primarily been to assist the head coach. You might have met him today. Assistant coach Chui Hyunbin. Lu Dongdong was momentarily speechless. Yes, did you meet him today? What was your impression of him? He is a very amiable person, and like you. He can talk endlessly about football. He is well-versed in various teams and their players, Xianya said with a sweet smile. I did see him a few times today, but we didn't really speak. Lu Dongdong murmured, his gaze lowered, feeling a warmth rise to his face. In that moment, he was not merely shy. He felt a pang of embarrassment. If Chui Hyunbin, as Xianya's friend, were to relay his performance today to her, Lu Dongdong could scarcely bear to imagine how the words he had uttered during that night in the hospital would be reduced to mere jest. Indeed, the most foolish boast of all. Really? What do you think he would say? He should be quite easy to get along with, she mused. Certainly, before you, he is. After all, an assistant coach, and may maintain a somewhat serious demeanor. However, in private, he is an incredibly humorous and charming individual. Would you like me to introduce you to him? I have his number on my phone. As Hyanya pulled out her phone, she smiled sweetly. No, it's fine. Lu Dongdong quickly waved his hand. Noticing Hyanya's puzzled expression as she looked up at him, he stammered. Since today is my first day reporting to the team, it would be better to get to know him gradually. He added, I wouldn't want others to misconstrue our relationship, which might lead to some unfounded gossip. And that would not reflect well on assistant coach Choi Hyunbin. Is that so? But I don't see any issue with it. Hyanya rested her chin on her hand, pouting adorably, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at Lu Dongdong. If you think it's not a good idea, then let us forget it for now. Perhaps next time, I can bring you both together for an introduction. She said this while returning her phone to her pocket. All right. Thank you, Lu Dongdong replied, nodding gently, feeling somewhat shy to meet Hyanya's gaze. It wasn't that he was unwilling to meet Choi Hyunbin. Rather, he felt his performance today had been dismal. He was apprehensive about what Choi Hyunbin might say about him in Hyanya's presence if introduced through a mutual friend. As a mere 17-year-old, his emotional resilience was rather fragile. The bus rolled along slowly, and the city at night was not particularly bustling with traffic. It seemed the peak hours of returning home had long passed. The bus driver maintained a leisurely pace, taking in the night scenery through the windshield. Chapter 67. Passionate youth for him, this job felt more like a form of relaxation. It was a life that everyone, especially all men, yearned for. Lu Dongdong engaged in a casual conversation with Hyuna. He had never been an overly sociable individual, and due to his commitment to football at the club, he rarely had the opportunity to interact with women, particularly someone as stunning and fashionable as Hyuna. However, Hyuna possessed a remarkably generous and vivacious personality, effectively steering the flow of conversation between them. They exchanged banter, each taking turns to respond, creating an atmosphere of delightful camaraderie. 20 minutes later, the bus gradually approached a stop. This is my stop. I shall see you next time, Hyuna announced as she rose and waved goodbye to Lu Dongdong. All right, farewell, Lu Dongdong replied, hastily getting to his feet, his movements appearing somewhat awkward. He was apprehensive that his actions might lead Hyuna to perceive him as impolite. Both Korea and Japan are nations that place a high value on etiquette. Before Lu Dongdong arrived in South Korea, his father, Lu Gang, had repeatedly cautioned him. Thus, he paid great attention to this matter. I sensed that you seemed quite anxious while conversing with me, your eyes darting around. Next time, feel free to relax a bit. After all, we are good friends. After descending the stairs, Hyuna playfully winked with one eye and flashed a peace sign towards Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment, offering an awkward smile. As the car door swung open, Hyuna waved once more at Lu Dongdong before the passenger disembarked. After stepping off the vehicle, he did not immediately choose to depart, but instead lingered in place, waving at Lu Dongdong through the bus window. Lu Dongdong stood there, a bashful smile adorning his face. instinctively waving his arm. The vehicle gradually began to move, preparing to depart from the platform. At that moment, as Lu Dongdong was about to take his seat, he noticed a man stealthily reaching into Huna's backpack. Huna immediately sensed the situation and swiftly pulled her bag closer, but the thief was quicker, extracting her wallet and fleeing at full speed. Someone is stealing. Catch the thief, Huna cried out, while the surrounding passengers looked up in confusion. The thief had already made a considerable distance. Inside the bus, Lu Dongdong sprang into action, vaulting from his window seat as the bus moved slowly. He stretched his long legs and dashed towards the direction the thief had fled. The thief ran with remarkable speed, showcasing an impressive physical prowess. However, having undergone rigorous training from a young age and now being a dedicated football athlete, Lu Dongdong was not about to let the thief escape easily. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted after him. After a few hundred meters of relentless pursuit, the exhausted thief was finally tackled to the ground by Lu Dongdong. The two immediately engaged in a struggle. The captured thief, with a menacing expression, pulled out a dagger from his pocket, threatening Lu Dongdong and warning him to mind his own business. Yet, as a passionate youth, Lu Dongdong was not easily intimidated by the thief's words. He charged forward, swiftly and accurately seizing the thief's wrist, wielding the dagger, followed by a graceful sweep of his leg that brought the thief crashing to the ground. Chapter 68. Invitation, Part 1. In the midst of the struggle, Lu Dongdong inadvertently received a cut on his face from the thief's dagger. Just then, a police car patrolling the intersection, alerted by a passerby, sped towards them. Two policemen leapt from the vehicle and rushed to Lu Dongdong and the thief's side. In a swift motion, they executed a shoulder throw, bringing both Lu Dongdong and the thief to the ground. A crowd of onlookers gathered, pointing and murmuring. Lu Dongdong fervently asserted that he was not a thief, but rather a person of integrity who acted in defense of justice. The two officers from H country paid little heed to his declarations. At that moment, Huna hurriedly approached, her bag in hand, and promptly offered an explanation to the two H country policemen. As night fell at 9 p.m., Huna exited the police station alongside Nyo Dongdong. Upon leaving, she bowed deeply to the officers as if bidding them farewell, before stepping out of the precinct. "Are you all right? Is the injury on your face serious?" Huna inquired, gently reaching out to touch the scar on Nyo Dongdong's face. Lu Dongdong's face flushed suddenly, and he hastily averted his gaze, saying, "It's nothing. The blood from the wound has stopped flowing. It's merely a minor injury. How could it be trivial? That gash is several centimeters long," she replied. "Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. In our country's police department, we must first gather detailed information from both parties. Otherwise, the officers will take everyone directly to the station." "I understand. After all, they're unaware of the circumstances surrounding the incident and must conduct a thorough investigation. What if they mistakenly release someone?" Lu Dongdong, ever perceptive, smiled gently and said, "I assure you, I'm truly fine. It's getting late, so I'll be heading home now. We can meet again another time." "No." Hyanya firmly grasped Lu Dongdong's arm and earnestly stated, "The wound on your face is genuinely serious. If you refuse to go to the hospital, at least come to my home. I have a first aid kit, and I can tend to it." Pausing for emphasis, she added, "My house is close to the police station, so it's not far." Without heeding Lu Dongdong's objections, she insisted on escorting him to her residence. The two walked side by side, exiting the precinct and making their way down the road ahead. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the mobile building and took the elevator to the 12th floor. Hyanya's apartment, a modest single unit, spanned approximately 60 square meters, a considerable sum in the precious real estate market of our country. She ushered Lu Dongdong inside. The room exuded warmth, illuminated by soft yellow lights. Hyanya instructed Lu Dongdong to sit on the sofa while she entered the bedroom to fetch a first aid kit. Lu Dongdong sat uneasily on the sofa, a faint fragrance wafting through his nostrils. This was his first time alone in a woman's room late at night, and the anxiety within him was palpable. However, Xinya paid no mind to his discomfort. She retrieved her phone, gauze, and disinfectant from the medical kit, meticulously cleaning Lu Dongdong's wound with a cotton swab, before carefully applying ointment and finally securing it with a bandage. She knelt quietly before him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the injury upon his face. Lu Dongdong, seated on the sofa, observed Xianya's serious expression, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In the dim light, he suddenly realized just how stunningly beautiful she truly was. Chapter 69. Invitation, Part 2. Remember, although your wound is not deep, it is quite lengthy. Upon returning home, Avoid contact with unclean water to prevent infection, she stated earnestly, pausing her actions to convey her concern to Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong gazed blankly into Huna's eyes, utterly disregarding her words. Observing Lu Dongdong's dazed expression, Huna repeated her statement once more. Suddenly aware, Lu Dongdong's face turned as red as an apple in an instant. Aren't all Chinese boys particularly fond of blushing? Huna tilted her head and said with a sweet smile. Lu Dongdong shook his head in a flustered manner, exclaiming, "No, I merely feel a bit warm." It is not shyness. Realizing the absurdity of his words, his face flushed a deeper shade of red. Kenya observed Lu Dongdong quietly, her smile growing ever more sweet. After exchanging a few words in the living room, Lu Dongdong suddenly recalled something and sat up straight, hastily stating, "Oh, I forgot to call my father. He must be worried." Apologizing to Hyunya, he retrieved his phone and moved to the windowsill in the living room, dialing Lu Gang's number. He spoke in hushed tones, casting a furtive glance, his cheeks reddening as he ended the call in a flurry. "Do you have to call your father every night when you come home late?" Hyunya inquired with curiosity. "No, not really. It's just that I mentioned to my father today that it was my first day reporting to the club, and I assured him I would return immediately after training. He is likely waiting for my news and must be concerned seeing me so late," Lu Dongdong hastily explained. "Ah, I see." Hyunya nodded gently, pausing before cheerfully suggesting, "It is already 9:30. Since the hour is late, why not enjoy a cup of coffee before you leave?" Lu Dongdong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Hyunya, with a bright smile, stood up as if she had received his affirmative response and made her way to the bar. With deft hands, she began brewing coffee. The sound of bubbling hot water filled the air as Hyunya returned with 2 cups of coffee beside the sofa. "Here you go. The coffee is ready. Would you like some sugar? But considering you play football, you must be quite strict with your diet and probably avoid sugar," she remarked. "It's fine. I don't have any restrictions in that regard," Lu Dongdong replied uneasily, taking a seat on the edge of the sofa. Half of his bottom perched on the cushion's edge, his eyes darting around nervously. "What do you think of my home's decor?" Hyunya inquired with a gentle smile, seemingly aware of Lu Dongdong's unease and deliberately seeking a topic of conversation. "It's quite nice, much better than my place," Lu Dongdong responded instinctively. "Really? This house was just renovated today, and I moved in less than 6 months ago. However, my parents wish for me to live with them, but due to my work, I often finish late, so I chose to live alone," she explained. "Yes, I believe that is for the best. As nurses, you have to work in shifts. Living with your parents might affect them." Lu Dongdong nodded softly, genuinely unsure of what else to say. Chapter 70, Invitation, Part 2. Where is your home in China? I have heard from friends that China is vast, much larger than Korea. My dream is to travel to China one day. Traveling to China is your dream. Now, aren't there numerous flights between China and each country? Just purchasing a plane ticket could resolve everything. Why is it still considered a dream? Lu Dongdong expressed his confusion. Of course, it's due to work. Our nurses endure a great deal of fatigue, and when we do have a break, it's only a single day off. Never a prolonged vacation. Even if we occasionally have a day or two, all I desire is to nestle at home and indulge in a leisurely slumber. If one day I could be granted an extended holiday, I would set aside everything and joyfully embark on a truly meaningful journey to China. A friend of mine once remarked that China is a remarkably entertaining country, with each locality offering its unique culinary delights. Indeed, China boasts over 30 provinces, each with its own distinctive specialties. We, as Chinese, have scarcely tasted them all. If you ever have the opportunity, you must certainly explore China fully. As the conversation shifted to her role as a streamer, a hint of pride illuminated Lu Dongdong's face, and his tone relaxed significantly. "Is that so? The more you say, the more I find myself eagerly anticipating the moment I can fly to China." Xuanya settled beside Lu Dongdong, leaning against the backrest, her hands cradling a cup of coffee as she lifted her chin to gaze at the yellow light above. Her exquisitely sculpted profile was fully visible to Lu Dongdong, who gazed at her in silent admiration, momentarily entranced by her beauty, which surpassed any he had encountered, whether Chinese or Korean. "By the way, you haven't yet told me which part of China you hail from." "I come from H province." "Have you heard of it?" "H province. Isn't it true that everyone there particularly enjoys spicy food?" Xuanya remarked with a look of yearning. "I once browsed the internet for information about H province, and they said that the people from your region are the most adept at consuming chili peppers in all of China." "That is somewhat accurate, as we reside in a rather humid area, making chili an integral part of our diet. However, personally, I'm not fond of spicy food. I find it a bit unbearable. Lu Dongdong chuckled shyly, adding, the information on the internet merely scratches the surface. Well, I suppose I'm an anomaly. I truly cannot handle chili peppers, and even the sight of them makes me break into a sweat. Is that so? Doesn't that mean you miss out on a lot of delicious foods? Yes, indeed. Therefore, since coming to Korea, I find that the local cuisine suits my palate quite well. Lu Dongdong smiled gently, jokingly adding, of course, each country's kimchi is an exception. It rivals our chili in spiciness, and I struggle with it. The first time I tried it, I downed 2 bottles of mineral water in one go. Really? Is it truly that exaggerated? Hyuna, with her long, lustrous black hair swaying gracefully, exemplified beauty in every sense. A fellow townsman once deceived me into believing that the kimchi from this country was mild, urging me to take a generous bite, only for me to nearly retch from the overwhelming spiciness. Chapter 71. A clear understanding. Nonetheless, I have always adhered to the principle of not wasting food, compelling myself to swallow it despite the discomfort. Lu Dongdong spoke earnestly. You. Hyuna chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at Lu Dongdong, momentarily at a loss for words. She found Lu Dongdong to be an exceedingly amusing individual. The two continued their light-hearted conversation, laughter echoing between them until the clock struck 10. Lu Dongdong, feeling that it was inappropriate for a young man to linger too long in a young lady's room, took the initiative to bid farewell. Hyuna personally escorted Lu Dongdong to the elevator, expressing her hope for another opportunity to share a cup of coffee in the future. Lu Dongdong descended the elevator, for the evening bus services were sparse. Thus, he opted to hail a taxi back to the construction site where he resided. Upon his return home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. His father, Lu Gang, and Wang Pengzi had grown weary of waiting and had succumbed to slumber in their beds. Lu Dongdong quietly entered the room and headed straight to the bedroom for a refreshing shower. After thoroughly drying his hair, he donned his pajamas and reclined onto the bed. With his hands cradling his head, the enchanting smile of Hyuna danced through his mind, captivating him. Suddenly, he realized that he might have developed feelings for Hyuna. However, she was already employed as a nurse, considerably older than him by 4 or 5 years. If he were to pursue her, would she reciprocate his affections? His mother, a quintessentially traditional Chinese woman, would she accept him marrying someone significantly older than himself? Lu Dongdong found himself lost in a reverie. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he suddenly burst into a quiet laugh, realizing that he had overthought the situation. At present, he and Hyuna were merely ordinary friends. Today, he had simply shared a cup of coffee in her room. The only reason he had the opportunity to visit her single apartment was that he had bravely retrieved her stolen handbag from a thief, sustaining a minor cut on his face in the process. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to step into Hyuna's abode. Her invitation for coffee today was likely motivated by a sense of gratitude. Moreover, it seemed plausible that every girl from country H interacted with boys in a similar fashion as Hyuna. Most importantly, it could not solely be attributed to the fact that he was a boy from China. Hyuna's curiosity about China and its culture might merely stem from her desire to learn more through him. He had indeed been overthinking everything. Lu Dongdong bit his head forcefully, casting aside all thoughts of Hyuna. In the next moment, a flicker of guilt crossed his face as he recalled his dismal performance in today's training match. He reminded himself that, with great difficulty and the assistance of his father, he had secured a place in the youth club, becoming a player in the K2 League. What he needed to focus on now was not the frivolities of romance, but rather to strive diligently to earn success through his efforts during the trial, to remain with the youth football team, and ultimately ascend to the K2 League. What he required at this moment was strength, under the guidance of Coach Chi. He aimed to become the football defender he was meant to be. His thoughts must be centered on becoming a professional footballer, rather than yearning for love and affection. Chapter 72. Self-evaluation. This could very well be the final opportunity of his life, and he had to seize it. Should he fail the trial? Not only would it disappoint his parents, but he would also be left with no choice but to pursue a career entirely unrelated to football. This was his destiny, and he must exert every ounce of effort to claim it. Lu Dongdong gazed at the ceiling above, gradually succumbing to the embrace of slumber, his eyes gently closing. Darkness enveloped him, a vast expanse of impenetrable blackness. Lu Dongdong stood still, gazing around in bewilderment, his body spinning aimlessly, utterly incapable of discerning anything. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and a dazzling beam of light emerged above his head. The brilliance was so intense that he could scarcely open his eyes. As his vision gradually acclimated to the blinding radiance, he found himself at the center of an immense stadium, standing upon a lush, verdant football pitch. Directly in front of him, near the edge of the field, stood a tall man clad in a suit and tie. His hair was slicked back, each strand distinct and pronounced. His entire face was shrouded in shadow, rendering any details indiscernible. Coach G. Lu Dongdong stared vacantly at the man before him. Welcome back. On behalf of the Green Camp Stadium, I extend a warm welcome to your return. The coach's voice remained as it had been, imbued with a chilling, emotionless tone. Lu Dongdong nodded absent-mindedly. Time is precious. Let us not squander it on pleasantries and formally commence our training. What is the agenda for today's session? Lu Dongdong inquired softly. Review your football footage, identify your shortcomings during the match, rectify, refine, and elevate your performance, Coach G stated with utmost seriousness. His voice tinged with an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. At that moment, his demeanor, manner of speaking, and gestures bore an uncanny resemblance to Coach Chui Shizhao of the youth team. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the coach raised it to point towards his left side. In the next instant, a screen materialized in the space to which he gestured. Approximately 60 inches in size, resembling a domestic LCD television, the display initially showcased a lush green field. With a gentle flick of Coach G's finger, the screen instantly transformed to reveal footage of Lu Dongdong from the afternoon's club match. He appeared drenched in sweat, exhausted and panting, yet unwaveringly focused on the relentless defense of his opponent, exhibiting a remarkably impressive performance. Lu Dongdong gazed intently, his focus unwavering. Perhaps this afternoon. While on the court, he was unaware of the caliber of his performance. Yet, upon reflection, he now perceived his display as exceedingly commendable, to the extent that he had not anticipated such an impressive showing from himself. He blinked in disbelief, struggling to accept that the figure on the screen was, in fact, himself. How do you assess your performance in this video? Coach G inquired with a detached tone. Lu Dongdong remained silent, tightly pressing his lips together. Do not hesitate too long. Rely on your own judgment and rate your performance out of 110, Coach G instructed. Perhaps a score of 7.5, Lu Dongdong replied, lacking confidence after a brief moment of hesitation. To be honest, that score is rather modest, Coach G remarked, casting a deep gaze at Lu Dongdong before decisively stating. Chapter 73, Dismal, Awful. If I were to assess your performance in that video from the perspective of a professional football coach, I would assign you a score of 8.5. Throughout that segment, your focus, positioning, and anticipation showcased an exceptional level of skill. You possess the potential to be considered a truly outstanding central defender. Upon hearing the coach's evaluation, Lu Dongdong maintained an impassive exterior, though his heart surged with excitement. He could scarcely fathom that his performance would be held in such high regard by the coach. However, in the next moment, the coach's words caused his spirits to plummet. Do not rejoice too soon. My assessment pertains solely to that segment of the video. Yet, this is precisely what I have previously conveyed to you and reiterated consistently. A football match, excluding extra time, spans a full 90 minutes. A central defender. Regardless of how well you perform in the preceding moments, if you make a single error in the final minute or even the last second before the final whistle blows, you become unfit for the role. And you, during this afternoon's intra-squad training match, have thoroughly demonstrated the myriad mistakes that characterize a failing central defender, one of which is the tendency to start strong but decline as the game progresses. The coach's tone grew increasingly stern as he concluded his statement. Lu Dongdong began to feel increasingly restless. With a flick of his fingers, the images on the screen began to shift. The focal point remained on Lu Dongdong. Yet his performance, once remarkably splendid, had now deteriorated into a dismal display. Several instances arose where he was caught offside by the forward, leading to a clear opportunity on goal, charging into the penalty area, faced with the goalkeeper. Each misstep by Lu Dongdong almost inevitably resulted in a lost goal. Particularly during the final instance, after being successfully outmaneuvered by the forward, he not only failed to pivot and pursue immediately but foolishly remained stationary, staring blankly at his head coach and assistant coach. Meanwhile, his teammates valiantly endeavored to chase back, yet he stood there, motionless and oblivious. At that time, Lu Dongdong was unaware of the sheer folly of his actions. Now, from the perspective of an impartial observer, he reflects on his performance with a sense of profound disappointment, deeming it utterly abysmal, so much so that words fail to encapsulate its severity. Were Coach Choi Se-ju to assess Lu Dongdong's display, it would undoubtedly warrant a failing grade. Speaking candidly, Within the confines of this particular video segment, how would you rate your own performance, coach? Lu Dongdong lowered his head, remaining silent. This time, he hesitated not at all, having already given himself an answer internally, yet he found it difficult to articulate his score aloud. The number was simply too embarrassing to voice. You cannot perform? Do you feel ashamed? The coach took a deep breath and spoke calmly. During our last training session, I explicitly informed you that as a professional football player, one must maintain unwavering focus on the field. In the final minute, in the last second, complacency is not an option. Yet, what was your performance? When faced with the forward's evasion, when the forward successfully surpassed the offside trap, you remained utterly indifferent. Chapter 74, The Trial, Part 1. Not only did you stand there motionless, but you also appeared dazed. Can you tell me what was going through your mind at that moment? Coach G said coldly. I was terrified. I saw my coach watching me and worried that my mistakes would leave a profoundly negative impression on him. Lu Dongdong mumbled, head bowed, hesitant to speak. Humph. Foolish. The deed is done. Do you think standing there in a daze will spare you from your coach's judgment? I assure you, this unprofessional demeanor has undoubtedly left a poor impression in your coach's mind. If you were a key player and I were your coach, I would certainly bench you or exclude you from the roster altogether. Are you saying that Coach Cui is utterly disappointed in me? Does this mean I cannot pass the trial and will no longer remain with the team? Lu Dongdong murmured, momentarily lost in thought. Do you believe these concerns are what you should be pondering right now? Coach G raised his head, his eyes emerging from the shadows. They were bright yet icy, filled with an unspoken severity that was impossible to forget. Shouldn't I be considering this? My performance is so poor, I surely cannot stay with the team. My parents will be very disappointed. Still clinging to delusion. Do you think you play football solely to avoid disappointing your parents? Or that your passion for the sport is merely about winning or losing a single match? Have you ever contemplated why you chose football in the first place? Lu Dongdong slowly lifted his gaze to meet Coach G's eyes, remaining silent for a long while before finally articulating, it is because of my dream. Because playing football is my dream. Because I love football. Exactly. Since you chose football out of love, why then are you so preoccupied with temporary gains and losses, with others' feelings? Your sole focus should be to play your own game. After each failure, learn from your experiences. Then sweat it out, continuously striving to improve and push forward. Coach G took 3 steps forward, positioning himself within the boundary of the field. He raised his gaze toward the distant luminous floodlights and remarked, when I was a player, the moment I stepped onto this pitch, I would forget all external distractions. In that instant, my mind was solely focused on one thing, football. My singular purpose was to assist my team and collaborate with my teammates to secure victory. Lu Dongdong observed Coach G, his expression shifting to one of complexity. It seemed he began to comprehend, yet a part of him remained perplexed. As a football player, particularly a professional, you will inevitably encounter numerous setbacks throughout your career. If this afternoon's match heralds a new chapter in your football journey, then from this moment forth, you must learn to embrace adversity. In the face of challenges, harness your courage, indomitable spirit, and unwavering determination to forge ahead despite the storms. Chapter 75, Trial, Part 2. If your focus in the game is solely on individual performance or your coach's opinion of you, then you are unworthy of this verdant arena. I have never coached such individuals. Coach G, it's not that I am overly concerned with your opinion. I simply recognize that my inclusion in the club is not solely due to my football prowess. I fear that if my performance falters, our coach will be less inclined to permit me to continue through the trials. I am genuinely worried about not securing my place in the team, Lu Dongdong confessed. Is that all? Yes. Lu Dongdong nodded gently. If your worries are confined to this singular point, then I can unequivocally tell you that you are overthinking the matter. Regardless of how you gained entry into the team, whether your coach harbors thoughts about your connections, the reality is that you are now a part of this squad. What you must do now is play your football with utmost dedication and strive to remain with the team. Do you understand? I understand. But my performance this afternoon was truly abysmal. We conceded 6 goals, and nearly half were my fault. Do you not yet grasp the situation? Coach G suddenly erupted, his voice resonating with intensity. Lu Dongdong shuddered, staring blankly at Coach G. Regardless of your performance, regardless of your skill level, everything has now become a thing of the past. What you must focus on is not to wallow in past failures, but to understand what you need to do in this very moment. What must I do at this second? Lu Dongdong furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with confusion. I have already stated that as a professional football player, One must possess unwavering determination, the courage to confront various challenges, and an indomitable spirit of relentless effort. Failure has become history. What you need to do now is to reflect on your shortcomings and work to enhance your weaknesses, striving for continuous improvement and further improvement. At this moment, you should be picking up the football at your feet, pouring your sweat onto this pitch, rather than standing still, gazing at me like a fool, lamenting your myriad mistakes. Coach G raised his arm, pointing at Lu Dongdong. His voice grew increasingly louder, and his tone more severe. The vast stadium resonated with the power of his words. Lu Dongdong gazed at Coach G with a look of innocent bewilderment, as the perplexity on his face gradually faded away. In his bright eyes, a radiant brilliance began to blossom. What I must do now is to seize the football at my feet and pour my sweat onto this field, ceaselessly striving, continuously improving, relentlessly endeavoring, and perpetually enhancing. Lu Dongdong repeatedly murmured the words spoken by Coach G, his expression growing increasingly resolute, and his gaze more unwavering. Coach G, please enlighten me on what I should do now. How can I elevate my football skills and avoid making such foolish mistakes in the next match? He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes fiercely directed at Coach G. The coach remained silent, unwaveringly staring at Lu Dongdong, until the latter, unable to contain his impatience, posed another question, prompting the coach to finally respond. Chapter 76. The Test, Part 2. Now, do you comprehend everything clearly? Yes, I do. Failure is an inevitable part of life. What we must do is not dwell on past failures, but rather look forward, striving diligently and perseveringly to ensure that we do not falter again. Very well, Coach G exclaimed, clapping his hands with vigor. He turned and walked step by step to the sideline of the field, then turned back to gaze at Lu Dongdong, saying, "Congratulations. You have just passed the second test at our green camp. I hereby announce that you are officially a player at the green field. I am your head coach, and you may refer to me as Coach G. In the time to come, I will guide you on this verdant field to become one of the finest players in the world." As his words resonated, a sudden brilliance erupted from Lu Dongdong, with stars of various sizes and luminous particles bursting forth from him, resembling a kaleidoscope in full bloom or a firecracker igniting with a series of resounding pops, continuously releasing dazzling fireworks. Simultaneously, Lu Dongdong distinctly heard a voice echo in his mind. "Congratulations, your character has leveled up, earning 5 skill points." "Coach G, what is happening? I just heard someone say, upgrade." Lu Dongdong raised an arm, pointing to his ear, his face a mask of bewilderment and confusion. "Do not doubt that voice. What you see and hear is indeed real. You have just passed the second challenge of the green field, and now you have acquired the eternal heart. Your experience points have surpassed level 2, and the system has rewarded you with 5 ability points. These 5 points can be allocated to your various attributes." With a wave of his arm, a shimmering silhouette materialized beside him. The physique, appearance, and attire were indistinguishable from Lu Dongdong. Beside this play of light and shadow, a circle emerged, emanating a faint glow, nearly identical to the television screen previously encountered. However, this time, the circle displayed not an image, but a diamond shape, roughly the size of a palm, disproportionately occupying merely a small central portion of the circle. Above each corner of the diamond, several lines of text gradually materialized, reading, strength, speed, jump, shooting, technique. These words flickered with a subtle luminescence, vibrant and colorful, reminiscent of a dark night sky adorned with distant, flashing neon lights, undeniably captivating. "Coach G, what is this?" Lu Dongdong blinked several times, instinctively stepping forward to gain a clearer view. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that beneath each line of text, numbers were indicated: 46, 48, 52, 37, 36. Previously, on the green pitch, I demonstrated your overall capability. Each value you encountered represented a detailed assessment of your physical abilities. What you see now is essentially the same as before, but this time, we have simplified it for a more convenient understanding of your physical state. Coach G explained while gesturing towards the circle. The 5 values you observe represent an analysis of your physical capabilities. As the term suggests, the higher the number, the more pronounced your corresponding ability. Chapter 77. Upgrade, Part 1. For instance, regarding strength, a larger number indicates a greater capacity for physical confrontation, signifying enhanced power. Speed refers to your running pace, as well as your agility in turning and defending while in possession of the ball. Though only an average value is presented, The variance in numbers reflects your true speed abilities. So that is how it is. Lu Dongdong stared blankly, feeling as though what lay before him was somewhat surreal, akin to a game of real-time football. Were it not for the vivid imprint in his mind of the physical confrontations with football players and the various techniques to counter close marking, he would undoubtedly perceive everything before him as a dream, a bizarre dream. To be blunt, your current abilities rank quite low among professional footballers. At your present level, you may not even reach the standards of a relatively competent amateur player, Coach G stated coldly. Lu Dongdong lowered his head in shame, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, there is no need for concern. Since you have arrived at the Green Camp Stadium and stand before me, I shall assist you in overcoming numerous challenges. Your 5 attributes will steadily improve, ultimately elevating you to the status of a player who can rival world-class athletes. Of course, as I mentioned previously, everything hinges on your own diligence. Only by exerting yourself to the utmost in every training session and each competition can you significantly and continuously enhance your experience. Lu Dongdong nodded emphatically, his fists clenched tightly. All right, we have digressed for too long. Let us return to the matter at hand. You have just received a reward of 5 points from the system, which you may allocate to the 5 attributes. Each point you invest will correspondingly enhance your respective abilities. Coach G remarked. Lu Dongdong paused for a moment, stepping forward several paces until he stood roughly 1 meter from the luminous circle. Furrowing his brow, he cast a few glances at the diamond shapes within the ring and inquired, Coach G, do these 5 distinct values correspond to varying requirements based on each football player's position? As a center back, should I primarily focus on enhancing my strength? The question you pose pertains directly to the training we are about to embark upon. Here, I can provide you with a brief response. For a center back, among these 5 attributes, strength is undoubtedly the most crucial. However, in the world of football, aside from the world-class center backs endowed with formidable physicality, there exists a plethora of exceptional center backs who possess remarkable speed. Some of them can pivot and chase with astonishing quickness, enabling them to adeptly counter strikers employing offside tactics. Typically, center backs are perceived as tall and robust, often lumbering in their movements. Yet, in places like Brazil, many center backs exhibit exceptional technical prowess, with some even boasting the ability to execute stunning free kicks. Thus, while the 5 attributes are indeed intrinsically linked to each position, they are not absolute. What do you think I should focus on enhancing now? Lu Dongdong humbly sought advice. With Coach G's elucidation, he began to grasp the concept. Yet with an expert before him, why should he overthink it? Chapter 78. Upgrade, Part 2. Your current average across the 5 attributes is 10 points below par, if averaged. It does not signify any notable improvement in your capabilities. Additionally, given your role as a center back, your physical confrontation skills have consistently been a weakness. My personal recommendation would be to increase your strength by 3 points and your speed by 2. As for stamina, that is entirely up to your discretion. Then I shall allocate 3 points to strength and 2 points to speed, Lu Dongdong declared without hesitation. It wasn't a lack of belief in himself, but rather a greater trust in Coach G's expertise compared to his initial encounter with this extraordinary system. Are you certain? Once the attribute values are set, they cannot be altered, Coach G stated earnestly. I am certain. Very well. Coach G nodded lightly, snapping his fingers. Instantly, the values for strength and speed, suspended beside the luminous circle, erupted in a radiant glow. The numerical values beneath surged upward, with strength increasing precisely by 3 points and speed by 2 points. As the brilliance faded, everything returned to normal. Now, your skill points have been exhausted. Let us commence with the formal training session, Coach G announced. Striding towards the center of the field, Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit. The two arrived at the center of the court. With a swift motion of his arm, the coach summoned a screen that displayed footage from Lu Dongdong's match earlier in the afternoon, showcasing his relentless back-and-forth defense against the team's forward, agency. Let's watch this segment in its entirety before discussing, the coach interjected. Lu Dongdong nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed intently on the screen above, absorbing every detail without blinking. 5 minutes later, the recording concluded entirely. What do you think of this player's abilities? Please provide an objective assessment, the coach inquired. At the beginning of the match, I felt his skills were rather ordinary. I easily intercepted several of his attempts. Employing the technique you taught me, I closely marked him and continually disrupted his play. During the first 30 minutes of the first half, his offensive efforts posed virtually no threat to me, Lu Dongdong reflected earnestly. He continued, However, during the second half, perhaps due to a shift in my mindset, I found him increasingly difficult to defend against. Particularly during those few instances of exploiting the offside trap, I felt utterly helpless. I truly exerted myself each time. Coach G remained non-committal, asking, "What characteristics do you observe in his offensive approach? What left a lasting impression on you?" "Speed," Lu Dongdong replied without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "In the second half, or rather, in the last 15 minutes of the first half, I sensed a shift in his attacking strategy. He no longer opted for direct confrontations with me. Instead, he began to maneuver and move continuously, collaborating with his midfielders to create frequent offside trap situations." When you engaged in physical contests with him, did you feel at a disadvantage? No, strength is not his forte. If I were to confront him directly, I believe I would have a 70% chance of completely overpowering him. However, his positioning is exceedingly troublesome, compounded by the precision of his midfielders' passing. Chapter 79. For major types. The accuracy of their passes afforded me no opportunity for defense. By the time the ball landed, he had already surged at least 4 to 5 meters beyond my reach. Speed is not my advantage, and I simply cannot keep up. Now, if you had to choose between labeling this player as speed-oriented or technical, which would you select? Speed-oriented. Although this player also possesses commendable technical skills, strictly speaking, I believe he occupies a space between the speed category and the technical category. Lu Dongdong hesitated. Very well, the coach nodded gently. By the way, Lu Dongdong suddenly tapped his forehead. What is it? Having faced this player in a match, I am left with a remarkably profound impression of him. What impression? Confidence. Every time he handled the ball, he exuded an air of unwavering self-assurance. Even though I intercepted his attempts during the first 30 minutes, he never displayed an ounce of fear or hesitation. Especially after he scored his first goal, I felt his entire demeanor and spirit uplifted. Indeed, it appears that this player can be regarded as a top-tier forward. A forward may lack certain abilities and technical skills, yet one quality he must possess is unwavering confidence in his ability to score. Coach G rarely chuckled, then, after a brief pause, stated, "Well, I shall refrain from further elaboration. As you have just mentioned, his most striking impression is his speed, complemented by commendable footwork. Today, I wish to impart to you that all players in the world can essentially be categorized into 4 major types." For major types? Lu Dongdong's face revealed a hint of confusion. Indeed, they can be classified into 4 categories: those who excel in speed, those who prioritize technical prowess, and those who derive strength as their primary attribute. In addition, there exists a 4th type, which harmoniously combines elements of all 3, exhibiting competence in each facet. Many coaches favor such players, for they can seamlessly substitute for any position on the field. We refer to them collectively as utility players. Utility players. A faint smile graced Lu Dongdong's face as he nodded gently. Do not be amused. While the term may sound somewhat humorous, such players are indeed indispensable to any team. Not every player possesses this versatility. Becoming a utility player necessitates extensive experience across various positions. Whenever he steps onto the field, embodying different roles, he understands precisely what is required of him. However, it is important to note that due to the necessity of adapting to different positions, while he may possess a balanced skill set, none of his abilities will stand out exceptionally. This is often why many utility players serve merely as substitutes or secondary players. Nonetheless, exceptions do exist. When a player accumulates sufficient experience or attains a remarkable level of ability, he can become the most formidable presence on the pitch. You will see him in attack, in defense, in midfield, and even in the back line. He is, in essence, omnipresent on the field. Lu Dongdong listened quietly, his brows slightly furrowing. Chapter 8. Recognizing the problem. As someone who has undergone training in Chinese professional football since childhood, he sought to comprehend the multifaceted player archetype. Although the protagonist held a certain fondness for such players, it was indeed as Coach G had articulated. Their versatility often led to a lack of specialization, resulting in an overall capability that seldom reached the pinnacle of excellence. His formative coach had once candidly advised Lu Dongdong that to become a professional footballer, one must cultivate a particular skill to an exceptional level, for only then could one secure a place within a team. It was surprising that a player type often underestimated by many Chinese coaches could receive such high praise from Coach G. We shall explore the concept of versatile players further in subsequent lessons. For now, we will leave it at this. Coach G paused, speaking earnestly. Apart from versatile players, Other types of athletes in the realm of Chinese football can be categorized into these three distinct types. In this moment, I aim to provide you with a comprehensive understanding of these three categories, enabling you to discern how to effectively engage with such players on the field. Lu Dongdong's spirits were lifted as he realized that Coach Ji was about to impart crucial insights. Speed-oriented players, as the term suggests, are characterized by their remarkable quickness. Typically, they assume roles such as center forwards, wingers, or fullbacks on the field. The forward you are marking this afternoon is a quintessential example of such a speedster. Your current speed capabilities are simply inadequate when compared to theirs, which is precisely why, in the latter half of the match, you fell victim to their repeated successful offside traps, ultimately leading to conceding goals. What should I do to defend against such players? Lu Dongdong inquired, a hint of impatience in his voice. When confronting such speed-oriented athletes, it is evidently a grave miscalculation to attempt to match their pace. Instead, your strategy should be to leverage your strengths while exploiting their weaknesses. Typically, speed-oriented players do not excel in physical confrontations. Therefore, during direct defensive maneuvers or close-quarters challenges, you should be able to intercept the ball effectively. Thus, your defensive efforts should focus on preventing them from successfully executing offside traps. Lu Dongdong remarked, however, when I lost the first ball, our midfielder informed me that they would definitely employ an offside trap. I was quite clear about their tactics in my mind. Yet each time the midfielder delivered the ball, that forward surged past me at just the right moment. On several occasions, I had anticipated the play, sprinting ahead to create an offside, but my partner, the center back, lagged behind. I understand your point. A significant part of your defeat this afternoon stems from the severe lack of synergy between your two center backs. This issue cannot be resolved with mere words. It requires continuous practice and mutual understanding between those two defenders. This is also why, in many matches, when one center back is absent and a substitute takes their place, there are often significant defensive lapses with the main center back. Sometimes, this has nothing to do with their technical skills or experience. It simply arises from a lack of cohesive timing. Coach Ji stated. Chapter 81, Clarifications and Answers, Part 1, Lu Dongdong gently nodded. Regarding the match you played this afternoon, which was marred by a misalignment in your coordination with your teammates leading to a goal, I prefer to refrain from further discussion. What I wish to convey is this. When you next encounter a pacey forward, strive to maintain a certain distance from him. Do not position yourself directly in front of him or too close beside him. While marking him, it is imperative to remain vigilant of his teammates who may be responsible for passing the ball. Such speed-oriented players possess velocity as their primary asset, yet in certain aspects, it can also be their Achilles heel. Beyond speed, they lack alternative means to evade you. Lu Dongdong gently nodded. Regarding the match this afternoon, which was marred by your miscommunication with your teammate resulting in a goal, I do not wish to dwell on it. What I want to convey is that the next time you encounter a speed-oriented forward, you must strive to maintain a certain distance from him. Do not position yourself directly in front of him or beside him. While marking him, you must also remain vigilant of his teammates who are responsible for passing the ball. Such speedy players possess velocity as their advantage, but in certain aspects, it can also be their weakness. Beyond speed, they lack other means to evade you. The coach raised his gaze and glanced at Lu Dongdong, stating, different types of players exhibit distinct stylistic characteristics. As a central defender, with the accumulation of matches, your experience and insights will enable you to easily discern their traits. Only by understanding their weaknesses can you gain the upper hand and remain undefeated in the game. Of course, there is one more crucial point. What is it? Lu Dongdong inquired with curiosity. It is imperative to do your homework in advance, before each match begins. Immerse yourself in understanding your opponent thoroughly. Watch videos of their previous games. This approach will provide you with a comprehensive understanding of their capabilities, revealing how they will handle the ball under specific circumstances. Once a person's thought patterns are established, they are not easily altered, and the same is true for football. Lu Dongdong listened intently, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Are you suggesting that I, like the head coach, should review videos of the players I am tasked with marking before each match? Indeed, the coach affirmed with a nod. This approach is undoubtedly a commendable suggestion. The current era of advanced networking allows for easy access to relevant materials. However, Lu Dongdong glanced at the coach, hesitatingly expressing, in a football match, every coach selects different players based on the dynamics of the game. I cannot guarantee that the video I review will feature the starting striker. Your inquiry is rather naive, the coach scoffed. Typically, every team has a steadfast main player, and that is precisely whom you should study. Furthermore, as a competent center back, you must also invest time observing the other forwards of the opposing team. This is akin to a meticulous task that demands utmost diligence. Do you believe that world-class center backs solely rely on their individual prowess to secure victory in a match? Behind the scenes, they have already comprehensively grasped the capabilities of their adversaries. For instance, when confronted with a one-on-one breakthrough. Chapter 82, Clarifications, Part 2. They possess a higher success rate in anticipation, knowing whether their opponent will opt to pass immediately or attempt a breakthrough. Additionally, when faced with a free kick from 20 or 35 yards, the goalkeeper is aware of whether the player taking the kick will choose to shoot directly or loft the ball into the semicircle for an exquisite assist. All these facets are backed by detailed statistics. While they may not be precisely identical, they are fundamentally accurate under typical circumstances. Lu Dongdong listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. He realized that the training methodology articulated by Coach Ji before him was fundamentally divergent from the traditional Chinese football training he had experienced since childhood. These were two entirely distinct paradigms. Domestic football coaches merely urged players to enhance their fundamental skills, breaking through, collaborating, controlling the ball, and so forth. He had never encountered a coach who suggested that understanding one's opponent could be achieved through the lens of big data analysis. I understand that you might find my words somewhat perplexing at this moment, yet I implore you to attempt my suggested methods a few times. I assure you, you will come to appreciate their efficacy, the coach declared with unwavering confidence. Lu Dongdong nodded skeptically. Very well, let us commence our formal training. What I just shared with you is merely one effective approach. The ultimate success hinges upon your true capabilities. Without the requisite skills, my dear, no matter how thoroughly you understand your opponent, it will all be in vain. The coach clapped his hands emphatically and proclaimed loudly. Lu Dongdong gazed deeply at his coach, furrowing his brow as he softly inquired, "Coach, may I pose a question?" "Speak." The coach replied decisively. "According to your earlier assertion, if we thoroughly understand our opponents, we stand a great chance of completely suppressing them. However," pausing slightly, he continued with a hint of hesitation, "besides the exceptional world-class center backs, there are numerous outstanding world-class forwards among football players. I have rarely witnessed any team that can effectively contain such formidable adversaries. For instance, in the Champions League final or the World Cup final, prior to these grand tournaments, both coaches meticulously analyze their opponents. Yet, when the actual match commences, these exceptional players remain almost impossible to defend against. Does this not suggest that your previous statement may not be applicable to them?" The coach stared intently into Lu Dongdong's eyes, seemingly perceiving the doubt within him. With a cold smile and an air of confidence, he remarked, "If it were indeed effective, would you truly believe what I say?" Lu Dongdong chose to remain silent in response. "Do you realize that when you uttered that statement, you failed to consider a crucial question?" "What question?" Lu Dongdong inquired, his expression one of confusion. "The question pertains to your opponents, who will thoroughly investigate you through videos and relevant materials. Understand me." Lu Dongdong's brow furrowed deeply for a moment before a look of enlightenment gradually emerged. "As a professional footballer, any outstanding player will invariably engage in the preparatory work I previously mentioned before every match. Consequently, in numerous games, many newcomers can outshine seasoned veterans. Yet there are instances when experienced players find themselves bewildered by an obscure rival. Now, do you comprehend the reason behind this?" "I understand." Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, squinting as he spoke. These unheralded young players are able to outplay the seasoned veterans precisely because they conduct thorough research before the match. The veterans are often caught off guard due to the limited information available on these players or a prevailing sense of disdain towards them. You are not entirely foolish. You grasp the concept of drawing parallels. The coach nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "On the football field, particularly during prominent international events, we frequently witness new players astonishingly rising to the pinnacle by stepping over the corpses of veteran players. However, when these players confidently transition into the next season, a significant number of them fade into obscurity, often labeled by the media as flops. The primary reason for this is not a lack of skill, but rather their performances fail to reach exceptional standards. Their dribbling habits, attacking styles, and even their acceleration have been meticulously analyzed by all competitors, making it increasingly difficult for them to exhibit remarkable displays on the field." Pausing and observing Lu Dongdong nodding repeatedly, the coach continued in a measured tone, "Regarding your earlier comment about facing world-class strikers, even the most elite center backs often struggle to defend against them. This explanation is rather intricate, and you will gradually come to understand it. For now, I will highlight a few key points. First, every match sees each player in varying states of form. Those in peak condition naturally perform better. Second, the title of world-class signifies that their abilities have reached an apex. Their flashes of brilliance far surpassing the ordinary. Many spectacular goals often arise in an instant, rendering them virtually indefensible. Moreover, as a center back, the margin for error is significantly narrower. In contrast, forwards can squander several opportunities, yet if they score a decisive goal before halftime, all prior shortcomings will be forgotten. Thirdly, never forget that football is a sport for 11 individuals. No matter how exceptional your talents or abilities may be, a solitary player cannot contend with a team of 11. Of course, unless your prowess is extraordinary, you may dismiss this statement as mere triviality. Upon hearing these words, Lu Dongdong offered a gentle smile. As a professional football player, every coach, every assistant, and all materials related to the sport clearly emphasize this principle. Football is a collective endeavor, relying on teamwork, and certainly not on individual brilliance. Yet, this notion is paradoxical, for in many matches, when the game becomes tightly contested, it often requires a courageous player to step forth and shatter the stalemate with their skill. Chapter 84. Strength, Defiance of Rules. This concept echoes the coach's words. When your capabilities reach a formidable level, you can disregard all regulations. Well, we have spoken enough. Let us commence our formal training, the coach declared. With a sweeping gesture of his arm, a hazy figure materialized at the center of the pitch, emanating a faint glow. Slowly turning around, Lu Dongdong's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the figure before him. It was his opponent from earlier that afternoon, a team's forward, and Jin Xiu. Is this also virtual? Lu Dongdong inquired, somewhat foolishly. Indeed, it is virtual. On this verdant pitch, apart from yourself, everyone you see is merely a simulated entity. Pausing for effect, the coach continued. Although this individual is entirely a construct, his playing style, abilities, and various other attributes have been meticulously replicated based on your opponent from earlier today. Moreover, as a product of virtual construction, his condition remains perpetually optimal. Thus, his abilities will surpass those of your adversary this afternoon. Today, you must employ the techniques I just taught you to thoroughly defend against him. But he is only one person. If it comes to face-to-face or man-to-man defense, I still have confidence in my ability to handle him, Lu Dongdong murmured. I have already instructed you on one-on-one defense. Today, we will engage in authentic offside defending. As the coach's words settled, two figures materialized on the opposite half of the field, one towering above Lu Dongdong by at least half a head. A figure of moderate stature, adorned with a head of medium-length hair, exudes an ethereal and agile aura. Presenting themselves are his defensive partner, the center-back Li Xingli, and the midfield linchpin of Team A, Che Zai. In that fleeting moment, Lu Dongdong's mind went utterly blank, leaving him at a loss for words. The verdant pitch is a manifestation of your mental realm. Everything you have encountered or pondered will materialize within your consciousness. Thus, we can effortlessly recreate the memories nestled in your mind. The players before you possess abilities that mirror those of your companions from this afternoon, and, as previously stated, they are all in peak condition. Their prowess only grows stronger, never diminishing in the slightest. Lu Dongdong listened quietly to the coach's words, yet his mind was not preoccupied with the profound implications of the discourse. Instead, another thought took root in his consciousness. If the verdant football pitch could indeed replicate every player he had ever encountered in their entirety, and if he were to persistently train on this field, he would naturally come to comprehend the abilities and characteristics of each teammate. This would lead to an exquisite harmony among them. As previously mentioned, football is a sport of 11 individuals. Until one's skills reach a level where they can disregard all rules, it is only through seamless cooperation that one can lead companions and assist their team in achieving victory. Under Coach Ji's guidance, Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli positioned themselves on one side of the field, while the midfield linchpin, Che Zai, stood on the far side of the pitch. His teammate, forward Jin Xiu, quietly took his place beside Lu Dongdong. Chapter 85. Simulated Training, Part 1. With the sound of the coach's whistle, reminiscent of the earlier session, the activity commenced, and Jin Xiu began to move incessantly around Lu Dongdong, darting away and then returning, as if engaging in a playful game. Behind him, the ball, under Che Zai's command, danced within a radiant azure zone, ceaselessly traversing the area. While maintaining control of the ball, he glanced forward, ever prepared to lift his foot and send the sphere soaring. Lu Dongdong raised his head and glanced at Li Xingli, who stood parallel to him. He positioned himself beside Jingxiu and subtly tugged at her clothing. This was a defensive tactic that Coach Ji had previously imparted to him. He advised not to focus solely on the forward in close proximity, but to broaden one's perspective and remain vigilant to the movements and passing directions of the opposing midfielders. In a football team, there is often only one pivotal midfielder, the architect of most assists. If one can accurately anticipate the trajectory and timing of his passes, one stands a significant chance of intercepting the forwards. This is because many forwards rely on their instinct and speed in front of the goal. Lacking the ability to take on opponents individually, Coach Ji had explained. Lu Dongdong gently nodded, his gaze shifting towards the midfield maestro of the opposing team, Che Zai. Che Zai commanded the ball at his feet, his entire being seemingly merging with the sphere, as if wherever he moved, the ball would follow, firmly ensconced within his dominion. He darted back and forth with agility, then lifted his head to survey the field ahead. Raising his right foot high, he struck the ball with considerable force. The black and white sphere soared into the sky, tracing a lofty arc before descending rapidly, sailing over Lu Dongdong's head and heading towards the penalty area behind him. As the ball passed overhead, Lu Dongdong immediately pivoted, gripping tightly onto Jingxiu's arm, and forcefully yanked her back to thwart her advance. Jingxiu found herself obstructed by his body, while Lu Dongdong accelerated towards the ball's anticipated landing spot. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, Jingxiu, whom he had just impeded, surged past him unexpectedly, seizing the opportunity to claim the ball that had landed in the penalty area. Before receiving the ball, she took 3 swift steps, her body slightly tilted as she elevated her right leg, striking the ball with tremendous power, sending it hurtling into the corner of the net. How could this be possible? Lu Dongdong halted in disbelief, gazing at the scene before him with astonishment. Stop daydreaming, keep moving, Coach Ji's voice resonated, offering no further explanation. Lu Dongdong glanced at the coach and obediently returned to his position. The group once again took their places, and as Coach Ji's whistle echoed through the air, the midfield maestro, Che Zai, resumed his dribbling. He moved tirelessly within the luminous blue circle, occasionally lifting his foot high before suddenly executing a deft inward cut, accelerating sharply, and swiftly shifting laterally, bursting forth from his original spot. It turned out to be merely a feint. Lu Dongdong remained utterly focused on the vehicle's interior and the serene presence of Xiu beside him. The moment he noticed the vehicle accelerating, he immediately. Chapter 86, Simulated Training Part 2. Lu Dongdong sprinted backward in a moment of urgency, only to be completely deceived by the opposing player's cunning maneuver. With no choice but to return, he found himself reflecting on the necessity of mental preparedness for such deceptive tactics, whether confronting a forward or an opposing midfielder. As a central defender, one must possess the acumen to read these situations. However, this skill cannot be acquired through mere words. It necessitates a continuous accumulation of experience through repeated failures. Nevertheless, I can impart a method for you to develop your judgment. Each individual possesses a fundamental equilibrium. Once this balance is disrupted, the ball at their feet will inevitably lose control. Thus, even the most convincing feint will not compromise their physical stability. If you can discern this, you can secure an invincible position. Coach Ji remarked, "Do you understand why you lost possession just now? It is because you failed to leverage your strengths, instead confronting your opponent's greatest assets with your own weaknesses. The player you are currently defending possesses exceptional speed. Yet you acknowledge that his physicality is not his forte. Therefore, when executing an offside trap and defending, you need not pursue him relentlessly. Instead, use your body to obstruct his forward movement. Employ the defensive maneuvers I taught you previously to frustrate him, inciting anger and drawing fouls. Stay alert and let us continue." As his words echoed, the player on the other side, Che Zai, decisively lifted his foot, delivering a precise through ball. The strike was powerful and low, skimming the grass as it raced toward Lu Dongdong. By the time Lu reacted, the ball had already arrived at the feet of the poised Jingxiu. In an instant, as the ball passed by him, he deftly nudged it backward with his foot. The next moment, with remarkable agility, and executed a swift turn, akin to a nimble rabbit darting past Lu Dongdong, swiftly breaking free. Simultaneously, the ball rolled between Lu's legs, heading directly towards the penalty area, perfectly aligned with Jingxiu's sprint. When Lu realized this, and had already surged past him, gaining a significant half-step advantage, with no other option, Lu extended his leg to trip in, catching his calf and bringing him down forcefully. The sharp sound of the referee's whistle rang out, as expected. Lu Dongdong's face was etched with remorse as he extended his arm in an attempt to assist the quietly elegant Xiao, who had stumbled onto the lawn. However, Jin Xiao, seemingly oblivious to his gesture, rose gracefully to her feet and brushed past Lu Dongdong, resolutely making her way back to the spot where the competition had commenced. Lu Dongdong suddenly recalled that the figure before him was not a living teammate, but merely an illusory projection. I had emphasized the necessity of heightened focus. On the court, one can never foresee the next offensive maneuver that an opponent might execute. What is required is adaptability rather than rote memorization of a singular strategy. Otherwise, one will perpetually be led astray by the adversary. Coach G's voice was chillingly harsh, indicating his profound dissatisfaction with Lu Dongdong's performance. Lu Dongdong lowered his head deeply, rendered speechless. Chapter 87, The Whispers of the Wind. However, regarding your recent defense, if I were to rate it a perfect 10, I would grant you a score of 7. As a central defender, when you cannot entirely intercept your adversary, it is imperative to decisively resort to tactical fouling. Conceding a goal is far more detrimental than receiving a yellow card, or even a red card. Of course, this match is not akin to a Champions League final held at home or away. Otherwise, the absence of a key central defender could spell disaster for the team. Remarked Coach G. Let us proceed. The 4 players on the field took their positions. The forward, Jin Xiao, stood before Lu Dongdong, who grasped his shirt with one hand, closely monitoring his movements while also keeping a vigilant eye on the midfield core. Zai, in command of the ball at his feet, dashed swiftly across the blue zone, occasionally glancing up. Each time he lifted his foot, Jin Xiao, positioned beside Lu Dongdong, would spring into action, weaving back and forth around Lu Dongdong or sprinting decisively in one direction. Lu Dongdong diligently heeded his coach's teachings, consistently remaining by his side, steadfastly occupying the position behind Jin Xiao. In the next instant, the ball was propelled from the foot of the player on the field, tracing an elegant arc through the air, soaring directly over Lu Dongdong's head. Jin Xiao, standing beside him, darted forth with the swiftness of a cheetah galloping across the vast savanna. This time, Lu Dongdong did not, as he had previously, opt to pursue with speed. Instead, he followed his coach's instructions, stepping forward to place himself squarely before Jin Xiao. With his path obstructed, Jin Xiao instinctively sought to maneuver around Lu Dongdong. Yet Lu Dongdong mirrored his movements, persistently positioning himself in front of Jin Xiao's advancing form. The speed of Jin Xiao was akin to lightning. Much like a cheetah tethered by a rope, for no matter how hard he endeavored, he remained confined within a limited range of motion. The ball, descending towards the penalty area, bounced twice on the grass with no one to retrieve it before gradually rolling out of bounds. The sound of a whistle pierced the air. Well done, but you were a fraction too slow in your timing. You nearly allowed your opponent to slip past you. Remember this for next time, remarked the coach from the sidelines. Lu Dongdong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and gave a gentle nod. Remember, as a central defender, apart from your teammates, you have another invaluable ally, your goalkeeper. It is imperative that you familiarize yourself with your goalkeeper's habits. With proper coordination, you can unleash tremendous power together, the coach articulated. Understood, coach, Lu Dongdong replied, nodding once more. As the words settled, the coach waved his arm, and a luminous figure materialized at the center of the goal behind him. It was the goalkeeper, a member of his team from the afternoon match. Continue. What you just experienced was merely a brief acclimatization. Now we embark on the true challenge. Do not let a single successful defense lull you into complacency. The challenges you will face will only intensify. Your opponents are far from weak, the coach admonished. Lu Dongdong remained silent, hands firmly on his hips, gazing straight ahead, a fiery determination blazing within him. He had resolved that despite the humiliation of his foolish consecutive errors earlier in the afternoon's match, he would reclaim victory on this verdant pitch this evening. In the subsequent training sessions, Lu Dongdong consistently thwarted Jin Xiao, mastering his positioning with increasing finesse. His ability to anticipate Che's passes grew ever more precise. Time and again, as the ball sailed over his head, he surged forward to intercept it with swift agility. As the coach had wisely remarked, football is a round game. One must think strategically on the field and adapt to the unfolding circumstances. Stagnation is not an option. One should engage in attack or defense with the utmost ease. The coach observed quietly, and upon witnessing Lu Dongdong's complete domination over Jin Xiao, he blew the whistle to signal a pause. Take a short break. In the following drills, I want you to begin learning how to collaborate with your teammates. The coach declared, tossing a bottle of mineral water towards Lu Dongdong with a flick of his arm. Lu Dongdong, unceremoniously, twisted open the bottle cap and tilted his head back, gulping down the refreshing liquid. Transparent droplets escaped from the corners of his mouth, cascading down his neck adorned with glistening beads of sweat. A brilliant spotlight illuminated him from behind, dazzling like a blazing sun, symbolizing a sports star gradually rising in the darkness. 10 minutes later, on the field, Lu Dongdong was positioned alongside 4 virtual players. As the midfield linchpin, he continued to dribble the ball, tirelessly traversing the area aglow with blue radiance. At times, he sprinted with remarkable speed, while at others, he would halt and pivot. He lifted his right foot high, only to retract it in an instant, executing a swift lateral movement with astonishing agility, seamlessly blending feigned shots with genuine dribbles, effortlessly evading his opponents. In contrast, standing before Lu Dongdong, and Jinxiu did not dart back and forth. Instead, she remained still, observing intently. Lu Dongdong gazed intently at the vehicle ahead, noticing that the opponent had yet to make any indication of passing the ball. His eyes shifted towards the coach standing at the edge of the court. At that moment, the player controlling the ball abruptly lifted his head to glance forward, decisively struck the ball with his foot, sending it soaring. The black and white sphere spun rapidly through the air, resembling a falling leaf, swiftly passing by Lu Dongdong. And Jinxi, who had been motionless, sprang into action, his shoulder dipping to the left. As Lu Dongdong turned in the same direction, and Jinxi's upper body, which had been leaning, instantly pivoted back, transforming him into a whirlwind as he surged forth from Lu Dongdong's left flank. Lu Dongdong silently cursed his misfortune. Realizing he had fallen prey to Jinxiu's cunning, he immediately raised his hands, resolved to grasp him even at the cost of a foul. Yet Jinxiu had already dashed away, leaving Lu Dongdong with no chance to lay a hand on his garment. And Jinxiu moved with the swiftness of lightning, racing ahead to intercept the ball before it touched the ground. With a deft flick of his toes, he ensnared the ball and without a moment's hesitation, surged into the penalty area. Confronted by the goalkeeper, who swayed from side to side with arms outstretched at the center of the goal line, and Jinxiu displayed remarkable composure as he executed a precise push shot. The ball, starkly contrasting in its black and white hues, skimmed along the lush green grass and rolled effortlessly into the lower right corner of the net. It was only after the ball had fully nestled in the goal that the goalkeeper sprang into action, lunging forward in vain. What on earth are you doing? Am I to assume that my words fall on deaf ears? Chapter 88, Cooperation. As a player entrusted with the vital role of a central defender, the last line of defense, failing to maintain unwavering focus at all times constitutes your gravest failure. The coach's tone was icy, radiating palpable anger. I'm sorry, coach. Lu Dongdong bowed his head in shame, lingering in silence before uttering an apology that had long lost its significance. As a central defender, even if you shine brightly for 89 minutes, a single catastrophic error in the final second will draw all blame upon you. You must cultivate the habit of remaining intensely focused at all times. Only when you leave the pitch may you afford to let your guard down. Do you understand? The coach bellowed. Understood. Lu Dongdong clenched his fists and responded loudly. Continue. The match resumed, and the 5 players took their positions once more. The midfield maestro, Chazai, continued to sprint with the ball, darting back and forth in the luminescent blue zone. Lu Dongdong stood behind Jinxiu, a hand subtly resting upon his garment. Having fallen for the same trick once more, he cast aside the flicker of pride that had briefly ignited within him and steeled himself with utmost focus. The vehicle continued to carry the ball, and as Lu Dongdong mirrored Jinxiu's movements, a green line unexpectedly materialized beneath her feet, stretching laterally across the court until it reached the white boundary lines on either side. Lu Dongdong lowered his head, casting a curious glance but quickly withdrew his thoughts, focusing entirely on Jinxiu. He was unwilling to endure another reprimand from Coach Ji. Who could tell if this was yet another of the coach's deliberate distractions? This line represents the positioning between you and Jinxiu, and beyond that lies the offside area. Faced with a team that favors back passes and offside tactics, I shall now teach you a more straightforward approach, that is, to create an offside trap. The coach's words echoed in his ears as Lu Dongdong listened intently, closely following Jinxiu's movements, daring not to lose concentration for even a moment. I mentioned earlier that you must continuously be aware of the players you are marking and also pay attention to every midfielder or other players who pass the ball. Now, I need you to alter your previous defensive strategy. Before every pass made by the midfielder, you must first sprint towards the forward you are marking, directly setting your offside trap. Do you understand? Understood, Lu Dongdong replied without turning his head. Let us begin with the simplest task. You go first and keep an eye on the midfielder directly ahead. A few seconds later, the player with the ball dashed forward, suddenly lifting his right leg and striking the black and white ball beneath him with force. Run forward, the coach shouted instantly. Lu Dongdong, fully focused, reacted immediately, stepping forward and charging past Jinxiu. As he sprinted, the green line on the ground shifted simultaneously, following Lu Dongdong's foot as it bypassed Jinxiu's body. The ball soared from a distance, hurtling towards Lu Dongdong, while Jinxiu, standing still, launched like an arrow, just as he had run 4 or 5 meters. A whistle pierced the air. A voice devoid of emotion echoed across the empty field. Offside. Jinxiu halted abruptly, hands on hips, shaking his head in resignation before retreating. The ball fell from the air and rolled several meters before being scooped up by the approaching goalkeeper. After this attempt, the coach had Lu Dongdong try a few more times. Once he was accustomed to it, the coach declared, "All right, let us officially begin. Do not regard the previous success too highly. It was merely the simplest of drills, intended to familiarize you with the function of the green line. Remember, the green line is the offside line. If you misjudge, your opponent will easily seize the ball and advance unhindered towards the goal. Use it judiciously when you are absolutely certain. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that this green line will continuously follow your movements and those of your teammates. For example, while standing on the pitch, you must closely observe your partner's positioning before making a decision. You must coordinate effectively to execute the offside tactic. Otherwise, a lack of harmony between the two center backs could lead to an easy score of 456 goals in a match. Do you understand? Understood, coach. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, glancing over at Li Xingli not far away. At this moment, they stood on the same level, both of their feet resting on that distinct green line. The match commenced. With unwavering confidence, Lu Dongdong sprinted a few steps, only to immediately realize a dilemma. Determined to create an offside trap, he closely followed the forward, Jinxiu, ready to dart forward at any moment to ensnare her in the offside snare. However, to his surprise, Li Xingli, who maintained the same parallel position, frequently dashed behind him and then surged ahead, incessantly shifting the conspicuous green line on the grass, thoroughly disrupting his offside strategy. Have you noticed the issue? The coach remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. As I mentioned before, football is perpetually a game of 11 individuals, all acting simultaneously. You can control your own actions, but you cannot dictate those of your teammates. Lu Dongdong came to a halt, raising both hands in a gesture of pause, and earnestly inquired, "Coach, what should I do now?" At this rate, a mere casual pass will allow the forward to easily seize the opportunity to score, let alone create a counter-offside trap. The coach replied, it is quite simple. You must collaborate with your teammates and communicate with them. Collaboration. But at this moment, there are no defenders near him. If I maintain the same parallel position as him, then the player I am supposed to mark will have a direct opportunity. I simply cannot. At this point, Lu Dongdong suddenly paused, glancing at the coach before turning to look at Li Xingli, his eyes illuminating with realization as he swiftly approached. He whispered a few words to Li Xingli and then hurried back to his original position. "Coach, let us begin." Lu Dongdong raised his hand, signaling an okay. The coach, whose face was shrouded in darkness, curved his lips into a smile and blew the whistle. The match resumed. Chapter 89. Scoring a point. As the core midfielder, Che Zai, dribbled the ball, he sprinted forward with purpose. This time, the area of his active blue zone had doubled, nearly occupying the entirety of his half of the field. The forward, Jinxiu, who was being marked by Lu Dongdong, darted left and right, his speed and agility intensifying. Each evasion caught Lu Dongdong off guard, as if he had transformed into a different player altogether. Awaken your full potential. Everything that transpired earlier was merely to help you acclimate. Now, this is the genuine training match. The better you perform, the richer your accumulated experience will become. The more experience you gather, the faster you will progress, and likewise, the more skill points you will earn. Keep pushing. The coach encouraged. Lu Dongdong offered no reply, his entire focus directed towards the forward he was defending, occasionally glancing up to observe Che Zai ahead. On the opposite end, Li Xingli mirrored his position, continuously running about, sometimes retreating to the back, other times charging to the front. Each time he crossed the green line on the ground, Lu Dongdong raised his arm, calling out loudly to Li Xingli to pay attention to his positioning and maintain a parallel stance with him. The players on the field continued their relentless movements, punctuated by Lu Dongdong's occasional shouts. In the next moment, Che Zai, the core midfielder, glanced forward and decisively lifted his foot. It was a powerful long pass, the ball spinning rapidly as it soared through the air, arcing over the heads of Lu Dongdong and Njinxiu, heading towards the penalty area. Lu Dongdong and Njinxiu commenced their endeavors almost simultaneously. However, Lu Dongdong, leveraging his height, long legs, and superior physical resilience, forcefully advanced a step forward, effectively pinning Njinxiu behind him with a shoulder. Subsequently, both of them swung their arms backward, their bodies swaying left and right, resolutely obstructing Njinxiu, who was eager to break free, denying him any opportunity. The exhausted ball descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the penalty spot in the center of the box, rebounding high before being securely caught by the Russian goalkeeper. A successful defense, a point secured. A cold and emotionless voice resonated across the field. Lu Dongdong, having successfully defended, lifted his head and glanced around, before striding back to his original position alongside Njinxiu. From today onward, every training session will be meticulously recorded. You must achieve a minimum of 7 successful attempts within the designated time to pass. Should you fail, everything will reset. For the sake of your precious time and the upcoming trial assessment, bring forth all your strength and present your finest condition, Coach G stated calmly. Lu Dongdong cast a glance back at him, narrowing his eyes and nodding vigorously. In the second round, the midfield linchpin received the ball and took a step forward. Without any forewarning, he suddenly lifted his foot and unleashed a powerful, low shot that sped forward with remarkable velocity. The ball swiftly reached Njinxiu's feet, who extended his leg to scoop it up, while Lu Dongdong, positioned directly behind him, rushed forward, pressing his chest against Njinxiu's back and preparing to apply close pressure the moment Njinxiu paused to control the ball. Through continuous confrontation, he had thoroughly realized that he could overpower Njinxiu in terms of strength. Faced with his relentless, octopus-like pursuit, he was 90% certain he could intercept Njinxiu's ball. In the next moment, unexpectedly, Njinxiu retracted his foot just as it was about to make contact with the ball, pivoting with lightning speed and darting past Lu Dongdong like a gust of wind. With his view obstructed, Lu Dongdong could only make a rough estimate of the ball's location. He was unable to accurately gauge it and merely watched helplessly as the ball flew by him. However, he did not relent. He yanked back his arm and grasped Njinxiu's shirt, forcefully bringing him down to the ground. The whistle blew as expected. A successful defense, earning a point. That cold, indifferent voice echoed once more in his ears. As the sound dissipated into the emptiness of the field, the coach, standing at the sideline, interjected. If this were a formal match, your actions just now would undoubtedly merit at least a yellow card. But here, in training, we only care about the success of the defense. However, you must be acutely aware of the need to control your hand movements on the field, as it is imperative to avoid unnecessary yellow or red cards. Lu Dongdong nodded and said, "Understood. Although you resorted to foul play to thwart our attack, I am quite satisfied with your defense. Having a contingency plan is a hallmark of a seasoned center back. Always remember, while you strive to defend against your opponent, they too are devising strategies to outmaneuver you." Coach G spoke with barely a pause, stating, "Thus, football is not merely a contest of physical prowess. It is equally a clash of intellects. This is why many world-class forwards can consistently showcase breathtaking moments when pitted against equally skilled defenders. They have been pushed to the limits of conventional defensive tactics, and only by accomplishing what others cannot can they achieve breakthroughs and score." The third round commenced. The midfield maestro, Che Zai, deftly controlled the ball and surged forward from the central half to the center circle of the pitch. His partner, Njinxiu, swiftly moved in response. However, Lu Dongdong, brimming with confidence, began to roam continuously, advancing and retreating, ensuring that should Che attempt to pass, Njinxiu would immediately find himself ensnared in an offside trap. The seasoned Che Zai, recognizing the absence of suitable opportunities, retreated from the center circle position. As he jogged forward with his back to Lu Dongdong, Njinxiu, who had been standing beside him, suddenly darted away, swiftly reaching the center circle. Che Zai decisively flicked the ball with his trailing foot, transferring it to Njinxiu's control. Lu Dongdong, bewildered and hesitating for merely a second, immediately surged forward. As his designated defender, he was compelled to keep a vigilant eye on his assigned opponent. Chapter 90, The Final Showdown. However, just as he dashed past Njinxiu swiftly returned the ball to Sheheng. Before Lu Dongdong could reach his side, a gust of wind darted past him, making a direct and swift advance towards the midfield position. Lu Dongdong silently cursed his misfortune, instantly comprehending their intentions. However, he found himself powerless, merely watching as the vehicle unhesitatingly lifted its right foot, delivering a ground pass that accurately and swiftly targeted the trajectory of Jinxiu, who was dashing forward. As the player arrived, so did the ball, and with a seamless blend of speed and technique, Jinxiu maintained his momentum, skillfully maneuvering the ball at his feet as he charged towards the penalty area, perhaps having been suppressed by Lu Dongdong for far too long. Jinxiu opted not to invade the penalty box despite having ample time and space to confront the goalkeeper. Instead, from a full 30 yards away from the goal, he unleashed a thunderous strike, propelling the black and white ball directly into the white net. Jinxiu raised both arms to the heavens, roaring in exultation, venting his pin-up frustrations. Much like Lu Dongdong was expressing his own simmering anger, the challenge had only just begun. Successful defense, 1 point awarded. Successful defense, 1 point awarded. Defense failed, no score. Defense failed, no score. On the expansive field, the game pressed on. Lu Dongdong initially showcased remarkable performance. Yet as the vehicle and Jinxiu gradually intensified their efforts, he too faced 3 consecutive failures in scoring. Now, they had reached the final round of the training match. A round of utmost significance. If he could not secure victory in this round, all the training of the evening would culminate in failure. Should he falter in this assessment, not only would he gain no experience from the training, but his progress would also be impeded. This was his last opportunity. He needed to muster all his strength. The coach, standing at the edge of the field, spoke softly. Lu Dongdong, drenched in sweat, glanced up at him and nodded breathlessly. The 10th round commenced. Jinxiu approached Lu Dongdong, standing motionless beside him. On the opposite side of the field, the midfield linchpin, the vehicle, adeptly controlled the ball at his feet, sprinting rapidly within the area aglow with blue light. The black and white ball seemed almost to fuse with him, following his every movement. The tall center back, Li Xingli, positioned himself alongside Lu Dongdong, and as Lu Dongdong had previously shouted instructions, their synergy with the vehicle appeared to heighten. Now, there was little need for reminders. Li Xingli would move in sync with Lu Dongdong's strides. The two maintained a parallel stance throughout. The vehicle deftly maneuvered the ball, racing towards the center of the field. Upon encountering his teammate Jinxiu, who found himself bereft of any opportunity, he refrained from any reckless decisions and opted for a measured approach by passing the ball. Instead, he maintained control over the sphere as he ambled slowly, occasionally pivoting, nonchalantly commanding the ball at his feet. Lu Dongdong, having been deceived on several occasions, remained unfazed, steadfastly positioning himself alongside Jinxiu. The intentional feints employed by Che Zai no longer held sway over him. As time inexorably slipped away, witnessing Che Zai's persistent inability to release the ball, forward Jinxiu departed from Lu Dongdong's side and proactively ventured into the center of the field. Lu Dongdong promptly followed suit. However, before taking a step, he called out loudly to Li Xingli. As his partner in the central defense, Li immediately sprang into action, positioning himself at the heart of the pitch. This time, should Jinxiu attempt to employ the same old trick of a 1-2 maneuver with Che Zai, Lu Dongdong, even if unable to intercept the ball at the outset, knew that Li Xingli would swiftly cover for him, ensuring that Jinxiu would not have an unimpeded path. As Jinxiu received Che Zai's pass, he lightly tapped the ball with his foot, spinning around to face Lu Dongdong directly. The ball danced between his legs, and as a rival in this match, he had suffered considerable setbacks at the hands of Lu Dongdong, fully aware that his current adversary was not someone to be easily dealt with. Lu Dongdong gazed intently at Jinxiu's face, completely disregarding the football at her feet. His knees were slightly bent, arms relaxed, and his center of gravity lowered, adopting a stance that allowed both offense and defense. The match had already progressed through 9 rounds, and he had developed a clear understanding of Jinxiu's speed. He knew that a mere moment of hesitation could allow his opponent to easily slip past him and charge into the penalty area with swift determination. In the face of such an adversary, as Coach G had previously advised, one must strike swiftly, fiercely, and accurately, never recklessly committing to a tackle. If a tackle was attempted and failed, it was paramount that the ball be allowed to pass, but not the player. Come what may. Although I succumbed to you this afternoon, I am resolutely determined not to lose this match. Lu Dongdong swayed his body incessantly, maintaining the same rhythm of movement as Jinxiu. His mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, contemplating the myriad possibilities of Jinxiu's next move. Would it be a breakthrough? or perhaps a back pass to reinitiate a 2-on-1 collaboration with Chazai. The likelihood of opting for the 2-on-1 seemed minimal, even if he managed to elude me. Li Shengli was lurking behind, ready to pounce. A moment's hesitation would ensnare him in a predicament of being flanked from both sides. An aggressive penetration appeared implausible as well. He had failed several times in my grasp, and must surely recognize the dismal odds of succeeding in such an attempt. This was the final opportunity, for both him and me. The coach once remarked that while you exhaust every means to thwart your opponent, they, too, are devising strategies to outmaneuver you. If the Injinshio before me could genuinely engage in the kind of tactical thinking akin to the real Injinshio, she would undoubtedly eschew such a foolish approach. The two players fixed their gazes upon each other, neither daring to strike impulsively. After a tense stalemate, the perceptive Injinshio wisely opted to redirect the ball to Chazai on the opposite side of the field. Upon releasing the ball, he immediately accelerated towards Lu Dongdong's rear. Having been tricked once, Lu Dongdong wasted not a moment, charging forward with determination. Concurrently, the prearranged Li Shengli sprang into action, swiftly retreating to maintain alignment with the sprinting Injinshio. At this juncture, should Chazai choose to pass, Injinshio would find himself caught in a vice, flanked by both Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong. Chapter 91. Gaining the upper hand, dispossessing the opponent of the ball, was merely a matter of seconds. As the midfield linchpin, Chazai, with his wealth of experience, discerned that should the ball be passed, it would fail to pose any threat and instead fall into the feet of the opposing players. With resolute judgment, he chose to pause and observe. Realizing the ball would not be directed towards him, Injinshio abruptly halted his pace. On this field, like Lu Dongdong, he too was a player limited by physical endurance. In the absence of opportunity, why engage in futile exertion? As Injinshio came to a standstill, Lu Dongdong, who had been running alongside him, also ceased his movement. The pair ambled leisurely, one in front of the other, as though taking a stroll upon the field. Li Shengli, in perfect synchronization, pivoted and retreated to his designated defensive zone. Chazai, the midfield maestro, maintained control of the ball beneath his feet, gradually making his way towards the center of the field. Before long, he re-emerged, ball in tow, advancing once again. Lu Dongdong quietly observed her surroundings, contemplating that this was merely a simulation exercise. Although her opponents displayed a level of skill in certain aspects that surpassed typical performance, for the most part, they resembled AI characters from a video game, operating according to predefined logical patterns. As the coach had articulated, this was simply a training match, specifically designed for Lu Dongdong to practice defensive tactics against offside plays. The central midfielder adeptly controlled the ball at his feet, gradually advancing to the center circle of the field. He lifted his foot, feigning a movement, but upon realizing that Lu Dongdong was unfazed by his ploy, he reluctantly lowered his foot and began to dribble the ball towards the opposite side. Lu Dongdong gazed quietly, a flicker of pride stirring within him. However, he swiftly cast aside this sentiment. Allowing one's mind to wander on the court is an exceedingly perilous affair. During the afternoon's internal training match and the preceding practice, he had already made one mistake each time, and he absolutely refused to permit himself a third. Run. It seemed as if the vehicle, on the brink of despair, suddenly lifted its head, swung its arm, and shouted loudly. As the words left his lips, he forcefully struck the ball with his elevated right leg, sending the distinctly black and white sphere soaring into the sky. His teammate, Injinshio, immediately sprang into action, sprinting towards the ball's anticipated landing spot. Lu Dongdong initiated his movement with remarkable speed. However, he did not sprint rapidly, for his strike was not aimed towards the penalty area behind her, but rather hurtled towards the upper left corner of the field, near the sideline. This location was a considerable distance of 40 to 50 yards from both the goal and the entrance, posing no threat whatsoever. What then was the purpose of such a pass? What strategy were they attempting to execute? Lu Dongdong wore a perplexed expression, his instincts heightened. Although his opponent was merely a virtual construct, each adversary was far from a fool within the game. Every action they took held a certain significance. Just because he did not comprehend it did not imply that this pass was devoid of purpose. In the very moment Injinshio extended her toes to hook the ball, Lu Dongdong swiftly dashed to her side. Casting aside all distractions, he closed in, aiming to leverage his height and long legs to exert pressure on Injinshio, forcing her to relinquish possession. However, having faced setbacks on multiple occasions, Injinshio denied him this opportunity. As Lu Dongdong approached, she deftly flicked the ball backward with the sole of her foot, simultaneously pivoting her body, lowering her center of gravity, and adopting a horse stance to confront Lu Dongdong head-on. Lu Dongdong, realizing that the opportunity had slipped away, displayed remarkable intelligence by refraining from recklessly lunging forward to intercept the ball. Instead, he strategically positioned himself, lowering his center of gravity and letting his arms hang down, adopting a quintessential defensive stance. The ball rolled back and forth beneath Jinxiu's feet, and once again, the two found themselves locked in a standoff. Neither exhibited any intention to initiate an attack. Rather, they opted to let time pass, waiting for the other to reveal a vulnerability. Lu Dongdong fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Jinxiu, simultaneously maintaining his defensive stance while casting a sidelong glance behind him. At this moment, both of them stood on the left flank of the court, a considerable distance of at least 50 yards from the goal area. Regardless of whether Jinxiu could surpass him, he was acutely aware that behind him stood Li Shengli, positioned just before the penalty area. In this one-on-one scenario, Lu Dongdong found it difficult to conceive of any effective strategy that Jinxiu might employ to breach his defense or even create a scoring opportunity. As time ticked away, a hint of anxiety began to manifest on Jinxiu's face. Lu Dongdong maintained a stoic expression, yet within him stirred a subtle sense of joy. When you can make your defensive opponent restless, it signifies that you have effectively seized the ball from him. This insight was not imparted by his coach, but rather by his mentor. Witnessing the scene, Lu Dongdong felt an increased sense of calm and confidence, his body mirroring Jinxiu's movements as he swayed from side to side, poised to launch a pressing attack at any moment. Jinxiu expertly controlled the ball at her feet, glancing back at the designated area of Zai, who, due to regulatory constraints, could only operate in the opposite half of the field despite her exceptional skills and formidable offensive capabilities. This limitation hampered Jinxiu's potential, forcing her into a solitary struggle. In terms of momentum, Lu Dongdong, supported by a teammate, held a distinct advantage. With 5 minutes remaining in this training session, he steeled himself. If he failed to score within this time frame, the system would automatically declare him the victor. The coach's voice echoed in his ears. Focused intently, Lu Dongdong instinctively glanced at the large clock behind the field. Just a fleeting glance, and he quickly redirected his gaze, aware that he should not allow himself to be distracted in such a critical moment, suppressing his subconscious habit with sheer willpower. In that brief span of time, an ordinary person would struggle to act, yet he overlooked one crucial fact. The forward he faced was no ordinary player. As a key forward for the youth team, Jinxiu may not possess the dazzling speed of a wing player, yet she stood among the most sought-after forwards in the K2 League. A perfect blend of speed and skill, she had never been underestimated by anyone. At this moment, she made Lu Dongdong acutely aware of her true prowess. The ball rolled gently, only to be suddenly propelled forward by Jinxiu's decisive kick. In an instant, she vanished from Lu Dongdong's sight. Chapter 92. Trapped in despair, Jinxiu, like a gust of wind, surged forth, pressing closely against Lu Dongdong's body as she forcefully advanced. Lu Dongdong reacted with remarkable swiftness, instantly extending one foot. In order to avoid being tripped, Jinxiu had no choice but to leap high into the air. Yet, even as his feet touched the ground, Lu Dongdong, who had already experienced the prowess of his speed, had swiftly maneuvered back into position. It would not be so simple for him to surpass me. Lu Dongdong fixated his gaze on Jinxiu, utterly oblivious to the ball at her feet. As a central defender, his focus was singularly on the opponent he was tasked with marking, entirely disregarding the sphere beneath her control. To put it plainly, the ball could evade him. Yet she could not. Jinxiu swayed her feet from side to side, and the ball, which had previously been beyond her command, obediently fell under her influence. A sly smile crept upon her lips, arching gracefully, just as Lu Dongdong heightened his vigilance. In an instant, she sprang into action, commandeering the ball and forcefully darting past Lu's left side. However, Lu Dongdong was quick to react, retreating a step and shifting leftward to block her path ahead. Jinxiu's physical prowess was no match for him. Should she attempt to bulldoze through, Lu would undoubtedly make her regret it. Yet, what Lu Dongdong did not foresee was that, as Jinxiu had nearly completed her stride, her body, propelled by momentum, abruptly halted and swiftly shifted to his right side. Her movement was strikingly rapid, akin to soaring through the air. This unexpected maneuver left Lu Dongdong completely unprepared. Realizing he was about to lose his position, he instinctively extended his arms, firmly grasping her jersey. Unfazed by his grip, and Jinxiu clenched her teeth and resolutely accelerated, resembling a wild stallion tethered by a rope. Inching her way to freedom with unwavering determination, she broke free from Lu Dongdong's grasp, shedding all restraints. Once liberated, her speed surged like a rocket, her strides lengthening as she surged forward with the ball, slicing through the defense like a tempest, diagonally piercing into the penalty area. In a blur, she traversed the 50 yards that lay between her and the edge of the box, reaching it in the blink of an eye. Lu Dongdong gritted his teeth and relentlessly pursued from behind. Li Xingli, who had occupied the defensive area, swiftly rushed forward to face the rapidly approaching Jinxi. Lu Dongdong felt a flicker of hope. At his current pace, if victory could delay in Jinxiu for just a second or two, he would be able to return to his position immediately. With Li Xingli flanking him in a tightly coordinated defense, no matter how swift or skilled Jinxiu might be, she would surely be unable to evade their formidable defense. Hurry, hurry! Lu Dongdong clenched his molars, sprinting with fervor. He pushed his speed to the utmost limits, solely to gain even a fleeting second to reach his defensive position. Jinxi, facing Li Xingli, exhibited not a trace of hesitation. His feet moved rhythmically, advancing forward with a continuous pedaling motion. Li Xingli, bowing his head, fixated intently on the ball beneath Jinxi's feet, lacking the confidence to intercept. He could only trail behind, retreating step by step as Jinxi surged ahead. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lu Dongdong felt an overwhelming anxiety, realizing that Li Xingli could undoubtedly do nothing to impede Jinxi's advance. The opponent was poised to execute a series of feints that could easily breach Li Xingli's defense at any moment, as if on cue. The very next instant after this thought crossed Lu's mind, Jinxi abruptly accelerated, deftly shifting his body to the left. With a speed akin to lightning, he surged past Li Xingli like a gust of wind. Li Xingli instinctively reached out, attempting to intercept the ball beneath Jinxi's feet. However, just as her toe grazed the position of the ball, Jinxi, along with the ball, had already darted past her, leaving Li Xingli in a state of disarray. Kneeling on the ground, with the last defender evaded, the path ahead was clear. As an exceptional forward, Jinxi exhibited no hesitation, maintaining a steady control over the ball as he strode purposefully into the penalty area, directly in his line of sight. There was nothing but the white goal and the final defender, the goalkeeper. With an unwavering confidence in his footwork, he had rarely encountered a situation where he could not convert a one-on-one chance against the keeper. This goal seemed a foregone conclusion. The goalkeeper lunged forward. At that moment, Lu Dongdong's voice suddenly echoed. The goalkeeper, who had been standing on the goal line, responded without hesitation, charging forward with outstretched arms, determined to confront Jinxi. However, having accelerated so swiftly to evade Li Xingli, Jinxi was propelled forward by inertia. Although he maintained control of the ball, it had surged ahead, creating a significant gap between him and the black and white sphere. The goalkeeper's sudden advance caught him off guard, as Jinxi gritted his teeth and raced towards the ball. The goalkeeper, kneeling and lunging forward, was already upon him. The diminishing distance and the outspread arms of the keeper severely constricted his shooting angle. For a typical forward, this would likely evoke a sigh of resignation, leaving little recourse. Yet, Jinxi was no ordinary forward. He was one of the most formidable strikers in the K2 League. Faced with a seemingly impossible angle, he remained composed, momentarily pausing before delicately flicking the ball with his toe, just before the goalkeeper could fully commit to his dive. The white ball traced a graceful arc, soaring above the keeper's head and circumventing his outstretched arms. With a beautiful parabolic trajectory and a leisurely pace, it sailed toward the lower left corner of the goal. It was a masterful chip shot. The speed of the soccer ball was exceedingly slow, scarcely surpassing the pace of an ordinary person running. With just one defender, it would be effortless for them to approach and easily intercept the ball with a single kick. However, at that moment, within the entire small penalty area, there was no defensive player in sight, save for the goalkeeper, who knelt helplessly on the ground. His head involuntarily turned back, a visage of utter powerlessness. Chapter 93. Tomorrow Begins, Part 1. The black and white ball gently descended, softly bouncing a few times on the grass before gradually rolling away in the direction of its trajectory. Under the watchful gaze of the coach standing at the edge of the field, along with the scrutiny of every spectator present, it inched closer and closer toward the white goal line. This goal had become an undeniable reality, one that could not be altered. Was it truly over? Would today's practice match conclude in failure? No, I shall not accept it. amidst the focused attention of everyone present. A figure suddenly burst forth from the small penalty area. He sprinted forward with great strides, teeth clenched, his youthful face radiating unwavering determination. "I will never give up." Lu Dongdong strode forward with determination. At this moment, he was still a good 10 meters away from the slowly rolling ball. Although the ball moved at a leisurely pace, it was almost certain that before he could reach it and intercept it, the distinct black and white ball would roll into the white goal net ahead of him. Was his effort truly in vain? Lu Dongdong remained oblivious, having neither the time nor the inclination to ponder this question. At that moment, his entire being, particularly his mind, was consumed by a singular thought: to exert every ounce of strength to intercept the rolling ball before it crossed the goal line. He sprinted with fervor, while the ball continued its relentless trajectory, unwavering in its motion. All eyes in the stadium were fixed upon the two of them as time slipped away, second by second. Lu Dongdong finally surged to the edge of the goal line, and without a moment's hesitation, he extended his foot, deftly flicking the ball that had rolled into the goal line out with his toes. Without pausing for breath, he sent it soaring out of the field. The whistle pierced the air, and the vast green pitch was enveloped in an eerie silence. Lu Dongdong's gaze turned towards the coach standing at the sidelines, behind whom the forward Jin Xiu and his partner Li Xingli were poised to score, both observing the coach from the opposite end of the field. The coach remained silent, merely lifting his head to gaze at the center of the pitch, where a substantial electronic screen loomed just beyond the boundary. A few seconds later, the previously dark screen suddenly illuminated, displaying the image of the ball gradually rolling towards the goal line. Simultaneously, a foot appeared on the screen, intercepting the ball just before it completely crossed the white goal line. A successful defense, earning a point. That cold voice resonated once more in everyone's ears. And in contrast to previous instances of disdain, Lu Dongdong found it to be the most melodious sound in the world. Joy flooded his face, nearly moving him to tears. He turned to rush towards his partner Xingli to celebrate together, but after only a few steps, he noticed that both his partner Li Xingli and their adversaries in Jin Xiu and the midfield linchpin Che Zai were gradually fading, their glowing forms dissipating at a visible pace until they vanished entirely. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed today's training," the coach announced, applause echoing in the air. Lu Dongdong suddenly turned around, his gaze directed towards the coach. After the recent experience of intense competition, he found himself teetering on the brink of physical collapse, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. "If I were to grade your performance today on a scale of 10, I would assign you a score of 7.5. However, for that final shot, I shall grant you a perfect score of 10. I truly admire your indomitable spirit. This tenacity is the most invaluable trait for any professional footballer and should always be remembered," the coach remarked. "Thank you," Lu Dongdong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Nothing brings greater joy than receiving recognition from others, especially when that person is one's own coach. "Congratulations on completing this training session. Your assessment results in an A, granting you a 3-point attribute enhancement, and you have obtained a card. Never give up." That eternally indifferent voice resonated in his ears, and with those words, it vanished completely. Beside Lu Dongdong's form, an image of a circular black hole materialized, within which emerged an asymmetrical diamond pattern. Each vertex corresponded to a distinct attribute: strength, technique, stamina, speed, and agility. Owing to your remarkable performance in this training match, you have earned a precious enhancement of 3 attribute points, which you may allocate to the abilities you wish to further develop. Be mindful, once your choices are made, they cannot be altered. The coach's voice resonated in your ears. Lu Dongdong nodded thoughtfully. He had encountered this approach before. After a brief contemplation, he resolutely dedicated all his efforts to enhancing his strength. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Despite his towering stature, he possessed a physicality that was incongruous with his build, often placing him at a disadvantage when contesting aerial balls against forwards or during defensive maneuvers. It was imperative that he rectified this immediately. Currently, you occupy the position of a central defender. The essence of this role lies in physical confrontation. Yet it is crucial to remember that while augmenting your strength, you must also elevate your speed and technical prowess. After all, being a central defender is not solely about brute force and defense, the coach remarked. Lu Dongdong nodded gently, indicating his understanding. "Now, here is the additional reward you have earned from this match, a highly valuable card." Pausing momentarily, the coach waved his arm, and to the left of Lu Dongdong, a dark void suddenly revealed a rectangular box emanating a mysterious azure glow. Inside the box were 5 empty slots, with the center shrouded in darkness, yet subtly radiating a bluish light. "What is this?" Lu Dongdong inquired, puzzled. "This is a skill card. A precious item that can only be obtained as a supplementary reward for your outstanding performance in each match. What you see before you is your card slot, where you can store a total of 5 cards. By equipping any card, you will gain the corresponding attributes it bestows. The card you have received is called Never Give Up, which grants a stamina boost of 3. By simply equipping this card before the match, your overall stamina will increase by 3 points throughout the entire game. Although it is merely a basic level 1 card, it possesses the potential for synthesis and enhancement. With sufficient accumulation, 3 cards can be combined into 1, resulting in an increase in the respective attributes upon successful synthesis. However, should the synthesis fail, your card will be irrevocably lost. One more thing you must remember, you can only equip 5 cards in total, and these must be selected before the match begins. Substitutions during the game are not permitted. Therefore, it is crucial that you ponder your choices carefully. Of course, this card is your sole option at present, and equipping it is entirely beneficial. After attentively listening to the coach's explanation, Lu Dongdong curiously asked, "How do I equip it?" "It's quite simple. You can control it with your mind." With a swift motion of his arm, the coach summoned a card that shot forth from his palm, growing smaller as it approached Lu Dongdong. This card resembled a playing card, depicting an image of a man with his head held high, roaring defiantly, and fists clenched, a professional footballer brimming with indomitable spirit, as if standing on the pitch, ready to unleash boundless determination. Lu Dongdong, adhering to the methods prescribed by his coach, fixed his gaze upon the card before him. In an instant, the card that had hovered in his presence vanished, only to reappear in the elongated slot to his left. As he donned the card, he felt a surge as 3 points were added to his attributes of strength and stamina. Accompanying this enhancement was a radiant bracket that glimmered, inscribed with a 3 symbol. Well, today's training has come to a complete conclusion. Until we meet again, cherish all that you have learned today. Remember, on the football field, nothing is immutable. You must play with your mind, rather than confine yourself within the rigid boundaries of fixed thinking. With these words, the coach's figure standing at the edge of the field gradually faded away. In the next moment, the entire verdant pitch, along with the glaring floodlights above, began to blur and slowly dissolve from Lu Dongdong's sight. The following day, at the youth club, on the lush green turf, a group of players formed a circle engaged in a game known as circle snatch. This is one of the most common training modes in football, colloquially referred to as monkey stealing. Those who fail to seize the ball are subjected to the playful torment of their teammates, akin to monkeys, leaving them exasperated and on the verge of exhaustion. Currently, it was Lu Dongdong, who had just concluded the training match the night before, tasked with retrieving the ball. He had entered the session brimming with confidence, eager to prove himself. However, to his dismay, he stumbled at the very onset of the formal training match. As a central defender, he had allocated all his newly acquired skill points to strength, leaving speed and agility as his weaknesses. This made the ball-snatching game, which relied heavily on quick reflexes and keen anticipation, exceedingly challenging for him. While his teammates effortlessly rotated out after 4 or 5 minutes of pursuit, he persevered for a full half-hour. In an attempt to alleviate his embarrassment, he had deliberately targeted Li Shengli, who, like him, was a clumsy giant with rudimentary skills. To his dismay, however, Li Shengli proved to be exceedingly clever and adept, swiftly transferring the ball upon gaining possession, never allowing Lu Dongdong a chance to intercept. How infuriating! The towering Lu Dongdong stands out conspicuously within his team, his relentless pursuit of the ball resembling a headless fly careening about aimlessly, often eliciting bursts of laughter from those around him, further igniting the playful spirit among his teammates. This is the second day of the club's training match, and most players still maintain a relaxed, holiday mindset. As a newcomer to the team, he naturally becomes the target of the seasoned players' playful antics, particularly the fast wingers who relish in teasing him. The spectators gathered at the sidelines watch with great excitement, as if they were witnessing not a mere football training session, but a street performance of acrobatics. This group of fans has gained exclusive access, a privilege granted before each season commences, allowing a select few to engage closely with the players. This not only fosters a positive atmosphere between the players and fans, but also showcases the team's prowess, assuring the supporters that the newly recruited foreign players are formidable, with aspirations to advance further. The ball is expertly passed back and forth among the teammates, encircling Lu Dongdong. Though he tirelessly chases the ball, he is unable to seize it, occasionally managing to close the gap, much to the surprise of onlookers, yet ultimately missing it each time. Initially, every failed attempt at ball possession draws laughter, even mockery, from the surrounding spectators, but gradually, the laughter diminishes until silence reigns. The joy of the game primarily stems from the happiness, satisfaction, or release it brings. However, when the game devolves into an unidirectional domination, all enjoyment dissipates. No one relishes the thought of mercilessly toying with a teammate who offers no resistance. It evokes a sense of cruelty inherent to human nature. "That poor lad," one fan remarked sympathetically, shaking his head. "What is there to pity?" This is a tradition that occurs almost every year, veteran players welcoming newcomers in such a manner. "Though it can be quite stifling and embarrassing," another responded. "Indeed, one must acclimate. This is a professional football team. Only those with superior abilities can thrive here, while the less capable inevitably become the clowns of the team." Yes, it is a harsh reality. However, I believe this lad, despite his rough technique and slow reactions, possesses commendable stamina. After such an extended run, his legs still carry him. True, as long as he continues to exert such effort, under Coach Chui's guidance, he will undoubtedly show significant improvement. At the very least, he could become a competent substitute. Coach Chui is renowned for his prowess in nurturing young talent, provided one can endure his rigorous training. Amidst the vibrant sunlight, a throng of fervent football enthusiasts engaged in animated discussions, their gestures punctuating the air with excitement, relishing the joy that the sport bestows. Yet, for Lu Dongdong, a participant in this moment, a profound sense of discontent lingered within him, accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of frustration and discomfort. This ordeal had mercilessly eroded the fragile confidence he had painstakingly nurtured through his recent successes in training. As Coach Chi remarked, the road ahead for him remained long and arduous. 20 minutes later, the sound of the whistle pierced the air, signaling the conclusion of the training session as Chui Xianbin, standing at the sidelines, finally brought an end to the rigorous exercise. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all present, including him. It was a welcome reprieve. The nearly hour-long game of possession felt interminable to them. After the whistle blew, Lu Dongdong, who had struggled in vain to secure the ball, could no longer sustain his efforts. Chapter 95. Tomorrow begins Part 2. Lu Dongdong, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto his knees on the training ground, panting heavily and gasping for breath. Lu Dongdong felt a sense of humiliation as he clenched his fists, striking the grass with force, incessantly berating himself within. It was truly embarrassing, utterly shameful, just moments ago. There had been several opportunities to intercept the ball effortlessly, yet he had faltered. Was it merely a matter of skill disparity? One by one, his teammates passed by, with a few offering sympathetic pats on his head and shoulder. "You did well," they reassured him. "Though your performance wasn't stellar, your unwavering spirit must have touched every player." The team's core member, Che Zai, extended his arm and gently patted Lu Dongdong's shoulder. Quiet Xiao, who had fiercely challenged him for 10 rounds yesterday, also flashed a warm smile. Only the golden-haired winger, with a mocking expression, shook his head derisively. In hushed tones, he whispered something to a few teammates, inciting a chorus of laughter. Naturally, his words were not kind. Don't take it too much to heart. That's just his nature. However, if you spend more time with him, you'll realize he harbors no animosity towards anyone in the team, Che Zai remarked lightly, casting a deep glance at Lu Dongdong before following the crowd towards the sidelines. Lu Dongdong. After the players had departed, Chui Huanbin approached Lu Dongdong, observing the breathless and perspiring youth with a sense of helplessness. He was fully aware of everything that transpired on the training ground. Lu Dongdong's recent performance has exhibited numerous shortcomings. His physicality appears clumsy and his speed lacks the necessary agility. The sole advantage he possesses is his commendable stamina, allowing him to tirelessly run back and forth, unwavering in the face of his teammates' jests. However, these attributes starkly contrast with the capabilities required to become a formal player in the youth team, to the extent that he might not even qualify to serve as a water cooler attendant. Were Lu Dongdong merely 13 or 14 years of age, I am confident that Chui Xianbing would recognize his potential and, through diligence and determination, facilitate his rapid development. Yet now, at the age of 19, his playing style has solidified, deeply entrenched in his methods, which cannot be easily altered through mere targeted training. Moreover, Lu Dongdong currently faces a significant obstacle. Coach Chui Shizhao harbors a lack of fondness for him, and he could be on the verge of departure from the team. Chui Xianbing hesitates to voice his thoughts, reluctant to utter words that may cause harm to others. Coach Chui, Lu Dongdong said respectfully as he rose from the ground. I have a general understanding of your concerns. You have 1 month remaining before the training assessment at the end of this month. Your abilities differ significantly from those of most players, so I would like to take you aside for individual training during this month. What are your thoughts on this? Chui Xianbing stated calmly. Coach Chui Shizhao's opinions about Lu Dongdong have become firmly established. He is currently preoccupied with transfer matters and the club's affairs, leaving him little time to directly advise Lu Dongdong to leave. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Lu Dongdong is likely to depart from the team shortly. Chui Xianbing perceives the young man before him as exceptionally diligent, despite the questionable means by which he secured his place in the youth team. Nevertheless, he is still a young player. Chui Xianbing hopes to offer Lu Dongdong individualized lessons, sharing his extensive training experience to help him improve upon his weaknesses. While this may not enable Lu Dongdong to remain in the youth team, it will undoubtedly benefit him in his future endeavors, even if he plays elsewhere. In truth, this matter is not his responsibility, but as someone who has traversed the world of football, he wishes to impart valuable experiences to Lu Dongdong. Football is a profound passion of his, and he hopes that every young person in Korea can develop an affinity for the sport. Upon hearing Chui Xianbing's words, Lu Dongdong nodded without hesitation. Currently, the training methodologies in Korea are modeled after mature European clubs, as shared by club staff in private conversations. The coach before him, Chui Xianbing, has returned from abroad, bringing with him a wealth of advanced training experience. Such a remarkable opportunity is one he certainly will not squander. He fully understands the validity of what Chui Xianbing has expressed. Within the team, he maintains a considerable disparity in technical ability compared to a significant number of players. Much like the ball-snatching game previously played, this belief persists, yet it only serves to render the individual a laughingstock, exhausting him to the point of resembling a dog, with no enhancement to his shortcomings. However, if Chui Xianbing were to offer him personal guidance, coupled with nightly training at the Green Camp field under the coach's supervision, he would possess an immense reservoir of confidence, enabling him to successfully navigate the trial assessment at the month's end. This time, failure is not an option. For the sake of his parents' hopes and his own future, he must bravely endure. He is determined to remain in the youth team and commence a new chapter in the K2 League. I have a general understanding of your technical attributes. Are there specific areas you wish to focus on for improvement? Inquired Chui Xianbing. Well, Lu Dongdong scratched his head and replied, Assistant Coach Chui. To be candid, aside from my stamina, I do not believe I am on par with other players in various aspects. If possible, what I mean is, as long as you don't find it too troublesome, I hope you can provide me with comprehensive technical guidance, including defense, positioning, and anticipating weaknesses. Chui Xianbing was momentarily taken aback by Lu Dongdong's bold request. He had not anticipated such audacity from him. By the way, you are indeed supplementing lessons. This is quite serious training. Coach Chui, was my request too excessive? Lu Dongdong asked. If you think I have overstepped, feel free to disregard my words. I merely wish to enhance specific abilities, with the imperative goal of passing the trial assessment at the end of the month. I absolutely cannot afford to fail. Why? Chui Xianbing inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face as he grew serious. Because playing football is my dream. If I cannot become a formal member of the youth club, my professional career may very well end here. I do not wish for my dream to slip away like this. Chapter 96, Shocking News, Part 1. Thus, in order to smoothly pass the assessment at the end of the month, I am prepared to endure all manner of rigorous training and challenges. No matter how formidable the obstacles, I shall overcome them, Lu Dongdong declared earnestly. Lu Dongdong. Chui Xianbing found himself at a loss for words. He could not directly convey to the young man that no matter how hard he worked or how resolute his determination, he would never become a formal player of the youth club, as per the head coach Choi Se-ju's mandate. He could not tolerate players who entered through nepotism. The morning training match concluded as scheduled. A group of players, drenched in sweat, made their way towards the locker room, engaging in lively discussions about the delightful offerings at the club's cafeteria for lunch. Chui Xianbing, who preferred to linger at the back of the crowd, exchanged a few words before heading directly to the office building of their club staff. He took the elevator straight to the 4th floor. Arriving at the office of the head coach, Choi Suk-ju. Knock, knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door before stepping into the room, only to find Choi Suk-ju engaged in a phone conversation. The coach raised his arm, signaling for silence, and held the receiver to his ear. patiently awaiting a response from the other end. After a few moments, the call connected. "Hello, is this Miss Jang Ura's office? This is Choi Suk-ju, the head coach of the youth club. I would like to schedule a meeting with Miss Jang at her earliest convenience." His gaze remained fixed on Choi Hyun-bin as he spoke. A faint smile of resignation crept across Hyun-bin's face. Although he had anticipated the decisive nature of Choi Suk-ju, who would swiftly expel Yu Dong-dong from the team, he had not expected the timeline to be so immediate. If Miss Jang Ura was available this afternoon, Choi Suk-ju's character would compel him to rush over, unless Miss Jang firmly declined. In such a case, Yu Dong-dong's departure could occur as soon as tomorrow or even today. Hyun-bin couldn't help but recall his recent conversation with Yu Dong-dong. Would his words lead to a misunderstanding, with you believing he was mocking him? Even if Yu Dong-dong did not misinterpret his intentions, his well-meaning words would ultimately be in vain, as time was simply too short for action. Indeed, life is replete with events that lie entirely beyond human control. Choi Hyun-bin observed Choi Suk-ju quietly. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed the coach's resigned expression as he uttered a simple, "Thank you," before abruptly hanging up the phone. Could there be a glimmer of hope in this situation? Hyun-bin pondered silently. "Coach, did Miss Jang express any objections?" he inquired cautiously. His mind raced with thoughts of how to persuade the obstinate Choi Suk-ju, who would never yield, should Miss Jang adopt a resolute stance against the arrangement. Regardless of one's renown or prowess, one must remember that they are, after all, drawing a salary from others. The affluent individuals who run such a grand football club are not driven solely by dreams. Indeed, a minority may wish to contribute to the national football scene. But as businessmen, they will never entertain a head coach's proposal if it risks displeasing their commercial partners. Moreover, arranging for a player to enter the team through backdoor means is a trivial matter for them. In fact, the coach could replace the entire roster with underqualified players without it being a significant concern. It merely depends on his willingness. In an instant, various possibilities flooded Choi Hyun-bin's mind. Miss Jang Ura had urgent business and had already flown abroad, not to return for a week. The last time I called, the secretary in his office mentioned that Miss Jang would be available in the afternoon. Choi Se-ju remarked coolly, his tone tinged with mild dissatisfaction. "So that's how it is." A faint smile involuntarily graced Choi Hyun-bin's face, and the weight on his heart was instantly lifted. "You seem quite pleased that Miss Jang is not in the country." Choi Se-ju suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Choi Hyun-bin. "No, I merely feel a slight joy for Lu Dong-dong. After all, he can remain at the club for an extra week." Pausing briefly, Choi Hyun-bin spoke earnestly. "I do not concern myself with his staying or leaving, and I acknowledge that. In certain respects, his abilities are indeed lacking. However, he is merely 19 years old, and his passion for football means that spending more time at our club will only benefit his future career." As he spoke, he contemplated how a week would provide ample opportunity to assist Lu Dong-dong in enhancing his skills and addressing his shortcomings. "If you continue to hold this attitude, I believe you are better suited for the youth team rather than a professional football club. Here, we do not concern ourselves with the age of players. What we value is commercial potential. Ideally, a harmonious solution would be the best approach. Yet, reality is often fraught with challenges." Choi Se-ju stood up, turning to gaze out the window at the expansive club grounds and its various structures. "It is understandable for a businessman to pursue profit, yet we are, after all, former players. We comprehend the immense effort required to become a professional footballer and the multitude of obstacles one must face. Therefore, I will remain steadfast in my beliefs, providing appropriate help and support within my limited capacity," Choi Hyun-bin stated with quiet resolve. "Every time I share these thoughts with you, you never truly listen. Perhaps I am too stubborn. If you had been receptive, we wouldn't be having this conversation now." Choi Se-ju sighed lightly, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Coach Choi, are you not the same? In certain aspects, you are even more obstinate than I am. Otherwise, with your ambitions, why would you choose to coach a K2 league team? You little rascal, you certainly show no mercy. Do not forget, within this club, I am your superior. Coach Choi, I am always aware of that. I merely wish to convey that everyone has their own pursuits in life. Just because others may not understand them does not render them incorrect." A light-hearted banter ensued between the elder and the younger. Suddenly, Choi Se-ju turned and briskly walked towards the door. "Coach, are you heading out for a meal?" Choi Hyun-bin followed suit, stepping forward. It was certain that a meal was to be had. Chapter 97, A Shocking Revelation, Part 2. It was now noon. A meal was indeed necessary. However, Before dining, there was a matter I needed to attend to first. Choi Seju turned his gaze, his expression impassive as he looked at Choi Hyunbin and stated, I must return the player who does not belong to the team back home. With that, he extended his arm and grasped the oval doorknob. Coach Choi, do you intend to confront Lu Dongdong now and demand his departure from the team? Choi Hyunbin was taken aback, quickly reaching out to grasp Choi Seju's arm. Noticing the recklessness of Choi Hyunbin, Choi Seju glanced back and allowed him to retract his hand. Assistant coach, I understand your sentiments and your thoughts. However, as you yourself just articulated, every individual in life harbors their own aspirations. It matters not whether others comprehend them. What is essential is that one believes in their own convictions. The youth team is a professional team in the K2 League. And each player who enters this realm has done so through their own diligence and sweat. Beyond chance and appearance, they must possess the requisite abilities. Lu Dongdong's performance in various aspects has been subpar. Frankly, I once wished to grant him an opportunity, yet the reality has shown otherwise. On the field, after being outmaneuvered by an opponent, he stood idly by, gazing at the spectators rather than pursuing the play. Did he think this was merely a street match? Does he believe that his dismal performance would not draw ridicule and scorn from the audience? He lacks even the fundamental qualities of a professional athlete. And I cannot tolerate such a person remaining in my team. With urgency, Choi Seju raised his arm, speaking with a resolute and undeniable tone. My decision is final. You need not persuade me further. Go and take a well-deserved rest, enjoy a delightful lunch, and contemplate what training regimen you ought to devise for all the players this afternoon. You must always remain cognizant that you are currently an assistant coach of the youth team. Your concern and responsibility should lie with the players who are here, not with one who is on the verge of departure. Upon finishing his words, Choi Seju opened the door and strode out without hesitation. The sound of footsteps echoed, hastening towards the elevator, arms hanging by his sides as he quietly awaited its arrival. Choi Hyunbin stood at the threshold of the head coach's office. As if struck by lightning, his head bowed in silence. In that moment, a tumult of emotion surged within him, invoking feelings of anger and frustration, causing him to clench his fists until they creaked. After a while, he slowly released his grip and raised his head. For indeed, there were many matters that he simply could not alter. He may feel anger and dissatisfaction, yet he has but one course of action, to choose acceptance. Choi Hyunbin took a deep breath and stepped out of the head coach's office. Upon reaching the other end, Choi Sukju immediately turned to look at him. Their eyes met, each bearing an expressionless countenance. Everything that had transpired moments ago felt as if it had never occurred. Close the door. The elevator has arrived, Choi Sukju remarked. As his words echoed, a chime sounded, and the long-awaited elevator finally arrived, its iron doors slowly parting. Choi Sukju lifted his foot and stepped inside. Choi Hyunbin extended his arm, grasping the oval-shaped doorknob, and gently pulled the door. Just as the door was about to close, a jarring ring suddenly pierced the air, incessantly ringing. It was emanating from Choi Sukju's office. The walking elevator's Choi Sukju promptly lifted his foot and hurriedly exited. Standing at the doorway, Choi Hyunbin proactively pushed the door open, quietly watching Choi Sukju as he approached his desk and picked up the telephone. Once the call connected, Choi Sukju placed it to his ear and uttered a brief greeting. He did not engage in further conversation, frowning as he listened intently. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and with a decisive click, he hung up the phone and rushed out of the room. He hastened towards the elevator door, repeatedly pressing the elevator button. A sense of foreboding welled up within Choi Hyunbin, prompting him to sprint after, urgently inquiring, Coach Choi, what has happened? Lee Dongjae was involved in a car accident on his way back to the club today. He suffered severe internal bleeding in the emergency room and, tragically, has passed away. Choi Sukju replied, his fingers impatiently pressing the elevator button. The usually composed head coach's expression turned gravely serious in that moment. Upon hearing this, Choi Hyunbin was taken aback, his mind blank, unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Lee Dongjae, like on Ki-hyun, was a key central defender for the team. Having been on vacation abroad with his girlfriend, he had yet to return to the squad. Who could have anticipated that this 28-year-old player, who had exchanged text messages with him just the night before, would succumb to the fate of a tragic accident today? Life is indeed utterly unpredictable. One cannot foresee which will arrive first, misfortune or tomorrow. With a crisp chime, the elevator arrived once more on the 4th floor. Chui Shichao and Chui Shiming exchanged little in the way of words as they hurriedly entered the elevator, promptly closing the doors behind them. At 1 p.m., in the office of the club's general manager, a man clad in a loose-fitting suit, his head slightly balding, sat on the sofa. A cigarette emitting wisps of smoke clasped between his fingers. His forehead, marked by deep furrows, was a testament to his agitation. Opposite him sat Cui Shizhao and Cui Xianbin, both wearing expressions of concern. What are we to do? What are we to do? The balding man muttered incessantly, drawing deep puffs from his cigarette. The ashtray on the coffee table already brimming with numerous butts. Cui Xianbin glanced at the man, then at Cui Shizhao beside him, and softly interjected, "Manager Wu, I personally believe that the event has transpired. Overthinking will not alter the outcome. We must confront reality. Confront reality. Confront reality. I certainly understand the need to face it." Manager Wu retorted, lifting his head with irritation. But now, with the season opener approaching and merely a month left, Li Dongzi, our core defender, has departed. What shall we do in the league? A team that loses its pivotal central defender will undoubtedly become an easy target for every opponent. Chapter 98. Wo's Cui Xianbin was left speechless. At this moment, with the unexpected passing of Li Dongzi, the club's manager offered no words of solace, but instead expressed overwhelming concern for the team's future performance in the league. Such a demeanor, if witnessed by the current players, would surely dampen their spirits. He opened his mouth to counter Manager Wu, contemplating the lack of compassion in such an attitude. Cui Shichao, sensing Cui Xuanbin's intentions, raised his hand preemptively, addressing the distressed Manager Wu. "Manager Wu, Assistant Coach Cui is correct. The event has occurred, and further lamentation serves no purpose. What we must consider now is how to compensate for Li Dongzi's absence. Who shall fill his position in the defense? Do we have any remarkable players among the main substitutes who can step into his role?" Manager Wu inquired, his interest piqued. "No," Cui Shizhao replied decisively, shaking his head. "Within our team, Li Dongzi and Qixuan have consistently been our irreplaceable main central defenders. While the three substitute players possess their individual strengths, they fall short of meeting the demands of an entire season. Furthermore, the synergy between Li Dongzi and Qixuan has been exceptional, and it would be impossible to replicate their level of coordination in the short term. Is Olin not up to the task?" Prior to his transfer, Li Dong had been the central defender alongside Qixuan, and I recall his performances were consistently commendable. Olin indeed possesses a stable playing style, facilitating seamless coordination without any issues. However, he is now 34 years old, and this season we must contend with both the league and cup matches. Given his physical condition, it is implausible for him to sustain the rigors of an entire league season, let alone compete on two fronts. Manager Wu suddenly widened his eyes and inquired, "What about the new players we signed this season? How capable are they? Do we have anyone suitable to serve as substitutes?" Cui Shizhao shook his head. "This season, our budget has been quite limited, primarily focusing on strengthening the midfield and forward positions. If it weren't for Li Dong's unexpected situation, our current defensive line would have been fully capable of handling the entire season. Thus, most of our selections this season have leaned towards younger defenders, whose abilities may not suffice to become competent substitutes. Oh dear, what shall we do?" he lamented. "A team without a solid central defensive presence, regardless of how harmoniously the forwards and midfielders collaborate to score, cannot overcome the consequences of conceding goals. It is unlikely we can rely on sheer luck to achieve a scoreline of 4, 3, or 5 for in every match." Manager Wu scratched his head anxiously, his hair almost turning white with worry. "Manager Wu, there is no need for such haste. Did you not mention that there is still nearly a month until the season opener? The winter transfer window has not yet closed. I simply need to utilize this time to find a suitable central defender who aligns with the team's style of play in the transfer market," interjected Cui Xianbin. Although he somewhat disdained Manager Wu's demeanor, he was, after all, the assistant coach, responsible for monitoring the transfer market and potential players, and it was imperative to offer professional advice when the team was in need. Upon hearing this, Manager Wu's expression remained devoid of joy as he shook his head, stating, "While your words hold truth, the transfer window is set to close in just over 10 days. Finding a player who fits our style and possesses the requisite skills within such a limited time frame is no trivial endeavor. Should the acquired player lack sufficient ability, we would not only squander time and effort, but also waste money. In such a case, it would be more prudent to rotate 3 main substitutes." Manager Wu, do not be so pessimistic. While your reasoning is indeed valid, do not forget that our coaching staff has been closely monitoring several central defenders, Cui Xianbin asserted. "Do you?" Manager Wu's head snapped up, a spark of excitement illuminating his gaze as he asked, "Are you suggesting that you already have suitable candidates?" As he spoke, he glanced at Cui Shijiao, who, along with Cui Xianbin, did not nod in affirmation. Cui Xianbin continued, given the abruptness of Li Dong's situation, we currently do not have any candidates on hand. However, our coaching staff has maintained a list of potential candidates, particularly central defenders who would suit our team well. It's just what? Manager Wu pressed eagerly. Cui Huanbin glanced at Cui Shijiao, observing Manager Wu's expression, and replied, a significant portion of these players are classified as non-transferable assets. Whether we can negotiate a deal is another matter. Furthermore, several of them come with a hefty price tag, which may exceed our budget for this season. Manager Wu rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Assistant Cui, your words are tantamount to saying nothing. I explicitly outlined the club's budget at the outset of the transfer period. The available financial allocation from above is limited. If we exceed this by a considerable margin, I will have no means to justify it to my superiors. Please do not make my position any more difficult. Manager Wu spoke swiftly, his gaze fixed on Cui Huanbin while his peripheral vision continuously darted towards Cui Shijiao. Those who attain the position of club general manager possess a keen insight and an exceptional ability to read the room. They are adept at discerning that Cui Huanbin's remarks were likely influenced by external pressures. Manager Wu, both Coach Cui and I recognize your predicament, but the current circumstances are unforeseen by all of us. You just mentioned this yourself. If we take the field with our current lineup, we will undoubtedly be left vulnerable to our opponents. Should that occur, our performance will plummet, making it impossible to account for it to our superiors. Moreover, we have already invested significantly this season in acquiring midfield and forward players. If we now abandon this effort, it would render all our previous investments futile. Cui Huanbin stated earnestly, though inwardly he reveled in a sense of triumph. A graduate of a prestigious institution in Luxembourg, he may merely be an assistant coach, yet his intellect is exceptionally high. Having spent 3 years with the team, he has thoroughly grasped Manager Wu's character from the very first encounter. Chapter 99. Racing against time, he was entirely confident that his words would compel Manager Wu to acquiesce. The success of a club is not solely the responsibility of the coaching staff. It is intimately connected to the general manager as well. When we thrive, we all thrive. When one falters, all suffer the consequences. Well, Assistant Cui, are you not presenting me with a dilemma? Our budget for this year has been entirely exhausted. I'm currently preparing a report for Shantao, and there will undoubtedly be discontent. Manager Wu displayed a troubled expression, taking another deep drag from his cigarette. Manager Wu. Asking others to spend money is an aversion shared by all. However, the facts are laid bare before us. If we do not act promptly, we are destined for a disastrous defeat. In comparison to the present, the complaints we may face later will be trivial. Our coaching staff, and you may even find your capabilities called into question by others. Which of these two scenarios do you believe to be of greater importance? Cui Xianbin spoke candidly, his gaze fixed intently on Manager Wu. Cui Shijiao sat upright, hands resting on his knees, his eyes drifting to the window, as if the events unfolding before him bore no relation to his existence. This. Manager Wu raked his sparse hair in evident distress, articulating with great difficulty, Assistant Cui, Coach Cui, your unwavering focus on the players' training has left the club's situation unaddressed. The company has now appointed a new head, Ms. Zhang Yula, the chairman's second daughter, who wields complete authority. With a newcomer at the helm, any premature utterance could incite dissent, leading to accusations of our team squandering funds. Manager Wu, I have previously heard about Ms. Zhang's ascension, Cui Xianbin replied, but I have also learned of her remarkable capabilities. Since her appointment, although her oversight has been stringent, there have been no management issues. This indicates her receptiveness to constructive dialogue, as long as our actions are justifiable, regardless of external opinions. I firmly believe Ms. Zhang will comprehend our position. Moreover, Manager Wu, the very establishment of the club was to ensure our success in the league. We are diligently working towards that goal. The situation with Li Dongzai is merely an unfortunate incident that no one desired. If outsiders discern that we, despite our capabilities and time, fail to take any remedial action, resulting in the team's poor league performance, it would signify a fundamental lapse in our duties. Compared to the potential criticism, this represents a grave dereliction of responsibility for both you and Coach Cui. Manager Wu continued to tug at his hair, lost in contemplation. Indeed, Assistant Coach Cui is correct. As the team's general manager and head coach, our foremost concern must be the team's performance. Li Dongzai's absence will undoubtedly exert tremendous pressure on our defense. If we do not act swiftly while time permits to rectify this, we risk a dismal outcome, which would entirely rest on our shoulders. Cui Shizhao, sitting upright, peered through his bright glasses at Manager Wu and stated, "Of course, as part of the coaching staff, we merely offer suggestions. The final decision rests in your hands. Whatever you choose, we shall abide by your direction. However, should complications arise, I will candidly inform you. I wish to convey this to you in person, hoping you will understand when the time comes." Coach Cui, how can you say such a thing? Since we are in this together, we are naturally a family, sharing both triumphs and trials, Manager Wu lamented. Cui Shizhao remained silent, offering a faint smile, then turned his gaze towards the window, as if captivated by the exquisite scenery outside. Manager Wu, it is nearly 2 o'clock. If you are still unable to make a decision at this moment, Coach Cui and I shall take our leave, as we have to prepare for the afternoon training session of the team, with Li Dongzi no longer with us. In an effort to preserve the team's performance and avoid an utterly dismal outcome, Coach Cui and I must strive to enhance the defensive capabilities of each player. We can only hope they excel in every match, aiming to keep our goals conceded to an average of below 2 per game, Choi Hyunbin remarked. With that, he made a gesture to rise. Wait, please don't rush. Manager Wu glanced at the clock on the wall, hesitating for a moment before resolutely asking, Coach Choi, can you give me a ballpark figure? If we decide to proceed with acquiring a competent center back, how much would that roughly cost? Turning away from the window, Choi Seju adjusted the glasses perched on his nose and replied calmly, approximately 30 to 50 million Korean won. What? It costs that much? Manager Wu gasped, his mouth agape. Why such a high price? With that amount, one could easily secure a key player from the K1 League. Are you intentionally asking for a steep price, fearing I might constrain your budget? Choi Seju narrowed his eyes slightly but remained silent. Seated beside him, Choi Kwanbin, displaying understanding, interjected, Manager Wu. Although our youth club is merely a K2 League team, our overall strength undoubtedly rivals that of the mid to lower tier teams in the K1 League. Naturally, any players we acquire must possess corresponding abilities. When the quality is sufficient, the cost is not insignificant. Moreover, the transfer window is about to close. Most teams have already completed their transfers or are nearing the end of their dealings. If we act hastily, persuading other teams to part with their players will inevitably require additional expenditure. If the price were the same as usual, would you agree to let a key player transfer if you were in their position? Your reasoning is not without merit. But 30 to 50 million Korean won is no small sum. I will immediately apply for these funds at the headquarters, but I am certain there will be gossip. You know as well as I do, that group of individuals always hopes we can stretch a single one into 2, Manager Wu lamented. Manager Wu Choi Shwebin smiled, but was interrupted as Choi Seju raised an arm. He stated, Manager Wu, we have thoroughly explained the various situations and consequences to you. I believe if you remain indecisive, there is little point in continuing this discussion. Rather than wasting time in uncertainty, it would be more prudent for our coaching staff to contemplate what formation and tactics should be implemented this season to prevent the team's performance from becoming too dismal. In a single sentence, with an additional remark. Now, just give me a straightforward answer. Should we seek to acquire new players this season in light of Li Dong's absence? Choi Seju fixed his unwavering gaze on Manager Wu, awaiting his decision. Choi Hyunbin remained silent, his cheeks twitching slightly, forcing himself to maintain a stoic expression. One could easily surmise that, given Manager Wu's timid nature and aversion to responsibility, the matter of procuring new players had already become a foregone conclusion. Indeed, after a considerable pause, and following a tumultuous inner debate, Manager Wu finally gritted his teeth and made his decision. We must buy players, and we must do so immediately. He raised his head to address Choi Hyunbin and Choi Seju, stating, exceeding the budget is preferable to languishing at the bottom of the league. However, Coach Choi, could you provide a precise figure for this budget, or perhaps suggest a strict limit? For instance, would 30 million Korean won suffice? Upon hearing this, Choi Hyunbin felt a chuckle bubbling within, yet he suppressed it. Choi Seju, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, Manager Wu, the transfer market is not a mere marketplace for haggling. Moreover, with only a few days remaining, the feasibility of acquiring a suitable player remains uncertain. Should the budget fall short when the transfer window closes, even offering additional funds would be futile. We must act decisively while we still have time to effect change. Yes, indeed. Very well. I shall make a trip to the headquarters this afternoon, striving to secure these funds today, Manager Wu declared through clenched teeth. Choi Seju rose, and Choi Hyunbin promptly followed suit. Choi Seju declared, the decision has been made. Let us return to the office and commence preparations for the transfer. Each moment we delay equates to a lost opportunity. We must race against time and seize every second. During this period, I will personally assess the players on our list. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me directly or coordinate with Assistant Choi. With that, Choi Seju turned and left. Choi Hyunbin bowed to Manager Wu and hurriedly followed suit. Manager Wu watched the two depart, took a deep drag from his cigarette, rose, and hurried to his desk, swiftly dialing a number. At 2 in the afternoon, a long whistle pierced the air, summoning a group of players who had been chatting and laughing on the sidelines to converge from all directions. Choi Hyunbin removed the whistle from his mouth and, once all players had assembled, spoke with a grave expression. Before we commence this afternoon's training, I must share some profoundly distressing news. We received a call from Lee Dong's mother at noon today. Tragically, Lee Dong was involved in a car accident on his way back to the club and has unfortunately passed away. What? Upon hearing these words, the players, standing erect, were rendered speechless. The previously tranquil atmosphere erupted like a boiling pot, suddenly filled with commotion. Players began to inquire with Choi Hyunbin, seeking confirmation of the unsettling news. Choi Hyunbin raised his hand to quell the murmurs of the agitated players, his expression somber as he spoke. I am aware of this news, and while many may share my profound sorrow, I urge everyone to set aside their feelings for the moment. The unfortunate event has transpired, and there is nothing we can alter. However, our training and our matches must persist. Pausing briefly, he continued. Coach Choi and Manager Wu have already gone to the hospital to console Lee Dongjae's parents. For the time being, Coach Choi will not be at the training facility. Given Lee Dongjae's absence, we must secure a center back in the market before the winter transfer window closes. Thus, I hope everyone will cooperate with my efforts during this period. With a firm clap of his hands, Choi Hyunbin declared, let us focus. Our training match will commence in 15 minutes. With that, he blew his whistle forcefully. The players immediately dispersed. Though Lee Dongjae was their close comrade, and his untimely passing was indeed shocking, they were professionals. As professional athletes, they must always be cognizant of their responsibilities and duties. Team, after the match today, shall we visit the hospital together? Cha Jae suggested, as several players gathered around him. A stark black and white ball lay quietly on the grass, untouched by anyone. They exchanged glances, and Cha Jae added, Lee Dongjae was our friend. It is only right that we pay our respects to his parents. After today's training, let us make the visit, but let us not tarry too long, as the opening match is fast approaching, and we must be fully prepared. On the day of Lee Dongjae's funeral, we will collectively request leave from the coach to pay our respects. The group nodded in agreement, and under Cha Jae's leadership, they began to juggle the ball as a warm-up before the training match. 15 minutes later, the afternoon's scheduled practice match commenced as planned. This time, as yesterday, the teams were divided into the blue team and the green team. Team A consisted of key players from the youth squad, including the midfield linchpin Cha Jae, the stalwart defender On Ki Hyun, the speedy winger, and forward On Jin Soo. Team B was led by Kwang Gu and comprised the main substitutes and other players from the youth squad. Lu Dongdong, following the instructions given by Choi Shuebin earlier that morning, refrained from participating in the training session. Instead, he was summoned to a secluded corner of the field. To his surprise, he found that his defensive partner from the previous day, Li Xingli, had accompanied him. Do not look away, Choi Shinbin began, addressing the two of them. The reason for calling you both here is the same. You are both tall in stature, yet lack physicality, speed, and possess rather rudimentary skills with the ball at your feet. I hope my efforts can assist you in rectifying some of these shortcomings and elevating your performance. Chapter 101. A Distinguished Resume. Choi Shinbin stood before the two, articulating his thoughts. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli exchanged a glance, each revealing a bittersweet smile. Although the words spoken by Choi Shinbin were undeniably true, having them articulated in front of others left the young men feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the training ground, I have always been rather forthright. I urge you not to harbor any resentment towards my earlier remarks. My intention is solely to ensure that you comprehend the various shortcomings you possess. Furthermore, during the forthcoming training sessions, I expect each of you to remain fully focused, and I should not have to reiterate any point. Do you understand? Choi Shinbin declared loudly. Understood. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli responded in unison, hands clasped behind their backs. I can't hear you, speak up. Understood. I still can't hear you, louder. Understood. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli almost shouted the words in a frenzied manner. This time, Cui Xinbin finally nodded with satisfaction. He stood before the towering Li Xingli, articulating each word with precision, although the passing of Li Dongzai has indeed saddened us all. It presents an unprecedented opportunity for you substitutes. Not every newcomer possesses the ability to seamlessly integrate into a team. What a democratic coach cherishes most are players who can collaborate effectively with their teammates and execute tactical strategies. If you strive diligently, you may find yourselves stepping into the role of a primary substitute, or perhaps even transforming into a pivotal defender for the team. As they listened, both Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong felt a surge of fervor within. Indeed, Cui Xinbin's words rang true. The tragic news of Li Dongzai's demise represented a significant loss for the team and the club, and was a deeply painful experience for most players. However, for them as substitutes, it meant the elimination of a formidable competitor. Even if they could not directly replace him as the starting defender, they could at least make substantial progress towards becoming the primary substitutes. Cui Xinbin then turned his gaze towards the increasingly intense match unfolding on the field, stating, "In the youth team, and Chi-Wan is an unwavering starting defender. However, the other three primary substitutes, despite their unique abilities, share a common trait: they are all relatively older. This season, we have not only league matches but also cup competitions ahead of us. Given their physical capabilities, it is evident that the three of them cannot manage a two-front battle." Turning his gaze towards the tall and upright figure of Li Xingli, he expressed his hopes, "As long as you exert yourself and continually strive for breakthroughs, there will undoubtedly be an opportunity to catch Coach Cui's attention, eventually earning a place in the 22-man roster to represent the youth team on the field, marking your debut in a formal match." Li Xingli stood tall, nodding vigorously in affirmation. Beside him, Lu Dongdong also nodded, radiating an aura of immense confidence. Observing this, Cui Hyunbin displayed a fleeting look of surprise, soon followed by a bittersweet smile. It was clear to him that Lu Dongdong had misconstrued his words, believing that his sentiments directed towards Li Xingli were equally applicable to him. However, having already spoken, he could not simply clarify to Lu Dongdong that his earlier remarks were not intended for him, as he would inevitably depart from the team. The sole reason he remained with the team at this juncture was due to Dongzi's untimely demise, which left Coach Cui with little time to address Lu's matters. Sighing inwardly at what felt like another foolish act, Cui Hyunbin took a few steps away before turning to the two and said, "All right, let us commence our formal training session this afternoon. Before we begin, I shall provide you with some theoretical knowledge." Such theoretical guidance is almost non-existent within local teams in South Korea. Many coaches and coaching staffs focus solely on actual competitive play. While this theoretical approach has become thoroughly prevalent across Europe, football is never merely reliant on physicality. The most crucial aspect is engaging your intellect. Cui Hyunbin extended a finger and tapped it against his temple, stating, "Allow me to introduce myself briefly. I am 33 years old, a graduate of Groningen University in the Netherlands, specializing in football management and competitive studies. After graduating, I immediately took up a position in Eindhoven for 4 years, serving as an assistant in the youth training department. Subsequently, I followed the renowned Coach Van Basten to another prestigious Dutch club, Ajax, where I again held the position of assistant to the youth team. In 2014, I returned to my homeland and became an assistant coach for the South Korean youth team. In 2016, I joined the Chingsuan team, where I have remained ever since." Listening to the words of Cui Hyunbin, Lu Dongdong and Li Sheng felt a profound respect growing within them. They were utterly astonished to learn that the man before them, Cui Hyunbin, had previously served at the illustrious clubs of PSV Eindhoven and Ajax. Although he had worked only with youth teams, these world-class powerhouses, particularly in the Netherlands, have long been at the forefront of youth training excellence. If they could receive guidance from Cui Hyunbin, their abilities would undoubtedly see a remarkable enhancement. Feeling a surge of passion, Lu Dongdong instinctively clenched his fists, resolute in his determination to complete any training tasks assigned by Cui Hyunbin, no matter how arduous they might be. I must clarify that this theoretical knowledge may sound somewhat dry. However, I have taken the liberty of organizing it yesterday, and I will strive to select vivid expressions to make it more engaging. I hope you will listen with patience, Cui Hyunbin stated. "Understood, Assistant Cui." Lu Dongdong and Li Sheng nodded earnestly. Clearing his throat, Cui Hyunbin spoke earnestly. "It is well known that the pinnacle of world football resides entirely in Europe." Chapter 102. Style, Part 1. The football landscape is divided into 5 major leagues: the Premier League, La Liga, the Bundesliga, Serie A, and Eredivisie. These 5 leagues encompass nearly all of the world's football stars, and, depending on the circumstances of the teams within each league, have developed distinct and recognizable styles. Among them, the Premier League is currently acknowledged as the highest level of competition globally and commands the most attention worldwide. The Premier League's immense popularity among fans is not solely due to its effective promotion, but is also inextricably linked to its fierce and robust style of play. It is widely accepted that modern football emphasizes a fast-paced, all-out attacking and defensive approach. However, when discussing the Premier League, most people will invariably think of traditional English football. This style is characterized by long passes and aerial balls, utilizing a towering center forward, whose exceptional individual skill and physical prowess resemble a tank rampaging through the opposition's defense, leaving their goal vulnerable and exposed. This approach is straightforward and brutal, yet remarkably effective. Even today, many teams continue to adopt this style of play. Some teams that focus on alternative strategies will, in moments of desperation when no opportunities arise to breach the goal, resort to this extreme attacking method, often yielding unexpectedly fruitful results. Lu Dongdong and Li Sheng listened intently, nodding vigorously. England has long been a fertile ground for strikers, particularly the archetypal center forwards, of which there is an abundance. To cite a few, the legendary Alan Shearer, who excelled at Newcastle, and the illustrious Didier Drogba and Hernan Crespo, who once donned the Chelsea jersey. These players share a remarkable characteristic. They possess formidable physical prowess. Their strength akin to that of a javelin piercing through the opponent's penalty area, impervious to any challenge. It is no exaggeration to state that these adversaries are the ones that all center-backs dread facing the most. Among the archetypal center forwards, my personal favorite is Drogba. This African colossus hailing from Cote d'Ivoire virtually overwhelmed the defensive players of every Premier League team during his era. None could withstand his might. Chelsea, with Drogba in its ranks, employed a straightforward yet highly effective style of play, often utilizing the wings with players like Duff and Malouda to penetrate the opponent's penalty area, delivering precise crosses. Due to Drogba's immense strength, even if his teammates' passes were subpar, he could still create opportunities and score breathtaking goals, even when tightly marked by defenders. Chui Xianbin animatedly remarked, "I have meticulously analyzed Drogba's capabilities. Not only does he possess remarkable physical attributes and stamina, but he also boasts extraordinary speed. His technical skills surpass those of other players who similarly rely on their physicality. He has the ability to convert his teammates' passes into assists, and when surrounded by defenders, he can leverage his body and speed to forge rare opportunities. Throughout his tenure at Chelsea, he utilized these attributes to bring countless trophies to the club, ensuring that his presence was felt throughout the football world. During the time, aside from Chelsea, every coach in the league grappled with the challenge of devising strategies to defend against him. Yet, regardless of how skilled a defender might be, they were rendered helpless before him. He is the greatest striker in the world, the epitome of a forward," Chui Xianbing exclaimed passionately, his eyes glowing with fervor. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, silently observing him. It was evident that Chui Xianbing harbored an immense admiration for Drogba. Undoubtedly, as a formidable force from Africa, Drogba is entirely deserving of such reverence. Players of his caliber, those who command global attention, are subjects of meticulous analysis by every team's head coach and coaching staff. Every forward, particularly those who rely on their physical prowess and assume the role of a central striker, inevitably idolizes and seeks to learn from him. However, for the majority of aspiring players and many defenders who have scrutinized his attacking style, Drogba, this extraordinary player, remains utterly irreplicable. Numerous facts attest to the reality that even world-class center-backs cannot withstand his prowess, for his capabilities transcend the very definition of being world-class. He is the pinnacle of strikers. Without exception, the solitary consolation lies in the inevitability that no player can withstand the passage of time. Even the formidable Drogba must eventually step back from the mainstream stage. Although he currently continues to grace the football field, it is inevitable that, in the near future, he will choose to retire, joining the ranks of many football veterans and bringing an end to his illustrious career. Lu Dongdong could not help but ponder whether, if given the opportunity to stand on a world-class stage one day and face a striker of Didier Drogba's caliber, he would possess the requisite skills to contend effectively. As Coach G remarked, being a world-class adversary, especially as a central defender who cannot afford to make mistakes, necessitates a resolute defense against forwards. Such players are often characterized by their formidable strength and unwavering determination, which empowers them to resist yielding or conceding in the face of adversity. Lu Dongdong suddenly smiled. realizing that he had perhaps overthought the situation. He was not even a primary substitute for the youth team. So to entertain notions of competing with world-class forwards like Drogba was utterly fanciful. As his father often advised, one must remain grounded to progress step by step. Do you both know Drogba? The animated Cui Xianbin suddenly inquired, his gaze fixated on Yo Dongdong and Li Xingli. Indeed, they both responded without hesitation, exchanging a glance. As a professional football player, particularly in the position of a central defender, it would be ludicrous not to recognize the name of such a legendary forward as Drogba. Have you studied his style of play? His common attacking strategies? Cui Xianbin asked earnestly. Back in our club days, our head coach meticulously analyzed Drogba's match footage with us. We, as a team, also engaged in related offensive and defensive drills, Li Xingli gradually elaborated. Lu Dongdong nodded and remarked, we have previously engaged in similar training. And our coach even leveraged his connections to enlist a prominent center forward currently playing in the Chinese Super League, allowing us to gain practical experience. Cui Xianbin observed the two individuals, gently nodded, and spoke earnestly. Chapter 103, Style, Part 2. If the two of you were to defend against Drogba, do you possess the confidence to thwart him? Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli exchanged a glance, each displaying a faint smile tinged with melancholy. They promptly shook their heads in unison, declaring, we lack confidence. It is no jest. To claim confidence in the presence of such an illustrious world-class striker would be nothing short of boastfulness, inviting ridicule from others. Cui Xianbin seemed to have anticipated their response, his expression remaining unperturbed as he maintained steady eye contact. He spoke with deliberate clarity. Although the words you both utter are indeed truthful, as your assistant coach, I must remind you of something. As a central defender, the last bastion of our team, it is imperative that you harbor a sense of trepidation, no matter how formidable the opponent may be. Simultaneously, cultivating unwavering confidence is equally essential. On the football field, if you lack the conviction to defend against your adversary, then, the moment you step onto the pitch, you have already conceded defeat. Do you understand? Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli furrowed their brows in succession, each giving a gentle nod. Indeed, Cui Xianbin's words held truth. As a center back, or more precisely, as a football player, one must possess an unwavering confidence to merit a place on the pitch, regardless of how formidable the opponent may be. One must take the plunge and never falter. What of a world-class striker? Each day on the football field, new stars emerge, overshadowing even the most celebrated global icons. What? Do you not comprehend my words? Cui Xianbin remarked, his expression impassive. I nodded. Lu Dongdong paused for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses, vigorously nodding and proclaiming, we have confidence. Li Xingli, catching on, echoed Lu Dongdong's sentiment with an enthusiastic shout. Cui Xianbin nodded in satisfaction and declared, the reason I am imparting so much today is that during our upcoming training session, you are to attack as Didier Drogba would against defenders. Attack? Both Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong wore puzzled expressions. They were tasked with defense as center backs. Why were they being instructed to engage in offensive training? While it is not uncommon for center backs to push forward during penalty or free kick situations, leveraging their height and exceptional aerial ability to score, such defenders are relatively rare. And this skill is not a requisite for all center backs. To expect them to attack like Drogba is, quite frankly, a fallacy. Do not doubt my previous statements. What I shall teach you shortly is indeed offense. Cui Xianbin stood tall, articulating each word with precision, though your primary role is defensive. You must remember this. Offense is always the best defense. Regardless of your position, maintain this awareness at all times. Furthermore, as center backs, if you wish to defend effectively or completely neutralize an opposing forward, it is imperative to understand their common attacking methods. In what situations do they choose particular offensive strategies? Only by grasping this will you enhance your chances of intercepting the ball at their feet during defensive maneuvers. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. The words of Cui Xianbin resonated within them like the profound tolling of a bell, striking a chord deep in their hearts. Their aspiration was to become competent center backs, to establish themselves as key players in the youth team. Yet, their minds were perpetually consumed with thoughts of intercepting the ball from their opponents, the forwards. They had never considered how those forwards might choose to maneuver their attacks against them. Had they been able to comprehend the varied offensive strategies employed by their adversaries, they could have devised effective defensive tactics, thereby effortlessly reclaiming the ball. Such a simple truth, why had it eluded them until now? The two of them raised their heads in unison, their gazes ignited with excitement, surprise, and hope. 20 minutes later, Cui Xianbin led Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli to another open field. All right, let us officially commence today's training. Our session will consist of 3 parts. The first part focuses on intercepting through balls, the second on intercepting long passes, and the third on handling aerial balls, he announced, clapping his hands loudly. Before he could finish, Lu Dongdong raised his hand, a look of confusion on his face. Coach Shui, didn't you just say we should learn the offensive strategies of forwards? Why are we still focusing on interception and defense? Chui Huanbin smiled and replied, to become an exceptional center back, it is indeed essential to understand the offensive tactics of every forward. However, before that, you must first master your fundamental skills, defense. Without grasping this most basic and crucial element, all other strategies are merely theoretical. The untimely passing of Li Dongzai meant that Cui Shizhao would definitely be unable to return to the club before the transfer window closed. Therefore, during this period, he had ample opportunity to comprehensively enhance the skill deficits of Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli. The meticulously prepared lessons he had devised would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Lu Dongdong and Li Shiying nodded vigorously, refraining from expressing any further doubts. Subsequently, under the guidance of Cui Xianbin, the two positioned themselves at the center of the field. We shall now commence the first segment of our training, focusing on intercepting through balls. Cui Xianbin declared from a distance, standing tall and speaking with authority. The interception of through balls, also known as ground ball interception, is one of the most fundamental defensive techniques, being both the simplest and the most prevalent. To defend against such a play, a central defender must possess ample experience and precise judgment. It is imperative that he makes a decisive and accurate prediction before the passing player executes the pass, allowing him to perform a proactive interception. Despite the apparent ease of intercepting through balls, any lapse or oversight on the defender's part can grant the attacking player a direct route into the penalty area, where he can confront the goalkeeper and score. Thus, this method serves as a highly effective and common offensive strategy. In today's session, I shall instruct you on how to effectively handle the interception of through balls. However, let me preface this by stating that although this is merely a routine training exercise, I have always favored methods that incorporate rewards and penalties. Today, each of you will function as separate teams, alternating between offense and defense. For the defensive side, my expectation is that you will run 10 laps around the field. Can you accomplish this? Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Cui Xianbin's face illuminated with satisfaction as he proclaimed, "Let us officially begin our training," with Li Xingli initiating the offensive. As the words left his lips, under Cui Xuanbin's direction, Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong positioned themselves, one ahead of the other, embodying the roles of attacker and defender respectively. As an experienced midfielder, when executing a direct pass that transitions into an assist, one must pay close attention to the movement of the attacking players. Conversely, as a defender, one must remain vigilant of both the passer and the positioning of fellow defenders. Bear in mind this crucial point. A direct pass, essentially a ground pass, requires you to maintain a straight line with your opponent. Should you advance a step ahead of the ball before it reaches his feet and position yourself in front of him, you will effortlessly intercept the ball. However, it is essential to recognize that with only the 3 of us on the field, the dynamics are simplified. In a formal match, there are at least 20 players, all in motion, making it exceedingly challenging to discern the source of the pass amidst the chaos. Therefore, as a central defender, you must maintain heightened awareness at every moment during the game. With a firm tone, he concluded, "All right, let us begin. Li Xingli, be mindful of your positioning. Do not remain stationary. The ball will be passed directly to your feet. If you successfully receive the ball just once, you will earn a point. Each of us will take turns for 10 rounds in a best-of-3 format." Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously in agreement. Cui Xianbin gently pressed his foot, causing the ball to bounce up from the ground. He skillfully juggled it on his ankle, casting a brief glance toward the direction of Li Xingli's run, and adeptly passed the ball. The black and white sphere, spinning with great velocity, rolled swiftly along the lush green grass, heading directly toward Li Xingli. In mere moments, the ball traversed the distance of several meters, arriving right at Li Xingli's feet. With a subtle lift of his foot, he could easily gain control of the ball. However, Li Xingli's momentum abruptly halted as he extended his foot, instinctively preparing to stop the ball. At that moment, a figure surged from behind him, swiftly claiming the space before he could make contact. With a well-timed slide, the intruder sent the ball flying out of bounds. Lu Dongdong rose from the ground, gently brushing off the dirt from his trousers, and beamed at Li Xingli, whose expression bore a hint of astonishment. This interception of a direct pass had always been his forte back in China. With his height and long legs as advantages, coupled with over a decade of training since childhood, he possessed an astute judgment regarding such straightforward through balls. Good. Excellent. Continue, Choi Hyunbin exclaimed, nodding vigorously. He paused momentarily before bellowing at Li Xingli, do not dawdle, accelerate. Imagine yourself as a forward tasked with scoring. If you can evade Lu Dongdong, you will find yourself face-to-face with the goal, engaging in a one-on-one duel with the goalkeeper. Increase your speed, engage your mind, and apply your defensive knowledge to determine how to maneuver away from Lu Dongdong, who is closely marking you. To successfully receive the ball, I will pass to you. Li Xingli nodded emphatically. Choi Hyunbin bit down on his whistle and blew forcefully, signaling the commencement of the second round. Li Xingli resumed his positioning, darting back and forth alongside Lu Dongdong, suddenly breaking away before abruptly halting, then quickly pivoting to sprint back. He utilized his speed to execute various changes in direction. Lu Dongdong remained tirelessly committed, steadfastly positioning himself behind Li Xingli. He cast aside all distractions from his mind, focusing entirely on enhancing his performance. Choi Hyunbin, with his foot poised over the ball, observed it intently before advancing a step, decisively striking it to deliver a beautifully arced pass. This corner kick boasted exceptional quality and remarkable speed, skimming just above the ground. However, Lu Dongdong, possessing extensive experience with such plays, did not chase the ball's trajectory. Instead, he maintained his position closely behind Li Xingli, awaiting the moment when the ball would gracefully curve into Li Xingli's vicinity. As it approached, he surged forward, using his body to shield Li Xingli and calmly intercepting the ball. Indeed, his judgment was astute. Keep pushing forward. Choi Hyunbin nodded in satisfaction, viewing Lu Dongdong with newfound respect, recognizing his skill in reading and handling through balls. Yet, if one were to assume that every interception would be this effortless, they would soon find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Choi Hyunbin cast a discerning glance at Lu Dongdong, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. The three players resumed their positions. Choi Hyunbin nudged the ball beneath him and called out loudly to the swiftly moving Li Xingli, charge forward, towards the goal. Upon hearing this command, Li Xingli immediately surged ahead, his movements fluid and accelerating towards the goal, maintaining alignment with Lu Dongdong. Despite his inner doubts about Choi Hyunbin's ability to deliver the ball to Li Xingli with a through pass, he remained vigilant and alert. As Li Xingli sprinted forward several meters, Choi Hyunbin did not hesitate to lift his foot, sending the ball hurtling forward. It traveled with remarkable speed, darting in a straight line toward Li Xingli, reminiscent of a joyful lightning bolt. Lu Dongdong instinctively extended his foot, intending to hook the ball down. But the sphere's velocity was simply too rapid. Chapter 105, The Agile Flank. However, due to the ball's astonishing speed, his movement lagged slightly, leaving him to watch helplessly as the ball swept past him, rolling directly to Li Xingli's feet. Upon receiving the ball, Li Xingli exhibited no hesitation. Charging into the penalty area, and without a moment's pause, he lifted his foot to send the ball soaring into the goal. A crisp whistle echoed through the air. Li Xingli raised his arms in triumph, his face alight with joy. Yet, at a distance, Choi Hyunbin raised his arm and gently shook his head, proclaiming loudly, "That goal does not count. Lu Dongdong successfully defended. Why is that goal invalid?" Li Xingli spread his hands, confusion etched on his face. In that moment, every aspect of his play, his positioning, ball control, dribbling, and shot, was flawless, arguably the most splendid strike of his professional career. "Because you were offside before I passed the ball," Choi Hyunbin replied with a hint of frustration. Setting aside Li Xingli's remarkable performance, his pass was equally impeccable. The speed of the ball and his astute judgment of its landing point were near perfect. He was utterly confident that Lu Dongdong would be incapable of intercepting the ball, and the reality aligned with his expectations. However, what he did not anticipate was that, as he executed the pass, Lu Dongdong, who had been gradually retreating, suddenly dashed in front of Li Xingli, rendering his exquisite pass futile. Lu Dongdong wore a faint smile upon her face, a delicate expression of joy. The reason she had surged forward to execute an offside tactic was not due to her awareness of the enticing pass that was utterly uncatchable, but rather a nearly instinctual reaction as she retreated repeatedly. All of this stemmed from the relentless training imparted by Coach Ji on the verdant pitch. She cast a glance at Choi Hyunbin and Lee Sung-woo before advancing to her original position. Choi Hyunbin remained silent, raising his hands in encouragement, clapping vigorously while vociferously urging, "Let us continue. Bring it on. We have 7 more rounds. Lee Sung-woo, let us give it our all together." Half an hour later, The back-and-forth training of direct passes and defensive maneuvers finally reached its conclusion. The outcome was unequivocal, with Lu Dongdong triumphing over Yang Sungwoo with a score of 3-0. Yang Sungwoo, hands on hips and panting heavily, gazed at the victorious Lu Dongdong with an expression of year-long frustration, utterly taken aback by the match's result. Choi Hyunbin, serving as the assistant coach, wore a look of surprise. He had believed that Lu Dongdong and Lee Sungwoo were evenly matched in skill. Moreover, strictly speaking, Lu Dongdong, having entered the team through connections, ought to have exhibited a noticeable disparity in overall ability compared to Lee Sungwoo. Yet, today's results were unexpectedly remarkable, particularly during the recent match. Lu Dongdong's several moments of brilliance were certainly not mere flashes of luck, but rather a testament to her foundational prowess, instinctively executing impeccable defensive interceptions. You two take a 5-minute break, and then we shall commence the second part of our training. Choi Hyunbin cast a deep glance at Lu Dongdong and spoke. The two exchanged nods before walking together to the edge of the field, where they picked up discarded water bottles from the grass and tilted their heads back, drinking deeply. As professional football players, the sweat that dripped from their bodies and the water they consumed were two inseparable aspects of their existence. At this moment, on the opposite side of the field, the match had entered the final moments of the first half with a score of 1-0. The youthful A team, composed of primary players, held a slender advantage. However, the B team, consisting of key substitutes and led by the seasoned veteran Gwanggu, mounted a fierce resistance, launching several relentless assaults on the A team's goal. Were it not for the goalposts, they would have undoubtedly found the net. The continuous barrage of attacks had thrown the A team's defense into disarray, particularly within the penalty area, where chaos reigned. The A team players struggled mightily to regain possession of the ball, but before they could pass it, Gwanggu, resembling a ravenous wolf, intercepted it with a swift, decisive move. With a deft touch, Gwanggu pushed the ball forward and executed a penetrating pass into the penalty area. The B team's forward, with his back to the goal, used his body to shield the ball from a team's defensive linchpin, and Qixuan. Just as Qixuan advanced to apply pressure, the forward attempted a low shot. Yet the seasoned Qixuan, drawing upon his defensive acumen, denied him any opportunity. At the very moment the ball left the ground, and Qixuan surged forward, using his body to deflect the spinning ball away. The ball sailed towards the outskirts of the penalty area, prompting players clad in blue-green vests from both teams to rush towards it. Seizing the moment, the midfield maestro Che Zai, benefiting from his positional advantage, was the first to reach the ball. With exceptional ball control, he remained composed under pressure, deftly evading several pursuing B team players. Just before the aggressive Gwanggu closed in, he glanced forward and delivered a powerful pass aimed at the ball at his feet. This was a high, arcing ball, the black and white sphere spinning with great velocity, tracing a white line through the air, soaring over the heads of countless players in the center circle, ultimately descending into the upper left corner of the B team's half. Che Zai's pass was imbued with strength and remarkable speed. As the players looked up, both the defending B team and the attacking A team believed the ball would roll out of bounds. Despite its initially rapid pace, it appeared to be losing momentum, leading them to abandon hope. Yet, they overlooked one crucial detail. Che Zai, as the midfield linchpin, never hastily made decisions. His choice to pass was deliberate, signifying that this particular pass held profound meaning. Moreover, on this particular field, there exists a young lad with unparalleled speed. The ball soared through the air with astonishing velocity, eluding the judgment of all, before landing beside the sideline, bouncing several times before rolling slowly towards the boundary. At that moment, a boy with golden hair, his feet dancing wildly as if riding a Harley on the pitch, darted towards the ball with the swiftness of the wind. With a deft flick of his toe, he salvaged the ball, which was mere seconds away from crossing the line. Chapter 106. The spirit of competition ignites. Upon regaining possession, he did not pause for an instant, slicing through the defense like a razor-sharp blade, galloping fiercely towards Team B's penalty area. He was the swift horse of the flanks. At this juncture, due to the pressing attack, the majority of Team B's players, including their stalwart defender Gwanggu, were congested at the center circle, leaving only two center-backs within the penalty area. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the flank swift horse charged unhesitatingly towards one of the defenders. As he surged forward, his legs moved in a blur, executing a series of feints to bewilder the defenders. The distance closed rapidly, and just as he entered the small penalty area, he abruptly changed direction, accelerating past the defender in front of him. As another center-back lunged in with a sliding tackle, he remained poised and calmly struck the ball. The black and white sphere glided along the verdant grass, slipping between the legs of the onrushing goalkeeper, eventually rolling languidly into the net. From the swift sprint to the ball retrieval, the dash, the evasion, and the shot, it was a seamless sequence devoid of any superfluous interruption. In comparison to his earlier triumphant display, this was a performance magnified by dozens, if not hundreds of times, leaving onlookers in awe. The whistle signaling the end of the first half reverberated through the air. A group of players from Team A erupted in joyous celebration, raising their arms in exhilaration as they rushed towards the flank's swift horse still stationed in Team B's penalty area. The substitutes, gathered at the sidelines, waved their arms in fervor, elated by the stunning goal. As for the vanquished, they were solely represented by Team B, who had just conceded a goal. While conceding a goal is not inherently catastrophic, a last-minute strike can often deliver a devastating blow to a team's morale. No one could foresee whether Team B, now at a disadvantage, would muster the confidence to turn the tide in the second half. In truth, even they were unaware of their own resolve. Lu Dongdong stood at the edge of the field, silently observing the exuberant embrace shared by a group of teammates and the swift winger. His heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. The brilliant goal he had just witnessed played vividly in his mind, and as a central defender, he could not help but envision himself as the defender who had faltered. If he were to face the rapid winger, what course of action would he take? Did he possess the capability to thwart such a player? Deep within, he incessantly questioned himself, and the answer was unequivocally negative. Even if he could anticipate the winger's trajectory, the true prowess of the swift player lay in his footwork, which was astonishingly rapid. By the time one's brain processed the necessary reaction and one extended a leg to intercept, the winger had already dashed past with the ball. Against such players, defense felt utterly futile. It echoed the age-old adage often found in martial arts novels. In the realm of combat, speed reigns supreme. In the face of absolute swiftness, any excessive technique or robust defense becomes mere embellishment, fragile as bubbles that shatter at the slightest touch. The swift winger, accompanied by a jovial entourage, approached Lu Dongdong, laughter resonating all around. The intensity of the preceding 45 minutes seemed to have left no mark on their stamina, as if they had merely engaged in a light-hearted game. "Hey, should I tell Assistant Shui to let you take the field in the second half? Let me give you a proper lesson," the swift winger quipped, winking playfully at Lu Dongdong amidst the crowd. Lu Dongdong cast a lingering glance at her, remaining silent. A group of teammates from Team A chuckled softly, while Chazai playfully ruffled the hair atop the head of the fast horse on the sideline, beaming with a radiant smile as he remarked, "Do not let a single spectacular goal swell your pride. Before the match, you boldly declared your intent to score 3, and you still have quite a distance to go." With a friendly glance towards Lu Dongdong, Chazai and the group, filled with jovial laughter, departed. Lu Dongdong turned around, watching a group of individuals depart, and slowly clenched his fist. In his heart, he vowed that one day he would showcase his prowess in a training match, completely thwarting the opposing winger's swift advances. He would ensure that throughout the entire game, not a single goal would be conceded. No, not even a single breakthrough would succeed. He was determined to thoroughly defend against the speedy winger, making him acutely aware of his own capabilities. Just wait and see. What? Did his recent goal ignite your competitive spirit? Do you wish to measure your skills against him? A voice, imbued with an alluring magnetism, resonated from behind. Lu Dongdong turned to find Choi Hyunbin had silently approached him at some point. Lu Dongdong remained silent, quietly observing Choi Hyunbin. Stepping forward, Choi Hyunbin gazed at the swiftly departing figures of the group, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Every year, the newcomers come in, gritting their teeth and vowing to make the speedy players on the sidelines regret their choices. However, during my 3 years with the youth team, I have yet to witness such a scenario unfold. Recently, amusingly, there have been players who, unable to catch their breath after failing a challenge, opted for a one-on-one duel with the swift players on the sidelines, only to be defeated once more. During that period, the victorious speedy players were almost perpetually strutting about, looking down their noses at others with an air of superiority. Hiki, is that truly the case?" Lu Dongdong replied with a faint smile. Choi Hyunbin scrutinized Lu Dongdong from head to toe and jested, "You are a full head taller than the speedy players. If the two of you were to engage in a contest, I am certain the victor would be you. I sincerely hope you can impart some lessons to him." Lu Dongdong gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "Assistant coach, you are overthinking it. Regardless of the circumstances, I will never lay a hand on him. Moreover, if victory is to be achieved, I will undoubtedly triumph on the field, defeating him with the power of football." Choi Hyunbin shrugged his shoulders and said, "I look forward to your dreams coming true." He paused for a moment, turning his neck to gaze into Lu Dongdong's eyes, and continued, however, just as I mentioned earlier. With you being the sole newcomer, you aspire to show the flanking players a thing or two, yet no one has ever succeeded in doing so. You may not be the exception. Lu Dongdong and Cui Xianbing exchanged a few silent glances before turning their heads resolutely forward. Lu spoke softly, "Assistant Cui, I am determined to succeed." Yang Xingli approached with a hearty smile, saying, "Assistant Cui, the time has come. Shall we continue?" Cui Xianbing fixed his unwavering gaze upon Lu Dongdong's profile. Chapter 107. Go. He observed for a few moments, a smile gradually emerging on his face as he remarked, "Of course, you embarrassed me in the previous match. This time, we must both strive earnestly." Having concluded his jest, he took the lead and strode briskly towards the opposite side of the court. Yang Xingli chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head in mild embarrassment. "Let us go together and give it our all." Lu Dongdong turned his head and gently patted Li Xingli's shoulder a few times. The two followed the footprints of Cui Xianbin, hastily making their way forward. "Now, we shall commence the second phase of our training, focusing on intercepting long passes." Cui Xianbin clapped his hands vigorously, gazing at Lu Dongdong and Li Shirley, who stood directly in front of him. The long pass is one of the most prevalent means of ball transfer in football matches, characterized by its distinct nature. In comparison to through balls, it can bypass a majority of defending players while facilitating broader and longer-range transfers. In traditional English football, long passes and lofted balls are frequently employed tactics, proving to be both highly effective and direct. When defending against long passes, the most crucial aspect is to anticipate in advance, discerning the landing point and direction of the ball. A single misjudgment can equate to allowing an opponent to penetrate the penalty area with a precise through ball, leaving them face to face with the goalkeeper, thereby presenting an easy opportunity to score. There was a brief pause in his speech as Cui Xianbin licked his lips and continued, "In the face of long passes, besides making accurate judgments, we must also select the appropriate method of response. The speed of a long pass, as compared to a through ball, is significantly more complex and unpredictable. If mishandled, even with accurate prior judgment, the ball could end up at the opponent's feet, rendering all your efforts futile. This scenario is far more severe than a mere misjudgment because, in the event of a failed intervention, your opponent will have already infiltrated the penalty area. Should it only be a misjudgment, there remains a chance to catch up with your adversary." Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli, with their hands clasped behind their backs, nodded gently. Although they may not be the most seasoned or exceptionally skilled center backs, they have nonetheless undergone over a decade of training in football, rendering them intimately familiar with the art of long passes. They have personally experienced the essence of what Cui Xianbin has conveyed. "Now, without further ado, let us commence." Cui Xianbin softly nudged the ball with his foot, lifted his gaze towards Li Xingli, and said, "Put in more effort. Let's strive to score a point in this round. And remember to be mindful of your positioning. Do not fall into Lu Dongdong's trap again and find yourself caught offside." Lu Dongdong offered a gentle smile, while Li Xingli nodded vigorously in agreement. The training session was officially underway. In the first round, following the previous order, Li Xingli was tasked with the offensive role, while Lu Dongdong assumed the position of a central defender. Cui Xianbin, cradling the ball, made his way to the opposite half of the field. He blew his whistle with determination, prompting Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong, standing in a line, to spring into action. He bounced the ball, and with a sudden shout, he sprinted forward, swinging his right foot with force to strike the ball. The black and white sphere soared through the air like a streak of lightning, leaving a long trail behind it as it soared across the midfield towards the swiftly advancing figures of Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong positioned himself behind Yang Xingli, swiftly retreating while casting a discerning glance upward to ascertain the trajectory of the descending soccer ball. As the ball began its inevitable descent, he abruptly halted his backward motion, transitioning into a forward sprint, darting past Yang Xingli. The ball plummeted rapidly, and with a determined thrust of his legs, Lu Dongdong leaped from the ground. Employing a kicking maneuver reminiscent of martial arts competitions, he struck the surface of the ball with precision, propelling it away before it could touch the ground, sending it rolling out of bounds. Yang Xingli, who had hastily rushed forward, found himself momentarily caught off guard, shaking his head in disappointment. "What an exquisite display of skill!" exclaimed Cui Xian, raising her thumb in admiration towards Lu Dongdong. The manner in which he executed that play was undoubtedly unconventional for a soccer field, a feat not easily replicated by all. In that fleeting moment when Lu Dongdong soared, his arms spread wide like a great bird taking flight, one leg held in a poised stance reminiscent of a golden rooster standing tall, while the other leg rose decisively to deliver a forceful kick. His judgment of the ball's landing point and the precision in executing that maneuver were nothing short of flawless, deserving of recognition from all. Even Cui Shixiao, who had long harbored a bias against Liu, would be compelled to offer genuine admiration upon witnessing such an impressive corner kick. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shenglin returned to the center of the court, resuming their previous positions. As Yang Shenglin stepped back, he turned his head slightly and whispered to Lu Dongdong, "Lu Dongdong, have you practiced Chinese martial arts since elementary school? The way you executed that kick just now, soaring through the air, was truly impressive." Lu Dongdong smiled gently, opting for silence through a smile. "You actually practiced martial arts in elementary school. What prompted your sudden shift to football?" Yang Shengli inquired with curiosity. "To be honest, it was rather serendipitous. When I was young, my parents envisioned me becoming a martial arts instructor, never anticipating that I would ultimately embark on a journey into football." "I see. Did your parents oppose your decision to play football?" "Initially, my mother had her reservations, but eventually, through the subtle influence of my father and me, she came to accept my passion for the sport. My father, a devoted football enthusiast, wholeheartedly supported my desire to pursue formal training. You are truly fortunate, my parents." As the two continued their conversation while walking, a sudden shout pierced the air. "What are you two doing? Do you think this is a park? Focus. Otherwise, you'll find yourselves running 10 laps around the field together." Cui Xianbin admonished sternly. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli promptly offered their apologies, casting aside all distractions and wholeheartedly re-engaging in the competition. "Run a bit faster, Li Xingli. Are you merely strolling? The defense against your opponent will not wait for you to receive the ball before attempting to intercept it. Positioning. Li Xingli, utilize your physique. Use your body to block Lu Dongdong, preventing him from effortlessly slipping past you. Although you are currently an offensive player, it is imperative to understand the application of physical advantage." Chapter 108, A Qualitative Transformation. Half an hour later, the training session concluded. Although Lu Dongdong's performance was not as remarkable as his previous interceptions, it was still significantly superior to Yang Shengli's. In their 10 rounds of competition, he emerged victorious 7 times and suffered defeat 3 times. "Now, let us take a 5-minute respite. We shall commence the 3rd segment of our training thereafter." Cui Xianbin sounded the whistle, clapped his hands, and walked to the edge of the field, lifting a bottle of mineral water to quench his thirst. Despite her role as an assistant coach, she had not only matched Lu Dongdong and Liang Shengli in their running distance, but had also spoken fervently without pause, as if her throat had been ignited by a flame. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli walked side by side back to the edge of the field, where they discovered Ji Yun, the team's defensive anchor, standing nearby, her gaze unwavering upon them. Beside her stood Cha Zai, the midfield linchpin, along with the seasoned veteran Guan Gu. "Both of you performed commendably just now," Ji Yun remarked, her voice calm yet authoritative. "However, as a central defender, it is imperative that you always remember to utilize your physicality. Your bodies are your most formidable assets." Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli were taken aback, quickly nodding in acknowledgement. Receiving guidance from a stalwart of the team's defense was an immense honor for newcomers. "You too must strive diligently. Although the unexpected passing of Dongzi is a tragedy none of us wish to witness, it presents an opportunity before you." Guanggu took a step forward, raising both arms to gently pat the shoulders of Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong. Having fought alongside them in the past, he felt a deeper connection to them than to Qishuan and Che Zai. After exchanging a few words, the training match resumed, and Che Zai and his group turned to depart. Yang Xingli gazed enviously at the retreating figures of Qishuan and the others, thinking how wonderful it would be to one day become an exceptional center back, just like brother. And Lu Dongdong turned his neck and said to him, "Let us go. It will definitely come to fruition." Yang Xingli nodded vigorously. After a brief interlude of 5 minutes, they were summoned back to the field by Cui Xianbin. The two stood before him, heads held high, hands clasped behind their backs, attentively listening. "The training we shall undertake next is the contest for aerial balls. As a central defender, one must possess absolute aerial supremacy. The prowess of a central defender is often manifested in this domain, as the core of the team's defense. Lacking a formidable heading ability would be catastrophic for the team's defense." Cui Xianbin addressed Yang Shengli and Lu Dongdong, stating, "To compete for aerial balls, the most crucial element is possessing robust physical strength. You must dominate in confrontations with your opponents, allowing you to handle the descending ball with composure. Naturally, as I previously mentioned, Aside from physical agility and other attributes, the most vital aspect for a central defender is the ability to judge the ball's landing point accurately. Only through precise judgment can you seize the initiative before making your move. On the football pitch, circumstances change in an instant. Being a second faster than your opponent can lead to drastically different outcomes. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, as Cui Xianbing articulated, the role of a center back typically favors individuals of considerable height and robust physique in numerous teams. What underlies this preference? It is primarily due to the formidable physical presence, remarkable jumping ability, and absolute aerial dominance exhibited by such center backs, enabling them to intercept every ball aimed at the penalty area. Throughout the realm of football, while there exists a plethora of shorter, technically adept center backs who also enjoy considerable acclaim, the majority continue to conform to this rigid selection criterion. Your towering stature is undoubtedly an advantage for both of you. However, your deficiencies are equally pronounced. Despite possessing long legs, you both exhibit a significant lack of physical strength in confrontations. You may not concur with my assertion, but I assure you, should you face off against an Qishuan or any forward who emphasizes physical prowess, you will surely come to understand my point, remarked Cui Xianbing. Coach Shui, we are fully aware of this. In the last match, we contested headers with an Qishuan and were almost entirely overpowered, Lu Dongdong admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Yang Xingli nodded in agreement, his expression one of shame. Is that so? Since you are cognizant of this fact, let us proceed with training, and you will gain further insight into what you must do, Cui Xianbing said, a slight smile gracing his face. This time, similar to before. But you two will position yourselves directly within the penalty area. We will not opt for long passes. Instead, you will continue to alternate between the roles of attacker and defender. The defender must aim to disrupt the ball, while the attacker must control the ball at their feet upon my pass. If you manage to score directly, it will count as 2 points. Do you understand? Understood. They both replied, nodding in succession. Then let us begin. This training session will be longer than the previous two. Remember this, playing football relies not on brute strength or physicality, but on your intellect. You must learn to employ finesse over force, rather than opting for sheer aggression. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shirley turned and departed, one following the other into the restricted area. Cui Xianbing approached the center circle, placing the ball gently on the grass. The training match commenced officially, in the roles of attacker and defender, reminiscent of the previous 2 training sessions. Yang Xingli took on the offensive duties while Lu Dongdong assumed the defensive position. Cui Xianbing glanced up at Yang Xingli's positioning and, with decisive intent, lifted his right foot to send the ball soaring from the ground. His passing skills were commendable. The ball traced a white arc as it ascended into the sky. Upon reaching its apex, the rapidly spinning ball, influenced by gravitational acceleration, executed a graceful 7-shaped curve, akin to a shooting star, heading straight for the restricted area. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli moved almost simultaneously, their footsteps gliding to the left as they made a precise assessment, positioning themselves where the ball was destined to descend. Yang Xingli, towering above, stood a head taller than Yo Dongdong, his physique more robust as well. The two were shoulder to shoulder, jostling for dominance. As the attacking player, Yang Xingli held the upper hand, his arms slightly drawn back, leveraging his back and arms to firmly pin Lu Dongdong behind him. The ball plummeted at an ever-increasing velocity. And just as Yang Xingli prepared to leap, Lu Dongdong, previously ensnared behind him, slick as an eel, unexpectedly slipped out from under his left arm. In front of Yang Xingli, with a sudden thrust of his legs, he soared into the air like a springing onion, his neck twisting slightly to the left before he forcefully struck, sending the rapidly spinning ball out of bounds. Frustration washed over Yang Xingli's face as he pondered how Lu Dongdong had so suddenly emerged from behind him, despite his firm grip on the position. Cui Xianbing observed quietly as Yo Dongdong turned and retrieved the ball that had rolled out of the field, a hint of confusion etched on his face. Having stood at the sidelines during yesterday's match, he had meticulously observed the performance of all 22 players on the field, regardless of their physical stature or skill level. He had formed a clear judgment in his mind. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shilin, despite being partners in the center-back position yesterday, with Lu Dongdong being an unqualified player who gained entry through connections, the overall technical prowess of Yang Xinlin evidently surpassed that of Lu Dongdong, particularly with her advantageous physique. She exhibited a greater strength awareness than Lu Dongdong. However, in today's 3 training matches, including the recent aerial ball contest, although Lu Dongdong could not be said to have completely overwhelmed her opponent, Her technical abilities were clearly inferior to those of Yang Xinglin. Yet, yesterday, Cui Xian distinctly recalled that in terms of physical confrontations, Lu Dongdong was evidently no match for Yang Xinglin. Could it be that Lu Dongdong did not exert her full strength during yesterday's match? That seemed improbable. Any player with even a modicum of intelligence would seize the opportunity to showcase themselves before the coach. Was she intending to leverage this contrast to leave a deeper impression on Cui Shijiao? If that were the case, such cunning would be rather excessive. However, could Lu Dongdong, with her youthful innocence, truly possess such a scheming nature? Cui Xianbin yearned to dismiss this notion. Yet understanding a person's heart is often more elusive than recognizing their visage. How could one ascertain a character through less than 2 days of acquaintance? Assistant Cui. Lu Dongdong forcefully tossed the distinctly black and white ball towards Cui Xianbin. Snapping back from his reverie, Cui Xianbin glanced at the beaming Lu Dongdong and exclaimed, "Continue." His gaze shifted to Yang Xinglin, and he called out loudly, "Utilize your body. Maintain unwavering concentration at all times. And do not lose focus until you have fully mastered the ball at your feet. Always remember this. The ball is round, and anything can happen." Yang Xingli lowered his head in shame, repeatedly rubbing the back of his neck. The training match resumed. For the second time, the ball descended from the sky. With Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli standing back to back, fiercely pushing against each other with their bodies, they gritted their teeth, locked in a stalemate. Their eyes unblinkingly focused on the slowly falling ball. In Chapter 109, Hidden Strength, the distance between the two competitors diminished, their struggle growing increasingly intense. Their feet pounded against the ground, and beads of sweat cascaded down their faces. In the next moment, Yang Xingli, towering at a height of 196 meters, suddenly stumbled, forcibly shoved aside by Lu Dongdong. Free from all constraints, Lu Dongdong launched himself upward, his tall frame soaring 3 meters high. Just before the ball touched the ground, he flicked his head, sending the ball soaring once more. The whistle blew, and Cui Xianbin raised a hand to signal Lu Dongdong's victory in this round, awarding him a point. "Lu Dongdong, did you intentionally conceal your strength last time? Why do I feel that this time? Both your positioning and physical power are significantly stronger than in yesterday's match?" Yang Xingli remarked, a look of frustration on his face. "How could that be?" "Perhaps I'm just feeling particularly good today," Lu Dongdong laughed lightly. He couldn't possibly reveal to Yang Xingli that the reason for his nimbleness and enhanced strength stemmed from a system he had acquired, allowing him to train on the green field each night to earn skill points and boost his physical attributes. Although such a claim would be met with disbelief from outsiders, he remained steadfast in his conviction. He had personally experienced the transformation of his strength, continuously growing more formidable. Everything that transpired on the green field was not a dream, but a tangible reality. He quietly clenched his fists, preparing to utilize all he had learned to dominate Li Xingli in the forthcoming confrontations. He regarded today's training match as the dawn of his new football career. Suddenly, he lifted his head and noticed Cui Xianbin standing in the center of the field, his unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Lu Dongdong immediately lowered his head, feeling as though Cui Xianbin's eyes held a mysterious gleam, as if he could see through the secrets of his heart. Avoiding the gaze, he pondered, "Could it be that I have been accurately guessed? Is this all merely an act of feigned weakness, an attempt to play the fool and surprise the team? If that is indeed your intention, then the last thing you should do is to gain entry into the team through Miss Zhang Yula's connections. For Coach Cui Shijiao would never permit such a situation within his team. You took a step, the finest move in the game, yet you chose the most ill-fated opponent." She inhaled deeply, nudging the ball beneath her feet, and shouted with fervor, "Continue. Li Xingli, do you comprehend what your advantages are? Harness your strength, awaken your awareness. Engage your intellect. Anticipate, anticipate. Upon discerning the point of descent, position your body to block Lu Dongdong, denying him any chance to leap. As an attacker, it is unnecessary for you to jump for possession. Positioning, positioning. Li Xingli, run faster, run faster. Do you believe your adversary will grant you a moment's respite? On the court, you must exert yourself to the fullest at all times." After nearly 40 minutes of intense confrontation, the training match finally concluded. Yang Xingli collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Yet, in comparison to his physical exhaustion, the fatigue within his spirit was overwhelming, as he faced 3 encounters, all culminating in defeat. His performance, nay, to be precise, his capabilities, were thoroughly eclipsed by Lu Dongdong. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Only yesterday, he believed Lu Dongdong's prowess was on par with his own, perhaps even slightly inferior. Little did he expect that today's training session would leave him utterly vanquished, his dignity in tatters. Lu Dongdong, equally exhausted and drenched in sweat, stood still, panting as he cast a quiet glance at Yang Xingli, devoid of any sense of victory or defeat, yet filled with immense exhilaration. In any competition, what one truly cherishes is not the challenge posed by an opponent who is vastly inferior, nor the struggle against someone of significantly greater prowess. Rather, the most gratifying experience arises from battling a formidable adversary of comparable strength, where one exerts every ounce of energy and forgets all else. Naturally, achieving a favorable outcome would be the epitome of perfection. After a brief respite, Cui Xianbin approached, surveying both Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli with a keen eye. He clapped his hands vigorously to draw their attention and spoke in a grave tone. Today is merely an ordinary training match. Do not dwell excessively on victory or defeat. Reflect carefully on what you did well and where you fell short during the confrontation. This training session is merely the first of many to come. Everything has only just begun. The reason I selected both of you is due to your similar skill levels. There are aspects in which you excel far beyond your opponents. However, remember this, no matter how brilliant your performance today may have been, it pales in comparison to even the substitutes of the youth team. There is nothing to be proud of. Do you understand? With that, his gaze fell upon Lu Dongdong's face. His words served a dual purpose, to alleviate Yang Xingli's feelings of discouragement and to remind Lu Dongdong to remain humble and composed. Despite his recent victories over Yang Xingli, it is crucial to recognize that he is a player who cannot even secure a spot as a substitute on the youth team. There is no room for pride. Although Lu Dongdong's performance today indeed exceeded expectations, he still has a considerable distance to cover to meet the standards of a competent team member. Upon hearing Cui Xianbin's remarks, Lu Dongdong nodded gently in acknowledgement. Today's victory, for him, indeed serves as a remarkable boost to his self-confidence. However, he is acutely aware that if he wishes to establish himself within the youth team and successfully pass the trial assessment by the end of the month, he still has a considerable distance to cover. His opponent today was merely Yang Xingli. Only when he is able to triumph over the pivotal core of the youth team in Qishuan will he have a moment to take pride in. Yang Xingli sat on the grass, taking several deep breaths before rising to his feet. He glanced at Lu Dongdong and nodded earnestly in acknowledgement of Cui Xianbin. A true athlete must possess a resilient heart, remaining humble in victory and gracious in defeat, without succumbing to despondency over transient gains or becoming prideful. As the three concluded their training, the final whistle blew for another training match on a separate field. Unquestionably, Team A, composed of the youth team's main players, decisively triumphed over Team B, which comprised substitutes and reserve players, with a score of 3-0. The consecutive matches and overwhelming scores symbolize the evident disparity in skill levels between the primary and secondary players of the youth team. They illustrate the gap that prevents the genuine K2 League player, Yuhan, from taking the field. The members of Team B were clearly exhausted, each face etched with a mixture of despondency and resentment. This was particularly evident in the forward of Team B, who had performed admirably yesterday and scored a brilliant goal. The look of disappointment on his face was palpable to all. Yet, the reality was that, against the steadfast defense led by Qishuan, he had not been afforded a single promising opportunity throughout the entire 90 minutes of the match. To put it bluntly, he was nearly invisible, rendering his contribution almost non-existent. Veteran player Guan Gu approached the forward of Team B, gently patting him on the back and offering some words of encouragement. As someone who has traversed this path, Guan Gu understands the arduous journey from being a newcomer to becoming a seasoned player, having endured trials and tribulations along the way. Even the most extraordinary talents must navigate obstacles to achieve greatness. Moreover, one must recognize that they are not an unparalleled genius. Upon returning home today, I urge you to reflect on your experiences and identify areas where you can improve and write them down. Bring your notes to the next training session. You will discover that there is much more for you to learn, Cui Xianbin advised earnestly. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli exchanged nods. All right, let us regroup. The match across the field has concluded. Take a brief respite, and I shall return to seek you both, Cui Xian remarked, gently nodding at Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli before turning on her heel and striding purposefully towards the club's head coach's office. With Cui Shizhao now elevated to the position of head coach, he was not present at the club, leaving Cui Xian as an assistant coach, with numerous responsibilities to attend to. At 5 in the afternoon, a group of players, freshly showered and clad in clean attire, emerged one after another from the grand entrance of the club. the likes of Che Zai and Bien Lu Kuai Ma, who had already tasted both fame and fortune, showcased their driving licenses as they sped away in sleek sports cars. As newcomers to the team, none could conceal their envy as they gazed in awe at the roaring vehicles, watching them accelerate out of sight. Dreaming of the day they might occupy those coveted seats and own their own luxurious cars. Don't stare too long. Excessive longing only breeds sorrow. For you may realize that despite a lifetime of effort, reaching such heights may remain elusive. A man forcefully inserted himself among the line of newcomers. He stood at approximately 6 feet tall, sporting slightly wavy hair, and appeared to be around 30 years of age. He was Olin, a key substitute player for the youth team, playing as a center back. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the newcomers varied. Some wore blank faces, harboring unspoken defiance, while others scoffed openly, and a few, though begrudging, displayed tacit acceptance. Chapter 110. Long-buried memories. Don't spout nonsense here. Your inability to reach such heights does not equate to the impossibility for others. Do not undermine the confidence of others, nor spread falsehoods. Guanggu approached from behind, casting an irritable glance. As the elder among the team, even the captain, Che Zhan, had to show him some respect, allowing him the liberty to reprimand anyone at will. Olin chuckled lightly, waving his hand in apology, indicating to everyone that he was merely jesting. As long as you all put in the effort, there will surely come a day when you can drive luxury cars, date models, and indulge in the finest of delights. Olin spoke with exuberance. But a sharp glance from Guanggu silenced him promptly. The group shared a light-hearted conversation for a while, exchanging farewells with cheerful waves. Lu Dongdong crossed the street and arrived at the bus station, where he waited for nearly 10 minutes before boarding the vehicle that would take him back to his residence. Half an hour later, as the bus passed through Hugong, passengers who had been waiting for some time hurriedly boarded, one by one. Seated in the front row of the rear section, Lu Dongdong raised his head to survey the surroundings, but was met with disappointment as he failed to spot a familiar face. Despite his outstanding performance today, which filled him with immense satisfaction, he found himself yearning to confide in a friend. He had hoped to encounter Huna on the bus, yet she was nowhere to be seen. He speculated that she might have switched shifts and, feeling a twinge of disappointment, lowered his head. At that moment, he noticed a pair of legs adorned with beautiful black high heels striding swiftly towards him, accompanied by a familiar voice that rang in his ears. Lu Dongdong. Hello there. Lu Dongdong hesitated to raise his head with confidence, captivated by the girl with dimples who smiled gently at him. Hyena reminded him, and the somewhat dazed Lu Dongdong quickly shifted his feet, settling into the seat by the window. As the bus slowly began its journey, the two engaged in a conversation, exchanging words sporadically. Lu Dongdong eagerly recounted the events of the competition this afternoon to Huna. Delighted by his tale, she raised her thumb in approval, showering him with praise, which left Lu Dongdong feeling rather bashful. Lu Dongdong, I have a day off tomorrow. How about I arrange for Choi Hyunbin to meet you? What do you think? Huna suggested. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment and shook his head, saying, perhaps it's best to let it be. I have always felt that this situation is somewhat inappropriate. In our Chinese parlance, it resembles taking the back door. I understand the sentiment behind this statement. I had a roommate who was also Chinese. However, you are overthinking it entirely. Your performance today has been remarkable, and I am certain that Choi Hyunbin has taken notice, as have your teammates. This has nothing to do with any favoritism. Yet, I still feel somewhat uneasy. Lu Dongdong, truly, there is no need for concern. Brother Choi is a close friend of my brother, and our relationship has always been quite amicable. You are a newly acquainted friend of mine, and introducing you to him is perfectly natural. Please do not dwell on it too much. Kenya, how about this? Next time, once I have officially passed the assessment at the club, we can arrange to have dinner together with her. One of our players tragically passed away in a car accident, and our head coach has been absent from the club for the past few days, occupied with searching for a suitable player to fill his position. Currently, Assistant Choi is solely responsible for the Team S training, and he is likely overwhelmed with the workload. That makes sense. Very well then. Kenya nodded, glancing at Lu Dongdong. In a hushed voice, she inquired, how old was your teammate who passed away unexpectedly? What position did he play? He played the same position as us, but he was an absolute mainstay on the team, which explains why our head coach is not present at the club. As for his age, I am not entirely sure, but I heard from others that he was only about 28. What a pity, Lu Dongdong sighed softly. Indeed, to leave this world at such a young age must be profoundly heartbreaking for his family. Kenya nodded, her gaze drifting towards the window, where the twinkling city lights painted a beautiful nightscape. The transparent glass reflected her delicate features, yet a hint of sorrow lingered in her expression. What is the matter? You seem suddenly disheartened, Lu Dongdong remarked softly. It's because I thought of my brother. Hyunya turned to meet Lu Dongdong's eyes, saying, My brother also passed away unexpectedly in a car accident a few years ago, at the tender age of 28, and like your unfortunate teammate, he too played football. Oh. Lu Dongdong was taken aback and quickly uttered several apologies. It's all right. That was many years ago. I only feel a touch of sadness when I occasionally think of him, Hyunya said, lifting her arm to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. Despite her words, the melancholic expression on her face remained unabated. Lu Dongdong observed keenly, his heart racing. After a moment's contemplation, he deliberately shifted the topic, inquiring, Is it due to your brother that you became acquainted with Assistant Chui? Hyunya nodded, responding, Indeed, my brother and Brother Chui were exceptionally close friends. They played the same position on the field, fostering a relationship characterized by both competition and mutual support. I used to accompany their team to various competitions across the nation. Those were truly carefree days that evoked joy upon reflection. A blissful smile graced his face as he slightly lifted his chin, gazing through the transparent glass window at the distant sky. What positions did your brother and Assistant Chui play? Lu Dongdong could not suppress his curiosity. They both played as center backs. Hyunya turned her head to reply. However, within the team, they were recognized as a golden partnership, instilling fear in all opposing forwards. So formidable? Lu Dongdong exclaimed in surprise. Which team did they play for? They must be quite renowned. His inquiry stemmed from a lack of understanding, for if one were to boast, Assistant Chui and his now outdated brother should indeed be quite celebrated in the realm of football. Although Lu Dongdong is a Chinese national, he possesses a certain understanding of football stars from neighboring countries, Japan and South Korea, due to his involvement in the Asian football realm. However, he had never encountered or heard of Assistant Chui and his brother. Chapter 111, Bringing Honor. They are from a South Korean university, Hyuna remarked, noticing Lu Dongdong's puzzled expression. She chuckled and quickly clarified, You misunderstood my words. At that time, they were not professional football players but members of the H-Country University football team, renowned within the H-Country University Football League. Of course, that fame is limited to collegiate football. Now I see. Lu Dongdong's face lit up with enlightenment. After chatting for a few more minutes, Hyuna reached her stop, stood up, waved goodbye to Lu Dongdong, and exited through the back door towards the bus. Lu Dongdong, standing behind the transparent glass window, continuously waved at Xianyao, the fatigue from rigorous training dissipating momentarily through their brief exchange. Half an hour later, as the bus arrived at its final destination, Lu Dongdong, one of the last remaining passengers, rose to disembark. He watched the bus as it made its way to the parking area at the terminal before turning to walk towards the nearby construction site, still aglow with dim lights. Upon returning to his room, he was greeted by Uncle Wang, who, holding a stainless steel basin filled with food, mumbled indistinctly, Welcome back, Dongdong. How was training today? It went quite well. Our assistant coach even praised me, Lu Dongdong replied modestly. Really? That's wonderful. You must work hard. I'm looking forward to the day I can take our group of co-workers to watch your matches, to see you play against the Koreans. Uncle Wang said with a grin. Don't speak so carelessly. What do you mean by playing against the Koreans? She is currently representing a team in Korea. Regardless of circumstances, one must show due respect for their club. Lu's father, Lu Gang, approached with lips glistening from a recent meal. Lu Dongdong chuckled a few times and inquired, Dad, have you finished your meal? Was work at the construction site exhausting today? Surely, there can't be too much to do, right? What's exhausting about it? Isn't it always the same tasks? I have long since grown accustomed to it. You, my son, have toiled all day. Hurry and take a hot shower. If you delay, you'll have to wait forever. Lu Gang approached Lu Dongdong's bed, snatched a towel draped over the iron bed frame, and casually tossed it into Lu Dongdong's hands. Dad, I'm fine. Our club ensures that we shower after training and matches in the locker room. Aside from a bit of sweat from the bus, I'm quite clean. Lu Dongdong reassured. Very well. Are you still hungry? Would you like something more to eat? The cafeteria staff hasn't finished for the day. I can ask old Zhang to bring you another portion. No need, Dad. Just sit and rest for a while. Our club has professional nutritionists who prepare our meals, and they insist we must finish our food before returning. The food at the construction site is rather greasy, and even if I wanted to eat it, I couldn't. Lu Dongdong replied with a smile. Indeed, old Neo, you needn't worry unnecessarily. Just sit back on the bed and listen to your son tell stories. He added, Today's performance was exceptional, and we even received commendations from our superiors. Wang Pengzi said with a beaming smile, lifting his neck and skillfully shoveling food from his stainless steel bowl into his mouth, the sound of crunching echoing around. Really? Do tell me more. Lu Gang, sitting on the bed, beamed with joy, patting the bedding beside him, urging Lu Dongdong to come closer. You've been at the youth club for 2 or 3 days now. Do you find any differences between their training methods and those back home? Lu Dongdong, with a smile illuminating his face, approached Lu Gang and remarked, over the past few days, our team's head coach has been preoccupied with the acquisition of a player and has been absent from the club. I have not observed the specific differences firsthand, but I sense that the training methods of the youth team, as well as the quality of the team's facilities, are several tiers superior to those of previous teams. Pausing momentarily, he mused to himself, such circumstances should be expected, as the K2 League, in strict terms, is akin to the domestic China League 1, at least one level above the second division. Furthermore, the youth team has consistently secured a position within the top 4 of the K2 League, which is tantamount to being a semi-premier club in our domestic context. Lu Gang nodded repeatedly, eagerly inquiring about Lu Dongdong's performance in the team today. Upon learning the details, he exclaimed with excitement, Dongdong, although you performed admirably today, remember to remain humble and never succumb to arrogance. In the team, it is imperative to stay modest, for you are still a newcomer. Your primary objective now is to give your all in order to excel in the trial assessment at the end of the month. Understood, Dad. Rest assured, I will be mindful, Lu Dongdong responded. The conversation shifted as he expressed concern. Dad, you must also take care of yourself. Don't overexert yourself at the construction site. Once I pass the assessment at the end of the month, I will have a steady income each month. Although the salary may not be substantial, it will be sufficient to contribute to the household expenses, relieving Mom from sending money every month. Our future will surely improve. Oh, Dongdong. There's no need to worry about finances. Your mother and I have already prepared everything for you. Just focus on playing your football and train diligently. Listen to the club's head coach and leadership. If you truly manage to carve out a niche for yourself in the Korean League, it will bring honor to your parents. Indeed, it will also bring glory to our fellow countrymen. Wang Pengzi leaned in, wiping his mouth with a white tissue, and gruffly remarked, I typically don't know much about football, but under your father's influence, I have a rough understanding of the current state of Chinese football. Dongdong, think about it. If you can make a name for yourself in H country, it would be a significant slap in the face for those coaches in Chinese football, showcasing their lack of vision and failing to recognize such a talented individual like you. Uncle Wang, you're exaggerating. I am well aware of my abilities and have not reached the level you describe. While there are indeed issues in the training of football in our country, considerable improvements have been made in our generation. However, the sheer number of players creates fierce competition, Lu Dongdong humbly replied. Competition or not, I don't care to know. The only thing that matters is that if you make a name for yourself in the H Country League tonight, it will prove that your previous coaches were inadequate. Wang Pengzi asserted. Chapter 112, The Feeling of Heart Flutter. Lu Dongdong refrained from further conversation, recognizing that such deeply ingrained prejudices could not be dispelled with mere words. The three of them gathered around the bedside, engaging in conversation until approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, reluctant to part ways. Eventually, they each retreated to their respective routines, some to take a bath, others to retire for the night. A week later, at 7 in the morning, the passengers at the bus stop awaited their ride with eager anticipation. Under their hopeful gazes, the bus finally arrived, albeit tardily. Lu Dongdong followed the crowd and boarded the bus. Perhaps due to the bus's delay, an unusually large number of passengers filled this journey. After considerable effort, Lu Dongdong finally secured a seat at the back. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at Hagong Station, where a new wave of passengers boarded. Among them, a figure caught Lu Dongdong's eye, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He immediately waved his hand. After much effort to navigate through the throng, a delicate figure emerged. Upon raising her gaze, her face lit up with joy as she hurried over. Lu Dongdong, it's been so long. I thought I wouldn't see you today. The radiant smile on her face was particularly heartwarming on this somewhat chilly morning, enveloping him in a sense of warmth. I've missed you too. I hadn't seen you these past few days and was worried something might have happened. As she spoke, Lu Dongdong quickly placed a gentle hand over his mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed. He chuckled softly and, with a swift motion, offered his seat to Hyunhae. This time, Hyunhae accepted without a hint of reluctance and promptly took her seat. Lu Dongdong stood closely beside his seat, grasping the overhead handrail, swaying his body in rhythm with the jostling vehicle. The bus accelerated forward, carrying a large crowd of passengers. Lu Dongdong surveyed the boastful face before him with an air of superiority and suddenly remarked, "You seem fine. But why do I get the impression that your dark circles are rather pronounced? Have you not been sleeping well these past couple of days? Is it that obvious?" Hyuna inquired, taking a compact mirror from her bag to examine her reflection. After a moment, she lifted her head and replied, "I've had night shifts for the last 2 days, finishing work at 7 in the morning. Regardless of how long I sleep during the day, my body simply cannot keep up." "Oh, I see. I truly believe your work as a nurse is quite demanding," he acknowledged. "Indeed, especially in our department. We frequently have patients in the early hours. They often arrive intoxicated, after fighting with others, or due to unfortunate accidents. There is practically no time to rest," she elaborated. "Given how arduous your job is, why not consider a different line of work? With your beauty, I am certain there are numerous opportunities available to you," he suggested. Hyuna suddenly looked up, her expression shifting to a serious demeanor as she gazed at Lu Dongdong's face, smiling as she said, "Who says a girl's beauty guarantees her more job prospects? Do you think I rely on my looks?" Her countenance turned grave, leaving Lu Dongdong momentarily flustered. In the next moment, she chuckled softly, slightly embarrassed, and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I'm just teasing you. Whenever I joke with you, you always take my words too seriously." Despite her playful tone, there was a resolute light that shone in her eyes as she continued. "Being a nurse has been my dream since childhood. Although the work can be exhausting, having made this choice, I have no intention of turning back. No matter how difficult or tiring it becomes, I will persevere." As she spoke, the determination in her beautiful eyes radiated brightly. Lu Dongdong nodded in appreciation. As a fellow young dream chaser, he profoundly understood Hyuna's sentiments. For the sake of their dreams, they exerted every effort to pursue them. For the sake of their aspirations, they feared nothing. No matter how fatigued or weary they became, they would grit their teeth and continue onward, firmly believing that one day they would reach the shores of their dreams and become the individuals they had always desired to be. "Hyuna, keep going. I believe that if you persist, your dreams will surely come true one day," Lu Dongdong declared, raising his fist and arm emphatically. Hyuna gently nodded, gazing into Lu Dongdong's eyes as she replied, "You too. Let us encourage each other and see who can realize their dreams first. The one who succeeds first must treat the other to a meal, all right?" "No problem," Lu Dongdong responded without a moment's hesitation. Hyuna extended one arm, raising 5 delicate fingers before Lu Dongdong. He looked somewhat puzzled, unsure of the meaning. "It's a high-five agreement. Isn't that something you Chinese people particularly enjoy?" Hyuna said with a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "All right." Lu Dongdong immediately understood and unhesitatingly reached out, slapping his palm against Hyuna's, producing a crisp sound. "By the way, I've been working night shifts. How have you been performing at the club these past couple of days?" Hyuna inquired curiously. "Just as before, quite well. I've nearly excelled in every training regimen set by Assistant Chui. Yang Xingli is simply no match for me," Lu Dongdong replied, scratching the back of his head. "TSK, how can someone boast about themselves like that?" Hyuna playfully rolled her eyes, adding, "Not humble at all." After a brief pause, her face brightened as she said, "But I believe you because you are truly remarkable. Why do you have such faith in me? You've never seen me play football." "True, I haven't seen you play. However, on the very first night we met, I saw a certain spark in your eyes, a spark I have also witnessed in my brothers. Those who possess that spark are invariably exceptional at football. There are never exceptions, because deep within them, they fervently love the game. When a person has an immense passion for what they do, nothing in this world can deter them," Hyuna stated earnestly. Lu Dongdong nodded thoughtfully, her heart brimming with agreement. "Your assessment training seems to be at the end of this month, right? May I personally visit your club to watch you play football?" Hyuna inquired. "Well," Lu Dongdong hesitated for several seconds before candidly responding, "I truly do not know if that is permitted, but if you wish to attend, I can certainly inquire." At this point, a sudden thought struck her, and she smiled, saying, "Aren't you good friends with Assistant Choi? You could simply call him and ask. It would be more reliable than asking me." Chapter 113, The Latest News. "That is true," Hyunyan nodded to herself, and then suddenly added, "But I want to know if you agree. After all, what I most wish to see is your performance on the field." Upon hearing these words, Lu Dongdong's face immediately flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship or held a girl's hand, It did not mean she was entirely oblivious to the subtle hints of affection directed towards her. The bus arrived at the station. With a flourish, Xian Yao stood to bid farewell. The two exchanged glances through the transparent glass window until the bus pulled away, at which point Lu Dongdong finally averted her gaze. Over the past 7 days, except for the previous 2 when she had signed in with Hyunya, they had almost every day commuted together on the bus to and from work. During this time, even when exhausted from training, she felt it was the happiest moment of her life. In the office of the youth club's general manager, Choi Hyunbin sat across from manager Wu. One bore a calm demeanor, while the other wore a troubled expression. Assistant Choi, a week has passed, and only 4 days remain before the transfer window closes. Yet, negotiations have made no progress. Can we still accomplish the recruitment plan? Do you know how restless I have been, unable to eat or sleep? Manager Wu said with a furrowed brow, instinctively reaching for the cigarette box on the coffee table. He placed a cigarette in his mouth but, in frustration, returned it to the box. Choi Hyunbin observed the situation quietly and replied, Manager Wu, please try to relax. As you mentioned earlier, the transfer window is closing soon, and most teams have already finalized their rosters for the new season. Attempting to pry a player from them at this juncture is undoubtedly a complex matter. It certainly cannot be resolved in haste. You must understand that our coaching staff has been working overtime during this period. I understand, Manager Wu replied. But who understands my predicament? Manager Wu scratched his slightly balding forehead and, with evident frustration, exclaimed, Initially, you all insisted on the urgency of the situation, urging me to apply for funding immediately. I completed the task on the same day, enduring various obstacles and criticisms directed at me. Now, the coaching staff resorts to mere platitudes to placate me. Are you taking me for a fool? Manager Wu, your words are rather harsh, responded Choi Xianbin, straightening in his seat and meeting Wu's gaze earnestly. During the execution of this transfer plan, Coach Chui Shichao and I clearly articulated all circumstances in your presence. We explicitly stated that the transfer plan was not guaranteed to succeed. After all, the situation with Li Dongzi was unforeseen by anyone, including yourself. We have all exerted our utmost efforts. We can only do our part and leave the rest to fate. Even if you were to eliminate us all, it would be of no consequence. Manager Wu was rendered speechless, turning his head away in exasperation, opting for ignorance. The room descended into an awkward silence. Choi Xianbin quietly regarded the clock hanging on the wall, intending to depart promptly at 8 o'clock. Despite the lack of promising news regarding the recruitment plan, he maintained his composure, in stark contrast to Manager Wu's anxiety. As a professional well-versed in the football market, he understood the formidable challenges of acquiring a core player that meets the team's requirements as the transfer window nears its closure. It is not merely a matter of desire. Success is not guaranteed. Certainly, a prerequisite for such endeavors is possessing ample financial resources, willing to invest several times the price to secure the desired player without hesitation. Yet, such circumstances are typically reserved for affluent clubs, entirely unattainable for their youth team under Manager Wu's guidance. Time slipped away, second by second. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, Choi Xianbin adjusted his attire, preparing to take his leave when his phone suddenly chimed from his pocket. Casting a glance at Manager Wu, he retrieved his phone and saw it was a call from head coach Choi Shijiao. It's Coach Choi. There must be good news, Choi Xianbin remarked. Manager Wu, who had been reclining on the sofa, instantly perked up, sitting upright and gesturing for Choi Xianbin to answer the call. Choi Xianbin placed the phone on the coffee table and activated the speaker. A few minutes later, the call ended. Choi Xianbin slowly lifted his head, a sheepish smile adorning his face as he looked at Manager Wu. Manager Wu, now slumped back on the sofa, had lost all previous excitement, covering his forehead with his hand, feeling an overwhelming headache. What on earth is happening? After such a long wait, we finally negotiated a somewhat acceptable option. Yet the budget requires an additional 5 million Korean won. Where on earth am I supposed to procure that? Do you, as the coaching staff, believe that I can simply utter a few words and effortlessly secure funding? Manager Wu lamented, his expression etched with frustration as he sighed repeatedly. Choi Xianbin, wearing a bemused expression, pondered for a moment before cautiously replying, Manager Wu, I empathize with your sentiments, however. Exceeding the budget is a scenario both you and I would prefer to avoid. The true market value of this player indeed does not align with the transfer fee proposed by the opposing club. Yet, the current circumstances are laid bare before us. If we choose to decline, it is highly likely that our team's defense will resemble a sieve this season, conceding an average of 3 or 4 goals per match. After a brief pause, he continued solemnly, "As the club's general manager, the final decision rests in your hands, while our coaching staff merely offers plans and recommendations. I urge you to deliberate carefully. It is now 8 o'clock, and the players have already arrived at the training ground. I must take my leave." With that, he disregarded manager Wu's call, striding swiftly out of the room and closing the door behind him. Outside, Cui Xian took a deep breath while grasping the doorknob, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Each conversation with manager Wu felt like an arduous trial due to the latter's indecisiveness, which was truly exasperating. "Well then, this conundrum is yours to ponder, Manager Wu. I suspect you shall find little respite in the coming nights," he mused, casting a glance at the closed door before departing with a lightened spirit, clapping his hands vigorously to capture everyone's attention. Cui Xianbin stood before the group of players and announced loudly, "This morning, I received a call from Coach Cui. He will return to the club tomorrow to commence your training regimen." The players erupted into chatter, each displaying a sense of joy, with the season opener on the horizon. How could a team possibly do without the steadfast presence of their head coach? "Assistant Cui, could you possibly divulge which player Coach Cui will be bringing back with him?" The vehicle inquired curiously about the reasons behind Coach Cui Seijia's departure from the club. Although not publicly disclosed, it was hardly a closely guarded secret, as a select few had managed to uncover this information. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous team fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes fixated on Cui Quanbin's face. This was particularly true for the defenders, including the indispensable Lin Qian and his substitutes, along with Lu Dongdong and Li Sungri. The sudden passing of Li Dongjie undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the youth team's defense. In preparation for the forthcoming season, Coach Cui Seijia recognized the necessity of acquiring a capable center back. However, as professional footballers, each player's aspiration is to secure a starting position within their team, rendering their fellow players, especially those in the same position, silent rivals. No one is willing to remain perpetually overshadowed, not even Lu Dongdong and Li Sungri, who were considered the last of the substitutes. Cui Quanbin hesitated momentarily, scanning the faces around him, before clearing his throat and stating, "The specific details of the transfer have yet to be finalized, but we are very close. Since you all seem so invested, I can share some preliminary information." Pausing, he looked at everyone and continued, "The player we are bringing in plays the same position as Li Dongjie, a center back." Upon hearing this, the players displayed a remarkable calmness, having anticipated such an outcome. The defenders, particularly those led by Lin Qian, became attentive listeners. Cui Quanbin elaborated, "This player is somewhat renowned and possesses commendable abilities, capable of playing both center back and full back, with a talent for delivering accurate crosses from the flanks." Cui assistant, the weary-faced Iani suddenly interjected, raising an arm. "Just tell us the name already. We can assess the player's abilities in due time. There's no need to keep us in suspense." A chorus of eager nods followed, as the team expressed their agreement. Cui Quanbin chuckled apologetically, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he divulged, "The player currently plays for the K1 League, representing Songnam FC, and his name is Li Yongho." "What? Li Yongho?" The expressions of the main players, including the speedy Lin Qian, shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, a significant portion of the newer players exhibited confusion, shaking their heads and glancing around, hastily consulting teammates for further details. Chapter 114. Catastrophe. Lu Dongdong found himself in a state of bewilderment. Having received training in professional football in China since childhood, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of football in each country. However, he was largely unaware of players beyond the realm of world-class or particularly renowned athletes. Through the accounts of those around him, he gleaned that a player named Li Ronghao held a modest reputation within the H Country League. Throughout his professional career, he had even been selected for the national team, showcasing proficiency with both feet. Nonetheless, his singular drawback was his age. At 31, he was considered somewhat advanced in years. Yet, as a central defender, this age often signifies a peak in experience, and as long as he could maintain his form and evade injuries, he could comfortably continue playing for another 2 to 3 years. As the cornerstone of the team's defense, Qishuan engaged in a brief discussion about Li Ronghao with Che Zai and the swift players on the flanks, but soon fell silent, his expression remaining unremarkable. Meanwhile, the main reserve central defenders, including Auni, displayed a hint of gravity on their faces, coupled with an underlying determination that suggested a reluctance to remain mere substitutes. Li Ronghao's reputation and skill appeared to surpass that of Qishuan. However, with a 4-year age gap between them, It was anticipated that Chi Xuan would eventually outpace him in future developments. Additionally, it was rumored that Li Ronghao had withdrawn from the national team due to the dual pressures of aging and fierce competition within the squad, compounded by persistent injuries that had plagued him, preventing him from completing a full season over the past 2 years in Songnam. Standing beside Lu Dongdong and Li Sungri, Guanggu muttered, "Why would Coach Choi choose to recruit this player?" Yang Sungri replied, his face a portrait of confusion. Lu Dongdong remained silent, intently listening. Guanggu spoke. Li Dongzai and Chi Xuan are the unwavering mainstays of the team's central defense. Although the others have performed commendably, they undeniably fall short in terms of ability. When facing the mid to lower tier teams of the K2 League, their technical skills are more than sufficient. However, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent when contending against stronger adversaries in the K2 League. Coach Choi, with his wealth of experience, would never take such a risk. Swallowing hard, he glanced around at the others and continued, "With the transfer window about to close, most teams have completed their signings. It is simply inconceivable to allow our key defenders to join rival teams. I suspect Coach Choi had no alternative but to choose Li Ronghao. This player, after all, has played in a league 1 tier higher than ours, the K1 League, and has even been selected for the national team of H country. His market value is likely substantial, possibly surpassing that of Chi Xuan or Che Zai, the core midfielder of our team. In conclusion, finalizing this transfer must have come at a hefty price. Our general manager, Mr. Wu, is probably sitting in his office with a pained expression." Yang Shengli fell into deep thought, while Lu Dongdong curiously inquired, "If the introduction of players enhances the strength of the team's roster, why must the general manager endure this financial strain year after year?" He chuckled softly. "Ah, you are unaware, aren't you?" Guanggu laughed mysteriously, hesitating for a moment before whispering, "As for Mr. Wu, I shall share more about him with you later. In short, he is an exceedingly intriguing individual." Lu Dongdong's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued by others, yet Guanggu insisted on maintaining an air of mystery, leaving him with no choice but to suppress his eagerness. "You must all strive diligently. Although Li Ronghao possesses commendable talent, I personally believe he is unlikely to endure an entire season of competition. As long as you exert sufficient effort, opportunities to participate in the matches will undoubtedly arise. I assure you, it is likely that Oni and the others are currently contemplating how to usurp the position of the central defender from Li Ronghao," Guanggu remarked. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli nodded vigorously, their eyes brimming with anticipation. As professional football players, taking to the field as a starter is the greatest aspiration for each of them, serving as the driving force that compels them to endure the monotony of rigorous training and to persistently strive forward. Cui Xianbin raised his hands to quell the murmurs within the team. After a brief address, he announced the day's dissolution. A group of athletes commenced their training anew. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, as customary, were called aside by Cui Xianbin for their special session. The morning swiftly passed, and once the group was dismissed, they embraced one another, sharing laughter as they made their way to the locker room, eager to indulge in a refreshing shower followed by a sumptuous lunch and a leisurely afternoon rest. After taking a shower, Lu Dongdong returned to his dormitory. Although he was merely a trial player, the team had still provided accommodation for each individual. This was a double room, yet it was occupied solely by him. Yang Xingli entered midway, conversed with Lu Dongdong for half an hour, and then rose to leave the room, heading to his own quarters for a midday rest. Lu Dongdong had just changed into a new outfit and was preparing to retire for the night when his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the number, he noticed it bore an international dialing code, an incoming call from China. After answering, he tentatively inquired, only to discover it was his close friend, Zhu Peng. "How have you been lately? What differences do you observe in the training methods of Korean football compared to those at home?" Zhu Peng inquired with a cheerful tone. "Why does everyone always ask that same question?" Lu Dongdong replied. "To be honest, I feel they are quite similar. While the facilities here are undoubtedly superior to those of Team XX, our youth team is competing in the K2 League, whereas Team XX is merely in a lower division. When compared to corresponding teams in the China League, the Korean teams still lag behind domestically. As for the training methods, they are largely alike. It mainly depends on the tactical acumen of the head coach. However, I have heard that our coach, Choi Se-ju, was previously the head coach of the Korean youth team and possesses considerable expertise in nurturing young talent. Is that so? If what you say is true, then your team as coach must be several tiers above Chien Feng in terms of skill. I truly hope we can have the opportunity to engage in a friendly match with your team," Zhu Ping responded. "Don't jest, my friend. I know your intentions all too well. Let me tell you, my skills have improved significantly recently, and I am no longer the easily outmaneuvered center back you once knew. Lu Dongdong retorted. Come on, Dongge, you're just too fond of joking. You are my superior. How could I ever surpass you? I am fully aware that you have been intentionally letting me win. Though your tactics are subtle, I understand, Zhu Peng replied. Their conversation continued in a light-hearted manner until they inevitably shifted to discussing the impending kickoff of the league season. Through Zhu Peng, Lu Dongdong learned that their goal for the year was to ascend to the China League, and the team had recently secured a substantial investment of 30 million, also acquiring several strong reinforcements just before the transfer window closed. Lu Dongdong could not help but reflect that his coach, Qian Feng, who had always harbored grand ambitions, finally had the opportunity to realize them. Qian Feng, who served as his mentor and whom he had always admired deeply, instilled in him a firm belief that his capabilities would one day elevate him to the ranks of an exceptional head coach, perhaps even fulfilling his dream of leading the Chinese national football team. Keep pushing forward, Zhu Ping. Together we shall persevere. And one day we will achieve success at Guangzhou Evergrande, Lu Dongdong declared passionately. Absolutely, without a doubt. Once the boss has spoken as your junior, even if I must bite down on my own teeth and crawl my way forward, I will undoubtedly secure my place at Guangzhou Evergrande. Dongge, you must continue to look out for me when that time comes. All right, no problem. After hanging up the phone, he realized it was nearly 1 p.m., leaving only about an hour before the official afternoon training session. To ensure he was in optimal condition for training, Lu Dongdong promptly removed his clothes and lay down on his bed. As a professional football player, self-discipline is an essential prerequisite for success. At exactly 2 p.m., Lu Dongdong walked amidst the throng, making his way to the center of the court. Dressed impeccably, Cui Xianbin, with a whistle dangling from a green lanyard around his neck, had been waiting for some time. After a brief roll call, Cui Xianbin stood before the assembly and declared in a resounding voice, "This afternoon, we shall conduct a training match. However, this time it will be governed by a system of rewards and penalties. The victorious team shall enjoy an additional half-hour of respite, while the losing team will be required to run 10 laps around the field." A collective groan erupted from the crowd, predominantly comprised of the B-team players, who lamented, "Oh no, we are surely destined to lose." The atmosphere became charged with protests and expressions of despondency. Most of these players were substitutes, and in previous training matches, save for the initial day when they managed a commendable performance against the A-team, composed of the primary players, they had been thoroughly outmatched, creating only the slightest ripples of resistance. Today's so-called match with incentives and penalties was evidently poised to subject them to punishment. In stark contrast to the B-team's murmurs of discontent, the A-team members, such as Che Zai, the midfield maestro, and Jin Xiao, the swift winger with golden locks, and the steadfast defender, and Qi Xuan, bore expressions of smug assurance as if victory was already in their grasp. Particularly, the audacious winger, with a mischievous grin, beckoned the B-team players with a finger, boasting that during the match, he would only score 3 goals to showcase his prowess. As a seasoned veteran, Guanggu scoffed at this bravado, defiantly asserting that the match had yet to commence and that the outcome remained uncertain, warning against the perils of overconfidence. However, his words fell on deaf ears, as most remained resigned to an inevitable defeat. Chapter 115, The New Training Match, Part 1. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli gazed quietly, both convinced that the outcome of today's match had already been determined. However, they had been engaged in Cui Xianbin's small classroom for the past few days, and regardless of how poorly Team B performed, it bore no consequence for them. With this thought, they exchanged a glance, both revealing a trace of relief on their faces. Running 10 laps around the field, especially after an intense match, is a daunting task for a group of physically robust professional athletes. Without necessity, none would willingly undertake such an endeavor. Cui Xianbin observed the players' performances in silence. Once the laughter and commotion subsided, he calmly stated, "Do not rejoice too soon nor fret excessively. Today's training match must adhere to the tactics I have outlined thus far." Upon hearing this, the raucous team fell silent instantly. Guanggu quietly interjected, "Fear not, everyone. As long as we follow the prescribed tactics, we stand a chance." The expressions of key players such as Che Zai, the swift winger, and Jin Xiao, and Qi Xuan grew grave. Despite their status as core members of the team with commendable skills, football is ultimately a sport played by 11 individuals, emphasizing teamwork. While individual brilliance can occasionally rescue a team, executing a strategy that starkly contrasts with their own style would render them ineffective during the match. Moreover, as mainstays of the youth team, they had always been acutely aware of their team's tactical identity. If Cui Xianbin intended to employ the tactics they were accustomed to, his remarks would be utterly meaningless. Thus, they were certain that the tactics to be executed today were entirely foreign to them. Adapting to an unfamiliar tactical style, synchronizing as a cohesive unit to score within the confines of a mere 90-minute match was an insurmountable challenge. The outcome of today's match appeared precarious. Their seasoned experience led them to foresee a chaotic tug-of-war, likely to be decided by a fleeting moment of brilliance from a player on the field. As professional athletes, they understood that a player's form could be as unpredictable as winning the lottery. An unassuming player might suddenly unleash a breathtaking strike that could determine the match's fate. In such circumstances, the vanquished team could only wallow in their frustration. Cui Xianbin stood at the front of the team, looking at the assembled players, and spoke slowly and clearly. We shall execute a strategy of wing breakthroughs and long passes. Should any individual fail to adhere to the tactics I have set forth, they shall be deemed responsible for our defeat. Upon hearing these words, the team erupted into a clamor once more. Each player of Team B wore a countenance reminiscent of a bitter melon, while the previously confident Guanggu now bore a solemn expression. The tactics of wing breakthroughs and long passes are fundamental maneuvers that every football team typically trains in. However, these strategies demand players with corresponding capabilities. Unfortunately, within their ranks, there was a conspicuous absence of adept players skilled in wing play, nor was there anyone capable of acting as a spearhead, receiving passes from teammates behind them. Although Team B's forwards exhibited commendable individual skills and physical prowess, they were not players who thrived solely on brute strength. They required the support and coordination of their teammates. What was initially perceived as a tailored strategy proposed by Cui Xianbin, which could potentially empower their team, now appeared to be a shackle that constrained the already limited capabilities of their squad. In stark contrast to the grim visages of Guanggu and others, the midfield linchpin Che Zai and the speedy wing player and Qi Xuan maintained relatively relaxed expressions. The youthful team's playing style, while not favoring straightforward long passes, thrived on wing breakthroughs, capitalizing on their exceptional wing players to create ample opportunities for expression. Moreover, as key members of the team, their skills and tactical acumen far surpassed those of Team B's players. Adapting to the 50 strategy would require merely a modicum of time. This match was indeed winnable, with the scales of victory evidently tipping in their favor. What is this? Each of you appears utterly dispirited, as if you are prepared to surrender before the match has even commenced, Cui Xianbin remarked with a playful glint in his eyes, observing Guanggu and the others. The group of players remained silent, merely shaking their heads gently. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli observed with detached expressions, exchanging glances that betrayed a shared sense of impending doom. They harbored little faith in Team B's capacity to triumph over Team A. Although, on a certain level, both teams executed the same strategy, rendering the match quite equitable. The majority of Team B's members, aside from a few from Guanggu who could barely hold their ground, struggled to adapt to this tactical approach. Cui Xianbin quietly surveyed the crowd, a smile playing on his lips as he clapped his hands together with vigor. All right, both sides are employing the same strategy, and it is entirely fair. Although there exists a disparity in capabilities, maintain some confidence in yourselves. You never know when a miracle might occur. The members of Team B were in no mood to respond, while Team A's players wore smug smiles, particularly the unruly winger, who audaciously mumbled a few words, clearly convinced of their inevitable victory. Prior to the commencement of the match, I must make some adjustments to the lineup. His gaze shifted to Che Zai and others, fingers stroking his chin as he pondered for a moment before stating, the midfield and defensive team shall remain unchanged. However, we need to modify the front line. This time, you will employ a 3-striker formation. Unfazed by the astonished expressions of Team A, he continued. The winger will still operate on the familiar left flank, and Jinxiu will drop back from the center-forward position to play as a free-roaming forward. And we shall select another striker from your substitutes. His gaze swept across the group surrounding Che Zai, finally resting on a tall, sturdy man with short hair. Wang Long, you shall join the fray as a frontline stronghold, serving as the primary center-forward. Understood, Assistant Cui. The rugged-faced man nodded emphatically and stepped forward from the crowd. As for the additional player, Cui Xianbin's eyes scanned the group around Che Zai once more, finally pointing at a man of average stature. Pei Dongyun, you will be our substitute for this match. "All right," the summoned man replied, a hint of reluctance on his face. Yet he obediently retreated to the back of the crowd. Joy illuminated the faces of Guanggu and the others, as the sudden shifts in the most potent attacking lineup of their team heralded the potential for a transformative adaptation process, which could yield astonishing chemistry or, conversely, disastrous outcomes. This presented them with a rare and precious opportunity. Team A bore expressions of complexity, while Team B radiated delight. In the next moment, Cui Xuanbin's attention fell upon Lu Dongdong and Yang Xini. Just as they sensed something unusual, he declared before the entire team in this match. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli will join Team B as central defenders. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli were momentarily taken aback, while the others displayed an expression of indifference. This was because, regardless of whether the duo in the lower team was composed of them, they had seldom been able to thwart Team A's relentless offensive onslaught. In today's training session, if they aspired to emerge victorious, there was only one feasible path forward, an unceasing barrage of attacks, necessitating the scoring of at least 3 goals to secure a win. Very well, let's disperse. Warm up for 5 minutes, and we shall commence today's training match. Cui Xianbin proclaimed loudly. The team promptly disbanded, with players from both Team A and Team B dispersing to their respective sides, engaging in various warm-up exercises. Key midfielders like Guanggu and Chezai incessantly conversed with teammates nearby, secretly strategizing their tactics. 5 minutes later, the training match commenced officially, with Team B victorious in the coin toss, gaining the privilege of the first serve. 2 forwards executed a series of passes, directing the ball toward the central figure, Guanggu, who then charged through the midfield without a backward glance, hastily advancing toward Team A's penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Guanggu refrained from an immediate advance, instead waiting for the left and right fullbacks to push forward, determining his course before lifting his right leg high for a powerful long pass. The ball soared directly to the upper left corner of the field, where the advancing fullback leaped, controlling the bouncing sphere deftly beneath his foot before sprinting toward the baseline. Meanwhile, a fullback from Team B, retreating to compress the defensive line alongside his teammates, surged forward to intercept, however, seemingly lacking confidence in his abilities. The fullback hesitated upon facing Team A's aggressive defenders, passing the ball to the awaiting Guanggu instead. At that moment, Team A's half was already congested, and Guanggu, lacking exceptional ball control, barely evaded the pressing defenders, resorting to knocking the ball toward the flanks. His teammates found no opportunity as the fullback of Team B, gritting his teeth, attempted a powerful thrust. Chapter 116, The New Training Match, Part 2. Harnessing his explosive physicality, he forcefully shed Team B's fullback by approximately half a meter. Just as the opponent extended a foot, poised to nudge the ball out of bounds, he, relying on instinct, struck the ball forcefully toward Team A's penalty area. This pass, executed out of sheer necessity, bore little quality. The forward from Team B, who had swiftly initiated a run to the near post, leaped high but could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed over his head. The other forward, positioned at the far post, was even more out of reach, merely observing as the ball crossed the boundary line. It resulted in a throw-in. The whistle blew, prompting Team B's attacking players to quickly return to their positions. A fervent offensive display concluded without consequence, and while it was somewhat regrettable, it underscored their lack of attacking finesse. To achieve goals through the flanking breakthrough strategy proposed by Cui Xianbin, they needed not only relentless effort and courageous attempts, but also a touch of elusive fortune. Under the referee's whistle, the goalkeeper of Team A launched the ball with a powerful kick, and Shi Hyun, upon receiving the ball, promptly passed it to the midfield maestro, Chezai. Rather than immediately surging forward, Chezai paused to assess the field ahead, skillfully maneuvering the ball while gesturing with his arm, urging his teammates to hasten their runs into position. The 2 forwards of Team B, adhering to their pre-match strategy, closely marked Chezai. Their intention was not merely to intercept the ball, but to incessantly disrupt the rhythm of Chezai, the team's metronome, thereby unsettling the entire offensive flow of Team A. However, Chezai was no novice. His technical prowess was remarkable. As he faced the relentless pressure from the 2B team attackers, he remained unflustered, deftly swaying left and right with seamless movements, countering their advances with poise. With a subtle flick of his foot, he executed a splendid nutmeg, slipping through the gap between the 2 defenders. As he sprinted a few meters forward, his gaze darted toward the left flank, where a yellow-clad figure surged forward like a sharp blade, penetrating deep into Team B's territory. The central player, Guanggu, promptly shouted a warning for the left back responsible for the central defense to retreat. Just as his voice echoed, Chazai decisively lifted his right foot, sending the ball soaring into the air. The players, caught off guard, craned their necks, watching as the ball traced a graceful white arc against the sky, descending behind them. The B team left back, tasked with marking the left wing, sprinted with all his might in pursuit. Yet, the speed of the winged sprinter was unparalleled in the K2 league. As a substitute, how could he hope to keep pace? Even as he gritted his teeth and propelled his legs in a frantic effort, he found himself left far behind. Disaster loomed. Should the sprinter gain possession of the ball, a swift cut into the penalty area would be inevitable. A sense of despair washed over him as he envisioned the winged player charging toward the goal, poised to effortlessly slot the ball into the far corner before the retreating center back and the advancing goalkeeper could intervene. If that goal were to be scored, it would be a testament to his failure. Yet, he lamented, he had truly given his all. She clenched her teeth and sprinted desperately, suddenly noticing that the black and white ball, which had caused her immense worry, was not heading in her direction at all. Instead, it soared over the midfield and landed squarely in the penalty area. At that moment, only 4 individuals occupied the box, the last line of defense for Team B, comprising the 2 central defenders, Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli. Alongside the agile and skilled Jin Xiu, in the newly debuted forward, Wang Long positioned further back, and Jin Xiu stood at the edge of the penalty area. With Yang Shengli closely shadowing him, intent on marking his opponent, the ball's landing spot was right in the center of the penalty area, where only Wang Long and Lu Dongdong were present, the latter tightly pressed against the former. The pass was executed with precision, deliberately aimed not at the speedy wingers, but at Wang Long, the focal point of the attack, who utilized his tactical prowess as a bridgehead to deliver a concise, yet highly effective long pass. This kick deceptively misled everyone, including the sprinting winger. The ball descended gracefully from the sky, heading directly towards Wang Long and Lu Dongdong. Wang Long, tall and robust, embodied the quintessential center-forward physique. He leveraged his formidable physical strength to secure Lu Dongdong behind him, both players jostling for position. Despite Lu Dongdong's relentless efforts, he found himself unable to advance even a single step, helplessly watching the ball descend. Provided no unforeseen circumstances intervened, Wang Long could effortlessly receive the ball. For a forward in the penalty area, receiving a pass from a teammate significantly increases the likelihood of converting it into a goal, presenting a considerable threat. Guigu shouted, rallying all his teammates to charge toward the penalty area, hoping his speed would allow him to intercept the ball before Wang Long could shoot it into the net, thereby assisting Lu Dongdong in reclaiming possession. Meanwhile, witnessing Wang Long's clear advantage, and Jin Xiu, akin to a keenly perceptive fox, unhesitatingly surged into the penalty area. His offensive coordination could enhance Wang Long's attacking options, facilitating clever transitions or directly challenging the defenders before attempting a strike, posing an even greater challenge and threat to the already beleaguered defenders. Yang Shengli hurriedly trailed behind, his heart racing, as a central defender. No one understood better than he the perilous nature of the situation unfolding before them. The ball plummeted rapidly from the heights, gradually descending before Lu Dongdong and Wang Long. Towering Wang Long, leveraging his physical advantage, firmly pinned Lu Dongdong. The two of them jostled back and forth, with Wang Long lifting his head high, his gaze ablaze with fervent determination. He was fully confident, having envisioned several possibilities to effortlessly seize control of the ball, which hovered just above the ground. As a forward and a pivotal center striker, his mission was to assert complete dominance over the ball when a teammate delivered it into the penalty area. Today marked his inaugural start, and he was on the brink of receiving the ball for the first time. If he could seize this opportunity and decisively breach the opponent's goal, it would signify an immense victory for him, significantly enhancing his worth in the eyes of both his teammates and the coaching staff, including Chui Quaning. This shot is mine. I shall take it. I will harness my strength and exquisite shooting technique to outmaneuver even this novice defender. Wang Long's inner voice thundered as he slightly bent his legs and lowered his center of gravity. The moment the ball descended to the perfect point, he leapt high, using his chest to control it. As a quintessential striker, this technique was ingrained in him from a young age, a skill he had mastered through relentless practice. Lu Dongdong gritted his teeth, relentlessly pressing his shoulder against Wang Long's formidable physique. Yet, the towering Wang Long stood firm like an impenetrable concrete wall, rendering Lu's efforts futile and leaving him utterly exhausted. This cannot continue. If it does, the opposing team will undoubtedly seize the ball. We are in the penalty area, the most perilous zone for the entire team. There are no defensive players beside me, and should the adversary gain possession, a mere turn would grant them a direct confrontation with the goalkeeper. As a striker, this presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As a central defender, I cannot allow such a scenario to unfold. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Dongdong continuously questioned himself, fervently searching his memory for the defensive techniques imparted by Cui Quanbin over the past few days, as well as the various defensive skills taught by the coach on the verdant pitch. The moment drew near, and the rapidly spinning ball descended to a certain point. All it required was for the two of them to leap effortlessly to gain control. In the next instant, Wang Long, poised and ready, sprang from the lush green grass under the gaze of the entire audience. Standing tall at nearly 2 meters with impressive leaping ability, he soared into the air like a great bird. The ball, plummeting through the rain, drew ever closer, and the two players approached one another. A look of elation spread across Wang Long's face, and an indomitable fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He intended to seize this unexpected pass from his teammate to score a magnificent goal, demonstrating his worth to everyone, including the coaching staff. He leapt high, chest out, prepared to catch the rapidly descending ball, but at that moment, just as he was ascending, his movements suddenly halted. In his moment of distraction, he sensed a shadow behind him, swiftly darting forward. Instinctively, he raised his head and was astonished to find Lu Dongdong, who he thought he had firmly outpaced, had reached an equal height with him. Under his gaze, Lu's body continued to ascend, eventually towering over him by a head, before thrusting forward with great force, sending the spinning ball out of bounds. Forward and Jinsei burst forth from the left, the ball speeding past her, and with her seasoned experience, she quickly realized she could not intercept it, decisively halting her advance. Chapter 117. A variety of tactics. Yang Xingli followed closely behind, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene, his breathless expression revealed a palpable sense of relief. Lu Dongdong and Wang Long plummeted from the air, crashing down onto the grassy ground, one atop the other. Both sustained considerable impact. However, as a professional football player, such pain had long since become a mundane occurrence. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly rose to their feet. Wang Long cast a penetrating glance at Lu Dongdong. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared that Lu had merely leapt higher, outpacing Wang to intercept the ball. Yet, only Wang understood the true nature of the incident. Lu had discreetly tugged at his shirt as he jumped, momentarily hindering his ascent. Seizing this opportunity, Lu launched himself, just a fraction delayed, to head the ball away. This young man's technique was remarkably adept, and throughout their earlier physical tussle, he had consistently created pressure, nearly pushing Wang aside on several occasions. Such prowess did not seem characteristic of a novice player. Frustration welled up within Wang Long. In the next moment, his teammates called out, urging him to prepare for the forthcoming corner kick. Without delay, Wang turned and moved swiftly towards the bustling crowd, with Lu Dongdong hastily following suit. As the midfield linchpin, he approached the corner kick spot while cradling the black and white ball. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, he instinctively anticipated the movements of his teammates, and without hesitation, he struck the ball. The black and white sphere soared in an elegant arc, surpassing the heads of the crowd at the front and heading directly towards the sparsely populated rear, homing in on Wang Long, who stood out like a crane among chickens. This was a long pass laden with intent, aimed directly at the team's star striker. Wang Long, well versed in the tactics prior to the match, had already prepared himself. He took a few lateral steps before sprinting forward, propelling himself into the air with force, ready to meet the swiftly approaching ball with his head. The ball spun rapidly, hurtling towards him like a comet entering a planetary orbit, poised to converge perfectly with Wang Long. He leapt high, resembling a majestic bird, emerging from the chaos of the penalty area, soaring above the throngs of players. With his neck craned to the side, he completed his movement, and at the precise moment of contact with the ball, he would unleash his head to send the black and white sphere crashing into the net. This goal was already within his grasp, an inevitable triumph. Around him, the players instinctively lifted their gazes, gazing at him as if he were a celestial being suspended in midair. The goalkeeper, tasked with defending the opposing goal, instinctively lunged to the left, utterly convinced that no one could thwart Wang Long's impending header. Time ticked away, each second stretching into eternity as the crowd watched in rapt attention. The scene unfolded like a slow-motion film. Wang Long ascended gracefully while the spinning ball hurtled toward him. Without a hint of doubt, the moment of connection arrived. Wang Long's neck recoiled like a compressed spring, propelling him forward to strike the ball with force. The spinning sphere, now infused with energy, altered its trajectory and surged toward the upper left corner of the goal, finding its mark just as the goalkeeper leapt into action. The ball found the net. Chaos erupted within the penalty area as players stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle. In the next instant, all players from Team A scrambled to their feet, while Wang Long, having descended from his aerial display, raised his arms in triumph, roaring in exultation, releasing both his joy and fury. His teammates quickly surrounded him, patting his head and shoulders, showering him with exuberant praise. As a player relegated to the role of a substitute, there was nothing more exhilarating than scoring a goal and earning the recognition of his peers. However, this euphoric moment was abruptly interrupted by the piercing sound of a whistle. The assistant referee dashed forward, arms crossed over his chest, signaling the invalidation of the goal. It was determined that Wang Long had committed a foul prior to scoring. An uproar ensued, with players encircling the referee, vociferously voicing their dissent. Even those from Team A, the alleged scoring side, joined the fray. Meanwhile, the players from Team B, who had initially been despondent, suddenly transformed into a state of exhilaration, rushing to the referee's side. It became clear that the goal was disallowed due to Wang Long's blatant infraction, having pushed down his marker before leaping for the header. "Are you certain you didn't misjudge that goal?" One player protested, frustration evident in their voice. "Physical collisions are commonplace in offense. How could that be deemed a foul?" Another added vehemently. "Indeed. How can you invalidate such a splendid header? I was right next to them. Lu Dongdong's fall was merely a legitimate physical encounter. Wang Long did nothing excessive." A chorus of discontent echoed. "He merely nudged him. It's a clear simulation. He couldn't have fallen so easily. This decision is absolutely erroneous." Wang Long shouted loudly, releasing the indomitable spirit within him. However, despite the fervent explanations from Team A's players, the referee remained resolute, asserting that the goal was invalid due to a prior foul. Naturally, the players of Team B were elated upon hearing this, while the members of Team A expressed their discontent, encircling the referee and vociferously protesting, their emotions escalating with each moment. The practice match, akin to a formal football contest, demanded adherence to the referee's decisions, which were made for reasons known only to him. Thus, they were compelled to retreat. Cui Xinbing, observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself and shouted out. The players of Team A, filled with indignation, had no choice but to acquiesce to the words of their assistant coach. Cui Xinbing, the headstrong winger, attempted to argue his case, but the assistant referee, unfazed, brandished a yellow card. Yet, midway through this motion, the seasoned Chazai forcibly restrained him. After much persuasion, the referee reconsidered and withdrew the yellow card, adopting a stern demeanor as he admonished the winger to return to his half. "Well done. I genuinely believe that goal had been scored," remarked Yang Xingli, who stood alongside Lu Dongdong, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. He added, "Though there is some dissatisfaction, one must concede that in the past week, you have absorbed knowledge far beyond my own. If you maintain this trajectory, I believe that, in due time, you may not only rival in Sichuan but secure a prominent position as a central defender." That may be an exaggeration. Truth be told, I was at a loss just moments ago. It was merely a sudden recollection of a tactic taught by Coach Cui Kumbin. The physical collision we just witnessed would scarcely be deemed a foul in the Premier League. My success was merely fortuitous, Lu Dongdong humbly responded. As the two exchanged a few more words, they proceeded to their respective defensive zones. On the sidelines, Cui Xinbing and Yo Dongdong exchanged knowing glances and nodded gently in acknowledgement. I expressed my profound satisfaction with Lu Dongdong's recent performance. As a football coach returning from Europe, Cui Huanbin's football philosophy vastly differs from that of most domestic coaches in Korea. He emphasizes the importance of intellect, viewing the body merely as a servant to the mind. To excel on the pitch, one must rely on cerebral understanding alongside experience. For a central defender, enduring a match that spans 90 minutes is a formidable challenge. Even the finest players in the world would find it exhausting to sprint continuously. Thus, to mitigate fatigue, it is essential to learn how to exchange minimal physical effort for the most effective defense in various scenarios. While terms like simulation may carry a stigma in the football community, they are techniques that a central defender must master. Moreover, even in prestigious competitions like the World Cup, many affluent players resort to such tactics in pursuit of scoring, including numerous renowned stars. As long as the outcome benefits the team, the means employed become inconsequential. This principle applies equally on the field and in life. The match continues. Team B initiates the game. After the two forwards receive the ball, they immediately pass it back to Guanggu, who is positioned centrally. Although Guanggu's technical skills are not exceptionally refined, He is the most skilled player on Team B. The strategy they are executing today emphasizes wing breakthroughs and long passes. However, given the severe lack of high-level players in Team B, attempting wing play would likely lead to defeat. Hence, Guangu's tactical approach is astute, minimizing wing breakthroughs and opting for direct, effective long passes to leverage the forward's capabilities, hoping for a precious opportunity to score, perhaps with a touch of luck. Chapter 118. Highlights. If they can secure a lead, they may adopt a defensive strategy to preserve the victory until the final whistle. Although some tactical maneuvers may be deemed unsavory, it is imperative for every player and coach to recognize that, in the quest for victory, one must always act correctly under the right circumstances. Run. Keep running. My technical skills may not match those of a top-tier player, yet delivering the ball precisely to your head is well within my capabilities. In the depths of his heart, Guangu silently contemplated. He meticulously controlled his movements, advancing alongside his teammates on both flanks, as the players on either side, akin to two formidable swords, penetrated deep into Team A's territory. He finally lifted his foot. In an instant, Team A's defenders sprang into action, with the midfielders and the two fullbacks assigned to guard the wings rushing back to defend. They established a solid presence, closely monitoring the two attacking players from Team B who had surged into their domain. The duo coordinated with remarkable synergy, maintaining an optimal distance. As soon as Guangu delivered the ball, they possessed a 100% likelihood of effortlessly intercepting it, as the passing lanes were entirely severed by the opposition. The only possibility lay in this corner kick from Guangu, which was executed with remarkable power, soaring over all defenders. However, such a maneuver would not only leave them unable to chase the ball, but also their teammates in support would find it equally impossible to connect. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary pace akin to that of a wing player. To everyone's astonishment, Guangu's corner did not reach the rapidly advancing winger, but rather ascended into the sky, tracing a graceful white arc before descending towards a forward from Team B, who had already positioned himself along the edge of the penalty area. This corner was delivered with significant quality, rivaling that of any cross delivered in a grand showcase. Yet, all players from Team A relaxed, for even though the ball could be easily received by the forward from Team B, he found himself utterly ensnared within their grasp. Unless he possessed divine-like skills, it was impossible for him to navigate through four defenders. This was not a matter of underestimating the prowess of Team B's forward, but rather an acknowledgement of the improbability of the situation. In the entire world, only a couple of individuals could perform at the level of Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi. Not every ordinary player can ascend to their ranks, or more precisely, to the greatness they embody. As the ball plummeted from the heights, the forward from Team B did not leap but instead took a few steps forward, then pivoted, using his back to shield himself from the relentless Team A defender assigned to mark him. With a gentle touch of his foot, he controlled the ball rebounding off the ground, firmly securing it beneath him. All defenders from Team A, including the pivotal anchor of the backline, Achichuan, swiftly converged upon him. He stood silently within the penalty area, eyes fixed intently on Team B's forward. Should the latter manage to surpass his teammates, Achichuan was prepared to intercept swiftly, confident in his ability to thwart the ball at the forward's feet. Additionally, two midfielders hastened forward, clearly intent on denying the beleaguered forward from Team B any respite and preventing his teammates from offering support. The forward from Team B maintained his grip on the ball, utilizing his physique and shoulders to firmly hold off the Team A defender closely trailing him. Both players engaged in a fierce contest, neither yielding nor able to break through. Observing the approaching defenders from Team A, the forward employed his foot to nudge the ball, his body suddenly slipping to one side. As the defender hastened to follow, he quickly pivoted back, evading the defender's attempted interception, lowering his head to glance at the goal, and decisively lifted his right foot, sending the ball hurtling toward the net. The shot was powerful and swift. Although Achichuan attempted to block it with a raised arm, the ball grazed past him, speeding away like a cannonball discharged from a barrel, aimed directly at the goal. Due to the obstruction of view, the goalkeeper for Team A remained oblivious to the forward shooting motion until the ball was already hurtling towards him. By the time he registered the imminent threat, it was too late, and he could only instinctively raise his arms. Fortunately, the corner kick may have been executed in haste, despite its accuracy and force. It soared just above the crossbar. Nevertheless, it left the goalkeeper of Team A drenched in cold sweat. Upon witnessing the ball sail past, the forward from Team B lowered his head, planted his kicking leg forcefully into the grass, muttering a few curses before turning back towards his own half. The attacking players from Team B gradually halted their movements, following the forwards' lead as they returned. Standing at the sidelines, Cui Xianbin observed everything quietly. By analyzing the recent offensive approach, he surmised that Team B's strategy today likely relied on the forwards' capabilities, favoring long passes and high balls to minimize breakthroughs along the flanks. While Team B's tactical choices may have appeared somewhat opportunistic, even Cui Xianbin had to concede that such a strategy was undoubtedly the most fitting for them. As a team composed of substitute players, each individual's abilities were not particularly exceptional. Thus, to score against Team A's formidable defense required not only a modicum of skill but also a fair share of luck. The high efficiency, direct long passes were indeed the most appropriate tactic for their situation. Simultaneously, should Team A intercept the ball, they will not become ensnared in the counteroffensive of their opponents, thereby affording their own team ample time to contend with the adversary's offensive maneuvers. However, this strategy harbors a significant flaw, an overestimation of the capabilities of the forward from Team B. Although his prowess is commendable, it pales in comparison to that of Xuan, who surpasses him by at least 2 or 3 measures. The reason for the initial training match's success in scoring was not solely due to skill. A considerable factor was in Xuan's unfamiliarity with this player's stylistic nuances, which allowed for opportunities to be seized. In today's match, it is anticipated that Xuan will not repeat the same oversight and will deny the opposing forward any chance to score. He is an exceptional center back, highly sought after in the K2 League and even in the upper echelon of the K1 League. His formidable strength necessitates formidable opponents to activate it. The stronger the adversary, the more formidable he becomes. Lu Dongong and Yang Xingli, I hope you both can surprise me today. I do not expect you to maintain the high level of prowess exhibited by Xuan, but I do wish to witness a few moments of brilliance, so that I may forgive you and allow your teammates to see your growth over the past week. Cui Xianbin's gaze swept towards the rapidly approaching Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli, his heart brimming with hope. The match continued. Following a series of fierce yet fruitless offensives at the outset, both teams, A and B, heightened their defenses, abandoning reckless direct attacks, which rendered the once intense contest somewhat monotonous. After a flurry of contention among the midfielders, the ball ultimately found its way to the feet of a team's midfield linchpin, Chazai. He deftly controlled the ball, and as B team's defenders closed in with pressure from both sides, he swiftly shifted the ball away, accelerating past their encirclement to receive a pass from a teammate on the other end. After several exchanges of passes and runs, the two tireless forwards from B team finally began to weary, their breath coming in heavy gasps, thus easing their relentless marking. As the midfield core, Chazai finally had ample time to meticulously manage the ball at his feet. He glanced ahead. Center forward Wang Long had taken position near the edge of B team's penalty area, with Lu Dongdong standing beside him, maintaining a half-step distance. Today, their strategy required exploiting the flanks for breakthroughs and executing long passes. As a team boasting a legitimate central striker, opting for long balls was undeniably their most suitable approach. However, in previous encounters, the towering Wang Long had not gained a definitive advantage over Lu Dongdong, and in truth, he seemed to be slightly outmatched. As the team's midfield anchor and captain, Chazai's wealth of experience made it clear that blindly opting for long passes into B team's penalty area would yield little effect. Instead, it would only bolster Lu Dongdong's confidence while undermining Wang Long's, leaving them with scant hope in the remaining 60 minutes of the match. Chazai's gaze inevitably drifted towards the sidelines. A mere glance caused his brow to furrow immediately. The speedy winger with strikingly yellow hair possessed exceptional skill and the potential to change the game, yet she was flanked by at least 2 defenders who consistently surrounded her. Thus, even if he managed to pass the ball, it would never reach her feet, merely wasting an opportunity and increasing the likelihood of interception by others. What to do? This tactical approach was proving quite laborious today. Chazai pondered inwardly. In the next moment, a figure flashed before his eyes, igniting a spark within him. Without hesitation, he lifted his right foot and struck the ball into the air, sending it spiraling with high velocity towards B team's penalty area. Chapter 119. Well done. Once again, a long pass was launched, yet considering Wang Long's prowess, it seemed he was still a fraction short in dealing with Lu Dongdong. Standing at the sidelines, Cui Xianbin found himself lost in thought when suddenly, a figure darted past his line of sight. In the penalty area, the tall Wang Long was engaged in a fierce tussle with Lu Dongdong, their bodies tightly pressed against each other, jostling for dominance. Wang Long's strength was apparent, Yet Lu Dongdong remained steadfast, denying him any opportunity to seize the ball easily. As the ball descended from the heavens, drawing nearer, and Jinsi, positioned at the opposite end with Yang Xingli, suddenly surged forward with astonishing speed, almost as if he were a bolt of lightning, just as the ball hovered in midair. "Pass the ball to me," and Jinsi shouted, charging into the small penalty area with remarkable swiftness. In a moment of clarity, Wang Long, grappling with how to manage the impending fall of the ball, suddenly conceived an idea. Gritting his teeth, he leaped high before Lu Dongdong could spring into action, arching his head back to redirect the ball's trajectory towards the back of the small penalty area. At this juncture, Jinsi had yet to reach the position, but without hesitation, he lifted his foot, preparing for a spectacular volley that would send the ball soaring into the net. His execution was nothing short of exquisite. Within the penalty area, apart from himself and Wang Long, all were defenders of Team B, along with their goalkeeper. A mere second's delay would mean that Wang Long's brilliant assist would evaporate into thin air. Opting for an unadjusted volley was undoubtedly the most prudent approach. The goalkeeper of Team B, sensing imminent danger, raised his hands, bent his knees, and lowered his center of gravity, ready to spring into action. He lacked confidence, knowing that facing Jinsi's one-on-one shot from within the small penalty area left little room for error. Jinsi was, after all, an exceptionally talented forward, not just for the team, but across the entire K2 league. In a critical moment, a figure suddenly emerged in sight, positioned at a distance from the spiraling ball. However, with his towering frame, he reached out a leg, stretching to its utmost, and just as the ball was about to land at Jinsi's feet, he managed to poke it away. The black and white ball veered sharply to the side, landing on the grass, while the focused goalkeeper rushed forward to claim it in his embrace. Who was this individual? A collective gaze from all players on the field, along with the substitutes watching from the sidelines and Chui Xuabin, turned in unison, their attention captivated. Before them stood a tall figure, sheepishly scratching the back of his head and grinning foolishly, Yang Xingli. Could it really be him? A flicker of astonishment flickered across everyone's faces. No one anticipated that, since the commencement of the match, Team A's 2 consecutive and lethal offensives would be thwarted by the formidable duo of Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli, the center backs. It is worth noting that just a week prior, this very pair had been penetrated by Team A's attacking line, conceding nearly 6 goals. They were, quite frankly, a blatant liability. Yet today, their performance was nothing short of extraordinary. How could these substitutes, deemed mere reserves, have elevated their prowess so dramatically in the span of just 7 days? A collective gaze turned towards Chui Xianbin, who stood at the edge of the field. In the past few days, both Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli had abstained from participating in team training matches, instead undergoing intensive individual training under Chui Xianbin's guidance. Could it be that this assistant coach imparted some extraordinary defensive technique? It seemed implausible. Many silently shook their heads. As professional athletes, their technical styles were already established. Such a significant enhancement in capability within a mere week was unlikely. The only plausible explanation was that, akin to their initial training match, the 2 center backs appeared competent at first, but as the game progressed and the team found itself at a disadvantage, these young rookies, newly integrated into the squad, would falter, revealing their vulnerabilities and becoming nearly defenseless. It had to be this way. Everyone thought to themselves. Remarkable effort. Lu Dongdong stepped forward, extending his arm to firmly grasp Yang Xingli's hand. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Had I been just a moment slower, that ball would have eluded my grasp entirely, Yang Xingli humbly remarked, a smile gracing his face that could not conceal a hint of pride. As a central defender and a newcomer to the team, successfully averting such a perilous crisis was a source of pride for all, and he was no exception. This was not mere fortune. It was the result of Assistant Chui's rigorous training, which had undeniably enhanced our capabilities. Lu Dongdong chuckled, glancing at Chui Xianbing, who stood at the edge of the field. Chui Xianbing nodded gently at the two, his palms held vertically, subtly gesturing for them to remain modest and not let pride take hold. Niu Dongdong and Yang Xinglin exchanged foolish grins before each retreated to their respective defensive positions. Before departing, Lu Dongdong leaned closer to Yang Xingli's ear and whispered a few words. Let us be mindful of our positioning. If my calculations are correct, the opposition will likely attempt to exploit our rear with an offside trap strategy. We absolutely must not allow them to succeed this time. Understood, rest assured. I will give my utmost effort, came the resolute reply. Yang Xingli nodded vigorously, casting a glance towards the bus station on the other side of the court. her face a canvas of determination and confidence. The match resumed. Indeed, in alignment with Lu Dongdong's assessment, the central figure of the midfield. Upon witnessing the stagnation in their passing and the inability of his teammates to break through, promptly adjusted the strategy. He instructed the swift and Jinxi to constantly maneuver around Wang Long, not only creating difficulties for Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli's defense, but also delivering several exquisite and precise long passes each time the two advanced. The ball soared over everyone's heads, gliding past both Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli, heading straight into the penalty area. Wang Long stood motionless, using his body to block Lu Dongdong's opportunity to turn and chase. And Jinxi, with his speed, darted forward like a thoroughbred. Yet each time he ventured just 2 or 3 meters, the referee's whistle would immediately sound, signaling an offside. This scenario recurred repeatedly, prompting a group of spectators on the sidelines to finally realize something was amiss. They discerned that Yang Xingli and Lu Dongdong had long prepared a counter-offside strategy, executing it flawlessly. The central figure, astutely aware of the situation, recognized that every time Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli advanced as he passed, the once promising assist transformed into an ineffective counter-offside pass. Their performances were subtle, and amidst the intricate movements of Wang Long and Jinxi, they appeared somewhat strained. However, each time he lifted his foot to strike the ball, they impeccably timed their advances as if rehearsed to perfection. Had this been anything other than a training match? One might have mistaken the midfield core for having received compensation from the two, deliberately executing passes devoid of technical merit, squandering time and opportunities. The match concluded with Team A exerting comprehensive pressure, yet failing to deliver a decisive attack. A group of players trudged dejectedly towards the sidelines, while on the other side, Team B's players, drenched in sweat, wore expressions brimming with excitement. To hold their ground against the main players of Team A in the first half was a scenario they had never anticipated. As long as they didn't concede a goal, they retained the chance to triumph over their opponents. All they lacked was a stroke of luck. Well done, you two. You must continue to strive in the second half. But do be cautious. Che Zai is no ordinary player. Your continuous counter-offside tactics will surely reveal their intricacies to him. If he seizes even one opportunity, we may be doomed. Guanggu walked over to Yang Xingli and the two, speaking earnestly while wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with a towel. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli exchanged nods, with Lu Dongdong assuring Guanggu, rest assured, in the second half, we will certainly pay attention. Both Xingli and I will strive to minimize the use of the offside trap tactic. Indeed, while this tactic proves effective, it is not a sustainable approach for Team A. Yang Xingli added. As long as you understand, Guanggu replied. Your performance during the first half was truly remarkable. Continue to shine. He then turned to the rest of his teammates, proclaiming loudly, in the second half, we shall adhere to our established strategy, continuing with long passes and aerial plays. Longza, you must remain vigilant. Whenever an opportunity arises, take that long-range shot. In recent days, and Xishuan has thoroughly studied your style. If you opt for a forceful breakthrough amidst his and other B-team defenders, it will be challenging to find an opening. During the second half, focus on your shooting accuracy. Your attempts in the first half were commendable. We merely lacked a touch of luck. The B-team's forward, Longza, nodded slightly. And the other teammates followed suit, their faces reflecting a mix of determination and excitement. They were resolute in their goal to triumph over Team A today. Brothers, when the second half begins, let us unleash our full potential. With Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli performing so splendidly. Chapter 120, 1+1. As the attacking midfielders, we too must demonstrate our capabilities and showcase our strength. We are merely substitutes. Even in defeat, there is no shame. However, should we emerge victorious today, we will not only avenge our previous loss, but also gain pride before Coach Chui, enhancing our reputation. Let us all strive together. With that, Guanggu extended his palm, and in the next moment, hands reached out, stacking atop one another, culminating in a resounding chant. Go, go, go. On the other side of the field, and Xishuan remarked, these guys are brimming with enthusiasm today. The second half will undoubtedly be more challenging than the first. Indeed, came the agreement. Their midfielders performed rather mediocrely today, but Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli resemble individuals invigorated, impervious to the tempestuous elements. If this continues, it will become increasingly difficult. Several players nodded in agreement, their expressions laden with concern. A player with golden hair, positioned on the flank, expressed his discontent, stating, What are you afraid of? In the first half, we were merely testing the waters. We have yet to fully unveil our prowess. Moreover, those two lads consistently performed commendably at the outset. Today, one could say they were fortunate, having not conceded a goal thus far. However, as long as we persist in our pressure, scoring is merely a matter of time. Wouldn't you agree, Chazai? As the pivotal midfielder, Chazai cast a fleeting glance at the swift winger, acknowledging him with a subtle nod before the assembled crowd. He couldn't help but admire the performances of Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli today. Nonetheless, for the triumph of the team, it is unequivocally out of the question to bolster the confidence of others at the expense of our own prestige. Addressing everyone present, he stated, "Their performances today are indeed noteworthy, and their synergy has improved exponentially compared to our last match. However, they are still mere newcomers to the team and pose no formidable threat. We shall proceed with our attacking strategy. It is only a matter of time before we breach their defenses." Pausing, he turned to Wang Long and instructed, "Once the second half commences, you are to remain at the forefront. Remember, your objective is not merely to score, but to seize the ball and, when the opportunity arises, to pass it laterally to allow Jinxiu a chance to penetrate their defense." Upon hearing this, Wang Long nodded vigorously, while Jinxiu furrowed her brow slightly. Expressing her confusion, "Are you suggesting we continue with the offside strategy in the second half? We attempted it 4 or 5 times previously, only to fall into their offside trap each time. Do you genuinely believe this approach will be effective?" The players encircled them nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Jinxiu's concerns. They had all witnessed the consecutive failures and felt that persisting in this manner would yield no results, merely exhausting their efforts. Nevertheless, Chazai, as the team's midfield linchpin and captain, had his reasons for voicing such sentiments, and they chose to listen patiently. After a brief silence, Chazai surveyed the group and remarked, "Indeed, the two of them displayed exceptional prowess in the first half. However, they are still novices. After tasting success, it is only natural for them to become complacent and underestimate our strength. This is our opportunity. If we seize just one moment, we can deliver a decisive blow." He paused momentarily, then continued without hesitation, "Additionally, they are not seasoned professionals like us. Their stamina will inevitably begin to wane. Once their energy diminishes, that will be the moment they make mistakes. We must maintain relentless pressure, and we will surely compel them to reveal their vulnerabilities." A group of individuals listened intently, nodding in agreement, secretly acknowledging the undeniable prowess of the team. Confidence surged within them as the second half of the match approached, alleviating the anxieties that had previously lingered. In the ensuing half, our strategy would not only continue to employ the offside trap, but also necessitate enhanced support from midfielders to the wingers. When breakthroughs in the center proved elusive, we would opt for swift assaults down the flanks. At this juncture, I turned my gaze toward the speedy winger and articulated with precision, "During the first half, B-team's central defenders shone brightly. However, their two fullbacks barely scraped by. In their pursuit of executing flank breakthroughs, those fullbacks frequently pushed forward, presenting us with a prime opportunity to exploit. You must endeavor to penetrate their defenses. As you approach the byline, both Wang Long and Jinxiu will be poised to make runs and support you." With a decisive nod, I shifted my focus to Jinxiu, emphasizing with earnestness, "Lu Dongdong and Yang Shirley are both tall but lack speed. Should opportunities in the center be scarce, consider drawing the play wide to entice one of them out, allowing Wang Long to engage in a one-on-one confrontation within the penalty area. This approach significantly increases our chances of securing aerial balls for a potential goal. Moreover, this tactic will facilitate opportunities for our speedy winger to cut inside. If one of you can unlock the defense, it will herald the moment of B-team's definitive defeat." 15 minutes later, the second half commenced. Players belonging to Team A filed onto the field in succession. "Let us give it our all. Today's potential for surprise hinges on our performance," Guanggu voiced resolutely, rallying the determination of all team members. A chorus of affirmations and deafening cheers erupted as the group dispersed, each heading towards their designated positions. "Lu Dongdong, shall we persist with the offside trap?" Yang Shirley inquired softly, approaching Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong glanced up at the players of Team A positioned in the opposite half, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "At the onset of the match, it would be prudent for us to refrain from employing an offside trap. I suspect that Chazai will persist in executing through balls aimed at exploiting our unexpected positioning. Naturally, the specifics will evolve as the game unfolds, so remain vigilant in observing my positioning." "Understood." Yang Shengli made an okay gesture with his hand and swiftly turned to sprint towards his defensive zone. Lu Dongdong observed silently, unwittingly aware that, as fellow center backs, Lu Dongdong had already assumed a leadership role. Much like in the football arena, as coaches often assert, a world-class center back must embody the qualities of a leader, clearly conveying this essence so that one's partners and teammates heed one's words. This quality is both an aura and a manifestation of strength. As the match commenced, Team A initiated the first kickoff. Following the tactical arrangements devised by Cui Kunbin prior to the game, Team A's offensive strategy exhibited little variation. It was Wang Long, the focal striker, who surged forward, while the versatile and Jin Xiu, positioned a short distance behind him, prepared to support. Meanwhile, the fleet-footed winger, adorned with vibrant yellow hair, dashed into the left flank. Lu Dongdong closely followed Wang Long, keenly observing his positioning while also paying attention to the other half of the field, particularly to the midfield maestro, Che Zai. He was filled with anticipation, eager to discern how the brain of the team, the metronome of their rhythm, would respond in the face of his squad's inability to break the deadlock. Would he persist with the current strategy or venture down an alternative path? Come on. Let the tempest rage even more fiercely. Lu Dongdong fervently declared within himself that regardless of the tactics employed by the adversary or the methods they might adopt, his singular objective today was unequivocal. He would not allow the opposing team to score under any circumstances. Over the past week, he had diligently undergone training under the guidance of Cui Xianbin, mastering various strategies that had never crossed his mind before. Simultaneously, on the verdant pitch, he meticulously completed the diverse training tasks assigned by Coach Ji, forging an intimate synergy with his virtual counterpart, Yang Shengli. It is no exaggeration to say that he had fully acclimated to Yang Shengli's defensive habits and positioning, which elucidates why, during today's match, he was able to harmoniously collaborate with Yang Shengli, effectively thwarting the exquisite attacks from Team A. Onlookers may have perceived each thrilling interception and every near miss as mere strokes of luck. However, only he understood that his clarity regarding Yang Shengli's defensive choices was paramount. As a central defender, the ability for two center-backs to operate in concert is vital, yielding a defensive prowess that is greater than the sum of its parts. This is precisely why, upon learning of Li Dongji's untimely demise due to a car accident, the head coach, Cui Shizhao, was so eager to recruit a suitable central defender. The absence of a well-synchronized duo inevitably diminishes the strength of the defense, a loss that cannot be compensated by mere substitutes or reserve players. Lu Dongdong found himself immersed in a myriad of thoughts, yet the moment he lifted his foot in the game, he promptly dispelled all distractions, fully dedicating himself to the match. Chapter 121, Scoring, Part 1. True to his instincts, Che Zai opted for a clever offside pass. But he and Yang Shengli had long established a rapport, skillfully neutralizing several attacks from Team A with their remarkable defense. Their performance finally captured the attention of the substitute players observing from the sidelines, who recognized that their success was no longer merely a matter of luck. Meanwhile, Cui Xianbin, standing at the edge of the field, exhibited a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the two substitute center-backs, who had previously been responsible for conceding 6 goals, essentially serving as a sieve, would showcase such exceptional prowess today, effortlessly thwarting Team A's various assaults. It was simply astonishing. Particularly, Lu Dongdong caught the discerning eye of Cui Xianbin, who realized that during the execution of defensive strategies, it was Lu Dongdong who was orchestrating the actions, with Yang Shengli merely playing the role of a collaborator. What surprised him even more was Lu Dongdong's apparent mastery of Yang Shengli's movements. He consistently anticipated the offside trap, stepping forward decisively, and when Yang Shengli lost his position and was breached, Lu Dongdong was quick to provide cover and intercept. This displayed the qualities of a true defensive leader. This situation was one he had never anticipated. He became increasingly convinced of his judgment. Lu Dongdong had been concealing her true prowess since the moment she joined the team, aiming to achieve a stunning breakthrough. Indeed, she had succeeded, for in her mind, today's performance was entirely distinct from her previous ones. The match continued. Team A made several threatening passes, all thwarted by the formidable defensive duo of Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli. Even when Che Zai delivered a pinpoint cross akin to a surgeon's scalpel, if Wang Long had secured the ball, he would have faced the goalkeeper with ease and scored effortlessly. However, Lu Dongdong displayed remarkable bravery, intercepting the ball just before Wang Long could strike. Team A's offensive momentum was effectively stifled, resulting in a palpable decline in their morale. In contrast, Team B, previously on the defensive, felt a surge of confidence, launching several effective counterattacks under Guangu's orchestration. Team B's offensive strategy mirrored that of the first half. As the ball found its way to Long Zhe's feet, he swiftly adjusted and decisively took a shot. His shooting accuracy improved with each attempt. Had it not been for the goalkeeper of Team A's commendable saves against two lethal shots, the ball would have surely found the back of the net, granting Team B a 1-point lead. Observers on the field and those watching from the sidelines could clearly see that if the match continued on this trajectory, it was only a matter of time before Team B would score, as offense is the best defense. Constant retreat would never lead to victory through mere chance. Guangu surged forward, executing a sliding tackle to intercept Team A's through ball. He quickly rose to his feet, glancing ahead to spot Team B's forward, Long Zhe, accelerating forward, closely pursued by Chihuan, Team A's defensive linchpin. The two raced towards Team A's penalty area like two galloping steeds. Without hesitation, Guangu lifted his foot. In the next moment, his raised right foot deftly curled inward, propelling the ball swiftly to the opposite side. A defensive midfielder from Team A lunged in with a flying tackle, but Guangu, already on high alert, easily sidestepped the maneuver. After sprinting a few meters, Guangu glanced at Long Zhe's positioning. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively struck the ball. His powerful kick sent the small ball soaring into the air, a mere black dot racing towards Team A's goal. Long Zhe, running at full speed, glanced back and unexpectedly halted, leaving Chihuan, who was closely tailing him, to overshoot by several meters before finally stopping. Confused, he raised his head, unable to comprehend why Long Zhe had suddenly come to a stop. Although the ball was hurtling towards them, no individual, regardless of their leaping ability, could intercept it mid-air from a few meters away. Despite his doubts, as a seasoned center back, he immediately closed in behind Long Zhe, determined to monitor his every move. Regardless of Long Zhe's attacking tactics, he would remain vigilant, ready to either clear the ball or seize it for himself. The confidence he exuded stemmed from countless matches that had honed his skills. In the next moment, he noticed someone rapidly darting past him. This was not good, and Chi-hyun was taken aback, astonished that another forward from Team B would choose to make a run at this moment, while his teammate, tasked with marking the opponent, was left trailing a good 3 meters behind. Typically, the two central defenders, responsible for the last line of defense, would cultivate a strong understanding and familiarity with each other's positioning habits. However, this particular central defender was merely a substitute player, and due to Lee Dong-jae's consistent presence as a mainstay in the lineup, barring injuries and rest, he had never fully acclimated to Chi-hyun's running patterns despite their collaborative training sessions. In such a situation, had it been Lee Dong-jae, he would have closely followed the forward's every move, or upon NG County's first turn to sprint back, he would simultaneously advance to create an offside trap for the forward from Team B. Yet now, due to their misalignment, this player surged ahead the moment the ball was released from Guangu's feet. If the ball could reach him, it would constitute a flawlessly executed counter-offside pass. How infuriating! And Chi-hyun silently cursed under his breath, abandoning the vigilant Takizawa and plunging headlong into the penalty area. As a seasoned central defender who had been a mainstay in the team for 7 years, he was acutely aware of Guangu's capabilities. Although their technical prowess fell short when compared to the relentless pressure of the opposing team, it did not imply that their footwork was crude. In fact, when it came to purposeful passes, the opposing team had never let any teammate down. This time would be no exception. The pass from Guangu was powerful, soaring over the center circle and bypassing all midfielders, arching above Chi-hyun's head and heading directly towards the penalty area of Team A. And Chi-hyun's speed was impressive, yet he was still a beat behind. Nevertheless, he refused to relent. His extensive experience enabled him to discern that the forward ahead could indeed make contact with the ball but would need to pivot. This moment presented him with the opportunity to intercept the ball. The forward from Team B sprinted rapidly, glancing back at the ball. As it descended, he planted his feet firmly and leaped high, the ball landing squarely on his chest. And Chi-hyun hastened towards him, his mind racing with dozens of strategies to counter the impending attack, while simultaneously devising numerous methods to reclaim the ball from the opponent's grasp. As the forward from Team B began to descend, and Chi-hyun surged forward, positioning himself behind him. His robust chest pressed forward while his arms spread wide like the tentacles of a colossal octopus, effectively blocking the path of the Team B forward. However, in the next instant, to his astonishment, the forward from Team B preemptively utilized his knee to redirect the ball before landing. The ball veered to his left, heading towards an open space devoid of defenders. Just as confusion enveloped the onlookers, a figure darted forth at lightning speed. He positioned himself before the slowly rolling ball without hesitation, raising his left foot. It was the forward Long Zay from Team B. Before him stood no defenders from Team A, and the angle for a shot was exceedingly favorable, a mere few yards away from the striking white goal. With just a slight adjustment, any competent forward could effortlessly send the ball into the net. Did he stand a chance? One of the central defenders from Team A, sprinting fervently, let out a roar as he executed a sliding tackle, resembling a sharpened sword as he propelled himself forward. Despite having lost sight of the forward from Team B, he managed to return to defense just in time, intercepting the shot on goal from Long Zay. Even as he arrived breathless, with unwavering determination, he committed himself fully, intent on bringing both the player and the ball down. As a professional footballer, certain situations during a match instinctively compel one to exert maximum effort, even if it is merely an intra-squad training match, and even if the opponent is a teammate. The spectators on the sidelines displayed faint expressions of reluctance, already envisioning the impact. Should the defender collide with Long Zay, despite his protective measures, it would surely result in pain. As the distance closed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Long Zay, lifting his foot high, deftly maneuvered the ball to the left, narrowly evading the rushing defender from Team A. His movement was swift, akin to a gust of wind, as he angled in at 45 degrees towards the goal. Chapter 122. Scoring, Part 2. Confronted by the goalkeeper, who eagerly spread his arms, Long Zay decisively lifted his foot and struck the ball with considerable force, sending it soaring. And Chi Xuan, the stalwart of the midfield defense, rushed forward at once, extending his leg with all his might, yet the ball's speed was too great. It darted away before his leg could fully extend. It was a rolling shot. The black and white ball, racing across the lush green pitch, hurtled towards the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of Team A made an astute judgment, leaping into action, his arms outstretched, miraculously managing to block the ball just before it crossed the white goal line. The white ball rebounded off the goalpost, then rolled at an angle towards the penalty area. It was simply astonishing. The audience, holding their breath on the sidelines, collectively exhaled in relief. Cui Huanbing, arms crossed, gently shook her head in disappointment at the spectacular shot thwarted by the valiant goalkeeper. However, in the next moment, her eyes brightened as she noticed a player clad in a green vest sprinting towards her, directly in line with the slowly rolling black and white ball on the field. It was another forward from Team B, who, after executing a brilliant assist, remained ever vigilant. After the goalkeeper of Team A heroically parried the ball, he charged forward with unyielding determination. The fallen goalkeeper of Team A quickly scrambled to his feet, arms outstretched, lunging towards the ball with fierce intent. To excel as an offensive player on Team B, one must first disrupt the ball before gaining possession. In another direction, Ji Hyun, who had failed to intercept, rose from the ground and sprinted forward with urgency. Similarly, another defender from Team A, deceived by Long Zay's faint shot, gritted his teeth and hastened to join the pursuit. For individuals, their eyes locked onto a single objective, aimed to propel the slowly rolling ball off the field. The distances between them and the ball varied, as did their speeds. The closest were the goalkeeper of Team A and the forward from Team B, with Ji Hyun trailing closely behind. Ji Hyun's pace quickened, showing signs of overtaking the two ahead. Despite Team B's initial advantage, speed was clearly not their forte. Even as he strained to sprint, the forward's pace began to wane, and the dynamics of the match could shift at any moment. A group of spectators at the sidelines watched intently, their hearts suspended in anticipation, completely captivated by the intense and charged atmosphere on the field. The allure of football lies in moments like this, where the unfolding events remain unpredictable. As the sprinting forward from Team B finally seized the ball, he lifted his foot intending to shoot. However, the goalkeeper from Team A, along with Ji Hyun and another central defender, charged in like wolves, completely obstructing his path to goal and rendering any attempt to break through futile. What would he do? The hearts of the spectators hung in the balance, instinctively swallowing hard, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. Would he concede the ball, or would he force a shot? Two monumental questions loomed in their minds. In the next moment, the forward from Team B provided an answer. All eyes remained glued to the scene, each heartbeat mirroring the tension in the air. The three defenders from Team A were hoped to intercept the ball at the feet of their opponent, while at the same time, there was a yearning for the forward from Team B to navigate the perilous situation and score a goal. Yet, they understood that the likelihood of success in such circumstances was exceedingly slim. as no one could elude defenders from all sides and score unless they were an extraordinary global superstar. Clearly, the forward from Team B did not fall into this category. As the distance between the group narrowed, just when everyone had lost faith in the forward from Team B, he deftly retreated, nudging the ball back slightly. Just before An Ji-hyun could pounce, he forcefully flicked the ball with his heel, sending the distinct black and white sphere rolling across the grass, eventually settling at the feet of Long Zae. An Ji-hyun, who had charged forward without hesitation, turned around to watch helplessly as the ball rolled to Long Zae's feet. At this moment, as the linchpin of the team, he found himself utterly powerless. A group of players standing at the edge of the field expressed their astonishment, realizing that the tide had turned against them. This goal was undoubtedly destined to occur. Indeed, Lungza did not squander this precious opportunity. With remarkable composure, he executed a deft shot that sent the starkly contrasting ball gliding over the lush green grass, seamlessly rolling into the white goal line. The referee's whistle sounded as expected. The ball had entered. He raised his hands high, signaling the validity of the goal. After 60 minutes of play, an unexpected breakthrough was made by Team B, who scored the first goal, securing a significant advantage. The players of Team B surged towards Team A's half, lifting their forward, Longza, high into the air. They erupted into cheers, their shouts echoing the release of pent-up emotions. On the soccer field, few triumphs are as exhilarating as overcoming an adversary, especially when that opponent is the formidable Team A, a powerhouse composed entirely of the team's primary players. They were merely substitutes, a group dismissed by all. Yet, against all odds, they had scored. The jubilant cheers persisted for an extended period, and no one could fathom their joy more profoundly than they could. In stark contrast, every member of Team A, including the midfield maestro, Che Zai, the swift winger, and the defensive stalwart, and Chi Xuan, stood with hands on hips or slumped on the grass, shaking their heads in helplessness, their faces etched with disappointment and frustration. This feeling was not unfamiliar to them. They had never experienced such a sensation in their training matches against substitute players. Never. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli surged into Team A's half, sharing the uncontainable joy of their teammates. After a stalemate lasting nearly 60 minutes, during which their team faced relentless assaults with little recourse, they finally managed to score a goal. This singular achievement not only shifted the dynamics of the match, but also elevated their spirits to unprecedented heights. In the ensuing game, these players were determined to exert every ounce of effort and employ every conceivable strategy to safeguard this precious goal until the final whistle. Victory was imperative today. Now, let us collectively strive to protect this invaluable goal and secure a triumph in this match, not merely to contend, but to ensure our victory. Guanggu proclaimed loudly. The players of Team B nodded vigorously in agreement, their spirits soaring as they followed Guanggu back to their half of the field. Standing at the edge of the pitch, Cui Xianbin observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, his eyes narrowing slightly. Team B's recent goal was a testament to exceptional teamwork, showcasing perfect coordination, from Guanggu's precise passing to the tactical arrangements, culminating in the selfless back pass executed by Team B's forward. It was an undeniable display of escalating brilliance. However, what often went unnoticed was that this goal was made possible solely due to the impeccably harmonious partnership of their central defenders. These two players, through their unwavering efforts, thwarted the opponent's relentless attacks, safeguarding their team's goal from breach. This fortitude afforded the beleaguered team B a chance to turn the tide in their favor. The performances of Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli have indeed surpassed the expectations of Cui Huanbing. The potential exhibited by these two athletes warrants a re-evaluation of their futures. Particularly, Lu Dongdong demonstrated a commanding presence during his confrontation with Team A's forward, Wang Long, displaying a composed defense and possessing surplus energy. He adeptly mitigated Yang Xingli's lapses, embodying the qualities of a defensive leader, traits not possessed by every center back. Even the late Li Dongjae lacked such capabilities. As for the current Nkitian, while he has always exhibited this characteristic, he still falls slightly short. He lacks a certain assertiveness, an undeniable control over the team's defensive line and his fellow center backs. However, Lu Dongdong appears to possess this invaluable trait, which could elevate a center back to the pinnacle of their position, perhaps even further. In the context of the Republic of Korea, exceptional midfield and forward players abound, with several achieving world-class status, each renowned for their remarkable abilities. Yet, when it comes to defenders, they seem to pale in comparison. Not only on a global scale, but throughout Korea, there are few defenders whose names readily come to mind. Can Lu Dongdong truly become such a person? In this moment, Cui Huanbin found himself contemplating many thoughts. As a football coach and a former member of the national youth team coaching staff, he possessed a broader perspective than most. The referee blew the whistle, signaling both teams to take their positions in preparation for the upcoming match. Cui Huanbin suddenly stepped forward, summoning Che Zai to his side. Leaning in, he whispered a few words, prompting Che Zai to raise his head, deep in thought. Chapter 123. Clash of Strengths. After exchanging a few words, Che Zai lifted his gaze, contemplatively glancing in the direction of Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli. Before sprinting towards his team's half, he approached forwards in Jinxiu and Wang Long, calling over the speedy winger, and quickly conveyed his thoughts. The three nodded in agreement. As the match commenced, Team A, having conceded a goal, kicked off first. The players of Team B, united in spirit and high morale, surged forward aggressively as soon as the whistle blew. Long Zhe, who had just scored, charged ahead with his forward partner, relentlessly pursuing the black and white ball. Regardless of which Team A player had possession, a swarm of B team players pressed forward, determined to deny any opportunity for their opponents to control the ball. The midfielders of Team B all retreated, forming an impenetrable wall. Seasoned players recognized that Team B was employing a defensive strategy to thwart Team A's fierce attacks, aiming to maintain their one-goal lead and secure victory in the midfield. "Give me the ball." Che Zai, the core of the midfield, suddenly sprinted forward, waving his arms and calling out loudly to his teammate in possession. Team A's player, caught between two forwards from Team B and nearly losing his balance, managed to poke the ball away just before falling. However, due to his precarious stance, the quality of the pass was poor and lacked power, causing the ball to roll slowly towards Che Zai, where it came to a halt a few meters away. Fortunately, all the midfielders from Team B had retreated, allowing Che Zai to conserve his energy as he turned and jogged a few meters to effortlessly claim the ball. Immediately, Long Zhe and his forward partner glued themselves to Che Zai, who responded calmly, demonstrating his adept ball control skills as he deftly maneuvered to avoid them and sent a precise long pass toward the B team's penalty area. The ball landed directly at Wang Long's feet. Lu Dongdong, tasked with marking him, stayed glued to his side, pressing closely against him. With arms outstretched and knees slightly bent, he incessantly harassed Wang Long. This irksome defensive technique had been imparted to him personally by Coach Ji on the verdant pitch. Having repeatedly savored the sweet fruits of success, Lu Dongdong has become increasingly adept at his craft. Wang Long, consumed by a seething resentment, gritted his teeth in frustration, yet dared not underestimate his opponent. Drawing upon his superior physical prowess, he braced himself against Lu Dongdong's forceful advance, using his chest to halt the ball's momentum before executing a feigned lateral strike. Subsequently, he surged forward with accelerated speed, leveraging his physical strength to swiftly dart towards the flanks. Lu Dongdong felt a tinge of confusion in his heart. However, as the center back tasked with monitoring the opposing striker, he promptly set off without hesitation. He sprinted alongside Wang Long towards the sidelines. At that moment, a speedy winger with a mane of golden hair surged toward Lu Dongdong like a gust of wind. The B team's fullback, responsible for defending against him, trailed closely behind, but, due to his sluggish pace, was left several paces behind. Lu Dongdong immediately discerned Wang Long's scheme. However, he found himself powerless, gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength to intercept the ball from beneath Wang Long's feet. Yet, Wang Long offered him no opportunity, employing his physicality to firmly obstruct Lu Dongdong, diligently guarding the ball at his feet. As he maintained his position, a swift player surged past him along the sidelines. With a swift flick of his foot, he launched the black and white ball backward, sending it rolling out from between Lu Dongdong's legs and beyond the goal line. The speedy player, akin to a gust of wind, darted forward instantly. With his remarkable pace, he had ample time to gain control of the ball before it slipped out of bounds. The moment the ball rolled between Lu Dongdong's legs, he instinctively weighed his options and, without a moment's hesitation, pivoted and sprinted forward. The opposing player's speed was formidable. If he did not intercept immediately, the swift player could effortlessly cut inside, leaving the outcome uncertain. As for Wang Long, whom he was tasked to mark, that responsibility would have to be entrusted to the fullback trailing behind. It was all or nothing. Come, let us engage in this duel and see if I can withstand your prowess. I am fully aware of your strength, yet this time, I shall not concede defeat. I will not grant you the opportunity to breach my defense, nor will I allow you to pass that ball from beneath your feet. Lu Dongdong suddenly charged towards the rapid winger, lowering his center of gravity, arms outstretched and knees slightly bent, adopting a stance typical of a defensive player. His unwavering gaze was fixed intently on the face of the speedy winger, exuding an aura of formidable confidence that emanated from his very being. The winger deftly controlled the ball at his feet, his movements swift and unpredictable, rendering it nearly impossible to anticipate his next action. Thanks to Lu Dongdong's timely interception, the winger was denied the opportunity to surge directly down the flank. The trailing fullback hastened to advance, instinctively racing towards the encroaching Wang Long in the penalty area. The physical contest between Lu and Wang was of an entirely different caliber, should a high ball be lofted into the box at that moment. Wang Long, with his impressive leap and formidable physicality, stood a significant chance of effortlessly heading the ball into the net. The only entity capable of thwarting this scenario was Lu Dongdong. If he could successfully intercept the ball from the winger, such an outcome would be averted. However, the winger's breakthrough was currently the sharpest in the entire team. A force to be reckoned with in the K2 League, and certainly not a mere pretender to greatness, Lu Dongdong, merely a substitute player, was not regarded as capable of halting his opponent. Even though his performance had been commendable since the match commenced, the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. Rookie, I know what you are most eager to do right now, but let me tell you, that is merely a dream. Do not think it possible. Even if Jae-hyun were standing before me, he would undoubtedly be unable to stop me. Lu Dongdong wore a stoic expression, entirely unresponsive and unmoved. In his mind at that moment, there resided but a single thought: to intercept the ball at the feet of the speedy winger. On the verdant pitch, he had long since embraced the training imparted by Coach G. Understanding that the words just spoken by the winger were nothing more than a ploy to disrupt his mental focus, mere drivel intended to provoke. A seasoned professional would never allow the trivial utterances of an opponent to sway his emotions. Moreover, he was no novice to such tactics and would certainly not fall for such ruses. The incessant chatter from the winger, realizing that Lu Dongdong remained utterly unfazed, quickly deduced that her words had failed to penetrate his composure. As she spoke until her throat was dry, a flicker of frustration crossed her face. Had she grown weary? If fatigue was the issue, then action was required. Her teammates had already surged forward. Surely she wouldn't lack the confidence to breach his defenses. Resorting instead to this barrage of meaningless words. Suddenly breaking his silence, Lu Dongdong fixed his gaze intently on the winger, closely monitoring the subtle shifts in her shoulders. In one-on-one defense, a mature player never focuses on the ball at the opponent's feet. Rather, he observes the trajectory of their body movements. To alter speed or direction, the first sign of change would invariably manifest in the shoulders, a lesson ingrained in him by his coach's whispered words on the pitch. The winger, having spewed forth a torrent of words, found her mood dampened further when Lu Dongdong directly retorted, igniting her ire. She was the brightest star of the youthful team, while her current adversary was merely a novice who had recently joined, having shamefully succumbed to her in their first training match. How dare this upstart speak to her with such audacity? It was intolerable, not only for an ordinary person, but even more so for the proud and rebellious winger. Mark my words, you will regret what you just said. She seethed through clenched teeth, her eyes fixated on Lu Dongdong. I shall surpass you in the most humiliating and disgraceful manner, ensuring that everyone remembers this day, the day you foolishly attempted to mark me. You will forever recall today. I will be the indomitable force you can never overcome. The chasm between our abilities is one you shall never bridge. Her words flowed forth in a relentless stream, her anger escalating with each utterance, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. You are truly insufferable. If your skills were as formidable as your tongue, I might feel a tinge of apprehension. However, a genuinely skilled player understands that engaging in verbal sparring with an opponent is utterly futile, for they recognize the complete lack of significance in such exchanges. Lu Dongdong muttered sarcastically, "You little rascal, you truly regard yourself as above all else. Do you even realize who you are addressing with such words?" The cavalry on the flank seethed with fury. "Have you finished speaking? What if you haven't? Do you wish to confront me? You insolent brat. You are utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world." Lu Dongdong's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile as he fixed his gaze upon the swift horseman at the flank and remarked, "I have no desire to harm you. I merely wish to convey that should you finish your words, I shall seize the ball beneath your feet." Upon uttering the final syllable, Lu Dongdong glared at one of the horseman's legs and, in an instant, stepped forward, inserting himself between the swift horseman's legs. As he executed his maneuver, he shifted his body laterally, using his shoulder to collide with the horseman. His actions served two purposes. First, to directly snatch the ball away from beneath the horseman's feet. Second, should this attempt fail, to leverage his physical advantage to block the horseman's path to advance. Regardless of whether the swift horseman chose to confront him or evade, the outcome remained inevitable: defeat. Standing before the horseman, endowed with height and long limbs, Lu Dongdong possessed an undeniable strength advantage, rendering the diminutive and slender horseman utterly outmatched. Furthermore, even if the horseman exhibited remarkable agility and quick footwork, evasion from Lu Dongdong's shoulder charge was an impossibility unless the opponent possessed superhuman abilities to vanish in an instant. This technique is famously recognized on the football field as the most effective yet merciless maneuver. The ball may pass, but the player certainly cannot. With the horseman's frail physique, a mere impact would likely result in excruciating pain, although somewhat ruthless towards a teammate in the realm of football. Each individual must exert their utmost effort and employ every permissible tactic within the bounds of the game. Such is the unforgiving nature of football. My apologies. Lu Dongdong silently chanted a phrase, his movements devoid of any hesitation. As the two figures were on the brink of collision, the flank horse, rooted in place and bearing an expression of astonishment, suddenly veered to the left with a swift motion. In Lu Dongdong's ears, the triumphant voice of the swift flank horse immediately resonated. "Novice, you've fallen for my trick. Do you really think that a few casual retorts would provoke my ire? You underestimate me. I am a formidable contender for the title of best player in the K2 League. Do you grasp what it means to possess the prowess of a superstar?" The swift flank horse, brimming with self-satisfaction, halted his lateral movement abruptly. With a deft touch, he propelled the ball forward and surged ahead with remarkable speed, leaving Lu Dongdong trailing behind. What renders the swift flank horse most formidable is his unparalleled velocity. Once he accelerates, there is scarcely anyone in the entire team, let alone the K2 League, capable of keeping pace with him. Lu Dongdong's defensive lapse granted him a clear path towards Team B's penalty area and the goal itself, a mere dozen meters away, easily traversable within seconds. At that moment, he could either pass or take a shot himself, with no one capable of hindering his advance. "Rookie, how audacious of you to think you can stop me." A smug smile adorned the face of the speedy winger, yet as his toes made contact with the rolling ball, that expression vanished, replaced by a visage of intense concentration. As a prominent star in the K2 League, Lu's brash and flamboyant character, alongside his exceptional dedication to the game and remarkable football prowess, are the primary reasons for his successful career and the adoration of countless fans. He never underestimates any opponent. The arrogance he displays is merely a facade, designed to disorient his rivals. Today, Lu Dongdong vividly experienced this moment, albeit at the cost of conceding a goal. In the very next second after his toes grazed the ball, the winger struck it with tremendous force, fueled by his unwavering confidence. His speed was such that even if the ball strayed several meters beyond his control, he could swiftly chase it down and regain possession. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ball, propelled by his kick, rolled swiftly outward, but after merely 2 rotations, it suddenly lifted into the air due to an unexpected bump in the lush green turf. The winger was caught off guard, for such occurrences are rare on the professional football pitch. Prepared and sprinting at full speed, he momentarily hesitated. Otherwise, he would have barreled past the ball. Once he adjusted, with his toes curling back to draw the slightly trailing ball closer, one foot unexpectedly scraped against the grass, capturing his attention. In his line of sight, the bouncing ball was abruptly jabbed away. This strike was powerful, his broad foot fully connecting with the ball, altering its trajectory and sending it hurtling towards the goal line, rolling out of the field. At the instant the ball soared away, a patch of turf was dislodged, soaring into the air. Inside Team B's penalty area, the 18 players, who had been briskly weaving about in anticipation, abruptly halted, their faces reflecting a tinge of regret. The winger's breakthrough had been nothing short of spectacular. Yet the only lament was the exceptional performance of the defender assigned to him. Unexpectedly, a rookie player, after conceding a goal due to an opponent's breakthrough, remained remarkably composed and executed a timely sliding tackle, thereby redeeming his earlier mistake. Due to issues of distance and perspective, observers failed to notice that the reason Lu Dongdong was able to thwart the swift kick from the flanking player was not solely attributed to his quick reflexes, but also significantly owed to the slightly elevated grass beneath him. It was indeed a stroke of luck today. Lu Dongdong rose from the turf, brushing off his hands, now soiled with mud and blades of grass, his expression revealing a lingering sense of trepidation. He gazed at the slightly raised surface of the grass, shifting his focus to the face of the flanking player. whose countenance bore a deep frown. This time, having encountered an unexpected event that rarely occurs, he missed a brilliant opportunity for a breakthrough and a spectacular goal, which would dampen the spirits of any player. Their eyes met, and Lu Dongdong managed an awkward grin, eliciting a few chuckles. The flanking player, however, remained stoic, snorting in annoyance, and in response to the reminder for a corner kick, turned away in frustration, striding toward the area in front of the penalty box. For a player of shorter stature, contesting headers amidst towering teammates and opponents within the penalty area was evidently a thankless endeavor. Standing outside the box, there might still be a chance to seize a ball that could be cleared. Chapter 125, The Mysterious Player. Lu Dongdong made his way back into the penalty area, where Guanggu and Yang Xingli approached him in succession. They exchanged fist bumps and shoulder taps, commending his recent defensive efforts. Lu Dongdong simply nodded slightly, promptly casting aside all that had transpired moments ago. On the pitch, as a professional footballer, one must instantly forget both the triumphs and tribulations, focusing solely on the present moment. This was a lesson imparted by Coach Ji. Following a previous critical blunder on the field, standing at the sidelines, Cui Xianbing crossed his arms, silently observing Lu Dongdong. He had witnessed every detail of the incident unfold, even the minuscule hesitation following the swift breakthrough along the flank. While the distance prevented him from discerning that the uneven turf had played a role, he was acutely aware that luck had undeniably influenced Lu Dongdong's defensive effort this time around. Nonetheless, in the recent contest, if evaluated on a scale from 1 to 10, he would assign Lu Dongdong an impressive score of 8. Throughout the match, Lu exhibited the quintessential qualities of an exceptional center back: composure and poise. He disregarded the taunts from the opposing winger and, after conceding a goal, promptly turned and fell to the ground, leveraging his height and long legs to execute a timely slide tackle, sending the ball out of play. Without such acute focus, even the most fortuitous circumstances would not have salvaged the situation. However, Cui Xianbing distinctly recalled that Lu Dongdong had previously earned the ire of coach Cui Shizhao due to his failure to immediately chase back after conceding a goal, instead standing bewildered and motionless. Such nuances, these instinctive reactions, reflect the professionalism of a footballer, qualities that cannot be transformed overnight. Yet today, it appeared that Lu Dongdong's response was in stark contrast to his past performance, had merely a week not elapsed. One would scarcely believe that such a significant transformation could occur within a single individual. Lu Dongdong, what kind of player are you truly? Is it merely an act of playing the fool to catch the wise? However, throughout the training sessions over the past week, aside from his commendable performance on the first and second days regarding through balls and aerial duels, Lu Dongdong has exhibited a rather naive aspect in other areas. Such shortcomings cannot escape the keen eye of an experienced football coach, and Cui Xianbing is no exception. What kind of player could he be? Could it be that he possesses remarkable learning abilities, hindered only by inadequate prior training, leaving him with insufficient opportunities to showcase his talents? Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to make such significant progress in just a week upon joining the club. Cui Xianbing fixed his unwavering gaze on the focused Lu Dongdong, unable to conceive any other possibilities. Even if he racked his brain, he could never imagine that Lu Dongdong, upon arriving in Korea, would suddenly awaken to an advanced football training system, continually evolving and improving during his sleep. Chapter 126, A Desperate Situation Under the Referee's Directive. The chaotic penalty area began to stabilize somewhat. Standing at the left corner kick spot, Che Zai observed, expressionless, the teammates and B-team defenders darting about in the box. He discreetly exchanged a glance with Wang Long. Lu Dongdong, closely positioned beside Wang Long, followed Che Zai's gaze, tilting his head slightly to glance at Wang Long. He was half a head shorter than Wang Long and slightly inferior in physical confrontations. However, thanks to the training regimen established by Cui Xianbing and the earnest teachings from Coach Ji on the pitch during this period, he felt absolutely confident in his ability to claim the header, as long as Che Zai dared to deliver the ball towards Wang Long's head. He had complete faith in his capacity to clear it away. As a tall center back, failing to assert any aerial dominance would truly be a squander of his physical attributes. Once the referee's whistle blew, the previously still players in the box sprang into action. Some rushed towards the near post, others to the far post, while others broke away from their markers, leaping into the air. Some resorted to underhanded tactics, tugging at the attacking players' jerseys, forcibly dragging them to the ground. It could only be described in 4 words: utter chaos. Lu Dongdong and Wang Long remained unaffected by the surrounding turmoil. Lu Dongdong leaped ahead of Wang Long, taking flight before his teammate could ascend. He snapped his head back, directing it forcefully towards the approaching ball. His defensive maneuvers, both in terms of timing and positioning, had far surpassed those of Wang Long, displaying a near-total dominance. Today, facing off against a pillar-like center forward, he had amassed enough experience that would serve as invaluable knowledge for future encounters with similar strikers. Lu Dongdong's height was already remarkable, and this time, he leapt even higher, seemingly exerting all his strength. However, to his astonishment, the ball from the vehicle, just as it was about to collide with his head, unexpectedly veered upwards, brushing against his scalp, before rapidly descending and landing in the lower right corner of the goal. Lu Dongdong found himself suspended in midair, executing a backward turn in perfect unison with Wang Long, who had leapt just a moment later. They both anticipated the ball would soar directly out of bounds. Yet to their astonishment, the black and white sphere ascended before plummeting rapidly, landing squarely in the lower right corner of the goal. At that precise moment, a figure surged forth. Leaning forward, and with his head thrust forward, collided forcefully with the spinning ball. It was Jinxiu, a forward who possessed both speed and skill, complemented by commendable physical attributes, albeit lacking in height and strength. All the tall players within the penalty area completely missed the ball, which was unexpectedly seized by Jinxiu, granting him a rare opportunity for a header. This is disastrous. Yang Xingli, hastily pursuing, covered his face in disbelief, unable to fathom that a mere moment of distraction had inflicted such a grievous blow upon his team. However, he was already several meters away from Jinxiu, rendered powerless to intervene, and could only watch in dismay. At that instant, the collective breath of the crowd was held in suspense. Chapter 127. Serendipity. In that moment, everyone held their breath, twisting their necks or peering up from the ground, the spectators on the sidelines fixated intently, silently observing as the ball departed from Jinxiu's head, accelerating swiftly toward the goal, aimed at the lower right corner. That was the dead angle of the goal. Unless a goalkeeper was stationed there in advance, no goalkeeper could possibly save the ball at that moment. The ball hurtled directly toward the dead angle on the right side of the goal. Among the throng in the penalty area, including the onlooking players at the field's edge, none believed anyone could thwart this impending goal. Yet, in the next heartbeat, to everyone's astonishment, a figure unexpectedly emerged, leaping forth. With the white goalkeeper gloves adorning his hands, he managed to deflect the black and white ball that had nearly crossed the white goal line. Wow! Expressions of disbelief washed over the faces of all present. They had scarcely acknowledged the goalkeeper of Team B, yet in this pivotal moment, he miraculously thwarted what seemed an inevitable goal. Stop dawdling, clear the ball. The goalkeeper, having descended from the air, landed heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. The previously stunned players, whether from Team B or Team A, suddenly snapped back to reality. Yes, the ball had not yet gone out of bounds. There remained a chance to score. Indeed, the ball had not yet crossed the line, and the danger was far from averted. A throng of individuals, wild and eager, raced towards the direction of the ball that had tumbled away like a runaway sphere. Yet, amidst this chaos, a figure surged ahead with swiftness surpassing theirs. Not tall in stature, clad in a green vest, her face bore an intense focus, her eyes radiating a fierce confidence. She was fixated on the ball that had soared high from the grass, embodying an unwavering determination to seize it. It was Jinxiu, an exceptional forward. The instant the goalkeeper deflected the ball, she maintained her unwavering concentration and charged forward. This was the hallmark of a skilled forward. Until the ball had fully crossed the white net and the referee's whistle had sounded, she would never relinquish hope, never forfeit any opportunity. This is mine. It must be mine. Within her, a fervent blaze seemed to erupt, enveloping her entirely, then converging upon her elevated right foot, as if the fire itself ignited her shot, threatening to melt the ball and incinerate the net into ashes. Her foot, poised high, descended with great velocity, her toes aimed directly at the ball. This strike transcended a mere shot. It was infused with the formidable belief that Jinxiu possessed as an outstanding forward. Go forth. Let everyone witness my prowess. The back of her foot struck the ball with tremendous force, causing the black and white sphere to scream forth. All players of Team A beamed with a glimmer of hope, their eyes reflecting an immense confidence in the scoring potential of this shot. Meanwhile, Team B's players appeared despondent. Even the goalkeeper who had valiantly parried the ball moments earlier, for while he might excel once, he could never repeatedly thwart the inevitable goals destined for the net. In the goalkeeper's gaze lingered a hint of trepidation, yet he clenched his jaw tightly, extended his arms, and leapt towards the direction he had anticipated. In the next moment, regret washed over him, for he realized that Ingenio's shot was not only exceedingly swift, but also veered far from the path he had predicted. Deceived by her technique, the ball soared directly towards the goal, heading for an unguarded net. This shot was undoubtedly a goal. Did the ball go in? It must have. That was the conviction shared by every individual, every player, despite some unwilling to witness or accept it. Yet, facts remain immutable and no one can alter them. No. That ball will never enter the net. Absolutely not. The thoughts of everyone resonated with remarkable uniformity, with one exception, Lu Dongdong. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted fervently, collapsing to the ground to extend his foot just as the ball was set in motion. This sudden emergence of a foot was akin to a thunderclap in a clear sky, striking the hearts of all present in an instant. Every pair of eyes widened, including that of Ingenio, who had kicked the ball. They stood, transfixed, as the ball was emphatically struck by the broad sole, akin to being hit by a swiftly swung baseball bat, tracing a luminous arc as it soared away, high beyond the boundary of the field. With a thud against the grass, Lu Dongdong, having flown several meters, rose from the ground. The referee's whistle echoed in his ears as he waved his arm decisively toward Team B's goal, signaling without hesitation that it was a throw-in. Ingenio silently observed Lu Dongdong pass by, astonished that this seemingly inexperienced rookie could repeatedly thwart their team's lethal advances. He had even coldly denied a shot that was all but guaranteed to score, facing an open goal. How infuriating. However, the only solace was that this outstanding center back, who was shining brightly, was indeed his teammate. Ingenio cast a deep glance at Lu Dongdong, whose expression was impassive, but suddenly a smile broke through. Then, under the direction of his comrades, he left the bewildered Lu Dongdong behind and turned to sprint toward the boundary of the field. Lu Dongdong gazed intently at the receding silhouette of Ingenio, who was gradually distancing herself with a slow gait, a visage marked by perplexity and confusion. Just moments ago, he had thwarted her seemingly inevitable goal, and at this very instant, one would expect her heart to brim with indignation towards him, even if she felt no anger. Her countenance should not betray a smile. What on earth was happening? Although Lu Dongdong's passport declared him to be 19 years old, he was, in fact, only 17. And he remained oblivious to the fact that his remarkable performance had earned him the genuine recognition of a key player on the team. Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong. Guanggu called out loudly several times before Lu Dongdong finally turned back. Hurry back to the penalty area. They are about to take a throw-in. Focus and do not lose your concentration. Guanggu admonished sternly, his expression grave. Lu Dongdong suddenly realized, nodding his head as he cast a glance at the A-team's player stationed at the boundary line, responsible for the free kick. He hurriedly dashed towards the penalty area behind him. As he passed by Guanggu, he noticed Guanggu giving him a thumbs up, his previously stern expression transforming into a smile. Your performance just now was remarkable. Keep it up, but do not let pride overwhelm you. Understood, Guang team. Lu Dongdong was somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned, before nodding vigorously and sprinting back into the penalty area like a gust of wind. A boundless energy radiated from him, accompanied by an overwhelming confidence. As a professional player, nothing exhilarated him more than earning the recognition of his teammates, aside from excelling on the field. Bring on the tempest. In the 75th minute, Team B was awarded a corner kick. All the tall players, including Lu Dongdong, made their way into the AQ's penalty area. Securing another goal would seal the match today. Che Zai and Inkihian exchanged a few words and waved to Choi Hyunbin, who stood at the sidelines. Having already been alerted, Choi Hyunbin promptly nodded and signaled to the two substitutes who had completed their warm-up to enter the field. The two A-team players currently on the pitch, Wang Long, a towering striker, and a midfielder, also approached the sidelines. Both sides exchanged handshakes and embraces, completing the substitution ritual. Lu Dongdong, if you fail to claim the first touch, return immediately to defend. The two newly substituted players are both speedy forwards. They likely intend to exploit a counterattack against us. Guanggu approached Lu Dongdong, leaned in close to whisper a few words, then turned and evaded the player marking him. Sprinting toward the opposite side of the penalty area, Lu Dongdong turned his head, squinting his eyes as he glanced at the two substitute players who had just entered the field, stationed just outside the penalty area. His long legs propelled him forward, sprinting with a speed that, while commendable among his peers, paled in comparison to the rapidity of agile attacking players, such as the swift wingers. Should the opposing team gain possession of the ball, they could easily outpace him. It would be a lamentable misfortune if they were to score and equalize the game. He raised his arm subtly, signaling to his teammate at the corner kick, then swiftly maneuvered away from the A-team defender shadowing him, mimicking Guangu's movements as he dashed toward the opposite flank. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the B-team player, responsible for the set piece, keenly assessed the situation in the penalty area before decisively launching the ball high into the air. Chaos erupted within the box, bodies colliding and falling. Yet despite B-team's preparedness, the A-team, composed of seasoned players, maintained their composure and dominated the situation. In Chi Xian, the defensive linchpin, rose above the fray to head the ball clear of the penalty area. Ready and waiting, Che Zizai surged forward, executing a series of deft bicycle kick feints to evade the approaching B-team defenders before decisively passing the ball laterally to the flanks. Chapter 128. Still fortunate. The newly substituted player for the A-team, upon receiving the ball, sprinted eagerly towards the center of the field. As a fresh entrant, his stamina was abundant compared to the fatigued players who had battled for 70 minutes. Within mere seconds, he left several B-team defenders in his wake, storming into B-team's half like a gust of wind. With hair whipping in the breeze, he raced forward, only to be met head-on by Guangu, who swiftly positioned himself to block the advancing attack. The A-team player attempted a few feints, but upon realizing Guangu was unperturbed, he decisively redirected the ball. The stark black and white ball returned to Che Zizai, who occupied a central position on the field. Lu Dongdong, a towering figure, returned just in time to see Che Zizai. Now only a step away, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged to reclaim possession. However, as the core midfielder of the team, Che Zizai was not so easily dispossessed. With a deft flick of his foot, he guided the ball effortlessly to his other foot, lowering his center of gravity and adopting a poised stance, ready to sprint. Lu Dongdong, undeterred, extended a foot once more, at which point a resounding roar echoed in his ears. Do not concern yourself with the ball beneath your feet. Hasten back at once. Lu Dongdong hesitated briefly, retracting his half-extended foot, and, without a backward glance, sprinted towards his designated defensive zone. Watching Lu Dongdong's rapidly receding figure, Che Zai inwardly lamented the missed opportunity, but maintained his original stance, adhering to the predetermined strategy. With a powerful kick, he sent the ball soaring into the air, propelling it toward the left flank of the field. There, a player, whose legs pumped furiously as if pedaling a bicycle, was sprinting at breakneck speed. The onlookers could not discern his face, but they vividly remembered his striking yellow hair. The swift player on the flank slightly lifted his foot, effortlessly controlling the ball that descended from above while maintaining his blistering pace. In the next moment, he abruptly halted, causing the B-team's tenacious left back, who had been sprinting with gritted teeth, to rush past him. The B-team's defender was taken by surprise by this sudden maneuver and quickly attempted to break, turning awkwardly to retreat. However, how could the formidable flank player, known throughout the K2 League for instilling dread in opposing teams, let such a golden opportunity slip away? Before the B-team's left back could re-establish his position, the player deftly executed a lateral cut, driving the ball towards the B-team's penalty area, leaving his opponent with nothing but a glimpse of his retreating figure. The formidable adversary, akin to a razor-sharp blade, surged forward with unparalleled speed. Lu Dongdong, being the closest, had no choice but to hesitate for a mere second before swiftly abandoning his mark, the newly introduced team forward, and advancing with purpose. If he did not promptly cover, given the flank player's prowess, it would become increasingly difficult to thwart the opponent should they penetrate the small box. With options to either pass or shoot, his judgment proved astute, and his timing impeccable, as he positioned himself directly in front of the menacing flank player at the edge of the penalty area. Lu Dongdong chose not to act impulsively. His feet were positioned slightly apart, which served a dual purpose. It could thwart the rapid advances of the opposing winger attempting a forceful breakthrough, and simultaneously prevent them from passing the ball to the forward left behind in his wake. He was acutely aware that the strategy was fraught with peril. Yet he believed that if he could obstruct the winger for just a few seconds, his teammate, the fullback, would have the opportunity to reposition and provide support. This would effectively neutralize the winger's incisive attack, rendering it futile. "Rookie, it's you again. Do you think you can stop me?" The winger, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze on Lu Dongdong and proceeded to unleash a barrage of taunts. In this team, and throughout the entire K2 League, there is not a single defender capable of containing me. Just now, it was merely your luck, nothing more than that. Lu Dongdong, as before, remained silent, Yet his once anxious heart had considerably eased. His intention was not to seize the ball at the feet of the galloping winger, but rather to afford his teammates precious moments to regroup defensively. The more the winger reveled in her exuberance, the more it aligned with his own desires. Young lad, do you dare to admit it? Your ability to block the ball is purely a stroke of luck. You have stumbled upon sheer serendipity, leading everyone to believe you have successfully thwarted my advance. You ought to express your gratitude to me. For this unexpected turn of events has transformed everyone's perception of you, now viewing you as a master of concealed prowess. Lu Dongdong slightly furrowed her brows. As a newcomer who had just joined the team, gaining the recognition of her teammates was undoubtedly a coveted aspiration. Hearing the winger's taunt at this moment inevitably stirred her emotions. However, as this thought flickered through her mind, Lu Dongdong quickly became alert. Discerning that this was undoubtedly a trap, an intentional ploy by the winger to disrupt her focus. Indeed, no sooner had the words left the winger's lips than he noticed the subtle shift in Lu Dongdong's expression and flashed a grin, revealing his teeth in a triumphant smile. You've fallen for it. With a swift motion, the winger nudged the ball forward, sending it rolling ahead. Lu Dongdong reacted promptly, closing her feet together. Yet she was still a fraction too slow. Fortunately, just before the ball completely passed through her legs, it struck her heel, altering both its speed and direction. Though the change was slight, it was more than sufficient for a professional player like Lu Dongdong, who was entirely focused on the game. She spun around with remarkable agility, her arms swinging back and slightly widening to occupy more space, using her back to thwart the winger's aggressive advance. As anticipated, a mere 0.1 seconds later, she felt a powerful impact against her back. The force was considerable, yet for the tall Lu Dongdong, who had channeled all her training efforts into building strength on the soccer field, it was well within her capacity to withstand. At the moment of collision, her arms, which had been trailing downwards, instinctively retracted along her spine, effectively blocking the winger's attempt to dart past her. It was akin to a fish thrashing futilely in a tightly sealed net. No matter how hard it struggled, escape was utterly futile. The winger was thoroughly thwarted, and the A-team's forward, who had been left behind by Lu Dongdong, swiftly charged toward the rolling ball. As noted by Guanggu, compared to Wang Long's clumsiness, this forward was remarkably swift. Though he could not rival the winger's speed, he matched that of Jinsi. However, despite his speed, the distance between Lu Dongdong and the ball was still too great. He managed to stretch out his foot and poke the ball towards his own goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, having just made a significant save, did not succumb to the kind of blunders often seen in the top 10 worst moments of soccer videos. Instead, he effortlessly secured the ball, leaving the A-team's forwards to retreat in defeat to their own half. Curse it, you scoundrel! A patch of turf was kicked into the air, and the speedster on the flank, adorned with a mane of golden hair, stomped his feet in frustration. His entire countenance could be described as an embodiment of profound discontent. Rookie, you can't possibly rely on luck every single time. The flank's swift steed lifted his head, glaring at Lu Dongdong through the air, his eyes seemingly ablaze with impending fury. Lu Dongdong's emotions were profoundly intricate. Although successfully thwarting a lethal offensive from Team A was undeniably a source of elation, it must be acknowledged that this particular defense was heavily reliant on fortune. The occurrence of such serendipitous events, happening twice in succession, would be sufficient to infuriate any offensive player, especially one as headstrong and brash as a swift winger. What could Lu Dongdong possibly say? Nothing at all, for he found himself in a predicament. He was not only an adversary on the field to the swift winger, but also a teammate within the same club. Moreover, as a newly joined member of the team, he was acutely aware that the winger, a seasoned veteran with a remarkable track record, commanded respect. Thus, both emotionally and rationally, he opted for discretion. Instinctively, he shrugged his shoulders and raised his hands, offering a resigned expression in response. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the fiery and brash winger misinterpreted this gesture as contempt, indifference, and provocation, causing a surge of rage to erupt within him. You scoundrel! Don't think that just because you thwarted my 2 attacks by sheer luck, you can act as if you are invincible. You are merely a raw rookie, and I could easily obliterate you at any moment. In a sudden burst of fury, the winger charged towards Lu Dongdong, forcefully shoving him with both hands. Lu Dongdong was caught off guard, stumbling back 3 steps. Before he could utter a word, Yang Shengli and others swiftly surged forward, shielding him behind them. This sudden turn of events on the court immediately captured the attention of everyone present. prompting several players from Team A to rush toward the position of the aggressive player. The match, which was poised to proceed normally, was abruptly halted. Standing at the edge of the court, Chui Xianbing crossed his arms, his brow furrowing with concern. Incidents of violence on the court were not uncommon, with various underlying causes. However, such occurrences during a training match within the team could have serious implications, particularly for team cohesion. Chapter 129, Conflict, Part 1. The current situation was particularly alarming, as the assistant coach, despite standing on the sidelines, was blatantly disregarded by some who resorted to physical confrontation. This was a direct challenge to the coach's authority. Yet, the unfolding scenario was still in its nascent stages. He chose not to intervene immediately, opting instead to observe quietly with a furrowed brow. Players from both teams gathered, encircling Lu Dongdong and the aggressive player. Perhaps due to their thwarted offensive attempts, Team A's players were brimming with pent-up frustration. The provocative demeanor of the aggressive player, marked by a blatant disregard for others, ignited the anger of Team B, transforming the previous attempts at mediation into shoving and accusations, with the atmosphere thickening with tension. The prospect of a full-blown altercation loomed ominously. Enough. Are you all simply looking for trouble? A figure strode forward, extending robust arms to forcefully push aside those blocking the way. Some, unwilling to back down, attempted to retort, only to realize it was the team's midfield linchpin and captain, Che Zai. Their anger instantly crystallized into submission as they averted their gaze, resembling meek rabbits before his fierce countenance. And Qi Xian, a stalwart defender of the team, swiftly joined Che Zai, aiding in dispersing the agitated players. As key players and stars of the team, their value and authority were undeniable, commanding respect that no player would dare defy. This exemplified the unwritten rules of the locker room. Though Guanggu was infuriated, as a seasoned player, he was acutely aware of the appropriate course of action. Under the leadership of Che Zai and Qi Xian, he too stepped forward to pacify the disgruntled members of Team B, effectively diffusing the tense atmosphere. Yet, the aggressive player remained relentless, glaring at Lu Dongdong and incessantly taunting him. Enough. Do you wish to be directly suspended by Coach Chui? Regardless of the luck involved. Every time Lu Dongdong let go of the ball, it was executed flawlessly, without a hint of foul play. If you are dissatisfied, seek to regain your dignity through your performance on the football field in the forthcoming matches, rather than sulking here and making a spectacle of yourself, Karzai admonished sternly. The talented and audacious speedster, known for his defiant temperament, stood out as one of the leading stars of the youth team, commanding respect among his peers. However, in the presence of Karzai, the captain, his popularity and prowess were eclipsed, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Faced with Karzai's stern reprimand, the indignant Lu Dongdong shot a glare but promptly lowered his head in submission. The tumultuous episode came to a definitive close. Do not lose focus. The match is still in progress, Karzai bellowed, turning to survey the players surrounding him. The athletes from both teams exchanged glances before gradually dispersing. Karzai, accompanied by Qi Xuan, led the speedster away. As they approached the center circle, he cast a glance toward Choi Hyunbin, who stood at the sidelines with arms crossed, offering a subtle nod. Choi Hyunbin reciprocated with a slight nod of acknowledgement. Chapter 130, The Conflict, Part 2. Choi Hyunbin, having returned the nod, cast a meaningful look at the speedster before shifting his gaze toward the awaiting referee, signaling for the match to resume. As the disturbance had been nipped in the bud, the referee refrained from penalizing either the speedster or Lu Dongdong, instead delivering verbal warnings to both parties. The sharp sound of the whistle echoed, and the match resumed. Initially, a minor play belonging to Team A was now attributed to the speedster, resulting in a change of possession back to Team B. Do not dwell on it. Physical confrontations are commonplace on the field. The speedster's nature is simply that way, and it will pass in due time. There is no malice intended. When the time comes to defend, do not overthink it. Just continue to perform as you have been. Guanggu reassured Lu Dongdong softly before turning and jogging towards the midfield position. Lu Dongdong watched as the silhouette of Guanggu gradually receded, turning his head to exchange a knowing nod with Yang Shengli, who stood on the opposite side. Setting aside all distracting thoughts, they immersed themselves entirely in the match. The forward of Team B surged past the midfielders of Team A, and just as another player from Team A approached him, he deftly nudged the ball to the left with the tip of his foot, delivering it to his partner, Longza. Longza skillfully controlled the ball at his feet. Confronted by Qi Xuan, who stood with arms outstretched and knees slightly bent in a defensive stance. He chose not to initiate a forceful dribble. The opponent before him possessed ample match experience and exceptional skill. He was not confident in his chances in a one-on-one duel. At this moment, he was still 10 meters away from Team A's penalty area, and having just maneuvered to receive his teammate's pass, he had been forced to retreat towards the sidelines. The angle and position for a shot were far from ideal. Should he attempt to strike, there was a significant risk of sending the ball soaring into the air or being easily caught by Team A's goalkeeper. Currently, Team B held a slender lead of 1 goal, and without a prime opportunity at hand. It would be unwise to squander their chance at a shot or relinquish possession they had fought hard to secure. Realizing this, Longza refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead choosing to gently flick the ball back and forth between his feet, deliberately consuming time to allow his teammates the opportunity to advance and support him. As the backbone of the youthful squad, Chi Xuan had accumulated nearly 100 matches, and he possessed a keen understanding of the unfolding situation and the challenges they faced. Recognizing the opponent's tactic of stalling, he swiftly made a judgment and opted for the most prudent course of action. He stepped forward decisively and extended a foot to intercept the ball at his opponent's feet. With less than 10 minutes remaining in the match, if they wished to avoid humiliation, they needed to score at least 1 goal within this limited time frame. Every second was of paramount importance, and they could not afford to squander any opportunity. If you do not initiate the offense, then I shall take the lead. And Chi Xin extended 1 foot, maintaining his balance with unwavering vigilance against Long Zai's potential forceful advance. He was acutely aware. Chapter 131, A Fierce Counterattack, Part 1. And Chi Xin was fully cognizant of his every strategy, as long as he could closely mark Long Zai. Even if he failed to intercept the ball at his opponent's feet, he would decisively resort to foul tactics, bringing his adversary down to prompt the referee to award a free kick. Although they were perilously close to the penalty area, and a free kick could pose a significant threat to their goal, the majority of Team B's players were substitutes from the youth squad. Aside from the adept Long Zai and Guanggu, whose technical skills were commendable, the remaining players exhibited rather rudimentary abilities. Even Guanggu, a defensive midfielder, lacked the capacity to convert a direct free kick into a goal. The danger posed by a free kick delivery was minimal. They had an 80% chance of successfully defending against it. In light of the dwindling time, this risk was entirely justifiable. And Chi Xian's physique bore down like a towering mountain. While Long Zai possessed considerable strength, he could not compare to a central defender who thrived on physicality. And Chi Xian was among the elite. As he approached, Long Zai immediately grasped Chi Xian's intent, yet under the pressure, his body began to tilt uncontrollably to one side, and losing possession was an impending reality. At that moment, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a figure clad in a similar green vest, rapidly advancing from the rear. Without a moment's hesitation, as his body was about to fall, Long Zai braced himself with his arm against the ground and executed an awkward yet unorthodox pass, nudging the ball away just in time. The immense pressure exerted by Chi Xian had been overwhelming, and the urgency of the situation rendered Long Zai's kick hasty, causing the ball to veer off course, rolling in the direction of his swiftly advancing teammate. Fortunately, in this area, there were no players from Team A, allowing his companion to pivot and continue running.